Heavenly Tyrant Martial Soul Chapter 2841 to Chapter 2925. Ling Zhao's pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at the four people in front of him. Cold, sinister, and full of fighting spirit, boom, with a loud bang, the three beast souls of Purple Lightning Bull, Lava Three-Headed Hound, and Nine-Snake General gradually condensed behind him. And his body was still in the Tyrant Blood Demonic Dragon Beast Soul transformation state. Now, to Ling Xiao, only these four beast souls could increase his battle strength, so the other beast souls were not summoned for the time being. Because it was useless to summon them. At the same time, the sword martial spirit was still shining behind him. The sword martial spirit was to make it more convenient for him to use the demon dragon sword at his current cultivation level. This could reduce some losses. If he didn't have the sword martial spirit, it would be more suitable for him to use a divine-grade spirit weapon with his current cultivation level. With the appearance of the three beast souls, Ling Zhao's aura suddenly soared. The three ferocious beasts were staring at the four people with their cold eyes, wanting to deal with the strong enemies together with their master. Ling Xiao had said that none of these people should even think about leaving. Then he would do as he said. In the space, there was only the collision of auras. The battle of fighting spirit. The two sides did not speak for a long time, nor did they make a move. It was as if they were looking for each other's flaws. Finally, it was the warriors of the Qin Kingdom's royal family who couldn't hold it in anymore. The first general roared, "Kill!" As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately rushed out. In the space, there was actually the sound of eagles flying and eagles crying. A gust of wind accompanied his body's movements, becoming more and more fierce. That pair of sharp eagle eyes completely locked onto Ling Xiao, like an eagle soaring in the sky staring at its prey. The other three people also rushed towards Ling Xiao at almost the same time. Ling Xiao sneered and opened his Tai Chi eye. The trajectory of the four people's movements was completely captured by him. He suddenly looked at the third general. This was the weakest of the four. Then, his body swayed and he easily jumped out of the encirclement. The demonic dragon phantom body movement was too powerful. It was originally a third heaven of the immortal grade body movement. With Ling Zhao's current cultivation, it really gave people a feeling that they could not capture it. It's useless. The enemies that have been locked onto by my eagle eye won't be able to escape even if they run to the ends of the earth. The first general sneered as the four of them surrounded Ling Xiao once again. Although it was slightly slower, it was not by much. Almost at the same time that Ling Xiao used the demonic dragon phantom, they moved together. The four of them continued to attack Ling Xiao at the same time. Those strange eagle eyes were still locked onto Ling Xiao's figure. It seemed that no matter where he went, he would be captured. What an interesting martial soul. Apart from increasing one's combat strength, it also has such a special function. The eagle belonged to the bird species, so it should be able to be placed on the throne of the Yushan god. I want your martial spirit. Among the 12 beast gods, only Yushan was a bird, so he was once the beast god that controlled all the birds in the Black Tortoise continent. All birds could be placed on his deity throne. Ling Xiao really wanted this special ability of the eagle eye. Although his Tai Chi eye could analyze, practice, see through, and even see through everything. But it was impossible to lock onto the enemy. With the Black Eagle martial spirit, the situation was different. No matter where the enemy hid, he would not lose track of them. Moreover, this Black Eagle martial spirit seemed to be of a high level. With an additional powerful martial spirit, his combat strength would also increase. If he didn't need it in the future, he could just replace it. There was nothing to be regretful about. What a terrifying ability, what a valiant spirit. Chen Bai could feel the terror of the first general. Perhaps it was due to the influence of the martial spirit, this guy actually had the domineering aura of the king of the sky. It was as if he could surpass everything and tear everything apart. He didn't know how Ling Xiao would deal with him. He looked at Ling Xiao and suddenly realized that the demon dragon sword in Ling Xiao's hand had been raised by him. At the same time, the 9 subordinate swords were also flickering with light. There were actually 10 sword intents released at the same time. A terrifying sword light blossomed in the sky. A sinister and terrifying aura like that of the underworld was also spreading in the void. It was clearly daytime, but Ling Xiao turned the daytime into pitch black. It made everything cold and gloomy. Everyone raised their heads to look at Ling Xiao and felt the trembling in the depths of their hearts. Dual wielding is already unbelievable. This guy actually released 10 sword intents at once. How terrifying is his soul? People were very clear that no matter what kind of warrior, when using weapons, even if they used 10 weapons at once, they would only release 1 strand of battle intent. Very few people could release 2 strands of battle intent at the same time. And they were different strands of battle intent. Every time a strand of battle intent was added, the attack power would increase by a bit. It was said that when the human king was at his peak, he could use 12 demon-slaying swords, using 12 sword intents. This was already the strongest. And the human king's cultivation was much stronger than Ling Zhao's. With Ling Zhao's current cultivation, he could actually use 10 sword intents. This made everyone extremely alarmed. Just how powerful was this kid's talent? 10 demon dragon swords. One was full of destructive aura, destruction sword intent. One was full of murderous aura, slaughter sword intent. One was full of domineering and unparalleled intent, tyrannical will. One was full of indestructible aura, indestructible sword intent. One was full of blazing aura, fire sword intent. One was full of the fury of thunder, thunder sword intent. One was full of death aura, death sword intent. One was full of the vigorous aura of earth, earth sword intent. The last was full of the might of heaven, firmament sword intent. 10 sword intents were actually completely different. They were all released. For a time, the entire space was filled with sword intents. Releasing multiple sword intents at the same time, unless one's soul force is extremely strong and can split into several strands at the same time without interfering with each other. After that, one must be able to achieve the fusion of sword intents without conflicting with each other to succeed. Most people would not be able to pass the test of soul force alone. Powerful soul force could be slowly accumulated. However, to split into several strands of soul force without interfering with each other, this was almost an impossible task. The reason why Ling Xiao could do it was purely because he cultivated the primordial spirit remnant scroll that came from outside the mystic world. He could freely control the release of soul force. Only then could he do this. However, just doing this was not enough. One must be able to merge the sword intents without conflicting with each other. Only Ling Xiao could do this because he had the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. He could make all things that were incompatible with each other become compatible. Other warriors might be able to release 2 types of battle intents at the same time in their lifetime. That was already the limit. However, he was different. He could now release 10 types of sword intents at the same time. This was his huge advantage. This guy, the reason why he could become a terrifying existence who could challenge those of a higher level like eating a meal, was because he had enough trump cards. The release of these 10 sword intents was something that Ling Xiao had comprehended after he obtained the Nine Suns Demon Dragon Sword. Because of the Nine Suns Demon Dragon Sword, the 10 swords could be connected. Therefore, it was easier to release 10 sword intents at the same time. Ling Xiao would definitely not be able to do it if he were to use other swords. Currently, he could only release 2 sword intents, which was his limit. Seeing such a terrifying Ling Xiao, the first general and the others were clearly stunned. Especially the third general, who was obviously terrified. After all, he was the weakest among the 4. He believed that if Ling Xiao wanted to kill a martial artist, the first person he would deal with would definitely be him. And Ling Xiao's eyes seemed to be staring at him, which made his hair stand on end. Including him, the other 3, and those who were watching the show, almost all of them thought so. Killing the weakest one first, then dealing with the stronger martial artists would be twice the result with half the effort. Therefore, the third general was obviously afraid and even wanted to retreat. However, at this time, the power of his attack had been released to the peak. If he retreated, he would definitely suffer a backlash. If he injured himself, it would be embarrassing. Helpless, he could only bite the bullet and attack. The other 3 gradually moved closer to him, as if they wanted to protect him. Seeing this, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a sneer. Buzz, the sharp edge of the sword exploded with a strange sound. Ling Xiao finally stabbed with his sword. His target was the third general. Kill. Shadow Sword Demon. The Shadow Sword Demon, which had merged with the true demon sword Qi, had its power skyrocketed. The Sword Demon, which had merged with the darkness, revealed an aura that made people despair. This sword was extremely fast, it was also extremely penetrating. Don't be afraid, third brother. I'll help you. Just focus on attacking. The first general roared, and an extremely powerful aura bloomed in the sky. Between heaven and earth, a fierce wind rose, as if it was a doomsday storm. An eagle's cry sounded in the void. The terrifying sword demon was actually repelled and looked like it was about to collapse. People could clearly see that the fierce wind had condensed into a huge black eagle. Ferocious, majestic, domineering. The number one general is indeed the number one general. He's so powerful. The soldiers of the Qin state shouted excitedly. They could clearly feel the terrifying pressure brought about by the black eagle. They also believed that Ling Xiao was definitely not a match for the first general. You're quite brave. It's a pity that my initial target was you, and not that useless third general. Ling Xiao's voice sounded in the first general's ears. In fact, the person he wanted to kill the most from the beginning was this guy. Because the first general was clearly the strongest of the four. As long as this guy was killed, the other three would be easier to deal with. With the existence of Hawkeye, it was not easy for him to flexibly use his combat strategy. However, it would be different if the first general was killed. His fake attack on the third general was just a pretense to lure the first general out. Now, this guy had been fooled. In the void, the first sword demon had yet to dissipate. The second, third, and fourth sword devil appeared one after another. His 9 sub-swords all prepared the same move, which was the Shadow Sword Demon. This was only a first heaven immortal grade martial technique, so it consumed the least energy and was the fastest. However, because of the effect of the Demon Dragon Sword, it could unleash the power of a second heaven immortal grade martial technique. Combined with the accumulation of 9 different sword intents, its power would not be lower than a third heaven immortal grade martial technique. Qi, the huge black eagle was torn into pieces by the sword Qi. The 8 sword devils attacked the first general at the same time. This forced the first general to retreat. However, Ling Xiao's attack was relentless. In this way, the 12th prince and the 11th prince could not help attack Ling Xiao even if they wanted to. Their speed was not as fast as the first general and Ling Xiao. Moreover, these two guys had already seen the scene of Ling Xiao killing domineering Blade Ghostly, so they hesitated for a moment, afraid that Ling Xiao would create a diversion again. It was this moment of hesitation that caused them to lose the best opportunity to rescue the first general. Black Eagle Fall. The first general did not want to die just like that. He roared and countless Black Eagle shadows rushed towards Ling Xiao. It was as if they were endless and wanted to block Ling Xiao's attack completely. However, it was useless. How could his ordinary attack block the dark shadow sword demon that contained a terrifying sword will? The 8 sword demons shattered the shadows of the Black Eagles and bombarded the first general. At the last moment, the first general turned into a beast. In order to strengthen his body's defense and block Ling Xiao's 8 attacks, he also made a final resistance. Big brother. First general. At this moment, the 3rd general, 12th prince, and 11th prince rushed over at the same time. They knew very well that if the first general died, the following battle would be very difficult. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. The 3-headed lava hound, purple lightning bull, and 9 snake generals beast souls roared and rushed towards the 3 at the same time. They blocked the 3 in midair. Even though they used their beast souls to block it, it only lasted for a moment. The 12th prince and 11th prince almost instantly shattered the martial soul shadows in front of them. However, it was too late. Ling Xiao's figure remained where he was. He transformed into a demonic dragon and pounced towards the first general, wanting to give him the final blow. This is the sword that I prepared for you. It's also my strongest sword, True Demon, Demon Immortal Sword Shadow, Kill. With the enhancement of the True Demon Sword Qi, the 3rd level Immortal Grade Martial Skill unleashed a terrifying power close to the 4th level Immortal Grade Martial Skill. The Demon Immortal stepped out from the darkness. It turned into a dark sword shadow and penetrated the first general's body. The first general felt intense pain coming from his body. His consciousness quickly blurred. It's over, First General. As Ling Zhao's voice sounded, a huge wound appeared on the First General's throat. Fresh blood kept splattering. The scene was bloody and terrifying. The First General's eyes still retained the fear, regret, and disbelief before his death. Death had come so suddenly, he regretted not staying in the sect and continuing to cultivate. Why did he have to come out and get involved in this mess? If he didn't come out, he wouldn't have died. No, if Ling Xiao made a move, he wouldn't have died. Taotai, devour. A huge mouth suddenly appeared in the void. It swallowed the First General's corpse whole. Then, a moment later, the shadow of a black eagle appeared behind Ling Xiao. The 3 types of beast souls became 4. Not only that, but he also obtained the special skill of Eagle Eye. He could completely see the movements of the other 3. What surprised him even more was that after the Taotai beast devoured the First General, the energy was transferred into his body and he finally broke through the last obstacle. His cultivation had advanced. His cultivation level rose from the middle stage to the late stage of the Yin-Yang realm. It seemed like a small increase, but to Ling Xiao, it was a 50-fold increase in his combat strength. If he fought the First General with this level of cultivation, he wouldn't have to work so hard. And all of this happened in just a moment. Big brother. When the 12th prince and 11th prince saw this scene, they were completely shocked and even frightened. However, the 3rd general let out a hysterical roar. His eyes were filled with shock and anger as he watched the First General being devoured. He roared and pounced on Ling Xiao. His entire body was filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. Anger and brutality, Ling Xiao stood there and watched the 3rd general indifferently. In his eyes, that powerful murderous aura was not even worth mentioning. If it was before his breakthrough, he would have to think of a plan. But now, he only had one thing to do. The demon dragon sword in his hand released a huge true demon sword chi. It was as fast as the wind and as fast as lightning. It instantly traversed more than 10 meters and pierced the 3rd general's chest. Rumble, after a loud sound, a terrifying bloody hole appeared in the 3rd general's chest. The furious 3rd general's body suddenly stiffened. His eyes were filled with fear as his body fell rapidly. He fell heavily to the ground. There was no sign of life. Dead again. In just a minute or two, 2 martial artists at the peak of the 12th level of the Yin-Yang realm were devoured, and the other had his stomach ripped open. Blood splattered everywhere. Everyone's hearts twitched violently. The 12th and 11th princes' faces turned pale. As disciples of large sects, they were indeed very powerful. But to be honest, such a terrifying battlefield was not suitable for them to train. Perhaps to the Thunder Monarch, it would be easy to take down the Demon Dragon City. With the help of the 7 generals, the 12th and 11th princes would not be in any danger. They could use this battlefield as a place to train their combat skills. And that was exactly what they did. From the moment the Demon Dragon City fell, the number of Demon Dragon Religion's cultivators who died at their hands was at least a dozen. Perhaps it was because of this that they became even more arrogant and thought that they were invincible. Now that he saw Ling Zhao's powerful fighting strength, he actually felt fear in his heart and thought of running away. They knew the strength of the 1st general and the 3rd general very well. But these 2 people actually did not even touch Ling Zhao's body and were easily beheaded. This was simply too unbelievable. At that moment, the 2nd general who was fighting Xiao Jin was also completely charred. Although he was still alive, he was on the verge of death. Before Ling Xiao broke through, Xiao Jin's combat power was stronger than his. Killing a mere 2nd general would be a piece of cake. Your Highnesses, when your father threw you onto this battlefield, he should have known that you would die on the battlefield because of his stupidity. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the 12th and 11th princes. Before the breakthrough, the 2 of them definitely had the ability to kill him. But now, no matter what, the 2 of them were no match for him. If you let us go, we can give you everything you want. The 12th prince suddenly said. Yes, killing us won't do you any good, because you will not only offend the Chen nation, but also our sect. The 11th prince also said. That's not what you said before. I seem to have heard the 12th prince say that you must kill me to prevent future troubles? Ling Xiao looked at the 2 of them with a smile that was not a smile. His tone was full of sarcasm. That's because we were blind. We didn't expect you to be so strong. The 12th prince was also straightforward and directly admitted that he had made a mistake. Haha, are you going to kill me if I'm not so strong? Ling Xiao sneered and said. I've never been willing to provoke others, but if others insist on killing me, then I won't be merciful. The two of you could have stayed in your sex and cultivated well. Perhaps in the future, you could have become outstanding talents of your generation. But you should never have come back to help that trash Chen Sanxiong kill me. Since you did it, you must pay the price for your actions. What? The two of them had extremely ugly expressions. No matter what, you won't let us go? The 12th prince gritted his teeth and said, do you know that our sect is a powerful sect that can easily destroy the Qin nation and the Volcano nation? If you kill us, you will never have a day of peace. So what? Ling Xiao mocked. Aren't you afraid? Afraid? If I were afraid, I wouldn't be enemies with the Qin nation's royal family. Ling Xiao said disdainfully, if your sect doesn't come to find trouble with me, it's fine. If they really dare to come, I'll kill them too. In this world, there is nothing that I, Ling Xiao, am afraid of. 11th, fight it out with him. The 12th prince knew that no matter what, Ling Xiao would not let them go. Therefore, he planned to perish together with Ling Xiao. The 11th prince nodded. The two of them released a shocking amount of lightning, which enveloped their bodies. Then, they charged towards Ling Xiao. They tried to use self-destruction to destroy Ling Xiao. Perish together? Unfortunately, you can't do it, Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards. Ling Xiao sneered, and 31 Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards rushed out, completely surrounding the 12th and 11th princes. Terrifying roars continued to resound in the sky. After more than 10 minutes, only pieces of clothes were left in the sky. Ling Xiao used 31 Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards to exchange for the lives of 2 princes. It was worth it. Anyway, his cultivation had already broken through. These 2 princes were no longer of any use to him. At this moment, Xiao Jin launched his final attack, turning the 2nd general into charcoal. 8 experts at the Yinyang realm in the 12th level of hell. They actually died. They were killed by 1 man and 1 beast. Xiao Jin killed 3 people, the 6th general, the 5th general, and the 2nd general. Ling Xiao killed 5 people, Domineering Blade Ghostly, the 3rd general, the 1st general, and the 11th and 12th princes. The outcome of this battle was incomparably shocking to everyone present. Even Chen Bai, who had always believed in Ling Xiao, did not expect such an outcome. Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin actually managed to kill all of the commanders of the demonic dragon city. Including the skeleton general, there were 9 experts at the Yinyang realm in the 12th level of hell. Such a terrifying lineup could easily destroy any force in the Qin kingdom. However, because they met Ling Xiao, they were all killed. The Qin kingdom's royal family wanted to slaughter demonic dragon city and leave nothing behind. Who would have thought that it would be the other way around? Hundreds of thousands of soldiers were all buried in this city. Although there were many people outside, under the attacks of the powerful demonic corpses and the dragon cult's upper, middle, and inferior disciples' help, the Qin family's people were almost wiped out. The demonic corpses were more or less cleaned up. This battle ended with the Qin nation's army's defeat. Ling Xiao landed on the ground and walked towards Chen Bai. Master, the problem has been resolved. I won't get involved in the following matters. Is that all right? Ling Xiao finally withdrew his cold and murderous expression and revealed a smile. A warm current flowed through Chen Bai's heart. This is the 2nd time you saved Master. Furthermore, this time, not only did you save Master, but you also saved the dragon cult. Master really doesn't know how to thank you. Chen Bai felt extremely emotional. In reality, what he gave Ling Xiao was merely the protection of a master and some martial techniques. However, what Ling Xiao gave him far surpassed that. A master for a day is a father for life. There's no point in talking about this between master and disciple. After this battle, I'm really tired and hungry. Is there anything to eat? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Yes, of course. Chen Luan, take out all the delicacies that you can get now and let Ling Xiao and little Jean eat their fill. Yes. Adoptive father. Chen Luan, who was still in shock, nodded excitedly when he heard this. Being able to prepare food for Ling Xiao was also an honor for him. Looking at the backs of Ling Xiao and little Jean, Chen Bai felt extremely emotional. Chen Bai believed that after today, Ling Xiao's already glorious life would be marked with another stroke of color. Ling Xiao, as a single reinforcement, resolved the entire demonic dragon city's predicament. He slaughtered hundreds of thousands of the Qin nation's army. He killed the 7 generals that the Sky Thunder Legion had just recruited. He even killed the 12th prince and the 11th prince. This answer sheet was simply miraculous. This matter didn't happen in Thunder City. However, he believed that his name would once again shock the entire Thunder City, and this shock would be even greater than when Ling Xiao had caused havoc in the Thunder City, killed General Purple Thunder, and exterminated the 3 great families. After this, the 5 elders behind the scenes of the Qin state's royal family. Oh, no, only the 4 elders are left. They would no longer be able to ignore Ling Xiao's existence. Ling Xiao was still very young. He was only 16 years old after his first transition. In the Black Tortoise continent, he was considered a teenager. As long as Ling Xiao was given more time, he would definitely become a nightmare for the 4 old men. In fact, that was exactly what happened. In just one day, the news of what had happened in the demonic dragon city had spread throughout the entire Thunder capital. Almost all the major forces knew what had happened in the demon dragon city. Everyone had a different reaction when they heard the news. But without exception, they all felt incomparable shock and disbelief. Ling Xiao's growth was simply too fast. It was so fast that it exceeded everyone's expectations. The 8 immortal city was filled with jubilation. People sang and danced, celebrating the victory of the demonic dragon city. The news reached the 8 immortal city earlier than the Thunder capital. Originally, people were worried that something might have happened to their 8 immortal king, Ling Xiao, since he had disappeared for so long. In addition, the 10 terminal formation consumed a lot of spirit stones. Seeing that there was a shortage of spirit stones, they were very anxious. But at this moment, good news came. Ling Xiao actually saved the entire demonic dragon city by himself. Did this mean that Ling Xiao's strength had reached the peak of the Qin state? Even without the 10 terminal formation, there was no need to be afraid. This news had 2 special effects in the 8 immortal city. First, Ling Xiao's most loyal fans were naturally very happy. Their morale was high, and they were full of confidence for the future. Secondly, some of the people who were wavering and had no confidence in Ling Xiao had completely given up on him. Ling Xiao saved the demonic dragon city and even became the disciple of the dragon cult's sect master. Next, the Qin state's royal family was in a disadvantageous position. Even Ling Xiao probably did not expect that his feat in the demonic dragon city would have such an impact. After a while, the news reached the Thunder capital. The Thunder Emperor, who was in the palace, did not believe it. He killed the soldier who delivered the news. But then, new news came, and it was exactly the same. How is this possible? The Thunder Emperor almost collapsed on his throne. To him, the 12th and 11th princes were his hope. Xianxia could inherit his throne, but the 12th and 11th princes could make the Qin state stronger. After all, their Qin state was the weakest country in the Black Tortoise continent. If they could not rely on the big sects, who could they rely on? But now, these 2 people were dead. Father, we should not be too sad now. We should think of a countermeasure. Ling Xiao has grown to a terrifying level. I'm afraid that we can't deal with him alone. So, I suggest that we immediately inform the Heavenly Pool Mountain. Although the 12th and 11th princes are only outer disciples of the Heavenly Pool Mountain, they are still their disciples. I believe that the Heavenly Pool Mountain will not sit by and do nothing. As long as they are willing to send experts, we will not have to worry about Ling Xiao's survival. The person who spoke was Xianxia. Xianxia, known as the #1 genius of the Qin state. In the past, he had regarded Ling Xiao as trash in the extreme royal mystic realm. But now, he felt a deep sense of danger. He was already very outstanding and worked very hard in his cultivation. In the shortest amount of time, he had raised his cultivation to the peak of the 12th level of the Yin-Yang realm. He originally thought that with his cultivation and the king's sword, he could easily kill Ling Xiao when he met Ling Xiao. But the news from the demonic dragon city came. His confidence completely collapsed. Kill Ling Xiao? Don't joke. He knew the 12th and 11th prince's strength the best. Without the king's sword, he was no match for them. However, Ling Xiao had killed both of them and even killed the first general, who was even more powerful. This was too terrifying. Therefore, he no longer had the confidence he had before. He wanted to use external forces to kill Ling Xiao. You are right. The Heavenly Pool Mountain has always wanted you to join their sect to cultivate. Previously, I wanted you to inherit the throne, but I did not agree. This time, you can go. No matter what, as long as you can achieve a breakthrough, Ling Xiao is not worth mentioning. The Thunder Monarch finally calmed down. Ling Xiao was very strong, but he was far from invincible. There were many people who were stronger than Ling Xiao. I will follow your arrangements, father. Chen Songxiong also wanted to go to the Heavenly Pool Mountain to hide. He did not want to encounter Ling Xiao yet. He wanted to use the rich resources of the Heavenly Pool Mountain to become stronger. After the discussion, the Thunder Monarch immediately sent a messenger pigeon to inform the Heavenly Pool Mountain. This messenger pigeon was not an ordinary messenger pigeon, but a specially trained demon beast. In terms of speed and endurance, they had been enhanced. In terms of speed, it was even faster than Ling Xiao's vertical golden light technique. Therefore, the Thunder Monarch received a reply in a very short time. There were only 2 words, agreed. Chen Nation's Thunder City. A middle-aged man walked on the long street. As he walked, his steps were like the wind. With one look, one could tell that he was an expert. However, no one knew that under this middle-aged man's appearance, he was a 16-year-old youth who had undergone his first transition. His name was Ling Xiao. Boss, the people of the Chen Nation's royal clan would never have imagined that after doing such a shocking thing in the Demon Dragon City, we would already be in the Thunder City the moment the news came. A voice came from the Beast Ring. It was Xiao Jin. As Xiao Jin was too conspicuous, in order to hide his identity, he went to the forbidden area of the Extreme Monarch's secret realm. Naturally, Ling Xiao had to hide him. He had also used the Yin-Yang Demon King transformation technique to turn himself into a middle-aged man with a stubble. Thunder City was still the same Thunder City. The people on the streets were still laughing. The women in the brothels were still singing beautifully. It was as if the great defeat of demonic Dragon City did not affect these people. As the saying went, Shang women do not know the hatred of a fallen nation. They sing from across the river. When Ling Xiao arrived at Thunder City, the first thing he did was to stroll around and scout out the situation. When he saw the bounty posters on the city walls, he could not help smiling. The last time he came to Thunder City, he was still on tenterhooks, afraid that experts like the Thunder Emperor or the Thunder Severed Senior would capture him. However, this time, after he finished dealing with the Extreme Monarch's secret realm, he would complete his plan to seize Thunder City. He had to take revenge for his brother, Ling Yan. Naturally, he had to take revenge for his brother. Let's go. There are no changes to this place. However, my bounty has increased to 1 billion inferior grade spirit stones. This Chen Nation's royal family really thinks highly of me. Ling Xiao smiled and turned to walk out of the city gates. Naturally, he was familiar with the way to the Arcana Academy. Although he had only been there once, with his memory, there was no way he would make a mistake. Unexpectedly, just as he walked out of the city gates, he suddenly saw a person covered in blood rushing over. Ling Xiao did not want to cause trouble for now, so he avoided him. However, this person looked somewhat familiar. However, Xiao Qin could not recall where he had seen him before. With such confusion in his heart, he stayed for a while longer. That person rushed to the city gate and shouted, quickly inform the new commander of the city defense camp to save the 7th prince. The 7th prince? Chen Kangming? Ling Xiao frowned. Of the Chen Nation's royal family, the only one he admired was Chen Kangming. Although he was a member of the royal clan, he was an upright person. For the sake of Ling Yan's clan, he had even been ostracized by the Thunder Emperor, leaving him outside and unable to rebel against the royal clan. He had performed countless meritorious deeds, yet he was not rewarded. No wonder he felt that the man covered in blood was so familiar. He should be one of Chen Kangming's warriors. He hurriedly opened his Tai Chi eye and discovered that about 10 miles away from Thunder City, there was a surging killing intent. With no time to think, he turned into a demonic dragon's afterimage and fled into the distance. The matter of the extreme royal mystery realm could be done at any time, but if Chen Kangming died, he would lose a good friend, and the Chen kingdom's royal family would lose their only conscience. His speed was extremely fast. In less than 10 minutes, he had already arrived at the scene of the battle. At this moment, the battlefield was in chaos. The seventh prince, Chen Kangming, and the dozens of warriors under his command were surrounded by hundreds of warriors dressed in black. A battle was in progress. Chen Kangming's cultivation was not weak. In fact, Ling Xiao had always known that his talent was not inferior to Chen Songxiong's. Unfortunately, he did not receive the care of the royal family. Thus, his cultivation was naturally far inferior to Chen Songxiong's. Currently, he was only at the mid-stage of the 12th level of the Yinyang realm. Among the black-clothed men who had come to assassinate him, there were actually 2 late-stage of the 12th level of the Yinyang realm. The rest of the people had also reached the 11th level of the Yinyang realm. With such a powerful lineup, the people who dealt with Chen Kangming were definitely not ordinary people. Ling Xiao thought of Chen Songxiong. Now that the Chen nation was unstable, Chen Songxiong would do anything to eliminate his enemies. Not to mention that Chen Kangming was not his biological brother from the same mother. Even if he was, he would not be soft-hearted. However, there was no point in thinking so much about this. Currently, there were fewer and fewer people around Chen Kangming. After all, the people around him were not very strong. Although they were brave and fierce generals, they were still far inferior to those assassins. Who the hell sent you here? How dare you assassinate the seventh prince? Do you know what this is? Chen Kangming's subordinates cursed loudly in the battle. Hee, it doesn't matter who sent us. What matters is that we were paid to do so. It doesn't matter if you're a prince or a king. All of you must die. As the assassins spoke, they continued to attack. All of you, leave. They want to kill me. Chen Kangming suddenly stabbed out with his sword and repelled an assassin. Then, he shouted at the people behind him. At this moment, he only had about 20 subordinates left. He did not want these loyal and brave soldiers to die so tragically. Every one of these people had made great contributions to the Chen nation. Every one of them had scars left behind by their enemies. Some had even almost lost their lives, but they had all survived. If they died at the hands of their own people, it would not be worth it. No, Your Highness. In our eyes, you're not just a prince, but also our commander. If you die, won't the War Eagle army be without a leader? Loyal and brave soldiers were loyal and brave soldiers. Even though they knew that fleeing for their lives was completely possible, because the assassins only wanted to kill Chen Kangming, they still did not want to flee. Ha, what a touching master-servant relationship. It's a pity that you can only discuss your feelings in the netherworld. Since you don't want to leave, then you can all die here today. The leader of the assassins laughed coldly, his eyes full of mockery. Chen Kangming, you're really pitiful. You're a prince. As long as you were obedient, you could have enjoyed everything a prince should have, but you refused, and you wanted to oppose the king. The king killed the Ling clan for the sake of the Chen nation. And you actually spoke up for those rebels. Serves you right for ending up like this. You must be regretting it. You're not an assassin. You're a warrior of the Chen nation. As expected, you were sent by that bastard Chen Songxiong. Otherwise, you wouldn't know so much. Chen Kangming narrowed his eyes, hatred bursting from them. Haha, I said it before. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you're too stupid. If you die, even the king won't feel any heartache. But you can reunite with your dead mother in the netherworld. The leader of the assassins laughed coldly, his hands moving faster and faster. Chen Kangming was forced to continuously retreat. Although he resisted with all his might, he was indeed weaker than his opponent. Although he was furious, there was nothing he could do. I, Chen Kangming, have never regretted anything I've done. Unfortunately, Ling Yan and I grew up together. We're like brothers, but I can't reverse the verdict for him and his clan. Well said. However, you still have many opportunities to reverse Ling Yan's verdict. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice in shock. A middle-aged man with a face full of stubble slowly walked out of the forest. Although his appearance was ordinary, his entire body exuded a terrifying aura. The assassins stopped what they were doing. The assassin leader looked at Ling Xiao and frowned. "Brother, please don't meddle in the affairs of the Qin Kingdom's royal family. Otherwise, it will be too late to regret if you get into trouble." The assassin leader sensed the powerful aura emanating from Ling Xiao, so he was unwilling to make an enemy of Ling Xiao. "What if I insist on meddling?" Ling Xiao walked to Chen Kangming's side, then looked at the assassins and said coldly, "Scram, or none of you will be left alive." "What big words. Although you are strong, we are not afraid of you. Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then die." The assassin leader frowned, then revealed a sinister expression. With a wave of his hand, over 100 assassins charged at Ling Xiao. "A bunch of idiots." Second profound meaning of light, golden crow ascending the sun. Ling Xiao did not draw his sword. Instead, he raised his right hand. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared above his head. This light transformed into a giant golden crow that pounced at the crowd. For Ling Xiao, acting as another identity was very easy. The profound meaning of light and shadow's consummate skill could finally be put to good use. The assassins could not see anything. Before they died, the only thing they could see was the golden crow pouncing at them. Then, a ball of fire began to burn. The stench of charred flesh filled the air. In one move, over 100 assassins were basically wiped out. Only the assassin leader was still alive. "You. Who are you?" The assassin leader was instantly terrified. Such an expert actually wanted to help Chen Kangming. This was simply too terrifying. Whoosh, Ling Xiao took a step forward. It was the profound meaning of light's divine teleportation. He instantly appeared in front of the leader of the assassins and grabbed him by the neck. Then, he said coldly, "Who told you to kill Chen Kangming?" "I won't tell anyone." The leader of the assassins had a ruthless look in his eyes. He actually took poison and committed suicide. Unfortunately, death did not come. Ling Xiao ridiculed, "With me around, you still want to commit suicide? If you don't want to be tortured, tell me the truth. Otherwise, not only will you die, but your family will also die." I'll talk." The leader of the assassins took off the black scarf on his face. "I'm a divine thunder guard." Those assassins were hired by the king from the Dark God Palace at a high price. He was very afraid of the feeling of not being able to live and not being able to die. He was even more afraid of implicating his family. The person in front of him was too terrifying. He was definitely not someone he could deal with. Therefore, he had to tell the truth. "Father." How could he? Chen Kangming simply couldn't believe it. He originally thought that it was Chen Songxiong who did it, but he never expected that it was actually his father. As the saying went, even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. However, this king really wanted to kill him. "Seventh Prince, some of your words in the army have angered the king. You shouldn't have spoken up for that, Ling Xiao. The king summoned you back to the royal capital this time because he wants to kill you midway." The leader of the assassins said helplessly, "We know that you're loyal and patriotic, but it's useless. You also know that the king's orders cannot be disobeyed. How should we deal with him?" Ling Xiao looked at Chen Kangming and asked. He had already asked what he needed to ask. Ling Xiao felt that there was no need to keep this guy alive. Since he was captured by the hero, you can deal with him yourself. Chen Kangming said. All right. If Ling Xiao wanted to deal with him, he would naturally kill him. Keeping such a person alive was ultimately asking for trouble. Wait. The leader of the assassins suddenly shouted, I know a piece of news, a very important piece of news. I hope it can be exchanged for my life. What news? Ling Xiao asked. A piece of news about the seventh prince's friend, Ling Xiao. The leader of the assassins really shocked everyone with his words. Such news attracted the attention of both Ling Xiao and Chen Kangming. Speak. Ling Xiao said lightly. If I tell you, can you spare my life? Even if you have to destroy my cultivation, I just want to be reunited with my family. The leader of the assassins begged. That depends on whether your news is worth it or not, Ling Xiao said. It definitely is. Just yesterday, a few experts from Thunder City came. They all came from Xianxia Mountain. They only have one goal, and that is to kill Ling Xiao. The leader of the assassins said with trepidation. He did not know whether this news could save his life, but he could only take a gamble. Eat this soul-absorbing pill and you can get lost. Ling Xiao did not destroy the leader of the assassins' cultivation. Instead, he stuffed a soul-absorbing pill into the leader's mouth and used the soul-absorbing pill to control him. Xiaochen did not have any spies in Thunder City, so he did not know many things. However, with this person around, many things would be easier in the future. Many thanks for sparing my life. The leader of the assassins turned and left. Ling Xiao turned his head to look at Chen Kangming and said, "It looks like you cannot return to Thunder City for now. What are your plans in the future?" "I still have not asked your excellency." "How should I address you?" Chen Kangming asked. "Tuoba Ling." Ling Xiao said indifferently. He had used this name before, so he casually used it again. After all, it was not a special name. There were many of them in this country. "So, it is Senior Tuoba. Many thanks for your excellency's saving grace. However, I must take back Thunder City. I cannot watch as the Qin nation is taken over by despicable villains." Chen Kangming clenched his teeth and said, "In the past, I guarded the borders and did not care about the matters of the royal court. However, I have made up my mind now. I will fight for this throne. Even if I die, I will have a clear conscience. If you fight for the throne, you might face brothers killing each other and becoming enemies. Can you handle it?" Ling Xiao asked. "I have to, even if I can't." Chen Kangming clenched his teeth and said, "I avoided the world, but I ended up in such a situation. Since others will not let me live in peace, then I can only become their nightmare. However, if you return like this, you will definitely die." Ling Xiao said bluntly, "Your cultivation is too weak, and the people around you are even weaker. So, if Mr. is not stingy, can you help me?" Chen Kangming asked. "Help you? What benefits will I get?" Ling Xiao countered. "What does Mr. want?" Chen Kangming countered. "I want the Qin nation. Are you willing to give it to me?" Ling Xiao teased. "As long as Mr. loves the people like your children, why not? Furthermore, I am not suited to be a king. Fighting on the battlefield is more enjoyable." Chen Kangming nodded without hesitation. If someone else had said this, Ling Xiao would have thought that the other party was acting. However, since Chen Kangming said this, he believed it. "Alright, since you have such courage, there's no harm in helping you. However, there's something I need to do first. You should return to Thunder City first. I'll send someone to secretly protect you. Once I'm done, I'll naturally contact you again." After walking half a kilometer, Ling Xiao released Xiao Jin and instructed, "Xiao Jin, from now on, follow Chen Kangming and protect him." "I will. After all, this guy used to treat me as a brother. Moreover, he's only in such dire straits because of our family. I naturally have to help him." Xiao Jin nodded. "That's good. Let's split up here. I'll return once the matter of the extreme royal mystic realm is settled." After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he left again. Xiao Jin became even smaller, as small as a mosquito, and blended into Chen Kangming's group. "Seventh Prince, are you really planning to give the throne to that person?" At this moment, a cultivator beside Chen Kangming couldn't help but ask. "Do you think that my words were just a temporary measure?" "Wrong, that's exactly what I think. If he really loves the people like his children, so what if I give it to him? I'll be happy to live a carefree life." Chen Kangming smiled. "Moreover, I keep feeling that that person is very familiar." Ling Xiao seemed reckless, but he was actually very cautious. Logically speaking, with his current strength, he naturally didn't need to fear anyone after returning to the Thunder City. However, he still chose to sneak in quietly. After all, no matter how strong he was still only one person. Now, he learned from the assassin leader that the Thunder Emperor had invited experts from the Heavenly Pool Mountain to deal with him. The Heavenly Pool Mountain was a sect of a big country outside of the Qin country. The weakest of their experts was at the first revolution of the Yin Yang realm and the 12th layer of hell. After all, even experts like the 12th and 11th princes were only outer disciples of the Heavenly Pool Mountain. The experts that came this time were definitely stronger than those two. Could it be experts from the first revolution of the 13th layer of hell? Now, he had to be even more cautious. However, no matter how careful he was, he had to go to the extreme royal mystic realm. There was something in the untouchable place that could resonate with the 12 beast god martial spirits. He had to get his hands on it. After arriving outside the Arcana Academy, Ling Xiao put on a mask that he had prepared long ago. The mask glowed with silver light, revealing a bit of savagery and terror. This was the effect he wanted. Now that he had transformed, he would have to make a public appearance in the future, so he couldn't easily reveal it here. All he had to do was put on the mask and change his clothes. Logically speaking, after the death of Senior Lightning, there shouldn't be any experts left in the extreme royal mystic realm. It was relatively easy for Ling Xiao to enter. However, the Sky Thunder Legion was able to produce 7 new generals. The Arcana Academy was highly valued by the Qin Kingdom's royal family. Naturally, they would not leave it alone. There should be even more powerful experts around, right? He had more important things to do this time, so he didn't want to alarm these experts if he could. He cast Magic Dragon Phantom, Ghost Magic Dragon. Ling Xiao, in front of the many Arcana Academy disciples, went straight to the entrance of the extreme royal mystic realm. Taking advantage of the fact that the guards of the extreme royal mystic realm weren't paying attention, he easily snuck in. In any case, the entrance was open all year round. It was just that someone was guarding it. As long as he could fool the person guarding it, there was nothing to worry about. The first place he appeared was naturally the soldier-level area. But now, the things here could no longer arouse his interest. He only had one goal, and that was the untouchable place. Back when the war broke out in Yuanling, he took advantage of the chaos to enter the untouchable place. However, he had to stop because he was not strong enough. But today, his cultivation was many times stronger than it was back then. He could finally get what he wanted. Still in his ghost magic dragon form, Ling Xiao directly passed through Yuanling's territory and entered the untouchable place. Although it was said to be the untouchable place, in fact, the moment Ling Xiao arrived, he could clearly feel the aura of an expert. Good heavens, I thought that the untouchable place was a place where no one could enter. It turns out that it was just a forbidden area deliberately set up by the Qin Kingdom's royal family. Only warriors whose cultivation has reached the Yin-Yang realm's 12th level of hell and above can enter. The moment Ling Xiao stepped into the untouchable place, he felt that there was an array formation protecting it. However, this kind of array formation was not difficult for him at all. He broke it in 2 or 3 moves. Furthermore, he did not alarm anyone. Good heavens, fortunately, I did not enter back then. Otherwise, I would not even know how I died. The weakest demonic beast here is actually a terrifying existence at the Yin-Yang realm's 12th level of hell. The deeper Ling Xiao went, the more shocked he became. It seemed that the Qin Kingdom's royal family was even more terrifying than he had imagined. The Lightning Seigneur and the Thunder Emperor were just representatives of the outside world. The truly valiant people were all cultivating in seclusion here. Perhaps the 4 elders of the Qin Kingdom also stayed here for many years. Fortunately, he was more cautious this time and did not barge in. Otherwise, even if he could leave easily, he would probably have to fight a bitter battle. Now, he did not even need to hide his aura. There were many demonic beasts here, and they were all at this level. The Qin Kingdom's royal family probably did not expect him to sneak in. Just as he walked less than 500 meters into the untouchable place, he saw a herb garden. There were 4 powerful dog-type war pets guarding this herb garden. They were all at the late stage of the Yin-Yang realm's 12th level of hell. There were also 2 late-stage Yin-Yang realm martial artists drinking tea and chatting in front of a thatched cottage. Most likely, this herb garden belonged to the Qin Kingdom's royal family. Most of the medicinal ingredients were not yet ripe, but there were some that emitted a fragrant aroma. Wow, isn't that a 1,000-year-old fleshlingji? Ling Xiao looked at the fleshlingji in shock. It had already been growing for 1,000 years, and was nearing maturity. If the 1,000-year-old fleshlingji was used to concoct pills, it could be used to concoct a 1,000-year-old energy pill. It was similar to a blood spirit pill, but 10 times more effective. After consuming it, one's fleshly body would be strengthened, and one's qi and blood would grow stronger. Of course, it was also possible to consume it directly, although the effects would not be as good. Right now, Ling Zhao's blood spirit pill was not as effective as before. The main reason was that his fleshly body was too strong, and his cultivation base was rising. Once he reached the life-seizing level, blood spirit pills would be completely useless. When that time came, if he had a 1,000-year-old energy pill, it would be amazing. A 1,000-year-old flesh Lingji was something that had lived for 1,000 years. Unfortunately, I'm sorry to the Qin Kingdom's royal family. You've been guarding it for 1,000 years, and now I'm going to take it away. Who could have guessed that the Qin Kingdom's royal family would spend so much effort to raise a spirit medicine like this? It was completely prepared for Ling Xiao. After all, in the state of Qin, there was no one other than Ling Xiao who could concoct a 1,000-year-old spirit medicine. Those idiots in the Qin Kingdom's royal family would definitely choose to concoct it directly, which would be a complete waste of a heavenly treasure. But Yangqi was different. He could concoct over 100 medicinal pills with the same effects as consuming the flesh Lingji. Other than the 1,000-year flesh Lingji, there is also a 1,000-year fire snake grass. The remaining hundreds of years old spirit herbs were already unable to enter Ling Zhao's eyes. After all, people like to look at the most precious things. Ordinary fire snake grass was very common. It was something that grew naturally from the corpse of a demon beast called fire snake. It contained the demon power of the fire snake demon beast and also contained powerful heat. This was just an ordinary fire snake grass. As for the 1,000-year fire snake grass, it had existed for 1,000 years. It absorbed the essence of the sun and the moon. The fire element between heaven and earth was close to becoming a spirit. If Little Gold consumed it, Little Gold would probably be able to break through to the 13th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Ling Xiao wanted to get these two spiritual items immediately. However, when he was about to harvest them, he stopped. Because he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity with the 12 divine beasts' god position. It was still in the depths of this untouchable place. Looks like I have to bear with it. Ling Xiao stopped what she was doing. Because he believed that if he took the 1,000-year flesh Lingji and fire snake grass, it would attract the attention of the experts of the Qin country's royal family. At that time, he wouldn't be able to get what he wanted. When I go out, I will take these herbs. Swallowing his saliva, Ling Xiao continued to go deeper into the untouchable place. The deeper he went, the more obvious the feeling became. In the Tyrant universe, the Sun God constellation and the Ox God constellation had a reaction. Especially the 3 stars of the Sun God constellation that had lit up, they became even more dazzling. Next, the Yu God constellation started to shine. In the Tyrant universe, a 3rd constellation appeared. It was the Yu God constellation. According to legends, the Yu God not only controlled all birds, but also time. The cry of the Yu God could determine the day and night of the Black Tortoise continent. Could it be that the things in this untouchable place were related to the Yu God? Following the appearance of the Yu God constellation, Ling Xiao suddenly felt that the beast talisman made from beast bones in his storage ring had a reaction. He hurriedly took it out. To his surprise, he discovered that the strange bull monster that was originally drawn on it had turned into a rooster crowing with its head held high. What the hell is this? Ling Xiao was a little confused. Initially, he thought that the beast talisman had something to do with the ox god, but he didn't expect that when he came to this untouchable place, the statue of Yu God would appear. Could it be that the pattern from before was just a cover? Shaking his head, Ling Xiao couldn't figure it out. But just as he was trying to figure it out, the beast talisman suddenly emitted a bright light and flew in a certain direction. Ling Xiao also chased after him. Since it was related to Yu Shen, it would be extremely useful to him. Regardless of whether it was the ox god or the Yu God, they were both one of the 12 beast gods. No matter which one he awakened, it would be of great help to him. After running for more than 10 kilometers, Zhang Tai had finally arrived. The beast talisman finally stopped and was embedded into a huge rooster sculpture. The rooster let out a loud cry, and then a ray of light flew into Ling Xiao's body. At that moment, Ling Xiao saw a very strange phenomenon. It was as if he had flown into the void, and the entire black tortoise continent was within his field of vision. Then, with a rooster's crow, the world was bright, and people began to work. It was different from what he usually understood. It wasn't that the rooster crowed at a certain point in time. Instead, it was after the rooster crowed that time reached a certain point. It gave people the feeling that this rooster controlled the time of the entire black tortoise continent. If the rooster doesn't crow, will time stop forever? Xiao just had this thought in his mind. The rooster really stopped crowing. After that, the entire black tortoise continent was in a point in time, and people seemed to be trapped at this point in time. Will time go back? Xiao thought again. Then, the rooster turned its head and changed the direction of its crow, opposite the direction where the sun rose. Time actually went back to the past. Damn, this is too scary. Xiao was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat, and he also woke up from that strange illusion. He found that his whole body was a little wet from excessive sweat. After changing into a clean set of clothes, Xiao let out a sigh of relief. It was rumored that if one could complete a cycle of reincarnation, they would be able to obtain the reincarnation deity position. This should not be a lie. Yushin was one of the 12 beast gods. He controlled time and birds, and was really powerful. The other 11 beast gods must have their own abilities and specialties. The sun god was the king of beast gods, but now, he was more like an assassin among the 12 beast gods. Whether it was the golden light technique, the bloodthirsty plague, or the bloody devil rat, they were all very scary. Eh? That feeling just now is gone? Xiao suddenly found that the beast talisman flew back into his hand, and other than the Dark Yushin constellation in the Tyrant universe, there was no other special change. Moreover, the feeling that attracted him was also gone. Forget it, let's not think about it anymore. Let's go back and get those 2 spiritual herbs first. Since that special feeling had disappeared, Xiao naturally had to get the treasures that he could get his hands on. Once again returning to the previous place, Xiao used his fastest speed to get the 1000-year flesh lingji and 1000-year fire snake grass. These 2 herbs, each of them could be used to refine at least 100 elixirs. They were the 1000-year chi pill and the 1000-year fire snake pill. The former was suitable for him, and the latter was suitable for Xiao Jin. But now, he had to solve the problem in front of him first. The moment he took the 2 spiritual herbs, the 4 battle pets and hunting dogs had already surrounded him. The 2 warriors who were drinking tea and chatting by themselves also appeared near Xiao. How dare you steal the royal family's spiritual herbs, who are you? Xiao sneered, but did not speak. Action was the best answer. He did not want to attract the experts in this untouchable place, so he had to get rid of the 2 people and 4 beasts in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, once those experts were alerted, even getting out would be a problem. This was the royal family's last secret place, and it could be the place where the strongest of the royal family lived. He could not take this risk. Anyway, there was no one else within a 1-mile radius of the herb garden. Even if he killed these guys, there was no harm. He could also keep this herb garden in the mountain river world. This thought only flashed in his mind for a moment. Before that person could finish his words, Xiao had already moved. Demonic dragon phantom, sword demonic dragon, his body turned into a sword shadow, and he directly rushed towards the person who spoke. While flying, he directly pierced through the body of a hunting dog in front of him. His current cultivation was the late stage of the Yin-Yang realm's 12th level of hell. Xiao was dealing with 2 people and 4 battle pets. Be it in terms of attack power or speed, he had the upper hand. After killing a battle pet, the demonic sword dragon cut open the body of the warrior who had just spoken. In an instant, a man and a battle pet had died. But for Xiao, it was a piece of cake. He didn't stop there. Before the other martial artist could react, his body had already turned back. Demonic dragon phantom, demonic thunder dragon, the roaring demonic thunder dragon instantly drowned the remaining 3 battle pets and the warrior. The 3 battle pets died on the spot. That martial artist only had a single breath left. He struggled to take out a signal flare and shot it into the sky. However, the signal flare was stopped by Xiao after flying for about 1 meter. That won't do. I don't want to expose my whereabouts yet. Ling Xiao faintly smiled. With a wave of his hand, that person lost all signs of life. From the beginning to the end, only a dozen seconds had passed. That battle pet and the warrior guarding the herb garden simply didn't have time to react before they were already dead. With the 1,000-year flesh Ganoderma and 1,000-year fire serpent grass, I should be able to reach the peak of the 12th level of hell. Goldie might even be able to break through the 13th level of hell. When that happens, I won't have to hide anymore. I can just go to the capital city of the Qin Kingdom. Ling Xiao snorted. Of course, there was a reason for people to be cautious. Because of the appearance of the warrior from the Heavenly Pool Mountain, Ling Xiao knew that he wasn't strong enough to force his way in. But once he made a breakthrough, things would be different. Eh? Ling Xiao put away the herb garden. He was about to leave when a ray of golden light shot up to the sky. He knew something was wrong. There must be a seal set up in the herb garden. If anything was stolen, the alarm would be automatically raised. The moment the golden light shot up into the sky, Ling Xiao knew that it was impossible for him to leave this place in one piece. Damn it. I want to leave quietly, but you don't want to. If that's the case, I might as well wreak havoc in this forbidden place. I still have many places to visit. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. Since he had already been discovered, it was time to see who was more powerful. He tore through the air and began to frantically search for treasures within the untouchable lands. In any case, the moment the golden light flew up, the exit of the untouchable place had already been blocked, so he was in no hurry to leave. Although they didn't find any elixirs like the 1,000-year flesh spirit mushroom and the 1,000-year fire snake grass, there were still a lot of elixirs that were hundreds of years old. Ling Xiao unceremoniously accepted them all. Regardless of whether they were mature or not, once they were placed in the mountain river world, they would naturally mature faster. Along the way, they encountered many obstacles. Ling Xiao didn't show any mercy. He could tell that this untouchable place was the forbidden area of the royal family. Those who came here were all royalty. Back then, the people who had tried to kill him were also from the royal clan. The people who had killed his brother, Ling Yan, and his entire family were also from the royal clan. Why should he show mercy? If one came, he would kill one. If a pair came, he would kill both. In any case, the other party did not intend to let him off. Oh? An expert has finally arrived? Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks. A figure came from afar at an extremely fast speed. His aura was even stronger than the first general's. There were dozens of figures behind this person. They were all cultivators at the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm's 12th level of hell. There were a total of 64 people, all dressed in fiery red clothes. They instantly blocked all the directions Ling Xiao could escape in. Then, the strongest person stepped on the air and looked down at Ling Xiao. He asked arrogantly, "How dare you intrude into the royal family's forbidden area and kill members of the royal family? Who exactly are you? And who are you?" Ling Xiao retorted. "How dare you, thief? Don't you even know Elder Hua? Why aren't you surrendering when you see Elder Hua?" The cultivator in fiery red clothes shouted sternly. "Elder Hua? Oh, I remember now. He's one of the 5 old men behind the Qin nation's royal family. I wanted to kill you all. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me. Just nice." Ling Xiao grinned and released his boundary martial soul. He did not want anyone here to escape and report this. These people were quite strong. He could not kill them all instantly. It would take some time. What arrogance. You're only at the second revolution of the Yin-Yang realm's 12th level of hell. How dare you say that you can kill me? Elder Hua sneered. You'll know if I'm arrogant after you try. Ling Zhao's body released a dense demonic aura. He did not use the demon dragon sword or any other sword. No matter which sword he used, his true identity would be exposed. Fortunately, he could already condense his aura into a sword when he was in the White Tiger continent. Demon, you're actually so arrogant. However, since you've met me today, it's your end. Elder Hua shouted coldly. He also did not use a weapon. Scarlet flames suddenly burned on his hands. Not only that, but there were also 12 strange black flames dancing around his body like lotus flowers. Every flame lotus emitted a terrifying aura of death. This Elder Hua is really something. He's much stronger than Elder Kong. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. He did not understand. Many of the members of the royal family in the untouchable place were much stronger than Elder Kong. How did that guy become one of the 5 elders? In fact, there was a reason for that. Elder Kong had been injured by Chenbai in the past. Therefore, his cultivation had regressed and never improved. However, considering his seniority and achievements, his position as one of the 5 elders had never been revoked. This is a strange flame? Ling Xiao said with a frown. That's right. There are 5 types of flames: ordinary flame, demonic flame, strange flame, immortal flame, and divine flame. Ordinary people can't control the immortal flame and divine flame, let alone use them in battle. Unless they have a matching martial soul. Therefore, strange flames are the strongest flames that can be used in battle. Are you afraid now? Elder Hua sneered. He was not speaking nonsense. With this strange flame, Elder Hua's combat strength was definitely top-notch among cultivators of the same cultivation. Being able to control the strange flame was already admirable and terrifying. However, why would Ling Xiao be afraid of a mere strange flame? Elder Hua said that ordinary people could not control the immortal flame and divine flame. Unless they had a matching martial soul. And Ling Xiao was the special person that Elder Hua mentioned. However, using the divine flame to deal with Elder Hua was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Ling Xiao decided to take it easy. Not only could he not expose his identity in the Black Tortoise continent, but he also could not expose his identity in the White Tiger continent. Once he was exposed, he could only silence him. So what if you have a strange flame? I've seen people with divine flame martial souls. Don't show off in front of me. As Ling Xiao spoke, he was also observing his opponent. Although his opponent wasn't strong, he didn't like to underestimate his opponent. Just like how a lion would use its full strength to hunt a rabbit, he didn't want to fail miserably because he underestimated his opponent. After all, there were too many examples to mention. Many of his opponents had died at his hands in this way. In any case, he wasn't in a hurry. With his barrier martial spirit, if he didn't want to, he wouldn't be able to release any aura. Take my move first. Ling Xiao's figure suddenly flashed as he raised his right hand. The dark element condensed on his right hand. When he arrived in front of Elder Hua, an elemental sword condensed from internal energy and elements had already condensed on his right hand. Bastard, don't blame me if you want to die. Elder Hua didn't expect that someone would break into the forbidden area of the Qin country's royal family and dare to attack him even after knowing his identity. He was really curious as to who this silver-masked and murderous fellow was. However, even if he asked, his opponent wouldn't answer him. Since that was the case, he would kill his opponent and take off his mask. Then, he would know his opponent's identity. Thinking of this, Elder Hua didn't plan to hold back. Suddenly, a lion covered in flames appeared behind him. The blazing lion martial spirit. This guy was obviously a member of the Qin country's royal family, but he didn't possess a lightning martial spirit. It seemed like he had undergone martial spirit surgery and seized someone else's martial spirit. However, this blazing lion martial spirit was very suitable for him to display the might of his mysterious flames. The instant Elder Hua released his martial spirit, the elemental sword in Ling Xiao's hand had already pierced towards his throat. There wasn't anything fancy about it. It was just an ordinary sword, but it emitted an extremely evil and powerful aura. It even made Elder Hua feel as if a devil had appeared in front of him. He retreated a few feet. Then, he shouted, "Bastard, your strength isn't bad. However, do you think that you can do anything to me?" Facing Ling Xiao's elemental sword, the mysterious flame lotus floating around him actually condensed and turned into an even bigger lotus flower, blocking in front of him. Clang! The elemental sword pierced the huge lotus flower, but it couldn't move an inch further. Furthermore, the elemental sword was also shattered by the blazing flames. A mere elemental sword and you dare to show it off? You don't take me seriously at all. Now, it's your turn to die. After blocking Ling Xiao's attack, Elder Hua did not stop attacking. A terrifying aura erupted. The blazing lion martial spirit behind him roared. The firelight actually merged into his hands. Red flame lion awakening fist. Kill. The roar of a lion came from the void. Above Elder Hua's hands, the raging flames condensed into the shape of a scarlet flame lion. It pounced ferociously at Ling Xiao. Die. I don't care who you are. Since you dared to barge into the Qin nation's royal family's forbidden grounds, you can forget about living. Elder Hua, who was originally nervous, relaxed at this moment. To be honest, when he first sensed the extremely terrifying devil qi on Ling Xiao's body, he thought that he had encountered an incredible expert. However, after this round of attack and defense, he was completely at ease. Although his opponent was stronger than an ordinary cultivator in the later stages of the 12th layer of hell, he still had no chance of winning against him. This red flame lion awakening fist could take his opponent's life. However, all of this was just his wishful thinking. Boom! Elder Hua, who was charging at Ling Xiao, suddenly experienced a violent explosion. The old man's clothes were torn and his hair was disheveled. His body even emitted a charred smell. He was battered and exhausted. His attack naturally came to an abrupt end. Earth Demon Secret Technique's 3rd layer, timed explosion. This technique is really useful. As long as I can touch my opponent, I can set up an elemental bomb. Ling Xiao smiled as he stood more than 10 meters away. Looking at the battered Elder Hua, he was very satisfied with the effect of this attack. Elder Hua was completely confused by the explosion. He had focused all his attention on the attack and did not focus on defense. That was why he was hit. Not only was he battered, but he was also injured. After swallowing a healing pill, Elder Hua looked at Ling Xiao in horror. The masked man in front of him was even more terrifying than he had imagined. The fear that had already subsided once again attacked his entire body. Do you really want to know my identity? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Of course. Elder Hua changed his clothes and even put on a defensive treasure armor that he had not used for a long time. That explosion just now had really given him quite a fright. Fortunately, Ling Xiao did not follow up with another attack. Otherwise, he would have been severely injured even if he did not die. Let me make it clear. If you know my true identity, all of you here will die. If you don't know, then you can die alone. Ling Xiao smiled. What arrogance. Do you really think that you can kill all of us by yourself? Although Elder Hua was slightly afraid of Ling Xiao, he did not believe that he and the other 100 Yin-Yang realm experts at the 12th level of hell would be killed by Ling Xiao. It's easy to kill all of you. Ling Xiao said indifferently, if I wasn't curious and wanted to see the power of your heavenly flame, I would have killed you. Just now. Arrogant. Yes, too arrogant. Elder Hua, let's work together to kill this bastard. After all, everyone has the right to kill a bastard like him. Kill him. There's no need to care about the rules. The 100 Yin-Yang realm cultivators began to shout loudly. Bastard, did you hear that? This is what they are shouting. Since you are so confident that you can kill all of us, then what's wrong with revealing your true identity? Elder Hua sneered, I'm afraid that you don't have the guts, right? Do you all want to die? Fine, I don't want you to die without knowing who killed you. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and took off his silver mask. At the same time, he changed back to his original appearance. Your face is so familiar. Elder Hua did not recognize Ling Xiao immediately. It was no wonder that he did not care about such an insignificant person in the past. Elder Hua, this fellow is Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao. That Ling Xiao who killed Elder Kong and hundreds of thousands of our Qin nation's soldiers? Elder Hua was shocked. He had seen Ling Xiao's portrait before, but this was his first time seeing him in person. Ling Xiao was much younger than Elder Hua had imagined. In fact, there was even a hint of immaturity on his face. That's right. It's that Ling Xiao. He killed the 8th prince, the 2nd prince, the 12th prince, and the 11th prince. It's really hard to imagine that a brat like you could turn our Qin nation's royal family upside down. The veins on Elder Hua's face bulged as his body trembled. It was not fear but anger. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm not the legendary god with 3 heads and 6 arms. I'm just an insignificant person. Ling Xiao chuckled. He then waved his hand and the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword appeared in his hand. The elemental sword was ultimately useless. At this stage, a sharp weapon was still a great help to his strength. Blood Thunder Imperial Sword. You're really Ling Xiao. Seeing the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword in Ling Xiao's hand, Elder Hua's suspicions completely disappeared. They gave the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword to Xianxia and it was taken away by Ling Xiao. Who else could the person in front of him be but Ling Xiao? I've already said that I'm Ling Xiao. What's there to be suspicious about? Ling Xiao held the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword and his aura was clearly stronger. The Blood Red Sword Martial Soul appeared behind him and there were even blood thunders jumping on the sword. I've heard that you've obtained the 4 supreme martial arts of the dragon cult. However, I've only seen the demonic dragon phantom body technique. You should have learned the other 3, right? Elder Hua's eyes became extremely sharp. Originally, he wanted to kill Ling Xiao one-on-one. However, it seemed like there was no need for that now. Or rather, he didn't have the confidence. He might as well attack together with the 100 martial artists. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao and take back the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword, it didn't matter how he killed him. After all, this was the forbidden area of the royal family and no one would know what was going on. You're not qualified to make me use all 4 supreme martial arts. Ling Xiao shook his head and said indifferently. How dare you look down on me, Ling Xiao, you shouldn't have appeared in this forbidden area, no matter what kind of supreme martial arts you have, your cultivation is only at the later stage of the 12th level of hell. You're not my match, your wrong choice will cost you your life, you should regret meeting this old man. Like this, your plan for revenge will completely fail. Elder Hua sneered in disdain. Alright, stop blabbering. If you can kill me, just do it. I've seen a lot of people like you who only know how to talk. Back in the demonic dragon city, the first general had been just as arrogant, but what had happened in the end? Didn't you still die under my sword? Ling Xiao impatiently waved his hand and said, next, I should also fulfill my promise. Since my identity has been exposed, all of you can forget about living. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao suddenly landed on the ground. Immediately, a series of terrifying explosions erupted in the surroundings. In an instant, only 80-odd martial art practitioners from the first transition 12 levels of hell were left. The martial artists who were only at the early stage of cultivation were directly killed by the explosion. What? Seeing this scene, Elder Hua's expression became even more serious. Ling Xiao's might was really too unexpected. Just one move and more than a dozen people died. Could these people really join hands and kill Ling Xiao? At that moment, even Elder Hua's heart fell from the clouds into the abyss. Ling Xiao's cultivation was indeed inferior to his, but the fighting strength he displayed was definitely stronger than his. Moreover, this kid had not even used his full strength. How terrifying was this guy? Everyone, put on your defensive armor. Don't be stingy with your spirit stones. Elder Hua roared, then looked at Ling Xiao and said, I admit that you're very strong, but our Qin country's royal family is rich, I can't beat you, so I'll use my money to crush you. The defensive armors that these people were wearing were all divine-grade spirit artifact armors. If they were not stingy with their spirit stones and continued to provide energy to their defensive armor, then even a divine-grade spirit artifact would not be able to hurt them. As for ordinary Emperor artifacts, the damage they could cause to them was also very limited. This was the terrifying aspect of defensive armor. This was the reason why defensive artifacts were always several times or even dozens of times more expensive than offensive artifacts in the mystic world. Even if Ling Xiao was very strong and could injure them, with the protection of their defensive armor, the damage would be minimized. This is really giving me a headache. Ling Xiao said with a frown. Ha ha ha, you're at your wit's end. Everyone, go. Even if we have to exhaust him, we have to exhaust him to death. Elder Hua laughed crazily. He thought that Ling Xiao was at his wit's end. Yes. A group of people charged at Ling Xiao. Their eyes were filled with anger and hatred. They wanted to avenge their dead companions and tear Ling Xiao into pieces. Facing the enemies charging at him, Ling Xiao sneered and instantly transformed into his 9-snake general form. 9-snake poison domain. It had been a long time since he used this special ability. The 9 snake heads released 9 different poisons that spread throughout the entire space. Perhaps it was because Ling Xiao's cultivation had increased, but the power of this special ability had also become stronger. The poison was more ferocious, the concentration of the poison gas was also higher. As the nine-snake poison domain was unleashed, the expressions of the 80-odd martial artists abruptly changed. Some of them had turned purple and died on the spot. Some of them were foaming at the mouth. Some of them were twitching and spasming. Some of them even let out miserable shrieks. The defensive armor can block my sword, but it can't block my poison. Elder Hua, what else do you have to say now? Ling Xiao stood there with the Blood Thunder Imperial sword in his hand. He looked at Elder Hua, who was standing in the air, with contempt and said with a smile. Elder Hua had the heavenly flame protecting his body, so the poison gas couldn't get close to him. However, the others couldn't. In just a moment, more than 40 of the 80 cultivators had died. The rest were also poisoned. If they couldn't expel the poison from their bodies in time, they wouldn't be able to survive. This nine-snake poison domain's lethality towards martial artists whose cultivation was lower than his was truly terrifying enough. Even if their cultivation was higher than his, they would still be poisoned if they weren't on guard. Why were so many top experts in the history of the mystic world killed by others? In fact, most of them were destroyed by the poison. Damn it. No wonder people say that your strength has surpassed Qinbai. It seems like it's true. Even Qinbai would have a headache when facing so many defensive armors, but you easily neutralized them. You're simply too terrifying. Today, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will definitely kill you. Otherwise, I'll be raising a tiger and inviting calamity if I keep you alive. The flames of the blazing lion behind Elder Hua burned even more fiercely. As he stood there, he was like a small sun, hot and bright. He knew that he had to kill Ling Xiao as soon as possible. Otherwise, those who were poisoned would all die. This time, he had brought almost all the cultivators in the First Revolution Yin-Yang realm in the untouchable place. Only a few experts were still cultivating, so he didn't disturb them. If all of them died here, even if he was still alive, he wouldn't be able to face his 3 brothers. I'll kill you. Elder Hua roared and released his aura without any regard for his life. Under Elder Hua's control, the 12 strange flame lotuses spread out again and pounced towards Ling Xiao at an extremely fast speed. Even if he had to give up these strange flames and his own life, he would still kill Ling Xiao, this demon. Strange flame lotuses, bloom endlessly, destroy the heavens and earth. The strange flames crisscrossed. Between heaven and earth, there were only blazing flames constantly erupting. The 12 lotuses carried the power of heaven and earth as they pounced towards Ling Xiao, wanting to turn Ling Xiao into ashes. This attack is indeed powerful. It's even more terrifying than the first general's strongest attack. It seems like there is a huge difference in combat strength even with the same level of cultivation. This strange flame really gave Elder Hua an extremely powerful combat strength. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at the 12 strange flame lotuses indifferently. He had no intention of dodging. Although this attack was indeed very powerful. That depended on who it was facing. Perhaps even Qinbai would choose to dodge when faced with such an attack and not meet it head-on. However, Ling Xiao was different. He always liked to meet force with force, unless the opponent was strong enough to kill him. The current him was not afraid of Elder Hua at all. Whether it was inner strength, body, or other aspects, he was stronger than Elder Hua. Seeing that you're about to die, why don't I let you see something fun before you die? Suddenly, 9 demon dragon sun swords appeared around Ling Xiao's body. They emitted a terrifying demonic aura. Seeing this scene, Elder Hua's body trembled. Impossible. This is impossible. You actually have 9 of the legendary 9 demon dragon swords. Elder Hua was terrified. The 9 demon dragon swords were divine weapons that could compete with the king's sword, the most precious treasure of the Qin kingdom. There were a total of 10 king's swords, the same number as the 9 demon dragon swords. However, the 9 demon dragon swords emitted a ferocious demonic aura. As for the king's sword, it emitted a righteous aura. In terms of quality, the 2 swords were almost the same. Even Xianxia could only use a single king's sub-sword. How could Ling Xiao use 9 sub-swords at once? Could it be that his talent was much greater than that of the 14th prince, Xianxia? Surprised, right? Ling Xiao smiled. With a wave of his hand, 9 demon dragon sun swords flew out. It collided with the alien flame lotus in the void. Terrifying explosions continued to ring out. The 9 demon dragon's sun swords were in perfect condition. However, 9 of the 12 lotus flowers of deviant flames were missing. Seeing this scene, the terrified Elder Hua hurriedly withdrew the remaining 3 exotic flame lotuses. He was extremely clear that the deviant flame lotus flower was no match for Mo Longzi's sword. Elder Hua, do you understand now? The reason why I, Ling Xiao, returned to Thunder City was because I was confident that I could capture all of you old fellows in one fell swoop. Back then, you guys chased me so hard. If I didn't have the 10 terminal formation, and if I wasn't lucky enough to be considered powerful, I'm afraid I wouldn't be the only one left. Even my companions and relatives would have died under your butcher's knife. Now, you can regret it to your heart's content. I'm not afraid to tell you that I've come for revenge this time. The armies of the 8 Immortal City and Demon Dragon City are also ready to set out. As long as I eliminate the experts of your Qin country's royal family, they'll send their troops to Thunder City. At that time, your Qin country's royal family will completely disappear from this world. After destroying the deviant flame lotus, Ling Xiao didn't follow up with another attack. Everything was under his control. He wanted Elder Hua to die in fear and regret. Kill you. Kill you. I'll definitely kill you, demon. Elder Hua could imagine the terrifying consequences. He was incomparably panicked and worried. If Ling Xiao didn't die today, then what would happen next might really be what Ling Xiao expected. No, he couldn't agree to it. You're the one who forced me to use the forbidden technique, Deviant Flame Lotus, Scarlet Lion, Fuse. Elder Hua was very clear that once he fused with the Deviant Flame Lotus, he'd definitely die after this battle. However, it could increase his combat strength by dozens of times in a short period of time. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao, he didn't care anymore. If he had to die, then so be it. He had to get rid of this demon for the Qin country's royal family. A terrifyingly hot aura exploded in the air. Elder Hua's body underwent a terrifying transformation. As he underwent this transformation, he seemed to be enduring immense pain as he constantly roared. Interesting. I like it even more now that you can become stronger. Ling Xiao excitedly looked at Elder Hua, who was undergoing a transformation, but he didn't rush to attack. It was always exciting to fight against a strong opponent. Furthermore, he wasn't particularly satisfied with his current cultivation. He definitely had to continue improving it. Fire God. As Elder Hua roared, his body finally completed its transformation. The powerful aura was dozens of times stronger than before. The blazing temperature actually dispersed the poisonous fog on the battlefield. Elder Hua's body was wrapped in a strange black deviant flame. His entire body seemed to have fused with the deviant flame. Although his body didn't grow larger, the pressure he gave off had clearly increased. TSK. You're really strong. Looks like I really have to use the demonic dragon possession. Ling Xiao deactivated the 9-snake general beast soul transformation and entered the Tyrannosaurus blood demonic dragon beast soul transformation state. Immediately after, he used the 3rd level of the demonic dragon possession. 5 demonic dragons entered his body. His strength erupted once again. What? Not only did you learn the demonic dragon phantom, but you also learned the demonic dragon possession. You've only joined the dragon cult for less than 2 months. How did you do it? Elder Hua transformed into the fire god. He originally thought that he could completely suppress Ling Xiao in terms of aura. However, after Ling Xiao used the demonic dragon possession, his aura was almost on par with Elder Hua's again. Although he was still slightly weaker than Elder Hua, the gap wasn't as big as before. There's more that will surprise you. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and put away the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword. The demonic dragon primordial sword appeared in his hand. 9 Suns demonic dragon sword. You actually got all 10 of them. This is simply inconceivable. If it wasn't for the influence of the heavenly flame, Elder Hua's expression would have been very ugly. Never in his dreams did he expect that Ling Xiao would have the complete 9 Suns demonic dragon sword. How could Chen Sanxiong compete with him? He felt that if he transformed into the fire god, as long as he could kill Ling Xiao, his death would be worth it. Let's fight. At this moment, fear was unavoidable. However, Elder Hua couldn't run away. Therefore, he could only fight. Above his hands, a ball of black flames condensed and turned into a black lion. Today, I'll let you have a taste of my strongest martial skill. You just got the Nine Suns demonic dragon sword. It's impossible for you to use it skillfully. Elder Hua was still comforting himself. Roar. The lion condensed from the heavenly flame let out an earth-shattering roar. Fire God, heavenly flame lion, die, Ling Xiao. As Elder Hua roared, the heavenly flame lion in his hand wrapped around his entire body. Then, he took a step forward in the air. His body shot out like a bolt of lightning as he pounced towards Ling Xiao. In an instant, the air within the spirit barrier seemed to be burning. The entire place was filled with a burnt smell. This guy, is he trying to kill himself? When Ling Xiao saw Elder Hua's attack, he understood what was going on. He could have dodged and watched Elder Hua die on his own. However, that would have been meaningless. Such a powerful attack would have greatly stimulated the potential in his body. His cultivation would have increased by at least 10%. This power is at least at the level of a lower-tier martial skill of the immortal grade 4th heaven. Interesting. In order to let you die a quick death, I'll use my strongest move to respond to you. Ling Xiao smiled. He pointed the demon dragon sword at Elder Hua. Black demonic chi quickly condensed and twined around the demon dragon sword. A demonic immortal walked out from the sword. In an instant, the black demonic chi occupied half of the space. Half of the spirit barrier was black, while the other half was still black. However, Ling Xiao's side was filled with a cold and cruel aura. On the other side, it was blazing hot. True demonic immortal sword shadow. Kill. Ling Xiao roared and released his move. The terrifying sword chi instantly pierced through tens of meters and charged towards the ferocious heavenly flame lion. The demonic immortal sword shadow was originally a martial skill of the immortal grade 3rd heaven. However, with the support of the demon dragon sword, it could now unleash the power of a martial skill of the immortal grade 4th heaven. Although it was still slightly weaker than Elder Hua's desperate attack. Boom, the two attacks collided within the spirit barrier, causing a terrifying explosion. The entire spirit barrier was filled with the two types of energy. The pitiful martial artists who were trapped inside all died because of the terrifying impact. They were already poisoned and did not have the ability to resist such a terrifying attack. It was reasonable for them to be killed. However, such a change did not cause Elder Hua to hesitate. He had already decided to perish together with Ling Xiao, so he wouldn't have any other thoughts. Because that would only make his attacks more vulnerable. The stalemate lasted for a moment. The demon immortal was torn to pieces by the deviant flame lion. Then, the remaining power of the lion slammed into Ling Xiao's body. Ha ha ha, die, Ling Xiao. Elder Hua knew that even though he was going to die, he had still won. However, in the next moment, his laughter stopped abruptly. The deviant fire that hit Ling Xiao's body was actually absorbed by Ling Xiao's body. Moreover, he could clearly feel that Ling Xiao seemed to have become much stronger because of his collision this time. It seemed to be 4 or 5 times stronger. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Ling Xiao put away the demon dragon sword and grabbed Elder Hua's neck. He sneered and said, "Although I was slightly injured, it was worth it. I have to thank you for your powerful attack. It allowed my cultivation to increase by 10%. I'm closer to the peak of the Yin-Yang realm's 12th level of hell." At this moment, Elder Hua was trying to detonate the remaining deviant fire to kill Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao's hand seemed to have a magical power that prevented him from using his internal energy. Useless old thing, no matter what you do now, it's useless. I've said before that after knowing my true identity, none of you will be able to live. However, you didn't listen. Now, do you understand that I wasn't scaring you? As Ling Xiao spoke, he suddenly released a terrifying force from his hand and destroyed all the meridians in Elder Hua's body. Then, he threw Elder Hua to the ground. Elder Hua lay there limply, unable to do anything. He couldn't even commit suicide. He looked at Ling Xiao in horror. His heart was filled with confusion, and regret. Back then, when the Thunder Emperor reported about Ling Xiao, the 5 elders didn't take it seriously at all. They felt that with Chen Sanxiong taking action, wouldn't Ling Xiao be easily captured. However, the young man that they looked down on was now so powerful that he could completely suppress him. Facing this young man, he couldn't even commit suicide. This was a great humiliation, and this humiliation was only the beginning. He was afraid that this ferocious beast would do something terrible after killing him. The Thunder Emperor, Chen Sanxiong, and his 3 elder brothers. He really wanted to warn them. There was a bloodthirsty beast staring at them in the dark, wanting to devour them and destroy them. With Ling Xiao's current strength, was there really anyone in the entire Chen nation who could stop him? The Thunder Emperor, Chen Sanxiong, or the remaining 3 elders? They didn't seem confident. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Elder Hua exploded with a sense of helplessness and despair that he had never felt before. Let me tell you a piece of good news. I'm a rather benevolent person. If the Qin nation's royal family didn't casually attack me, I might not have to kill them. Ling Xiao suddenly smiled. However, these words didn't make Elder Hua feel at ease. Elder Hua knew that the Qin nation's royal family wouldn't let Ling Xiao go. Those people were vicious and merciless. They liked to eliminate the source of trouble, not to mention a huge threat like Ling Xiao. They would definitely do their best to eliminate him. Goodbye. Ling Xiao pointed his finger and sent Elder Hua to the Western Paradise. Then, he withdrew his martial soul. There didn't seem to be anything special in this untouchable place. It was time for him to leave. It was best to take advantage of the fact that he hadn't been discovered by stronger opponents. In any case, he had already obtained the 1,000-year-old flesh lingji mushroom and the 1,000-year-old fire serpent grass. In addition, he also had the strange beast talisman that had fused with the soul of the undying god. He had also collected more than 100 sets of defensive treasured armor from this group of fellows. If his soldiers were to wear these things, their chances of dying would be greatly reduced. It would be a waste not to take them. Such a harvest already made Ling Xiao very satisfied. He wasn't a greedy person. As he thought about this, he turned around and headed out of the untouchable place. After exiting the untouchable place, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks. This was because he discovered that the situation outside had undergone a strange change. Reality and illusion seemed to have merged together, forming a strange giant illusory array. Master, what do you think? Ling Xiao asked the Yuan Venerate after waking him up. I'm afraid this is an emergency strategy formulated by the Qin nation's royal family. Once a crisis occurs in the untouchable place, the area outside will activate the illusion array to prevent the intruder from escaping smoothly. The Yuan Venerate analyzed. This illusion array seems very formidable. Master, are you confident that you can break it? Ling Xiao asked. You can break it yourself. Why do you need me to break it? The Yuan Venerate didn't understand. He had already imparted all his knowledge about array formations to Ling Xiao. I want to go down and take a look. Isn't this place inhabited by Yuanling people? The last time I came here, I was almost killed by the giant of the Fortress of Trees. Later, Chen Sanxiong fought with the giant of the Fortress of Trees and was lucky enough to obtain a life essence, which helped me greatly in improving my cultivation. The giant of the Fortress of Trees had 10 life essences, so I want the remaining 9 as well. Given my current strength, won't I be able to do whatever I want here? Ling Xiao chuckled as he spoke. I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. Alright, go and find the giant of the Fortress of Trees. I will help you break the illusion array. The Yuan Venerate replied. Thank you, Master. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he walked in the direction in his memory. Although there was an illusory formation, the place occupied by the Metaspirit race had no illusory formations, so it should be relatively easy to find. He was only going there for the life essences and had no intention of fighting with Yuanling. However, if those fellows didn't know what was good for them, then they shouldn't blame him for being impolite. Back then, Yuanling had started a war and almost killed his friends. He could let go of this grudge. However, if the other party didn't know what was good for them, then he wouldn't mind taking revenge. Eh? There seems to be someone over there. As Ling Xiao was walking, he suddenly saw a few figures not far away. He didn't know if they were disciples of the Arcana Academy or Yuanling martialists, But he still decided to go over and take a look. After all, given his current strength, there was probably no one in Yuanling who was a match for him, so he wasn't afraid at all. A moment later, he appeared in front of those people. There were 6 of them. 4 men and 2 women. One of the women was dressed luxuriously and had an air of nobility about her. She probably had a high status. The other woman was holding a short knife and was very alert. She was clearly this lady's personal bodyguard. As for the 4 men, they were all wearing Yuanling clothes and had Yuanling decorations on their bodies. Needless to say, these 6 fellows who looked like humans were definitely Yuanling martialists. Ling Zhao's appearance shocked the 6 of them. After all, this was Yuanling territory. Ling Xiao was clearly a human being, so he could only be a student of the Arcana Academy. They were enemies. Don't worry, I'm just passing by. Ling Xiao looked at the 6 people and said indifferently, "Excuse me, where is the tree fortress?" The noble and pretty girl hurriedly said, "So you're looking for the tree fortress giant? He's here, your highness." Before the girl could finish her sentence, she was stopped by a female guard. "We don't know where this person came from, and he's most likely our enemy. He must be up to no good if he's looking for the tree giants." After saying that, the female guard looked at Ling Xiao warily and even pulled out her dagger. Ling Xiao smiled contemptuously and said, "You're right. I'm looking for the tree fortress giant for his life essence. After all, he can regenerate his life essence after losing it. It'll just take some time. Don't even think about it. The life essence is a reward for the great Yuanling warriors. Who do you think you are? How dare you covet such a treasure?" A male warrior roared at Ling Xiao. Haha. Ling Xiao smiled and turned to leave. It was normal for others to refuse to give him something he wanted. Therefore, he planned to get it himself. This was the compensation the Yuanling gave him. "Wait a minute." The girl called Princess shouted, "I can feel that you're not a bad person." "I'm Leah, what's your name? If you really just want the life essence, I can help you, but you'll need to buy it with spirit stones from the outside world." "I'm Ling Xiao." Ling Xiao didn't hide his name from this naive girl. "Can I really buy the life essence with spirit stones?" Ling Xiao asked. "Of course you can. In fact, we have a lot of life essence in stock. We can't use it all. What we lack is spirit stones. If you have a lot of spirit stones, I'll definitely ask my father to trade with you." Leah nodded. "So, the Chen Kingdom's royal family also made a deal with you?" Ling Xiao asked. "Humph, those shameless guys took the life essence but weren't willing to pay spirit stones. We have nothing to say to them." Leah clenched her fists and said angrily. "The Chen Kingdom's royal family is indeed shameless." Ling Xiao nodded. He completely agreed with this point. "Aren't you a disciple of the Arcana Academy? Then you are really bold, daring to break into their secret plane." Leah looked at Ling Xiao with admiration. "It's nothing. I sneaked in and didn't meet anyone." Ling Xiao said lightly. "Princess Leah, this guy doesn't look like a rich person at first glance. Moreover, he sneaked in. Aren't you afraid that he will steal our life essence?" A warrior said. "UPA, how can you suspect people so casually?" Leah said with some annoyance. This little girl is still too naive. However, when it came to money, Ling Xiao was probably the richest person in the state of Chen. He just killed so many experts of the Chen Kingdom's royal family and seized a large number of spirit stones. Ling Xiao took out a storage ring and released the spirit stones. At that moment, UPA's eyes widened. This must be hundreds of millions of low-grade spirit stones, right? Leah was also surprised. One life essence is only 1 million low-grade spirit stones. How much can you buy? Hehe, if possible, I'll buy as much as you have. Generally speaking, a warrior using 3 life essences would have no effect. But Ling Xiao is different. He can store the energy of the life essence in his cells. In future battles, when he encounters a strong enemy and is injured, the energy of the life essence will be automatically released. Not only can it help him increase his recovery speed, but it can also help him break through his cultivation. So he wants as much life essence as he can. His body was now a huge warehouse that could store unlimited amounts of energy. Ling Xiao put away the spirit stones again and was about to return to their tribe with Leah and the others. Suddenly, the sound of a group of beasts trampling on the ground came from afar. Rumble. The earth shook violently. It sounded like there were a lot of people coming. This sound attracted Ling Xiao's attention. He looked up and found that there were at least hundreds of Arcana Academy disciples riding black tortoise battle beasts rushing over. The leader looked very powerful, but he was also very young. He should be a genius of the Arcana Academy. He hurriedly put on the silver mask, although these people were nothing to him. But at this moment, he was more concerned about the life essence. He didn't want to make too much noise here and attract more enemies. Damn it, it's the lackeys of the Arcana Academy. Let's go. Although Leah was naive, she was not stupid. The Arcana Academy and the Yuanling had fought more than once. Now that they had met, it was naturally impossible for them to reconcile easily. However, the other party was too fast. In addition, it seemed that they had deliberately surrounded them. As they approached, more than 100 people divided into 4 groups and surrounded them from different directions. Oh no! Leah's expression was very ugly. She usually did not come out. She basically cultivated under the protection of the Tree Fortress giants. This was the first time she came out, and she had encountered such trouble. It seemed that the other party had come prepared. The disciples of the Arcana Academy looked at Leah and the others with obvious mockery. It was as if they were toying with them, not really wanting to kill them. Especially the young man in the lead. He was dressed in bright silver armor and looked very valiant. However, his gaze was fixed on Leah. He seemed to be smiling, and there was even a hint of manly desire in his eyes. Leah felt uncomfortable under his gaze, and her expression was very ugly. Not only were there many people in this group, but they were also very powerful. The few of them were definitely no match for them. Your Highness, the first prince of the Qin Kingdom, the Yuanling, and the royal family of the Qin Kingdom have been at peace for several months. We have signed a truce agreement to not invade each other. I hope that Your Highness can allow me to return to the Yuanling tribe. Leah looked very frightened and worried. There was one thing that Ling Xiao probably didn't know, and that was that the Yuan spirit war he had encountered was already the last one. After that incident, the 5 elders of the Qin Kingdom suddenly appeared in the Yuanling tribe. With their powerful strength, they forced the Yuanling tribe to submit to the royal family of the Qin Kingdom. Then, they were given a small place to live. However, the life essence they produced, the monster cores they hunted, and the large amount of medicinal herbs they cultivated all belonged to the royal family of the Qin Kingdom. More importantly, once the imperial mystic realm was threatened by invaders, the Yuanling tribe had to help the royal family of the Qin Kingdom fight. In other words, the Yuanling tribe had long lost its freedom. It was just a dog raised by the royal family of the Qin Kingdom. However, this dog was not tamed yet. Even so, the people of Yuanling were no longer willing to be enemies with the students of Arcana Academy. He was especially unwilling to make an enemy of the Qin Kingdom's royal family. However, this leading cultivator was the Qin nation's first prince. It was rumored that this person had once been appointed as the crown prince, but because of his lust for women, he committed a great taboo and was eventually deposed. But even if he was stripped of his position as the crown prince, he was still a prince and a member of the royal family. Moreover, his lustful nature had not changed at all. Of course this prince knows that you're Yuanling's Princess Leah. Otherwise, I wouldn't be looking for you. Yuanling used to be awesome, but what happened now? You're just like a grandson, so useless. The first prince sneered. Haha, the martial artists beside him all roared with laughter. Ladies and gentlemen, do you think my identity as the first prince is good enough for this princess of the Metaspirit race? The first prince suddenly asked. First prince, you really know how to joke. How can these natives be worthy of you, first prince? That's right. First prince, if you like, you can capture this woman and bring her back. First prince, when you're tired of playing with her, you can reward her to our brothers. It was obvious that the first prince's character was really unbearable. Not only did he like to harm women, but he also didn't treat women as humans at all. Once he was tired of playing with them, he gave them to his subordinates. This kind of behavior was simply outrageous. Hearing this, Li Ye's face turned pale. She was angry and unwilling, but more than that, she was afraid. If the first prince really wanted to do this, she would have no choice but to be bullied by others. I beg you, first prince, please let our princess go. She's still young and doesn't know anything. How did she offend you? Please don't be angry. When we return to the tribe, we will find the best woman for you. The female guard beside Leah knelt down and pleaded in horror. You're not bad. Why don't you play with me first? The first prince looked at the female guard. Although her looks weren't as good as Leah's, her figure was top-notch because she practiced martial arts. Although Ling Xiao was wearing a silver mask, his expression didn't look too good. He didn't like to meddle in other people's business, but this first prince was really too shameless. If possible, he really wanted to end this guy with a sword. After all, he had a grudge with the Qin Kingdom's royal family. If you're willing to let the princess go, I'm willing to serve you, first prince. The female guard was really loyal to Leah. Ha ha ha, very good. I still have something to do today. Tomorrow, how about tomorrow? Wait in the tribe. I will personally go to Yuanling to propose marriage. Don't worry, I won't let you, the princess of Yuanling, suffer too much. The first prince laughed out loud. Although this guy was lustful, he wasn't a fool. He wanted Leah not only because she was beautiful, but more importantly, as long as he married Leah, Yuanling would be his. He would also have some advantages in the upcoming battle for the throne. Otherwise, how could he compete with Chen Sanxiong as a deposed heir? By the way, have you seen this person before? Suddenly, the first prince took out a portrait. It was Ling Xiao on the portrait. When Wu Pa saw the portrait, he was about to speak, but Leah stopped him. Leah didn't know that her unintentional action had saved her life and might even save the entire Yuanling. If Wu Pa revealed Ling Xiao's identity, then Ling Xiao would not only kill the first prince and his henchmen. The 6 people, including Leah, would also die. First prince, we haven't seen this person before. Leah replied. Remember, if you see this person, report immediately. Otherwise, Yuanling will be finished. The first prince snorted coldly, turned the head of the black tortoise, and headed into the distance. As it turned out, he was searching for Ling Xiao. It seemed that the Qin Kingdom's royal family already knew about what happened in the untouchable place and was sending people to search everywhere. Looking at the first prince and his group of warriors leaving, Leah collapsed to the ground. Although she had almost never left the extreme royal mystic realm, she had still heard of the first prince's reputation. She might as well die if she were to marry such a person. Princess, there's no time to lose. Let's return to the tribe and inform the chief. Perhaps there's a way to remedy this. The female guard stood up and supported Leah. Her expression was also very anxious. She didn't want her princess to fall into the devil's mouth, and she naturally didn't want to become the first prince's plaything. Think of a way? What else can we do? Our Yuanling can't leave the extreme royal mystic realm. The only way to avoid being married by the first prince is to prevent those people from entering the extreme royal mystic realm. Do you think that's possible? Leah was in complete despair now. Unless a miracle appeared, how could she avoid such a tragedy? If your highness believes me, I will stay in Yuanling for a few days. Not only will the first prince's evil plan fail, but your Yuanling will also be safe. Ling Xiao suddenly said, my only condition is that I will take away all the life essence of Yuanling for free. Although he had spirit stones, he didn't want to spend them casually. After all, setting up all kinds of formations required spirit stones. Your highness, don't believe that guy's words. Also, why didn't you let me say it just now? That guy is clearly someone the first prince is looking for. If we hand him over, the first prince might let us off. UPA said excitedly. UPA, you usually say that I'm naive. How come you've become more naive than me today? Do you really think that the eldest prince will let me off if he takes him away? Leah shook her head and said bitterly, that's impossible. Even if he captured Ling Xiao, he would still come after me. UPA closed his mouth. Although he was unwilling to admit it, it was the truth. He was, after all, an experienced warrior. He knew the nature of the Qin Kingdom's royal family too well. After a long time, he said, but no matter what, you can't trust this guy. If the Qin Kingdom's royal family finds out that we let him go to the Yuanling tribe, they will definitely be punished. That will definitely bring us a calamity. Leah looked at Ling Xiao helplessly and said, it seems that you are not from the Arcana Academy, nor are you from the Qin Kingdom's royal family. Otherwise, they wouldn't chase after you like that. Just leave. The Qin Kingdom's royal family is much more terrifying than you can imagine. You are definitely no match for them. There is no need to throw your life away for some life essence. She obviously didn't believe Ling Xiao's words. After all, Ling Xiao was too young. Who would believe that he was strong enough to resist the Qin Kingdom's royal army? So you're willing to become the first prince's plaything? Ling Xiao said indifferently, I know that first prince's character. Once he's tired of playing with you, he'll reward you to his subordinates. His subordinates are a group of wolves, worms, tigers, and leopards. In the end, you will be completely tortured to death. Of course I don't want to, but what can I do? I can't let Yuanling suffer because of me. I can't implicate you because of me. Leah shook her head, her face full of misery. Today, he wants you to marry him. Tomorrow, he might ask you to give him the tree fortress. The day after tomorrow, he might even ask all of Yuanling to become his slaves. Man's desire is the deepest gully. It can't be filled. You should know this best. Blindly compromising may be able to exchange for a temporary peace, but sooner or later, you will still suffer. Ling Xiao said indifferently, don't misunderstand. I'm helping you because you didn't betray me. Secondly, it's because I have a grudge against them. If they want to do something, I have to destroy it. Thirdly, I think you're a good girl. It's a pity that you're being trampled on by others. Do you really have the confidence to defeat that first prince? Leah was silent for a long time before she raised her head and asked. He's nothing. In front of me, he's not even comparable to a paramecium. Even if the Lightning Emperor comes personally, I can destroy him. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Braggart. Will you die if you don't brag? Princess Leah, don't believe this kid. He must have other plans. UPA said hurriedly. Then do you have any way to prevent me from marrying that beast? Leah looked at UPA and asked. I. Even if I, UPA, have to risk my life, I will protect your highness. UPA said loudly. Sigh. Leah sighed. She looked at Ling Xiao and said, all right, I believe you. Let's go to the Yuanling tribe together. It wasn't the first time Ling Xiao had come to the Yuanling tribe. It was just that the last time he came, he was still very weak. A mere tree fortress made him feel incomparably fearful, and he didn't even have the courage to resist. If he hadn't learned the Earth Elemental Golden Light technique at that time, he would probably have died here. Now that he had returned, his entire mentality had changed. From the mentality of a weakling to that of a powerhouse. The tree fortress was nothing in front of him. He could even destroy it with a flick of his finger. Your Highness, you're back. It was obvious that Princess Leah had sneaked out. Her return immediately attracted the attention of the people in the tribe. However, when they saw Ling Xiao, a stranger wearing a silver mask, they all became vigilant. Your Highness, this stranger has the aura of a human. Why is he here? The person who asked this question was naturally a stronger warrior in the Yuanling tribe. Ordinary warriors couldn't smell the human aura on Ling Xiao. Don't worry, this person is a friend. He came to the Yuanling tribe to make a deal. Leah explained. A deal? What deal? Suddenly, a dignified voice sounded. Ling Xiao looked up. It was a warrior at the peak of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. When he first entered the extreme royal mystic realm, a martial artist of this level was simply an invincible existence. However, he seemed so weak and pitiful today. Tribe leader. When the crowd saw this dignified middle-aged man, they all stepped aside to make a path. He is indeed the tribe leader of the Yuanling tribe. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so strong. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Father. When she saw the tribe leader, Leah hurriedly went up to him. She couldn't control the grievance in her heart and actually shed tears. A little girl was still a little girl. She was already like this after being frightened a little. If she really saw Ling Xiao killing everyone, wouldn't she be scared to death? My dear daughter, what happened? Who bullied you and made you feel so wronged? The leader of the Yuanling tribe leader's face darkened. He glanced at Ling Xiao intentionally or unintentionally. Tribe leader, we met His Highness the First Prince outside. Wu Pa suddenly stood up and said, it's His Highness the First Prince of the Qin Nation. He said that he wants to marry Her Highness and will come to propose tomorrow. What? Hearing this, the entire Yuanling tribe was enraged. Ling Xiao could sense that even though the martialists from the Metaspirit tribe had been suppressed by the might of the Qin Nation's 5 elders, they still weren't convinced. Especially now that His Highness the First Prince of the Qin Nation was bullying their princess. It was fine if the First Prince's character was upright, but he was also a lecher. If the princess were to marry him, wouldn't that be like a lamb entering a tiger's den? Tribe leader, let's fight it out with them. That's right, let's fight. We can't take this anymore. Very good. The people of Yuanling are all heroes. However, I, Yuan Mo, will not let you die for my daughter. The difference in strength is too great. There will only be one result if we fight head-on, and that is the destruction of Yuanling. Yuan Mo looked at Leah and asked, Leah, are you willing to sacrifice yourself for the sake of Yuanling's future? Leah shuddered when she heard this. She suddenly let go of her father's arm and retreated toward Ling Xiao. She was willing because her father was the person who loved her the most in the world. However, she had not expected her father to say such a thing. How could she endure this? Father, I'm not that great. I don't want to. Why should I sacrifice myself for the entire tribe? As a father, you actually want to push your daughter into a pit of fire. What right do you have to make me die for you? Leah's long-held beliefs crumbled. She had thought that her father was the greatest person in the world and that he was the only person she could rely on. Ever since her mother had been killed by the Qin Kingdom's royal family, the only person she could rely on was her father. However, now, her father actually wanted to push her into a pit of fire that she could never climb out of. Leah, you have to understand your father's painstaking efforts. The Metaspirit race is currently on the brink of destruction, yet you're sacrificing your own happiness in exchange for their survival. What a noble thing to do. You're my daughter, Yuan Mo. As my daughter, you should do this. Yuan Mo looked at Leah and sighed. It's said that even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. As a father, you are simply too disappointing. The mouth under the silver mask said disdainfully. Ling Xiao really could not stand it anymore. Leah could choose to sacrifice herself, but as her father, Yuan Mo really had no reason to. Let her sacrifice herself. Perhaps he was a great tribal leader, but he was definitely not a good father. Who are you? How dare you speak such nonsense in the Yuanling tribe? Yuan Mo looked coldly at Ling Xiao and asked. Father, he's not a bad person. He's my friend. He just wants to do business with our tribe. Oh, that's right. He also said that with him around, he would definitely be able to protect our tribe from the Qin Nation's royal family. Leah said hurriedly. Not a bad guy? Yuan Mo frowned. His daughter was really naive. Who in this world would write the word bad person on their face? Family head, this fellow seems to be wanted by the Qin country's royal family. Wu Pa stood out and said. Oh? Hearing this, Yuan Mo revealed a smile. Hee, brother, our tribe has been busy recently. If you want to do business with us, that's not a problem. But I'm afraid you'll have to stay in the tribe for a few days. Speaking up to here, Yuan Mo said to UPA, go arrange this Mister's residence. You must treat him with utmost care. Don't let anyone disturb him. These words sounded nice, but in fact, those who were a little smarter would be able to understand. This was not how a guest should be treated. This was clearly to put Ling Xiao under house arrest and then hand him over to the first prince to deal with. Ling Xiao could see the old man's intention at a glance, but he did not expose him. Anyway, he had already promised to help Leah. If he had to stay, so be it. Mr. Ling Xiao, have a good rest first. I'll go see you later. Leah was still naive. She did not understand the other meaning in her father's words. Ling Xiao, come with me. Wu Pa glanced at Ling Xiao with a hint of schadenfreude in his eyes. Ling Xiao did not say anything. He followed Wu Pa to a very nice treehouse. The treehouse was very spacious and comfortable, but the guards outside did not put him in a good mood. How laughable. You're actually monitoring me. If I, Ling Xiao, want to leave, even if all of your Yuanling people come out, you won't be able to stop me. Ling Xiao sneered. He did not have a good impression of this Yuanling family head, Yuan Mo. Originally, he did intend to protect Yuanling. But now, he only intended to protect Leah. Whether the others died or not had nothing to do with him. This Yuan Mo actually thought that by handing him over to the first prince, he could obtain the forgiveness of the first prince and the Chen kingdom's royal family. How laughable, it was simply stupid to not understand the situation. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao stepped out of the room, wanting to directly take the life essence. Since this old man was so heartless, he did not need to care about his previous promise. Stop. As soon as he stepped out of the room, he was stopped by 4 figures. These 4 people were clearly warriors carefully selected by the Yuanling. They were not weak. They were probably warriors second only to family head Yuan Mo. What, is this how your tribe treats guests? Ling Zhao's eyes shot out a vicious look. If they thought he was easy to bully, then this group of people was really blind. Go back. The family head has ordered that you are not to leave this room until tomorrow. One of the people's voice was extremely cold and even had a commanding tone. I'm not your prisoner. I can leave whenever I want. Can you stop me? Ling Xiao said coldly. Guest, don't make things difficult for us. This will make you safer. If you insist on leaving this room and get hurt, don't blame us. That person still said very rudely. What? Do you still want to make a move? Ling Xiao sneered. The family head has ordered that if the guest insists on leaving, we can do whatever we want, including using force to stop the guest. That person's face revealed a murderous expression, and a cold aura exuded from his body. With just you? Ling Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, and a bone-chilling killing intent appeared in his eyes, instantly landing on the 4 people in front of him. The 4 warriors felt as if their bodies had been pierced by sharp blades, and they actually felt substantial damage and pain. They took a few steps back in fear, and cold sweat flowed down their foreheads. Get lost. Ling Xiao stepped forward. When his right foot landed on the ground, a terrible force sprang up from the ground, and the 4 people were all sent flying, causing an explosion in the air. For Leah's sake, I won't kill you today, but trash like Paramecia better not provoke me again. Ling Xiao said coldly, then turned and left. The 4 people looked at Ling Xiao's back in horror, then struggled to get up from the ground and ran toward the family head's treehouse. Not long after Ling Xiao left, the Yuanling family head, Yuan Mo, brought people here. Seeing that the room was empty, Yuan Mo's face was very ugly. Bastard, you can't even keep an eye on a person. If this guy leaves, who will be responsible if the first prince investigates tomorrow? Yuan Mo roared fiercely and slapped the warrior in charge of guarding the treehouse in the face. Father, why did you do this to him? Ling Xiao said that he will protect our Yuanling, but if you treat him like this, he will definitely be disappointed. Leah found it hard to understand. Her father had actually placed Ling Xiao under house arrest. Was this really something her father would do? Shut up. Since he's escaped, you can leave with the eldest prince tomorrow. Yuan Mo roared angrily at his daughter. The women of the Metaspirit clan are meant to serve their clansmen. Marrying the first prince and saving the entire clan isn't a bad thing. It's just like how your mother married the Lightning Seigneur and helped me seize the position of chief of the Yuanling tribe. My mother married the Lightning Seigneur? This was the first time Leah had heard of such a thing. That's right, but it's a pity that her life was too cheap. She died after leaving the Imperial Secret Realm for 10 days. We Yuanling warriors really can't leave the Secret Realm. Yuan Mo said disdainfully. Father, are you sure that mother died because she couldn't adapt to the outside environment? Wasn't she tortured to death by the Lightning Seigneur? Leah couldn't believe her ears. She had always thought that her father was a great hero, but now she realized that this father was so terrifying that she didn't recognize him. Slap, a crisp slap landed on Leah's face. Yuan Mo looked coldly at his own daughter. Women are the most useless. I, Yuan Mo, have a son, and that's enough. Come on, lock Leah up and send her to the eldest prince tomorrow. Leah looked at her father and let the others drag her away. Although she was a princess, she only understood today that women had the least status in Yuanling. They were the most pitiful and could be treated like goods at any time. Her eyes were filled with tears. This was the first time she felt such pain in her heart. If she had been betrayed by someone else, she could still accept it, but it was actually her father who had betrayed her. For the tribe, her father was even willing to push her into a pit of fire and let her suffer inhumane torture. She despaired. This was the first time she felt that the world was so dark and boring. She wanted to kill herself, but it was useless. Her internal energy had been sealed and her hands and feet were locked. She couldn't even wipe the tears from her eyes, let alone kill herself. Ling Xiao obviously didn't know what was happening. He was currently plundering the Yuanling's life essence warehouse. There were actually 600 life essences. He had saved up quite a lot of Yuanling. Of course, he wanted all of them and swallowed all of them. The life essence's energy couldn't be absorbed all at once, so his cultivation only increased by 10%. However, a large amount of energy was stored in his cells as potential. Just like before, as long as he encountered danger in battle, his potential would be stimulated. Thus, he was forced to break through. Therefore, he was not worried about wasting resources. Ling Xiao didn't leave the warehouse. Instead, he decided to sleep here for the night. In any case, this was the most important place for the metaspirit race. Normally, no one would come here to disturb him, especially at night. Early in the morning, there was no sun in the extreme royal mystic realm. However, the sunlight outside could still enter the secret realm through special laws. Early in the morning, it was supposed to be the time when everything woke up. The Yuanling tribe should be very lively. However, in reality, this place was so quiet that it even felt like a deathly stillness. There was a prisoner's wagon at the entrance of the Yuanling tribe. Poor Leah was locked inside, like a canary in a cage. In order to prevent her from committing suicide, Yuan Ma was very cruel. He looked into the distance with great anticipation, hoping that the first prince would come as promised. As long as his daughter was married to the first prince, the metaspirit race would be completely safe. This was because they would also become part of the Qin Kingdom's royal family. Leah's originally clean face was covered with tears, but now, she couldn't shed any more tears. After a night of crying, her tears had dried up. At this moment, she was very tired and wanted to sleep as soon as possible. However, once she fell asleep, endless nightmares would be waiting for her. She wasn't afraid of tiredness or hardship, but this unbearable despair made her very uncomfortable. She was locked up like a commodity by her biological father and was going to be given to a beast-like first prince. She could imagine her tragic fate after she married him. Perhaps, like her mother, she would be tortured to death very quickly. The female guard still loyally stayed by her side. As a dowry, she was also going to marry the first prince. At this moment, Wu Pa no longer coveted Leah. Although he liked Leah very much, he didn't dare to compete with the first prince for a woman. There were still some people in the Yuanling tribe who were very unhappy. When did the brave and unyielding Yuanling people become so cowardly and easily bullied? They could only bow their heads in the face of oppression. However, they couldn't help but agree with the chief's words. They were too weak. The weak bowed their heads to the strong. This was a matter of course in the mystic world. Now, they could only wait for the wedding procession to arrive. After about an hour, a group of figures appeared in the distance. The chief of the Yuanling tribe, Yuan Ma, who once dared to fight Xianxia, was now as timid as a mouse. When he saw this group of people, he actually went to greet them. The person who came was indeed the first prince. Behind him were hundreds of warriors. We respectfully welcome the first prince. Yuan Mo and the rest of the Yuanling people knelt down. The Qin Kingdom's first prince looked at these people with disdain, a hint of disdain appearing on his face. In the past, the Yuanling tribe was fierce enough. However, after the 5 elders came out, they became cowards. It was simply laughable. Yuan Ma, you are really an idiot. Leah will be my princess after she marries. How can you trap her in a cage? The first prince looked at Yuan Mo and questioned. Your Highness, Leah is stubborn and doesn't know how good you are. I only did this because I was afraid that something would happen to her. Yuan Mo hurriedly explained, if your highness is willing, I will naturally let her out. No need. Since you want to marry off your daughter, you should have a dowry. I heard that the Yuanling tribe still has a lot of life essence. Take it all out and use it as your daughter's dowry. In addition, I like the giant tree fortress very much. It will belong to me in the future. The first prince seemed to be talking about something very ordinary. However, when Leah heard this, she couldn't help but recall what Ling Xiao had said before. The people of the Qin Kingdom's royal family never knew how to be satisfied. She didn't expect that such a rude request would come so soon. Your Highness, the giant tree fortress is the guardian of the Yuanling tribe. If we give it to you, the Yuanling tribe will definitely be in danger. Yuan Mo, do you want your life or the tree giants? The eldest prince's voice turned cold and his eyes were filled with mockery. You brat, do you really think that your daughter is worthy of this king bringing such a large number of people to marry her? To tell you the truth, even if she marries me, she'll just be a lowly concubine with no status. Don't tell me you still don't know Benwang's true purpose. I'll give you half an hour to hand over all of your life essence, including the tree giants, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The eldest prince was incomparably refreshed. He had come to the imperial mystic realm to cultivate before and had been attacked by Yuanling warriors. At that time, he was so scared that he ran away like a rat. But now, he could humiliate the dignified Yuanling patriarch, Yuan Mo, as he pleased. Although his cultivation wasn't as high as Yuan Mo's, he had stronger guards by his side. Go. Go and take out all of your life essence. Also, hand over control of the tree giants to the eldest prince. Yuan Mo turned around and shouted. The brave and valiant patriarch of the past had now become a submissive piece of trash. This made many Yuanling warriors very unhappy. They finally stood up. Patriarch, we can't be bullied like this. How many warriors have died for those life essences? Are we going to give them away today? There's also the giant of the tree fortress. That's the guardian of the Metaspirit clan. Once we send it out, the martial practitioners of the Metaspirit clan will become the targets of all the demon beasts in the extreme royal mystic realm. There were a total of 10 warriors who stood up, and each of them had an expression of grief and indignation on their faces. You're all crazy. Yuan Mo's expression became incomparably ugly. It's not us who's crazy, it's you who's crazy. You actually want to send your daughter into the fire pit. These guys are obviously insatiable and their desires can't be satisfied with anything. Today, they want the life essences and the tree giants. Tomorrow, they'll destroy Yuanling because by then, we'll have no value to them. The leader of the resistance shouted loudly. Well said, but it's a pity that those who understand will always die quickly. The first prince sneered and waved his hand casually. The 2 martial artists beside him dashed out. Moments later, the brave warriors who resisted were all killed. No matter how brave they could not overcome the difference in strength between them and Wu Qing. Did you see that? Did you see that? That's the consequence of going against the first prince. Why aren't you following the first prince's orders? Yuan Mo roared. Yes. Perhaps frightened by the first prince's fierce methods, a group of Yuanling warriors hurried to the warehouse where the life essence was stored. Ha ha ha, that's the right thing to do. Yuan Mo, you dog, you really know how to behave. Don't worry, this king isn't an unreasonable person. You've offered your daughter today, and you've even shown me your life essence and tree fortress giants. This king will definitely treat you well. Although you'll still be dogs, at the very least, you'll be living dogs. The first prince laughed heartily. His proud voice echoed throughout the Yuanling tribe. Your Highness, you're right. Leah, that bitch, is as useless as her mother. She even dared to resist. When your Highness returns, you must discipline her on behalf of me, her father. If your Highness has any requests in the future, I'll do my best to fulfill them. Yuan Mo really was like a dog. He lay there on the ground, not looking like a brave warrior at all. Especially when he openly said that the first prince could discipline his daughter as he pleased. He even called his daughter and wife bitches. This kind of man was worse than a beast, however, Leah was already numb to it. Since yesterday, she already knew what kind of person her father was, so it was not surprising that her father would say such things. Ha ha ha, don't worry, I have a lot of tricks. I guarantee that your daughter will taste a lot of good things. The first prince laughed heartily. I'm afraid you'll never have that chance again. You shameless father, and you beast-like first prince, you'll both die here today. Suddenly, a cold and eerie voice sounded from the tribe. Everyone's heart trembled violently. Who's there? Yuan Mo and the others looked in the direction of the tribe. A young man wearing a silver mask was slowly walking over. Judging from the eerie murderous aura he released, he was very angry. Ling Xiao. Yuan Mo suddenly became excited. He hurriedly said to the first prince, Your Highness, this person came back with this bitch yesterday. I caught him, but he escaped in the middle of the night. I didn't expect him to walk right into the trap. He's the wanted criminal you're looking for. Oh? The first prince stared fixedly at Ling Zhao's face. It was a pity that he could not see Ling Zhao's expression because of the silver mask on his face. However, this guy actually took the initiative to come to his door. It was a pleasant surprise. As long as he caught this guy, he would definitely make a great contribution. In the future, even his father would not dare to look down on him. You're crazy. Since you left, why did you come back? When Leah saw Ling Xiao, her originally numb expression became more emotional. She sighed helplessly and said, You're simply a lamb walking into a tiger's den. Princess Leah, you must be joking. I've already taken all the life essence of your tribe. So now, I'm here to fulfill my promise. Don't worry, with me here, you won't die. Ling Xiao looked at Leah and said as if there was no one else around. Ha 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 ha. The first prince suddenly burst into crazy laughter. He had 2 martial artists at the 12th level of the Yin-Yang realm protecting him. No matter how powerful this Ling Xiao was, could he face 2 such powerhouses alone? Therefore, he was certain that Ling Xiao had come here purely to seek death. Yuan Mo, this guy sneaked into the extreme imperial mystic realm and has already committed a capital crime. Now, go kill this guy. Kill him, and I'll believe in your loyalty. Although the extreme imperial mystic realm had already adopted an emergency plan, the first prince still did not know that Ling Xiao had entered the untouchable area. In his opinion, Ling Xiao had only wandered around the king-level area, and his goal was the life essence. If he knew that Ling Xiao had gone to the untouchable area and even went on a killing spree inside, he probably would not be as calm as he was now. This lowly one obeys, but there's no need for this lowly one to personally kill him. UPA. Yuan Mo shouted loudly, UPA, didn't you want to make a contribution in front of the first prince? Just right, the opportunity has come. Kill this kid and solve the first prince's problems. This subordinate obeys. From the moment he met Ling Xiao, UPA disliked Ling Xiao very much. Especially when he learned that Ling Xiao was wanted by the Qin Kingdom's royal family, he had already planned to capture this guy and hand him over to the first prince. If he wanted to become stronger, he had to rely on the Qin Kingdom's royal family. Now that he finally had a chance, he naturally wouldn't give it up. Ling Xiao looked at UPA indifferently and said coldly, Yesterday, if it weren't for Leah stopping me, would you have sold me out to this first prince? That's right. Our Yuan Ling has already submitted to the Qin Kingdom's royal family. A guy like you naturally has to be handed over to His Highness the First Prince. UPA didn't know how terrible the consequences of his answer would be. Very well, I understand. However, I still have to give you a piece of advice. It's best if you don't make a move. Otherwise, your punishment will become a death sentence. Ling Xiao looked at UPA indifferently and said coldly. F***ck your mother. Killing you will be a great achievement. UPA roared and then pounced at Ling Xiao. This kind of creature formed by Yuan Qi was pure energy from head to toe. UPA's body was extremely strong. He was nearly 2 meters tall and had a sturdy body. When he ran, he could actually cause the surrounding elements to fluctuate. The scene was extremely shocking. As expected of UPA. Other than the patriarch, he should be ranked first in Yuan Ling. How terrifying. The martial practitioners of the Metaspirit clan all screamed in excitement as they looked at UPA. The warriors of Yuan Ling with backbone were already dead. The remaining ones were all trash without backbone. They probably couldn't wait for Wu Pa to kill Ling Xiao with one punch. As he spoke, UPA had already arrived in front of Ling Xiao. His body had already transformed into a ferocious cheetah. A cheetah that was completely formed by energy. This speed was too fast. It happened in the blink of an eye. Ling Xiao stood there, completely unable to react. He was already dumbfounded. Kill him. Yuan Mo roared. He wasn't sure about other things, but as long as Ling Xiao was dead, the first prince's evaluation of him would naturally improve. This was a very important and fortunate thing for both him and Yuan Ling. No. Leah couldn't bear to see Ling Xiao die. Ling Xiao was here to keep his promise to her. If Ling Xiao died, how could she erase the sins in her heart? UPA was one of the strongest warriors of the entire Metaspirit race. Although she knew that God could help Ling Xiao, she really didn't believe that Ling Xiao could block UPA's attack. Die. The more Leah acted like this, the more UPA hated Ling Xiao. His terrifying fists finally landed on Ling Xiao's body. Rumble, a terrifying roar exploded around Ling Xiao's body. Smoke and dust filled the air, and Ling Xiao's figure could no longer be seen clearly. Ha ha ha, serves him right. He's already been blown to pieces. Now the first prince won't do anything more to Yuan Ling. That's great. UPA is really powerful. No wonder he's the #1 warrior in Yuan Ling, second only to the patriarch. His cultivation has already reached the late stage of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. How could this poor human be able to block it? However, the crowd's discussion didn't make UPA happy. Only UPA could clearly feel that his punch didn't hurt Ling Xiao at all, as if it had hit a towering mountain. When the smoke and dust dispersed, Ling Xiao's figure reappeared. They couldn't see his face under the mask, but they could see Ling Xiao's disdainful eyes. Not only was Ling Xiao not killed, but he didn't even move an inch from where he was just standing. Are you tickling me? Ling Xiao's contemptuous voice came out of his mouth, full of mockery. That's impossible. UPA couldn't believe it. He was sure that his attack was absolutely full of strength, but it didn't have any effect at all. That was impossible. Wasn't Ling Xiao a human? You must have suffered internal injuries. You must have. Don't pretend to be strong and calm. The corner of UPA's mouth twitched, and he said nonsense that even he didn't believe. Internal injuries? Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. You think you're worthy of injuring me? Are you ready? What? UPA was stunned and asked. I've said that there's only one result if you attack, and that's death. You can't be so forgetful, right? Ling Xiao said indifferently. It wasn't until this moment that the warriors of Yuan Ling suddenly came to their senses. They only knew that Ling Xiao was a wanted criminal, but they didn't know how strong Ling Xiao was. UPA, run away. Yuan Mo suddenly yelled. UPA also reacted. He wanted to turn around and run away, but his fists seemed to be sucked by Ling Xiao's body and couldn't be pulled away. Run away? It's too late to run away now. Ling Xiao raised his right hand indifferently and slowly approached UPA's forehead with only one finger. UPA felt a fear that he had never felt before. Death seemed to be in front of his eyes and was constantly approaching. It's over. UPA could feel the terrible power released from that finger, which was definitely not something he could resist. When you go to hell, remember, it's best not to act rashly before you figure out the situation. Ling Xiao's finger finally touched UPA's forehead. At that moment, nothing happened. UPA was still a little happy. But in the blink of an eye, his whole head began to distort and deform. Bang, his body suddenly flew out and exploded in midair. When he fell to the ground, he had become an incomplete corpse. Wu Pa was actually killed? All the warriors of Yuan Ling felt a fear that they had never felt before in the depths of their hearts. They only thought that Ling Xiao was a person who could be bullied easily. But they didn't expect that Ling Xiao was strong enough to destroy the entire Yuan Ling. A bunch of idiots. You chose the wrong side. Even the gods can't save you. Ling Xiao looked at Yuan Mo and the other warriors of Yuan Ling sarcastically. These fellows actually wanted to kill Ling Xiao because of a single sentence from the first prince. But they didn't know that the eldest prince and the so-called masters behind him were just a group of paramecia in Ling Zhao's eyes. He wanted to help Yuan Ling out of the kindness of his heart. But these idiots didn't appreciate his kindness at all. In that case, why should he bother? However, he still had to kill the eldest prince. This was not for Yuan Ling, but for the girls who had been harmed. Although he usually didn't like to be chivalrous, he was still willing to do what he could. At this time, Leah was completely in a trance. Leah's previous thought was that Ling Xiao might be a disciple of a powerful force from outside. He might be able to help her and her tribe. However, after seeing Ling Xiao's attack, she finally understood that Ling Xiao was not joking when he said he would protect her. He was serious. Interesting. Seeing Ling Xiao easily kill UPA, the eldest prince did not panic at all. Instead, he showed a look of interest. Perhaps to him, the people of Yuan Ling were too trashy and could not keep up with the times. Ling Xiao, you are indeed as powerful as the rumors say. However, with your cultivation, you can only bully this group of good-for-nothings. You are still useless in front of me. Ling Xiao glanced at the eldest prince and showed a somewhat disdainful smile. This idiot prince's cultivation was too low, and his eyesight was even worse. In fact, the blow he used to kill UPA just now had at least the strength of the first turn of the Yinyang State's 12th level of hell. This guy actually did not see it at all. That good-for-nothing UPA, it seems that I have to do it myself. Yuan Mo gritted his teeth. He could not tolerate being called a good-for-nothing. If he became a good-for-nothing, he would lose his value and would not be far from death. If the patriarch personally does it, there will be no problem. All of the Metaspirit race martial practitioners became excited again. Patriarch, avenge UPA. Kill that guy. Yuan Mo did not speak. A saber appeared in his hand. This saber was a celestial-grade spiritual weapon. He had snatched it from the disciples of the Arcana Academy. The saber glowed with a cold silver light and revealed a terrifying murderous aura. Yuan Mo's cold eyes stared at Ling Xiao. This saber of his had caused countless disciples of the Arcana Academy to suffer. Even Chen Songxiong was no match for him. The moment he took out the saber today, Yuan Mo's entire aura changed. Oh, not bad. You are indeed the patriarch of Yuan Ling. You are indeed stronger than that good-for-nothing UPA. The first prince said with a smile as if he was watching a show. To him, capturing Ling Xiao was a piece of cake. He didn't mind watching a good show before making his move. Ling Xiao, you killed my clan's warrior Wu Pa, eat my blade. Yuan Mo roared and took a step forward, brandishing his saber at the same time. Saber light flashed, and saber intent burst out. The entire space was suddenly filled with terrifying saber intent. It was as if countless sabers were dancing in the air. It was terrifying. Suddenly, Yuan Mo slashed out with his saber. The extremely terrifying saber chi became incomparably huge, and blasted towards Ling Xiao's head. He did not hold back in this attack, as he was determined to kill Ling Xiao on the spot. If Ling Xiao didn't die, the Yuan Ling tribe would have no future. At the very least, that was what he thought. The saber chi tore through the void and instantly arrived near Ling Xiao. The whistling wind from the saber made the onlookers feel the pain of their bodies being torn apart. The warriors of the Yuan Ling tribe were so excited that their bodies kept trembling. Such a terrifying attack could even injure a warrior of the first turn of the Yinyang state and the early stage of the 12th level of hell. Not to mention Ling Xiao, this kid was dead meat. Until now, they still hadn't figured out Ling Xiao's true strength. Ling Xiao yawned. He stretched out his right hand in boredom, and then gently raised 2 fingers. The terrifying saber chi blasted onto Ling Xiao's fingernail. It was easily blocked by the fingernail. And there was not the slightest crack on the fingernail. Everyone looked at this scene with incomparable shock. What was going on? Yuan Mo was even more shocked. This was already his most powerful attack, but the other party blocked it with just a fingernail. How powerful was this young man in front of him? He began to regret and fear. Perhaps he had really offended someone he shouldn't have offended at all. Crack! The saber shattered. Ling Xiao had actually used 2 fingers to destroy an immortal-grade spirit tool treasured saber. Then, his figure flashed, and he was already in front of Yuan Mo. Oh no! Yuan Mo only saw a black shadow coming at him, and he hurriedly retreated. But how could his speed compare to Ling Zhao's? Two cold lights flashed. It was actually the cold light brought by the fingernail. But Yuan Mo's two arms were already broken. After that, a blood-curdling shriek came out of his mouth. Ling Zhao's finger had pierced into his body and crippled his cultivation. I won't kill you because you'll see something you don't want to see the most. Ling Zhao showed mercy not because he was merciful, but because he wanted to make Yuan Mo suffer more. The patriarch Yuan Mo was crippled so easily. This scene finally shocked all of the Metaspirit race's martial artists to the core. They were terrified, and uneasy. You want to kill me? Even if all the warriors of Yuanling attack together, you're not qualified. Ling Xiao looked at the warriors of Yuanling disdainfully and said coldly, I dare to be enemies with the royal family of the Qin Kingdom, but you're only worthy of being dogs for the royal family of the Qin Kingdom. Don't you understand the huge gap in strength between us? Trash. What a bunch of trash. The eldest prince saw that Yuan Mo was crippled in an instant. This scene was not very satisfying. He was no longer interested in continuing to watch. He waved his hand behind him and said, Go, kill that kid. It doesn't matter if the other parts of his body are destroyed. Just leave his head behind. I still have to ask my father for a reward. Ling Xiao threw Yuan Mo down, then walked to the cage and released Leah. Furthermore, he used his barrier martial soul to protect her and her female bodyguard. Leah and her female guard were the only two people Ling Xiao wanted to save. Among these people, he had promised to protect Leah. Moreover, this woman did not betray him at the critical moment. It was not bad to do her a favor. As for the female guard, no matter how dangerous the situation was, she was still loyal to Leah. Just this loyalty alone was enough to make him think highly of her. He turned around and looked at the eldest prince. A cold gaze shot out from Ling Zhao's eyes like the light of hell. It was bone-chilling, as if it could freeze a person's body in an instant. At that moment, the eldest prince was so frightened that he fell from his black tortoise. He was so frightened that he thought Ling Xiao had already killed his way to him. However, when he got up, he realized that Ling Xiao was still standing there without moving. Just his gaze alone was enough to make him terrified. Kill him. Kill him quickly. The eldest prince was furious. No one could make a fool of him like this. Yes. Behind the eldest prince, more than a dozen warriors rushed toward Ling Xiao, trying to take the lead. These people were not weak. They were all at the early stage of the 12th level of hell in the Yin-Yang realm. Logically speaking, they should not have underestimated their enemy. However, the problem was that they did not expect Ling Xiao to be so terrifying. When the dozen or so martial artists shouted and pounced towards Ling Xiao was shocked. Suddenly, the dozen or so warriors who were rushing towards Ling Xiao froze. It was as if they were bound by something, unable to move. Their entire bodies seemed to be paralyzed. At this time, Ling Xiao slowly walked towards them with an indifferent expression on his face. Oh no, this guy is too strong. His energy can actually bind our movements. This guy is at least a martial artist at the late stage of the first transformation of the 12th level of hell. Finally, someone who understood the situation appeared. One of the warriors who was bound had once heard his master say that if one wanted to use energy to bind the opponent's movements, in terms of internal strength, one had to be at least 2 small realms stronger than the opponent. They were all martial artists at the early stage of the 12th level of hell. Then, wouldn't Ling Zhao's cultivation be at least at the late stage of the 12th level of hell? How could they afford to offend such a person? Hearing this person's words, everyone was stunned. Yuan Mo even forgot the burst of pain coming from his body. Ling Xiao was actually a powerhouse at the late stage of the first transformation of the 12th level of hell. He was clearly so young, he was actually stupid enough to make an enemy of such a person. No wonder Wu Pa died, no wonder he was easily defeated by the other party. Regret, endless regret flooded him like a tidal wave. He suddenly thought of what his daughter, Leah, had once said. Leah had said that Ling Xiao was here to help the Yuanling, to protect their tribe from being harassed and bullied by the Qin Kingdom's royal family. But what did he do? Because he was afraid of the Qin Kingdom's eldest prince, he actually put Ling Xiao under house arrest and begged for mercy from the Qin Kingdom's eldest prince. He did all kinds of shameless things. However, in the end, he suddenly realized that the eldest prince, whom he was afraid of, was nothing in front of this young man. Originally, this powerful warrior could have become their tribe's most powerful guardian. But he had done so many stupid things. He was afraid of an ant, and in order to beg for mercy from the ant, he attacked a powerhouse. The more he thought about it, the more ridiculous he felt. It was also lamentable. The eldest prince also looked at Xianxia in horror. At this time, his only thought was to escape. However, Xiao's aura had already enveloped the entire area. It was impossible for him to escape. He could even feel that if he were to escape, there would only be one outcome, a tragic death. First Prince, don't worry. With us here, we will definitely ensure His Highness' safety. The two warriors beside the first prince who had the same cultivation as Xiao comforted the first prince. However, even they were able to sense that Xiao's aura was so terrifying that it could completely suppress the two of them. With the same cultivation, how could there be such a huge gap? Did you just say you were going to kill me? Xiao finally walked to the front of the Chen Kingdom cultivator and asked with a faint smile on his face. That person's body trembled nonstop as if he was shivering in the cold wind. He looked at Xiao in horror and shouted, I beg you, please spare me, I'm just following orders. Acting on orders? I clearly saw that you were the first to rush out just now. Your first prince didn't seem to mention your name. Xiao stretched out his hand. His slender and straight fingers approached the warrior's forehead. The warrior was so scared that he lost control of his bladder. He clearly remembered the scene when Xiao killed Wu Pa. He didn't want to die like that. He didn't want to die like that. Die. A cold voice came out of Xiao's mouth. A terrifying force immediately burst out from his fingers. That warrior was bounced out like a rubber ball. He crashed into 7 or 8 people in a row. And these 7 or 8 warriors all died tragically on the spot. Xiao never showed mercy to his enemies. It was so in the past. It was so now. It would be so in the future. He would never show any mercy to those who wanted to kill him. Lava storm. Destroy. Killing them one by one was too boring. Xiao raised his hand. A crazy heat was brewing in his hand. It seemed to have turned into a small volcano. Then, a terrifying storm erupted. The boiling lava was like a terrifying gale that swept towards that group of warriors. Shrill screams began to rise and fall. Previously, they looked down on Xiao and looked down on Xiao. They wanted to kill Xiao. Now, all that was left were their screams and begging for mercy. Those who kill will be killed by others. Xiao looked coldly at the boiling lava roaring there. His expression didn't change at all. The first prince, who was protected by 2 Yinyang realm cultivators at the late stage of the 12th level of hell, escaped this calamity. They floated in the air, trying to escape. However, no matter which direction they went, Xiao would always appear in front of them. The first prince looked at Xiao in horror. The youth in front of him was no longer a human. He was a ferocious beast, a malefic star, a demon king. He killed people like flies and would never show mercy. The people of Yuanling didn't know how to express their emotions when they saw this horrifying scene. They could only kneel there in horror and pray that Xiao would not attack them after killing the first prince and his men. Otherwise, they would not be able to fight against such a powerful existence. There would only be one ending for them, and that was death. Undoubtedly death. First prince, don't be afraid. We will protect. Before the 2 warriors at the late stage of the 12th level of hell could finish their words, their throats were pierced by 2 rays of cold light from Xiao's fingers. They fell into the boiling lava. Their corpses were instantly reduced to ashes. Protect? Can you protect him? Xiao looked disdainfully in the direction where the 2 fell, then looked at the first prince. Do you still want to kill me now? He asked mockingly. No. No. The first prince shook his head like a rattledrum. Kill Xiao, don't joke around. This fiend only used one move to kill almost all the warriors who followed him. Not to mention those useless people, he was actually able to instantly kill 2 warriors at the late stage of the 12th level of hell. With this guy's strength, even the stupidest person could figure it out. He still dared to kill Ling Xiao. Could he kill him? With his strength, he could not even kill Yuan Mo, let alone Ling Xiao. He was just relying on the few experts by his side. But now, those experts were already dead. What else did he have? You can't kill me. I'm the first prince of the Chen Kingdom's royal family. I'm the son of the Lightning Emperor. The 5 elders all like me very much. If you kill me, don't even think about leaving here alive. The first prince shouted in horror. He was already speaking without thinking. What's my name? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Ling Xiao. Yes, my name is Ling Xiao. I killed the 2nd prince, the 8th prince, the 12th prince, and the 11th prince. I also killed your elder Kong and destroyed your supreme lightning. I just went to the untouchable place and killed that useless elder Hua. Then, may I ask, what are you compared to them? Ling Xiao looked at the first prince mockingly and asked. I've killed so many members of the royal family. So what if I kill one more? Ling Xiao looked at the eldest prince with contempt. This idiot. Before his cultivation reached his current level, he had never been afraid of the Chen Kingdom's royal family. How could he be afraid now? After 10 breaths, I'll kill you. Ling Xiao suddenly sneered. Before you die, remember this world one last time. 10 breaths, the eldest prince was stunned for a moment. Then, he climbed onto the mystic tortoise and desperately fled into the distance. Idiot, I let you use this time to repent, but you want to escape. How far can you run in 10 breaths? Ling Xiao didn't make a move. He said 10 breaths, so it was 10 breaths. The eldest prince frantically fled for his life. The mystic tortoise fell to the ground because of his frantic whipping. He climbed to his feet and rushed forward. He didn't know that he could escape at such a speed. He had never run so fast before. However, he still couldn't feel any hope. The shadow of death still shrouded him. His heart was filled with regret. Why did he rush to perform meritorious deeds? Why did he chase after Ling Xiao? He was simply courting death. Last breath. Ling Xiao gently raised a finger and pointed it at the fleeing eldest prince. No. The eldest prince stopped in horror and turned to look at Ling Xiao. The distance was more than 500 meters, but with the eyes of a warrior, he could still see Ling Xiao. The guy had a cold smile on his face, as if he was looking at an insignificant paramecium. He wasn't a warrior, not a prince of the Chen Kingdom. Swoosh, a purplish-blue electric beam shot out from Ling Xiao's fingertip and instantly traversed 500 meters. I don't want to die yet. The first prince cried out in horror. But it was too late now. The electric beam pierced his throat and then crazily destroyed his body. He could even feel his life force draining away. His body was gradually falling apart. In the end, he died with grievances. His eyes were still open in horror. He, the eldest prince of the Chen Kingdom, died just like that. So cowardly, so simple. Ling Xiao easily killed the first prince and then turned around to look at the warriors of Yuanling. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Yuan Mo. The corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. Yuan Mo was supported by his clansmen. He looked at Ling Xiao in horror, not knowing what to say. In order to serve the royal family, in order to fulfill the eldest prince's wish, he actually attacked Ling Xiao and wanted to kill Ling Xiao. At this moment, when he saw that the first prince and his men were all killed, he completely understood. Ling Xiao's strength was indeed enough to protect the entire Yuanling. What was laughable was that he had actually turned this guardian deity into an enemy to deal with Ling Xiao, constantly offending and infuriating Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had removed his boundary martial spirit. Leah and her female guard saw everything from within the barrier. Leah herself did not expect Ling Xiao to be so terrifying and powerful. She was still in a state of great shock. He was only 16 years old, but his cultivation was already so terrifying. It was no wonder that such a genius could enter the extreme royal mystic realm. It was no wonder that the royal family wanted to kill him. Suddenly, she thought of something and hurriedly shouted, Ling Xiao, leave quickly. Why? Ling Xiao looked at Leah gently. He could also look at people who were good to him warmly. You just killed the first prince of the Chen Kingdom. Although he was not favored, he was still the former crown prince. The Thunder Emperor will definitely not let you go. There are also the 5 elders of the Qin Kingdom and many other experts. Leah did not understand why Ling Xiao was still so calm. She was extremely anxious. Ling Xiao thought about it and agreed. Although he was not afraid of the experts of the Qin Kingdom's royal family, the people of Heavenly Pool Mountain could still pose a huge threat to him. Therefore, he still needed to improve his strength. Just as he was about to leave with Leah and her female guard, suddenly, Yuan Mo spoke. Leah, what are you talking about? This young hero Ling Xiao is an invincible expert of the Yinyang realm. How could he be afraid of the Qin Kingdom's royal family? Moreover, he said that he would protect our Yuan Ling. Speaking up to this point, Yuan Mo looked at Ling Xiao obsequiously and said, Young hero Ling Xiao, what I did before was because I was blind. I treated Jin Xiangyu as a piece of trash. Yuan Ling is willing to submit to young hero Ling Xiao. We are willing to repent and atone for our sins. We hope that young hero Ling Xiao will forgive us and stay here to protect our Yuan Ling from those despicable martial artists of the Qin Kingdom. Ling Xiao looked at Yuan Mo again. He already knew that this person was shameless, but he did not expect him to be so shameless. This Yuan Mo's attitude changed from arrogance to deference because of Ling Xiao's strength. He had killed the first prince and 2 martial artists of the Yinyang realm at the late stage of the Yinyang realm. Therefore, Yuan Mo wanted to use Ling Xiao to fight against the Qin Kingdom's royal family and let the Yuan Ling seize control of the extreme royal mystic realm again. It was really a good plan. If you dare say another word, I'll slaughter all of Yuan Ling. Ling Zhao's expression was extremely cold. Other than Leah and her female guard, everyone else scram. Yes, yes, yes. We'll scram, we'll scram. As long as young hero Ling Xiao is willing to help Yuan Ling, I'm willing to give up my position as the patriarch. Oh right, I can also give Leah and her female guard to you. You can do whatever you want with them. Yuan Mo was still chattering away as he retreated. Scram. Ling Zhao's voice was cold and angry. This Yuan Mo was really hopeless. Everyone, leave. Seeing Ling Zhao's expression, Yuan Mo knew that they might really be killed if they stayed, so he led the rest of Yuan Ling away. Leah, what do you plan to do? Leave with me, or stay? Ling Xiao looked at Leah and asked. I want to go with you. Leah raised her head and gritted her teeth. Okay, Demonic Dragon City or the 8 Immortals County. Choose one. Both are my territories. You can live and work in peace. Ling Xiao smiled. This girl was not a fool after all. That kind of father and clansmen were not worth being nostalgic for. What about you? Leah asked. I still have things to do here. The Qin Kingdom's royal family owes me a lot of debts. I want to collect all of them. Ling Xiao said with a chuckle. Then be careful. Leah glanced at Ling Xiao. She was somewhat attached to this mysterious and powerful young man. However, she also knew that she was not worthy of this person. To be able to leave this damned place and live in peace was already an incomparably blissful thing for her. Okay, then after the illusion array is broken, we'll leave together. For now. You guys stay here first. Although a night had passed, the illusory array was still not completely broken. Although the illusory realm in the extreme royal secret realm was not complicated, it was too big. Even if one knew how to break it, it would take at least 3 days and 3 nights. It had to be said that there were special talents in the Qin Kingdom's royal family. Or could it be that this illusory array was originally left behind by their ancestors? This was no longer important. What was important was that Ling Xiao still had to stay for 2 more days, so he had to be more careful. He only hoped that the matter in the untouchable place would not be exposed. Otherwise, if the Qin Kingdom's royal family brought experts from the Heavenly Pool Mountain to encircle and annihilate him, then he would really be doomed. If only one came, then there was no need to be too concerned. Okay. Leah nodded. She now completely trusted Ling Xiao and did not have the slightest doubt. After entering the Yuan Ling, she even moved into the room next to Ling Zhao's. Those clansmen, as well as her disgusting father, had thoroughly disappointed her. As for Yuan Mo, he did not do anything unnecessary. He probably still hoped that Ling Xiao could stay and resist the wrath of the Qin Kingdom's royal family. In the dead of night, Ling Xiao was in his room studying the God Beast talisman. Ever since this thing began to change, it had stopped reacting. Although the God constellation appeared in the tyrannical universe, he still could not obtain the God Beast soul. Therefore, he was very confused. It just so happened that he was bored, so he took it out and studied it. At this moment, Leah came in with dinner. She said that she had made it herself and hoped that Ling Xiao could taste it. Ling Xiao casually placed the beast talisman to the side, but it attracted Leah's attention. "Big brother Ling Xiao, why does this beast talisman of yours look so similar to the pattern on my pendant?" As she spoke, Leah took out her pendant. It was actually a rooster crowing with its head raised. Seeing this, Ling Xiao instantly became excited. "Where did you get this?" "This was found in the extreme royal secret realm in the Yuanling. After my father became the chief, he took it for himself. Later, my mother made this thing into a pendant for me," Leah explained. "Can I see it?" Ling Xiao asked. "Of course." Leah gave the rooster pendant to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao held the pendant in his hand. He could clearly feel that there was some kind of resonance between the pendant and the beast amulet. He was overjoyed, so he injected his soul power into the pendant and the beast talisman at the same time. At that moment, the pendant and the beast amulet produced a crazy attractive force. Ling Xiao could not control the combination of the two. The beast talisman fused with the pendant, and then turned into a ball of golden light, bursting into Ling Xiao's spirit sea. Then, in the tyrannical universe, a star in the God constellation lit up. The resplendent radiance illuminated the entire mountain river world. "Big brother Ling Xiao, what happened?" He saw Ling Xiao bathed in golden light, and a rooster appeared behind him. Leah's entire body was stunned. "It's fine," Ling Xiao said faintly, and then retracted the golden light, and then immersed himself in his tyrannical universe. The tyrannical martial spirit had now perfectly fused with his soul. Therefore, he could clearly feel any subtle changes in the tyrannical universe. When 3 stars in the sun god constellation lit up, he obtained 3 types of sun god divine abilities. When 1 star in the God constellation lit up, he also obtained a type of God divine ability. Not only that. On the God throne, the remnant soul of the God appeared. This beast soul was not as complete as the sun god and the ox god beast soul, but it could still greatly enhance the God throne's beast soul. So the beast amulet and the pendant in Leah's hand are the places where the God beast soul resides. It's a pity that it's only a remnant soul. It seems that the rest of the God beast soul should have fallen into the hands of the Qin country's royal family. After all, the Qin country's royal family has more resources in the imperial secret realm. In this way, the Lightning Emperor can't be easily killed. I have to first obtain the complete God beast soul from him. Otherwise, the power of this divine ability can't be unleashed to the extreme. Ling Xiao thought in his heart, and he was quite surprised. He helped Leah out of gratitude, but he didn't expect that because of this, he would obtain the thing he dreamed of. Different from the sun god divine ability, the God divine ability wasn't a combat divine ability. But in Ling Xiao's view, it was more useful than a combat divine ability. The name of this divine ability was Life Rewind. Simply put, it was able to rewind one's life or another person's life. Whether it was old or injured, it could be rewound to the state one wanted. For example, if one suffered a life-threatening injury, if one used Life Rewind, one's life state could be rewound to the state before the injury. And when one's life was old, one could also choose to rewind, and the rewind time could be decades or even centuries. This was the explanation of this ability. But Ling Xiao knew that he couldn't do it. Because his cultivation was still too weak, and he couldn't unleash the full power of the God beast soul. Currently, when he used this Life Rewind, he could at most rewind his life to 10 seconds ago. It sounded very useless. But in fact, it wasn't. 10 seconds would have a huge impact on the outcome of a battle. If Ling Xiao could rewind his life state to 10 seconds ago, that meant that the injuries he suffered in these 10 seconds would be completely ineffective. Not only that, it could also remove all negative states. This was even more terrifying than the legendary immortal body. And the key point was that this ability could not only be used on himself, but also on others. It could be used to save friends. It could also be used to trick enemies. If the enemy was injured and took pills or treated, then Ling Xiao could completely rewind his life state to 10 seconds ago. In other words, before taking any pills or treating his life state. Then it would be fun. This was not only an immortal body, but also a terrifying divine ability that could make the enemy suffer so much that they wished they were dead. Now that he was so powerful, if one day, Ling Xiao could completely control this god beast soul and raise his cultivation to an extremely powerful level, how terrifying would that be? However, he didn't know if the ability of the 12 beast gods could still be used after leaving the Black Tortoise continent. It would be a pity if he couldn't use it. But now was not the time to worry about this. Not to mention the entire profound world, just the Black Tortoise continent, he had only set foot in a small part of it. With this ability, at least in the Black Tortoise continent, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for anyone who wanted to kill him in the future. This ability was too perverted and too powerful. Although there might be a certain regional restriction. But it was still incomparably powerful. In the past, it was rumored that the god could control time. Ling Xiao knew very well that controlling time was something that even those who were stronger than him would not be able to do. Even the top existences of the Eternal Life Palace couldn't do this. Ling Xiao could because he had obtained the 12 divine beasts' deity position, and this time, he had obtained the remnant soul of the undying god. However, this wasn't enough. If he obtained the complete undying god beast soul, this ability should be strengthened a little. After all, 10 seconds was still too short. Even if it was increased by 1 second, it would definitely be a great advantage. However, although this thing wasn't as shocking as the Tyrant martial soul, it was definitely enough to make the cultivators of the entire Black Tortoise continent go crazy. Ling Xiao still planned to use it carefully. If he could hide it, he would try his best to hide it. Otherwise, once it was known, he would definitely become the target of public criticism. The experts of the Black Tortoise continent would probably fight for this thing with their lives. They would definitely not let him have an easy time. To be precise, life backtrack should be a divine ability above the Black Tortoise continent's life law. Even if Ling Xiao was completely dead, as long as the life backtrack ability was still there, it could be automatically activated. Basically, it could be said that he was almost immortal. Moreover, this ability could be used flexibly. For example, within 10 seconds, he could exhaust his stamina to do something, and then use life backtrack, and his stamina would be completely restored. Of course, internal force was not applicable. After all, internal force was not a part of life. Life referred to things that were innate, such as the body, stamina, soul, and so on. Even so, this was already very heaven-defying. When he used the horizontal golden light technique before, he couldn't use it continuously because it consumed too much stamina. With this life backtrack, he could at least use it continuously for a long time. Of course, such a powerful and heaven-defying technique naturally had its own limitations. The 3 divine abilities of the Sun God consumed a terrifying amount of internal force and had a cooldown of half an hour. As for this undying god divine ability, although it didn't consume anything, there was a cooldown of 3 hours after each use. If he was killed twice in a row within 3 hours, he would be done for. So he still couldn't use it endlessly. However, Ling Xiao wasn't greedy. With the Earth Elemental Golden Light and Life Rewind, at the very least, no one would be able to kill him if he wanted to live. If he were to be killed twice within 3 hours, it would be too embarrassing. One had to know that from the beginning of the Heavenly Dragon continent until now, although he had almost been killed, he hadn't truly died. Life Rewind was one of his trump cards. It was fine if he didn't use it, but once he used it, it would stun his enemies. To directly solve the problem. Speaking of which, obtaining the deity position of the 12 divine beasts was truly an extremely fortunate thing for Ling Xiao. The Sun God already had 3 divine abilities: Ground Manipulation Golden Light Technique, Bloodthirsty Plague, and Bloody Rat Demon. The Undying God also had a divine ability Life Backtrack. No matter which divine ability, Undying. With these things, it would not be difficult for him to unify the Black Tortoise continent. It wouldn't take long for him to reach the top of Undying God. Phoenix in the Cloud, Xianxia, Lady, and the others were just thorns on his path. As long as he cut through them, it wouldn't be a big problem. I'm sorry, Leah. I'm afraid I can't return your pendant to you. I can compensate you with something else. Ling Xiao recovered from his shock and joy as he looked at Leah and said. No, 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 no need to be sorry. You saved my life. This is more important than anything else. I can see that the pendant is very important to you, brother Ling Xiao. Hurry up and eat, the food is getting cold. Leah's face blushed as she said shyly. Ling Xiao nodded. Originally, he didn't plan to eat supper, but now that he was in a good mood, he really couldn't disappoint the girl's kind intentions. After eating, Leah obediently took the cutlery and left. She knew that Ling Xiao still needed to cultivate. At this time, it was better not to disturb him. After Leah left, Ling Xiao tried to use life backtrack. To be safe, he only made a cut on his arm. After using life backtrack, it completely returned to normal. Moreover, it didn't affect his cultivation. In other words, life backtrack could reverse one's life, but it wouldn't reverse one's cultivation. This made Ling Xiao worry completely disappear. 3 hours later, he tried again. This time, he directly broke his arm. After using life backtrack again, it was as good as new. Originally, he wanted to try to kill himself and see if he could really come back to life. However, the risk of this test was too great. After thinking about it, he gave up. If he didn't come back to life, then the losses would outweigh the gains. After confirming the effects of life backtrack, Ling Xiao tried his best to calm down. Then, he began to rest. Now, he rarely sat cross-legged to cultivate. This was because the improvement from cultivating like this was almost negligible. It couldn't compare to the huge improvement brought to him by fighting. With this kind of time, he would rather conserve his energy and then fight with the enemy. Of course, before resting, he used 2 hours to refine the 1000-year flesh lingji and 1000-year fire snake grass into elixirs. The night passed just like that. The next day, when the sky lit up, a group of powerful auras suddenly accelerated and approached the Yuanling tribe. Ling Xiao lay in his room and could still feel the auras of these people. These people didn't hide their auras at all and released them to their heart's content. The people who came were much stronger than the ones the first prince had brought yesterday. In particular, the 2 people in the lead were actually at the peak of the 12th level of the hell. Ling Xiao was very familiar with the aura of one of them. It was the former deputy sect master of the dragon cult, Phoenix in the Cloud. The other person was more unfamiliar. He couldn't guess whose aura it was, but he felt that it was even stronger than Phoenix in the Cloud. The warriors of the Yuanling tribe didn't have the ability to sense auras as Ling Xiao did. However, when the thousands of warriors approached, they still felt it. Fear and uneasiness instantly filled everyone's body. They knew that the first prince's death yesterday had infuriated the Qin Kingdom's royal family. These people were definitely here for revenge. These people didn't care who killed the first prince. They were purely here to destroy the Yuanling tribe. To the Qin Kingdom's royal family, the existence of the Yuanling tribe was always a bone in their throat. It was very uncomfortable. The Qin Kingdom's royal family was worried that the Yuanling tribe would rebel while they were fighting the dragon cult. They would be in trouble. Therefore, they had to get rid of this trouble before the war started. The death of the first prince was just an excuse. The murderous aura instantly filled the entire Yuanling tribe. The warriors of the Qin Kingdom's royal family had completely surrounded the tribe. Within the tribe, the warriors of the Yuanling tribe were so nervous that they did not even dare to breathe loudly. When these warriors stood still, Phoenix in the Cloud looked coldly at the Yuanling tribe. Then, she waved her hand and said, "Kill. Leave no one alive. Kill all of them, regardless of gender or age." Yes. The martial artists shouted in unison. These were not the warriors of the outside sections. They were the Heavenly Thunder Army and the Divine Thunder Guards who had undergone strict training. Their combat strength might not be comparable to the experts outside, but if they attacked together, they would be extremely powerful. As the battle cries rang out, this group of people stepped into the Yuanling tribe and began a frenzied massacre. They killed everyone they met, it was as if they wanted to destroy all living things in front of them. Even the giant tree fortress was easily destroyed. This group of people was truly too powerful. The Yuanling tribe was facing the threat of destruction. Help. Spare me. Cries for help, screams, and pleas for mercy rang out one after another. Voices filled with fear and despair intertwined to form a hellish symphony. These soldiers of the Qin Kingdom's royal family were completely obedient. When they killed, there was no emotion on their faces. There was only coldness and fighting spirit. Wherever they went, everything turned into a scorched earth, a scene of hell. Under the protection of many people, Yuan Mo arrived at the house where Ling Xiao was. He knelt in front of Ling Xiao in fear and pleaded in the most humble voice, "Young hero Ling, the Qin Kingdom's royal family is here for revenge. They're here to avenge the first prince. What does it have to do with me?" Ling Xiao looked at Yuan Mo mockingly and asked. "Of course it has something to do with you. They are here to kill you because you killed the first prince." Yuan Mo didn't understand what Ling Xiao meant, but deep worry and uneasiness rose in his heart. "Oh, then let them come. I'm waiting here. You can scram now." Ling Xiao looked at Yuan Mo and waved his hand casually while eating the breakfast prepared by Leah. Leah and her female guard were at the side, but they didn't say anything. "Young hero Ling, you can't do this. Those ferocious bastards are slaughtering Yuan Ling's martial artists, they can't bear the consequences for you." Yuan Mo was anxious. "Did you hear that? Leah, what do you think I should do?" Ling Xiao looked at Leah and asked, "If you say something, I might be able to save your people." Leah was silent for a long time as if she was thinking. Yuan Mo actually knelt down in front of Leah. "Daughter, you are my precious daughter. You can't just leave me to die. Young hero Ling will listen to you. You must ask him to save our tribe." "Why should I?" Leah suddenly looked at Yuan Mo coldly and said, "Yesterday when you trapped me in the cage and wanted to give me to that beast, I had completely given up on you. I had given up on this tribe. The truly good warriors were all killed by that beast yesterday. The remaining people have nothing to do with me. You heard that. Scram." Ling Xiao waved his hand and Yuan Mo flew out of the door. But this guy actually crawled back. Young hero Ling, as long as you are willing to save us, we will be loyal to you. You are the only one who can fight those people now." Looking at Yuan Mo, Ling Xiao's eerie smile bloomed. It was full of indifference and mockery. "Yuan Mo, do you have amnesia? Have you forgotten so quickly that your metaspirit race martial practitioners are the ones who want to kill me? I'm already giving Leah face by not destroying your metaspirit race. Now you want me to save you? Wishful thinking." Ling Xiao looked at Yuan Mo disdainfully and said coldly, "Do you think I, Ling Xiao, am an idiot? I am not that stupid, nor am I that benevolent, scram." Once again, Ling Xiao kicked Yuan Mo out. But this time, he didn't show mercy. Yuan Mo was kicked hundreds of meters away and fell into the chaotic battle circle. Yuan Mo crawled up from the ground in horror. Without his cultivation, he would die if those people from the Qin Kingdom's royal family caught up with him. His heart was filled with endless regret and despair. He knew that Yuan Ling was finished. Everything was because he had offended Ling Xiao again and again. It was already wrong of him to put Ling Xiao under house arrest. He even obeyed the first prince's order to kill Ling Xiao. How could Ling Xiao forgive him? He felt that he was really stupid. How could he have done such a thing? They were going to kill Ling Xiao. How could Ling Xiao protect them? From the beginning, this was an extravagant hope. He was surrounded by a large number of metaspirit race martial practitioners, who were protecting him and preventing him from retreating. He could only watch helplessly as these people died around him. He was incomparably angry and incomparably pained. He had only himself to blame for all of this. Heaven's sins could be forgiven, but man's sins could not be forgiven. He gritted his teeth. He ordered the strongest warriors of the tribe to protect him from a secret passage to the outside of the tribe. However, he didn't escape. Because he knew that he couldn't escape. He came to Phoenix in the cloud and knelt on the ground. "Honorable powerhouse, I am the chief of Yuan Ling. His Highness the First Prince was killed in our Yuan Ling tribe. We are also very angry, so we have trapped the murderer in the tribe. That guy's name is Ling Xiao, he was the one who killed the first prince, not us. We are willing to be loyal servants of the Qin nation's royal family, please forgive us on account of our loyalty." At this point, since Yuan Mo couldn't get Ling Xiao to help, The only thing he could do was to beg the Qin nation's royal family to pardon him and protect him. Who did you just say? Phoenix in the Cloud's expression was extremely ugly. He thought that he could avoid Ling Xiao when he came to Thunder City. He didn't expect to hear this person's name here. He had escaped a disaster on Demonic Dragon Mountain. Could it be that he couldn't escape this time? He was incomparably terrified. It hadn't been long since Deputy Sect Master Yun, who used to treat Ling Xiao as an ant, became afraid of Ling Xiao. He was also very depressed, but this was affected by his strength. He couldn't help but fear Ling Xiao. He was terrified of Ling Xiao. Phoenix in the Cloud, what are you afraid of? Someone beside him asked faintly. Phoenix in the Cloud turned his head to look at this person. No, nothing. Of course, Phoenix in the Cloud did not dare to tell this person that he was afraid of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was just a 16-year-old kid in the first rank. His cultivation was even lower than his. If he was afraid, this person would look down on him. This person was one of the experts from the Heavenly Pool Mountain. He was definitely stronger than all the warriors in the Qin nation. With him around, what was there to be afraid of? Thinking of this, Phoenix in the Cloud heaved a sigh of relief. He jumped off the black tortoise and walked toward Yuan Mo with a faint smile on his face. Seeing Phoenix in the Cloud walking toward him, Yuan Mo was both afraid and excited. He was afraid of the Qin nation's royal family, but at the same time, he hoped that the Qin nation's royal family could kill Ling Xiao so that he could feel better. He lay there like a docile dog. I'm sorry, Qin nation's royal family needs a fierce dog that can bite people. You're already useless. You're not worthy. Phoenix in the Cloud's words made Yuan Mo's expression freeze. He raised his head in horror. The only thing he saw was a ferocious lava beast. It looked like a lion, but its entire body was made of lava. Only its eyes gave off a human feeling. This fierce beast was Phoenix in the Cloud's mount. Its cold eyes stared fixedly at Yuan Mo, and then it swung its huge claws down. Yuan Mo was slammed to the ground by the lava claws and instantly turned into a pool of blood. Then, he evaporated. Death was so easy. The high and mighty leader of the Metaspirit race had died without leaving anything behind. It was even more tragic than dying without a complete corpse. Continue killing. Leave no one alive. Phoenix in the Cloud jumped back onto the lava lion and stood on its back. He looked at the Yuanling tribe sinisterly. He swore that he would kill Ling Xiao completely while the experts from the Heavenly Pool Mountain were by his side. Otherwise, he would be trampled on by a kid for the rest of his life. This was something that he could not tolerate. Roar. The lava lion seemed to roar in dissatisfaction. It was very unhappy about being ridden by Phoenix in the Cloud. Evil creature, I've already forgiven you by letting you become my mount. You'd better not resist. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer a pain worse than death every day. Phoenix in the Cloud looked down at the lava lion and suddenly kicked its head. Blood that looked like lava was dripping from it. Although the lava lion was furious, there was nothing it could do. It could only whine and let Phoenix in the Cloud order it around. Good girl. Phoenix in the Cloud smiled proudly, then took a deep breath and focused all of his energy into his voice. He roared at the Yuanling tribe, Ling Xiao. I know you're here. Come out and die. The others were still slaughtering the warriors of Yuanling. This was definitely a disaster. However, killing these useless trash was not enough to satisfy Phoenix in the Cloud. He wanted Ling Xiao dead. Ling Xiao protected Leah and the female guard in his beast ring and slowly walked out of the Yuanling tribe. His cold eyes looked at Phoenix in the Cloud, who was on the lava lion's back, with disdain. There was a hint of mockery and indifference in his eyes. Soon, all of the Metaspirit clan martial practitioners had been slaughtered, and almost all of them had gathered around Ling Xiao. A few reckless fellows, perhaps addicted to killing, actually attacked Ling Xiao. The result was self-evident. Those who attacked Ling Xiao were all killed. Moreover, no one saw how Ling Xiao attacked. Ling Xiao just stood there calmly, the corners of his mouth hooked up in a disdainful smile. Thousands of warriors from the Qin nation's royal family surrounded him, but no one dared to attack him. Get out of the way, General Cloud. Let me take this kid's head. After all, there were still some bold ones. One of Phoenix and the Cloud's generals was called Panfeng. Back in the dragon cult, he was a leader. Later, he joined the Qin nation's royal family and became Phoenix and the Cloud's deputy general. Phoenix and the Cloud was now one of the generals of the Divine Thunder Guards. Alright, Panfeng, listen up. Let your spear drink his blood. Phoenix and the Cloud naturally knew that Panfeng was no match for Ling Xiao. However, he wanted to see how powerful Ling Xiao had become after obtaining the Demon Dragon Sword. Back in the Demon Dragon Mountain, he had fled because he was too flustered. However, after he escaped, he felt that something was wrong. He felt that he had been scared out of his wits and had made the wrong choice. Although Panfeng was definitely no match for Ling Xiao, his cultivation had reached the late stage of the Yin-Yang realm's 12th level of hell. Furthermore, he had rich combat experience. The blood-drinking spear in his hand was also a divine-grade spiritual artifact. His martial soul was also a spear martial soul. Together, the power of the blood-drinking spear was probably no less than a mortal-grade emperor artifact. Therefore, Phoenix and the Cloud wanted to use Panfeng's sacrifice to test Ling Xiao's strength. As for whether Panfeng died or not, he didn't care. Understood. After hearing Phoenix and the Cloud's order, Panfeng took out the blood-drinking spear and revealed a sinister smile. The demonic beast under him lifted its leg and walked towards Ling Xiao. When it was about 50 meters away, it stopped. Then, it pointed its spear at Ling Xiao. Kid, you'd better surrender. Otherwise, if you're pierced by my blood-drinking spear, you'll definitely bleed to death. Panfeng seemed very confident. However, Ling Xiao's gaze wasn't on Panfeng. Instead, it was on the lion under Phoenix and the Cloud's feet. He sensed a very familiar aura from the lava lion. It was as if it didn't hear Panfeng's voice. Ah, I'm so angry. You actually dare to look down on me. I am the great General Panfeng. Panfeng was so angry that his body kept trembling. He wanted to see the fear in Ling Xiao's eyes. He wanted to see the pitiful appearance of his opponent due to fear. He liked that kind of appearance. He liked the look of despair in his enemy's eyes before death. However, Ling Xiao acted as if he didn't exist. How could he endure this? He roared, his entire body emitting a bloodthirsty and murderous aura. As he waved the blood-drinking spear in his hand, it emitted a dense bloody aura that made people feel very uncomfortable. Ling Xiao still didn't look at Panfeng. Instead, he lifted his leg and walked forward. Tuoba Yunxiang? He suddenly asked. Because he smelled Tuoba Yunxiang's scent from the lava lion's body. Although Tuoba Yunxiang wanted to kill him for revenge, the two of them didn't know each other well. Later on, if Tuoba Yunxiang hadn't told him about Phoenix and the Cloud's scheme in advance, Yu Wuxing would have been killed. That would definitely become his regret for life. However, when he returned to Demonic Dragon City last time, he didn't see Tuoba Yunxiang's figure. He felt that it was strange. He didn't expect to smell Tuoba Yunxiang's scent from the lava lion's body. Roar. The lava lion roared, as if venting its dissatisfaction and bursting out all the grievances in its heart. Evil creature. A whip appeared in Phoenix and the Cloud's hand and ruthlessly whipped the lava lion's body. Ling Xiao, you should take care of yourself first. Since I've found you here today, you're dead meat. As for him, that's right, he's Tuoba Yunxiang. Not bad, right? I used the secret technique of the dragon cult and combined it with the demon. The magma beast in the sea mystic realm was modified. I made him what he is now. This way, he won't betray me, right? Ha 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 ha. Phoenix and the Cloud laughed maniacally. You're dead meat. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Phoenix and the Cloud as he walked. Tuoba Yunxiang was his benefactor. He definitely couldn't watch Tuoba Yunxiang be trampled on by Phoenix and the Cloud, this scum. Bastard, your opponent is me, Phoenix and the Cloud's General Panfeng. Panfeng saw that he was being ignored. He was completely enraged. He urged the demonic beast under him to charge at Ling Xiao. Under the crazy speed, the blood-drinking spear drew a blood-red light. He must kill Ling Xiao. He definitely couldn't let this guy who dared to look down on him and ignore him live. The Qin nation's martial artists looked at Ling Xiao with schadenfreude. It was as if Ling Xiao would be pierced by the blood-drinking spear in the next moment. Then, he would turn into a dried corpse. However, Ling Xiao still didn't look at Pan Feng. He walked slowly towards Phoenix in the cloud, getting closer and closer. At this moment, Pan Feng's blood-drinking spear finally pierced Ling Xiao. A crazy power erupted from Ling Xiao's body. At that point, it had turned completely blood-red. The Qin nation's martial artists were excited because this was the precursor of the blood-drinking spear's bloodthirst. However, Pan Feng's face became extremely stiff. His spear actually didn't pierce Ling Xiao's skin. It didn't even pierce Ling Xiao's protective elemental energy. At this moment, Ling Xiao finally turned his head and looked at Pan Feng. "Do you want to die that much?" As his voice fell, he grabbed the tip of the blood-drinking spear with one hand. Then, he exerted force and the end of the blood-drinking spear left Pan Feng's hands and pierced through her body. Tyrant Blood Demon Dragon Blood Curse. Actually, there was no need to use the Demon Dragon Blood Curse to deal with this kind of trash. But Ling Xiao still used it. Because Pan Feng liked to turn her enemies into mummified corpses, he turned Pan Feng into a mummified corpse as well. Following the activation of the demonic dragon blood curse, Pan Feng's corpse gradually shriveled up. In the end, he became a dried corpse. Ling Xiao casually crushed the blood-drinking spear into scrap metal. Weapons of this level were still mainstream weapons even outside of the Qin nation. Furthermore, they were extremely valuable. But Ling Xiao didn't care. Kill. After killing Pan Feng so easily, he roared furiously. His body turned into a demonic dragon phantom as he pounced towards Pan Feng. Phoenix in the cloud. Phoenix in the cloud was still in shock. He absolutely did not think that Ling Xiao, this fellow, would actually destroy Pan Feng so easily. Pan Feng's blood-drinking spear couldn't even break through a layer of Ling Xiao's skin, let alone injure Ling Xiao. This was simply terrifying to the extreme. He hurriedly attacked with both palms. He collided with Ling Xiao. But the terrifying power coming from the other side sent him flying. At this moment, Ling Xiao hadn't entered any transformation state. Ling Xiao didn't even look at Phoenix in the cloud. He only patted Tuoba Yunxiang's body lightly and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Alright, return to my beast ring first. Then, I'll think of a way to restore you to your original state." Although he didn't know if there was a way, Ling Xiao would try his best. After putting Tuoba Yunxiang away, Ling Xiao's cold gaze turned back to Phoenix in the cloud. It was like two sharp swords. It was as if they wanted to pierce through Phoenix in the cloud. "What are you doing?" Phoenix in the cloud crawled up from the ground. He was even more terrified. Ling Xiao had completely destroyed his confidence in the first collision. This guy was already crippled. At the very least, he no longer had any confidence in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stood in the air, exuding a terrifying killing intent. He looked at Phoenix in the cloud and suddenly grinned. "What am I doing? Of course, I'm going to kill you. Anyone who blocks me will die." He didn't like killing, but if someone insisted on blocking him, then sorry, he wouldn't show mercy. The Qin Kingdom's royal warriors were all trembling. Ling Xiao's strength was too terrifying. He actually killed Pan Feng in one move, repelled Phoenix in the cloud, and even saved the lava lion. This series of actions simply made people feel that it was inconceivable. Attack together. We don't have to be afraid of him if we attack together. Phoenix in the cloud roared angrily. He was afraid that he wouldn't be a match for Ling Xiao alone, but there were many of them. Other than the warrior from Tianqi Mountain, the rest were the elites of the Sky Thunder Legion. With thousands of people attacking at the same time, he wouldn't be afraid that Ling Xiao wouldn't die if he suddenly launched a sneak attack. Hearing Phoenix in the cloud's voice, the Qin Kingdom's royal warriors gradually suppressed their fear. What replaced it was bloodlust and madness. Everyone seemed to treat Ling Xiao as their prey. Everyone seemed to have turned into wild beasts. "Do you all want to die?" Ling Xiao still didn't transform, and he still didn't draw his sword. His strength was already much stronger than before. Boom! He stood there, but an extremely terrifying aura erupted from his body. This aura set off a crazy storm that swept in all directions. Those martial artists with weaker strength were actually directly blown flying out, fainting on the spot. Terror once again lingered in the hearts of all the Qin Kingdom's warriors. The youth's strength and fear once again made them tremble. It's useless to retreat. He won't let any of us go. We can only live if we kill him. Fight. Phoenix in the Cloud roared. This guy was really good at fanning the flames. However, what he said was also true. Since these people had decided to attack Ling Xiao, they had to bear the brunt of Ling Xiao's fury. Ling Xiao's thunderous fury. Boom, Ling Xiao's aura was still rising. It was as if there was no end to it, and it was getting stronger and stronger. Phoenix in the Cloud felt his body trembling. The Taoist priest from Xianxia Mountain also frowned. Kill him. Phoenix in the Cloud roared again. He knew that he couldn't let Ling Xiao's aura continue to rise. If this continued, Ling Xiao would kill them all. The only way was to strike first and kill Ling Xiao first. Otherwise, everything would be empty. As Phoenix in the Cloud's voice fell, thousands of warriors, including him, all rushed out. It seemed that they were ready to burn all their boats and risk their lives. Ling Xiao's gaze was still cold. Facing this group of enemies, he suddenly spread his legs and got into a horse stance. Then, ha! A loud roar burst out from his mouth. An invisible aura wrapped in a strong murderous aura rushed in all directions. Hundreds of the thousands of warriors were directly sent flying. They were the closest to Ling Xiao. Some of them were even smashed into pieces by the time they flew into the air. This kid can actually kill those warriors with just his aura. It seems that Phoenix in the Cloud is afraid of him. It's not unreasonable. The expert from Xianxia Mountain sneered and then returned to normal. But it's a pity that such a talented Ling Xiao's attack was enough to shock the Qin nation's warriors. Many of them were stunned. However, Ling Xiao did not stop attacking. Of course, he would not stop now. Since the battle had already begun, there was no need for sympathy. Ling Xiao's hand kept shooting out tiny sword lights. When the sword lights landed on the crowd, they produced terrifying explosions. Every sword light would take dozens of lives. However, under Phoenix in the Cloud's command, the Qin nation's warriors did not retreat out of fear. They continued to charge forward, but what they received was Ling Xiao's even more brutal massacre. Thunderstorm technique, lava storm, terrifying energy kept exploding in the Yuanling tribe. This place, which had once nurtured elemental creatures, was about to turn into ashes. Ling Xiao stared coldly at Phoenix in the Cloud, who was in the crowd. Phoenix in the Cloud kept urging the people around him to charge forward, but he himself kept retreating. It seemed like he wanted to ambush Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao felt that he was more afraid. It's time to end this boring battle. Ling Xiao took a step forward with his right foot. His body suddenly turned into a demonic dragon phantom. He penetrated the defense of hundreds of people and appeared in front of Phoenix in the Cloud. Die, Phoenix in the Cloud. Bastard, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Phoenix in the Cloud had nowhere to run. In front of him was Ling Xiao, and behind him was the Heavenly Pool Mountain martial artist, who was emitting a terrifying aura. The Heavenly Pool Mountain warrior stared at him. He was clearly saying that if he dared to take another step back, he would kill him. Phoenix in the Cloud had some confidence in dealing with Ling Xiao. However, against the Heavenly Pool Mountain warrior, Phoenix in the Cloud had no confidence at all. Therefore, he could only charge toward Ling Xiao crazily. A ball of terrifying energy condensed in his hands. His fists rained down on Ling Xiao like a madman. Ling Xiao stood in the air and stared coldly at Phoenix in the Cloud. The energy contained in the fists had killed hundreds of Qin state warriors on the spot, and that was just the energy that had leaked out. It went without saying how terrifying the core energy was. However, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. He sneered disdainfully. With a casual slap, the terrifying ball of energy was easily dispersed. Pathetic human scum, today is your doomsday. After slapping away the ball of energy, Ling Xiao pierced Phoenix in the Cloud's throat with his finger. A beam of sword light bloomed from his finger. Phoenix in the Cloud's throat was pierced, and his eyes were glazed over. Save me! Save me! This Phoenix in the Cloud was indeed a Yinyang realm martial artist at the peak of the 12th level of hell. Although his throat was pierced, he did not die immediately. His soul had actually fused with his martial spirit, and he was begging for mercy from the Heavenly Pool Mountain martial artist. Trash! The expert from the Heavenly Pool Mountain casually slapped his palm, and origin energy exploded from his palm and dispersed Phoenix in the Cloud's martial spirit. It was a pity that Phoenix in the Cloud had his soul dispersed. With Phoenix in the Cloud's death, the rest of the Qin State warriors did not dare to attack anymore. They stood there trembling as they looked at Ling Xiao in fear. The expert from the Heavenly Pool Mountain also looked at Ling Xiao with disdain. Although he did not expect Ling Xiao to be so powerful, in his eyes, Ling Xiao was just SOSO. As long as his cultivation had not reached the 13th level of hell, he was trash in his eyes. Why didn't you obediently stay in the Heavenly Pool Mountain and cultivate? Why did you come to the Qin State to seek death? Ling Xiao looked at the expert from the Heavenly Pool Mountain and said coldly. This person had already shown him absolute hostility, so there was no need for him to be courteous. The Qin State is willing to accept my Heavenly Pool Mountain's protection. I'm only helping them clean up the trash. The aura of the expert from the Heavenly Pool Mountain suddenly became stronger. The ground around him began to shake. The ground cracked open, and countless rocks and dirt flew into the sky. Looking at the terrifying aura, it formed a strong gust of wind, blowing everything in the surroundings crazily. Trash, remember, the person who killed you is called Li Xiaotian. As he continued to release his inner energy, the aura of the expert from the Heavenly Pool Mountain became stronger and stronger. His cold voice echoed in everyone's ears. Li Xiaotian, huh? That's a good name. Unfortunately, I just divined for you. This time, your life will end in the Qin State. As he spoke, Ling Xiao's body began to change. He quickly entered the Tyrant Blood Demonic Dragon Martial Spirit Transformation state. In that instant, his aura was 10 times stronger than before. At the same time, the Blood Thunder Emperor sword appeared in his hand, and a Blood Red Sword Martial Spirit appeared behind his back. His aura increased once again. What? Seeing this scene, Li Xiaotian's originally calm eyes revealed a bit of surprise. I didn't expect that your strength could still increase. However, this little bit of strength is nothing in front of me. The look of surprise disappeared in an instant, and the look of disdain once again appeared in his eyes. With absolute strength, it was no wonder that he was so arrogant. After all, he was an expert from the Heavenly Pool Mountain. He was a first revolution Yinyang realm martial artist at the early stage of the 13th level of hell. Li Xiaotian's weapon was also a sword. It was a mortal Great Emperor weapon, the same level as Ling Xiao's Blood Thunder Emperor sword. Li Xiaotian's martial spirit was also a sword martial spirit. Even a first revolution Yinyang realm martial artist at the 13th level of hell would suffer a backlash when using a mortal Great Emperor weapon. However, it was different for a martial artist with a weapon martial spirit. Therefore, one should never underestimate a martial artist with a weapon martial spirit. Although they could not transform like a martial artist with a beast martial spirit, they did not have the terrifying offensive power of a martial artist with a nature martial spirit. However, they were the best in terms of adaptability. Kill. In the face of a powerful enemy, Ling Xiao did not retreat. Instead, a violent killing intent bloomed from his body. The Blood Thunder Emperor sword stabbed out crazily. Humph. Li Xiaotian looked at Ling Xiao's attack with disdain and snorted coldly. Then, he swung the sword in his hand. A seemingly ordinary sword chi pierced through the air and directly blasted on Ling Xiao's Blood Thunder Emperor sword. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt a terrifying force coming. It passed through the Blood Thunder Emperor sword and hit his body. His body fell to the ground like a meteor, creating a deep crater. Stand up. Such a weak attack can't kill you. I'm really lucky to have met a genius like you. This time, I'm going to have a good time. Li Xiaotian seemed to enjoy torturing people, especially geniuses. In his opinion, Ling Xiao was a person who was definitely more talented than him. Therefore, he hated him even more. He absolutely did not want to see Ling Xiao live until tomorrow. Rumble, the hole shattered and Ling Xiao jumped out. There was still a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The power in his body was boiling. Because of the attack, a large amount of potential in his cells had seeped out and poured into his cultivation sea. Hee, the martial artists of Heavenly Pool Mountain don't seem to be that scary. Ling Xiao sneered. Stubborn. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xiaotian sneered, and his body suddenly soared into the air. Ling Xiao only felt a chill. He couldn't even see his opponent's shadow. He was too fast. Stubborn or not, we'll know after we try. Although he couldn't see his opponent, Ling Xiao could feel his aura. He suddenly turned in a direction and slashed out with the Blood Thunder Emperor sword. The terrifying killing intent hit Li Xiaotian's sword. However, it couldn't block it completely. That sword still pierced through his body. It was so close to his heart that blood splattered everywhere. You have to pay the price for hurting me. As he spoke, Ling Xiao had already launched his attack. The sword suddenly shot out a bright sword light and pierced Li Xiaotian's abdomen. Blood splattered everywhere. The moment Li Xiaotian pierced his body, his speed naturally slowed down. This was the perfect opportunity for him to attack. The two separated again. Ling Xiao threw a blood spirit pill into his mouth. This level of injury naturally didn't require life backtrack. As long as the blood spirit pill worked with the life martial soul, he could quickly recover. It wasn't a fatal injury. Damn it. You piece of trash, how dare you hurt me? Li Xiaotian was about to explode. As an outstanding outer disciple of Heavenly Pool Mountain, he had the highest chance of being promoted to an inner disciple. The sect assigned him a task. As long as he could help the Qin Kingdom's royal family consolidate their rule, he could be promoted to an inner disciple. He thought that this was the best opportunity given to him by the heavens. He thought that it would be easy for him to clean up the trash. However, he didn't expect to be injured in the first battle. His anger was like a terrifying flame burning in his heart, wanting to burn him completely. He let out a terrifying roar and charged at Ling Xiao crazily. The sword light continued to bloom in the void. Every sword had the power to kill Ling Xiao. However, although Ling Xiao wasn't as good as Li Xiaotian, with the effect of Tai Chi, he could always avoid being hit. He even blocked Li Xiaotian's attack. Even though he was already covered in wounds, every injury caused the potential of his cells to erupt. The energy in his cultivation sea was increasing at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, every time Li Xiaotian injured him, he would be injured. Although his injuries were more serious, he had the blood spirit pill and the life martial soul, while Li Xiaotian didn't. As long as this continued, he might be able to win. Origin. Suddenly, Li Xiaotian stopped his attack and roared. Then, a strange green light appeared on his body, and his wounds began to heal at an accelerated rate. What? Seeing this, Ling Xiao frowned. Originally, if Li Xiaotian was unable to heal, this battle of attrition would definitely be his strength. But now, the situation had changed. This Li Xiaotian guy didn't seem to be someone easy to deal with. The experts of the Heavenly Pool Mountain were indeed extraordinary. Yun Zhongfeng, that piece of trash, could not compare to them. Are you surprised? What will surprise you is yet to come. After the treatment, Li Xiaotian seemed to have calmed down. He stood in the air and looked at Ling Xiao. The sword in his hand gradually turned black. A terrifying murderous aura bloomed from the sword. His attack power increased? Ling Xiao frowned. It seemed that he had underestimated Li Xiaotian. As a big sect that was above the Qin country, Li Xiaotian couldn't underestimate his opponent. Fortunately, although he underestimated Li Xiaotian, he didn't underestimate his opponent. He didn't want to kill Li Xiaotian in this battle. He just wanted to know his opponent's combat power. The more he knew, the better. At the same time, he wanted to use the battle to increase his cultivation. Although his cultivation hadn't broken through yet, the energy in his cultivation sea had increased to 60%. He was only 40% away from breaking through. He was getting closer. He believed that no matter how powerful Li Xiaotian was, as long as he could break through to the Yin-Yang realm, the peak of the 12th level of hell, he would be able to defeat Li Xiaotian. There was no doubt about that. So powerful, but that's what I want. Ling Xiao put away the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword and the Demon Dragon Sword appeared in his hand. At the same time, the 9 Demon Dragon Swords appeared. His aura rose once again at this moment. Li Xiaotian was deeply worried and uneasy. He felt that Ling Xiao still had terrifying potential. He had to kill him as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Don't worry, it's not over yet. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. The purple lightning bull, lava three-headed hound, black eagle, and 9 snake generals appeared behind him at the same time. At the same time, the sky tyrant martial spirit released the power of the heavenly dragon, godly phoenix, and white tiger. When this energy gathered together, Ling Xiao's strength once again skyrocketed. He felt that he was infinitely close to Li Xiaotian. Cold sweat appeared on Li Xiaotian's forehead. This kid, how did he hide such terrifying power? He's too strong. Experts of the Sky Pool Mountain, take my move. Ling Xiao didn't care if Li Xiaotian was shocked or not. Anyway, he had already started to gather his moves. It was still his most powerful move. True Demon Sword Chi, Demon Fairy Sword Shadow. Kill. A terrifying murderous aura burst out from Ling Xiao's demon dragon swords. The 10 demonic dragon swords joined forces at the same time and attacked Li Xiaotian. The terrifying demon fairy sword shadow released a terrifying power that even Li Xiaotian, who was at the 13th level of hell in the Yin-Yang realm, felt. Oh no, I must dodge it. Li Xiaotian could feel the terrifying power of Ling Xiao's move. He knew that even he couldn't take it head-on. However, the speed of this move was too fast. Simply dodging it wasn't realistic. He looked at the ground. There were still more than 500 Qin country martial artists left. They became his focus. Come and be my meat shield. Li Xiaotian sneered and opened his hands. With a sudden suction, the 500 Qin country martial artists flew up. Everyone's aura was directly extracted from their bodies, blocking Ling Xiao's incomparably terrifying sword. Boom! Boom! The terrifying sword essence formed a terrifying hurricane of slaughter in the void. The pitiful 500 Qin country martial artists were used as meat shields by Li Xiaotian. One by one, they died tragically under the terrifying sword light. Tuoba Yunxiang, Leah, and the female guard in the beast ring looked at this scene in shock. Too strong, Ling Xiao, this fellow was simply ridiculously powerful. Facing the experts of the Sky Pool Mountain, he wasn't afraid at all. Was he still human? Leah, in particular, sighed incomparably. If her father was willing to listen to her and believe in Ling Xiao, Yuanling's outcome would be different. Ling Xiao, just you wait. A terrifying roar resounded above the ruins of the Yuanling tribe in the Extreme Emperor's secret realm. Despite using a lot of meat shields, one of Li Xiaotian's arms was still crippled. When he was filled with anger and wanted to take revenge, he discovered that Ling Xiao had already disappeared. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for his death. That attack just now was an attack that contained almost all the internal energy in his body. He originally planned to run after attacking. After all, he was powerless to continue after the attack. It was a pity that such an attack only crippled one of Li Xiaotian's arms. That guy's origin restoration technique should be able to recover. Ling Xiao had also heard of the so-called origin restoration technique. It was a very advanced secret technique that could exchange internal energy and vitality. In other words, one could consume internal energy to recover from injuries. The more serious the injury, the more internal energy would be consumed. One could also consume vitality in exchange for internal energy. Although this secret technique wasn't as abnormal as Life Rewind, it could be used at any time. Ling Xiao felt that if he had the time, he would definitely get his hands on this thing. In case he didn't have any medicinal pills in reserve, it would be of great use. At this moment, he was already outside the Extreme Emperor's secret realm. After breaking the illusion array, the Extreme Emperor's secret realm had become his own backyard. He could leave at any time. After leaving the Extreme Emperor's secret realm, he made a trip to the 8 Immortal City. With his speed, it would only take him half an hour to go back and forth. He left Leah and his female guard there, while Tuoba Yunxiang insisted on following Ling Xiao. His cultivation wasn't weak. After transforming into a lava lion, his battle prowess was comparable to a demon beast at the peak of the 12th level of hell. He was only slightly weaker than Xiao Jin. Since he insisted on helping Ling Xiao wouldn't be polite. After returning to Thunder City, he would definitely encounter a lot of enemies. Moreover, 7th Prince Chen Kangmang didn't have any experts by his side. One more person meant one more helping hand. Before returning to Thunder City, Ling Xiao returned to his middle-aged martial artist form and found 7th Prince Chen Kangmang's group. Chen Kangming, on the other hand, was able to endure silently. During this period of time, he had indeed not shown himself. He had been hiding in the shadows under Xiao Jin's protection. Sir. Seeing Ling Xiao return, Chen Kangming was overjoyed. He could sense a familiar aura from Ling Xiao, but he couldn't guess who it was. Ling Xiao didn't tell him either. Because it wasn't time yet. Now, you can return to Thunder City. I will help you ascend to the throne of the Qin Kingdom. However, don't forget your promise to me. If you can't do it when the time comes, don't blame me. Ling Xiao said coldly. Don't worry, mister. If Mr. can love the people like his own children, I will naturally be willing to help. But if Mr. is as incompetent as the current royal family, then I, Chen Kangming, will fight Mr. even if I have to die. Chen Kangming said, neither servile nor overbearing. That's good. Let's go. Since the two had the same goal, there was no need to say anything more. The group of a dozen people left once more, heading toward the Qin Kingdom's capital. This was different from the previous revenge. This time, Ling Xiao was much stronger than before. His goal was to destroy the Qin Kingdom's royal family so that his authority in the Heavenly Empire would extend to the entire Qin Kingdom. In addition, he guessed that the Qin Kingdom's royal family must have the remnant soul of the young god. This was something he had to obtain. In order to prevent being surrounded and losing the chance to obtain the remnant soul of the young god, Ling Xiao planned to disguise himself and follow Chen Kangming into Thunder City. This way, he would have a reason to do many things without being suspected. Chen Kangming wanted to avenge his mother. He wanted to investigate the cause of his mother's death. He wanted to reverse the verdict of the Ling clan. He wanted to fight for the throne. And all of these would make enemies. Ling Xiao could use these reasons to do what he wanted. The moment Chen Kangming's group stepped into Thunder City, they were targeted by various factions. Many people were very surprised that Chen Kangming was still alive. However, Chen Kangming had already entered Thunder City and the Royal City. It was not realistic to want to casually assassinate him. Especially in broad daylight. For the sake of their dignity, the royal family would not let a prince casually die on the streets. Furthermore, Ling Xiao had slaughtered aristocratic cultivators before. The current defense of Thunder City was at least 10 times stronger than before. Even so, Chen Kangming did not stay for long and returned to his residence. County King, you're back. This old servant has missed you. When the group arrived at the entrance of the king's residence, they saw an old man walk out. He had a hunched figure and was holding a broom in his hand, cleaning the place. Other people might not have taken a second look at this old man, but Ling Xiao could tell that this old man was not ordinary in an instant. He's actually a cultivator at the peak of the 12th level of hell. I didn't expect this. This royal city is indeed full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. I was really lucky that nothing happened the last time I came here. It seems that at that time, these true experts all looked down on me, which gave me an opportunity to take advantage of. Ling Xiao only glanced at the old man once before looking away. He tried his best to restrain his aura. Ah, it's Uncle Fu. I didn't expect that after so many years and everyone else had left me, only you would still treat me like this. Chen Kangming was very happy to see this old man and suddenly felt a sense of security. Others might not know, but Chen Kangming was very clear that this old man was a very powerful person. When he was very young, this old man had been responsible for protecting him. Later on, when he was sent to guard the borders, this old man had been guarding his residence. This old servant was once saved by the princess. She was the one who entrusted you to this old servant, so I naturally did not dare to slack off. Uncle Fu said with his hunched body. Then, he looked at Ling Xiao. It seemed that he knew everyone else, except for Ling Xiao's face, which was extremely unfamiliar. Oh, Uncle Fu, don't worry. This is Tuoba Ling. He saved my life outside Thunder City. Chen Kangming hurriedly explained. I see. Where is great hero Tuoba from? Uncle Fu stared at Ling Xiao and asked. Chen Kangming immediately felt awkward. Uncle Fu's words were clearly suspicious of Ling Xiao's identity. Old sir, you need to understand something. I'm not Chen Kangming's subordinate. I only have a deal with him. I don't need to tell you anything about myself, and you don't have the right to ask. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows. He felt a deep sense of wariness towards this old man. Although this old man seemed to have a good relationship with Chen Kangming, Lin Fan still felt that something was off. Furthermore, the old man's attitude was not good, so Lin Fan would not treat him well. Uncle Fu, brother to Oba, you are both my benefactors. How about giving me some face? Chen Kangming was stuck in the middle and was in a difficult position. Haha, Your Highness, your words are too serious. This old servant has overstepped his boundaries. Uncle Fu chuckled. Ling Zhao's attitude wasn't as good. He coldly glanced at Uncle Fu and said, I have to repeat myself. I have a deal with Chen Kangming. If anyone dares to harm him, don't blame my sword for being merciless. He was implying something, but it made Fu Bo's eyes flash with a hint of viciousness. Chen Kangming was very confused. He didn't know what Ling Xiao was referring to. Fortunately, Uncle Fu didn't say anything else. Everyone entered the prince's mansion and entered the mansion. Chen Kangming anxiously looked at Uncle Fu and said, Uncle Fu, you've been in Thunder City for a long time. What happened in the city recently? This question was also what Ling Xiao wanted to know. He had been away from Thunder City for nearly 2 months. He really didn't know much about what had happened in Thunder City during these 2 months. The Demon Dragon envoys who were undercover in Thunder City were basically sold out by the traitor Phoenix in the Cloud. Some were killed, and some surrendered. It could be said that all of them were wiped out. This was also why the Dragon Cult hadn't received any news before Demon Dragon City was captured. There are 4 important things. First, 3 peak experts came to Heavenly Pool Mountain. The 14th Prince, Xianxia, has gone to Heavenly Pool Mountain to receive special training and will be gone for about a month. Second, Chen Kanglan of Jihyun of Silla has returned. He didn't die, and his strength has increased greatly. However, the woman who was always by his side has disappeared. Third, the Thunder Emperor stepped into the Emperor's Forbidden Land. Only the kings of the Chen nation are qualified to enter that place. Before entering, he passed the throne to the 14th Prince. Fourth, all the experts in the Forbidden Land of the Extreme Emperor's secret realm were slaughtered. Even someone as strong as Elder Hua was killed. Rumor has it that it was done by Ling Xiao. Each of these 4 events was earth-shattering. However, Ling Xiao was more concerned about the first 3 matters, while Chen Kangming was more concerned about the last matter. Chen Sanxiong had gone to Heavenly Pool Mountain for special training. With Heavenly Pool Mountain's ability, it was not difficult for Chen Sanxiong, who had already reached the peak of the 12th level of Hell, to break through. Perhaps he was facing an even more terrifying opponent. When the Thunder Emperor entered the Forbidden Land of the Emperor, even though he was in a situation where he had a slim chance of survival, once he came out, his strength would definitely increase tremendously. It was obvious that Ling Xiao had forced them into a corner. Otherwise, given the Thunder Emperor's character, he would definitely not take such a risk. What shocked Ling Xiao the most was the fact that Jihyun of Silla, Chen Kanglan, had returned alive. Speaking of which, when Ling Xiao killed Chen Kanglan from Jihyun of Silla in the 8 Immortals County, Hong Minor took Chen Kanglan's body away. But now, Hong Minor was gone and Chen Kanglan had returned. What exactly happened between them? No matter what, Chen Kanglan, whose strength had increased tremendously, would not let Ling Xiao go. In that case, Su Mo would take the initiative. He wanted to see what was going on with Chen Kanglan, who had come back from the dead. Meanwhile, Chen Kangming, who was at the side, was thinking about Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was able to kill Elder Hua. It seemed that his strength had increased tremendously. How was he now? Both of them were thinking about their own matters. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. The decree has arrived. The voice was sharp and high-pitched. It should be the palace eunuch who was delivering the decree. However, Chen Sanxiong and the Thunder Emperor were not in the capital city. Who was delivering the decree? Although everyone in the mansion had doubts, they still went out to welcome the eunuch. Commandery Prince Jean, please accept the decree. It is a decree from the 3 old ancestors. The eunuch said with a smile. I accept the decree. Chen Kangming and the others knelt on the ground. However, Ling Xiao was still standing there. There was no way he would kneel to the Chen nation's royal family. However, the eunuch did not seem to care. He finished reading the decree. In fact, he wanted Chen Kangming to quickly enter the palace to discuss important matters. He did not say what the matter was. Then, he placed the decree in Chen Kangming's hands and turned to leave. I'm afraid it's nothing good. Ling Xiao watched the eunuch leave and said calmly, he saw me standing there and did not reprimand me. Clearly, he wants to leave as soon as possible after delivering the decree. Or perhaps, he thinks we are doomed. Teacher, what do you think we should do? Chen Kangming asked. Of course, we should go. Everything is just speculation. Even if the palace is a tiger's den, we have to go. If we go, it will be reasonable. If we don't go, we will be disobeying the decree. Others will have a reason to kill us. Ling Xiao said so much because he sincerely wanted to help Chen Kangming. However, he also wanted to take a look at the Chen nation's palace. If there was a chance, it would be best if he could obtain the young god's remnant soul. Even if he could not, he could figure out its location. All right. Uncle Fu, brother to Oba, come with me to the palace. Chen Kangming now trusted many people. However, the only experts he could bring out were Ling Xiao and Uncle Fu. If the others followed, they would just be sending themselves to their deaths if something really happened. There would be no point in it. Before going to the palace, no one could have imagined that this gathering would be a turning point that would change the Chen nation's situation. Even the Heavenly Pool Mountain cultivators who controlled the Chen nation's 3 seniors from behind the scenes, trying to control the Chen nation, would never have imagined that one Ling Xiao could change the outcome of this Hongmen banquet. By the time Ling Xiao, Chen Kangming, and Uncle Fu arrived at the palace, it was already evening. The person sitting on the throne in the palace was not Chen Xianxia or the Thunder Emperor but Jihyun of Silla, Chen Kanglin. Chen Kanglin's appearance was somewhat strange. His eyes seemed to have lost their luster, giving off a merciless and cold aura. They also seemed dead, devoid of any luster of life. However, no one dared to underestimate him. This was because his body gave off a horrifying aura that made one despair. Sitting on either side of Chen Kanglin were the Chen nation's 3 remaining elders, Elder Tsung, Elder Jian, and Elder Feng. There were also the 3 experts from Heavenly Pool Mountain. Ling Xiao did not recognize the other 2. However, he recognized Li Xiaotian. This Li Xiaotian seemed to be the strongest of the 3. With this, Ling Xiao relaxed. If the other 2 were stronger than Li Xiaotian, things would not be good. Aside from the dead Chen Xianxiong and Chen Kanglin, all the princes were seated below. When they looked at Chen Kanglin, they were all trembling with fear and uneasiness. These people all had their own guards and experts beside them. However, under the pressure of Chen Kanglin's horrifying aura, none of them could raise their heads. 7th brother, you're here. Come, take a seat. Chen Kanglin smiled faintly when he saw Chen Kangming. 2nd brother, you're really not dead? I'm lucky. I won't die. Alright, since you're here, I'll get straight to the point. I want you to support me to become the king of the Chen nation. King Zhishan, Chen Kanglin's eyes flashed with a strange light as he said with a smile. Everyone had different expressions when they heard that. It was obvious that the 3 elders of the Chen nation and the 3 experts from Tianqi Mountain had been subdued by Chen Kanglin of Jihyun of Silla. Among the remaining princes, only the 4th prince and the 7th prince, Chen Kangming, had ugly expressions. The others walked to the center and knelt before Chen Kanglin to declare their allegiance. 4th prince, 7th prince, are you not willing to support me? Chen Kanglin's expression was ugly. 2nd brother, it's a good thing that you've come back from the dead. However, before entering the imperial forbidden land, father had already passed the throne to 14th brother. I'm afraid it's inappropriate for you to do this. The 4th prince was also a martial artist. He didn't know much about politics and didn't lean towards any of the princes. He only listened to the Thunder Emperor. Since the Thunder Emperor had passed the throne to Chen Xianxiong, he only recognized Chen Xianxiong as the king. What does Chen Xianxiong have to do this? In the past, he was only stronger than me. Whether it's governing or strategizing, he's not as good as me. Now, I'm already stronger than him. What right does he have to compete with me? Chen Kanglin snorted. I don't care. Anyway, father's words are imperial edicts. I have to listen to them. You're not justified in seizing the throne like this. You say you're stronger than 14th brother? I think it's a joke. The one beside me is the general of the Divine Thunder Guards, Yan Liang. His cultivation isn't high. He's only at the peak of the 12th level of hell. If you can defeat him, I'll support you. The fourth prince sneered. In his opinion, no matter how hard Ji-hyun of Silla worked, it had only been a few months since the news of his death spread. How could his cultivation improve by leaps and bounds? He wanted Yan Liang to defeat Ji-hyun of Silla in front of everyone. This way, Ji-hyun of Silla would not have the face to ask for the throne. That's what you said. If you go back on your words, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chen Kanglin's lustrous eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light. A real man keeps his word. It seemed like the fourth prince trusted General Yan Liang a lot. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident. Your Highness Ji-hyun of Silla, I'm sorry to offend you. Yan Liang walked out of his seat and steadied himself in a horse stance. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. In Ling Zhao's opinion, this guy was even stronger than Phoenix in the cloud. Kill! With a roar, Yan Liang rushed forward. However, when he was about 10 meters away from Ji-hyun of Silla, he suddenly fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth and losing consciousness. Others didn't know how Chen Kanglin did it. However, Ling Zhao saw it clearly. Soul technique, it was the secret soul technique. Could it be that this fellow had obtained something from Hong Minor, or, he didn't know why, but he could always sense Hong Minor's aura from Ji-hyun of Silla. Back then, in order to take away Ji-hyun of Silla's body, the girl didn't hesitate to take a hit from Ling Zhao. Now that Ji-hyun of Silla was resurrected, he shouldn't treat her badly. What the hell happened? The fourth prince looked at the unconscious Yan Liang in horror. That was his most courageous general. How could he be defeated just like that? He didn't even know what had happened. Fourth brother, how are you now? Chen Kanglin looked at the fourth prince and asked with a faint smile. Since Yan Liang lost to you, I can only let you down. If you want to be the king, I have no objections. Prince Roland let out a long sigh and returned to his seat, where he began to drink to drown his sorrows. Ji-hyun of Silla ignored him as long as he didn't object. Then, Ji-hyun of Silla looked at Chen Kangming and asked, what about you, seventh brother? Do you support 14th brother as well? No. Second brother, although you are good at strategizing, you are too gloomy. You are not suitable to be the king. You are too similar to father. As for 14th brother, he doesn't know how to rule a country. He's just an executioner who likes to kill. Therefore, both of you are not qualified. The one to ascend to the throne must be me, Chen Kangming. Chen Kangming looked at Yan Liang and was a little afraid. The only thing he could rely on now was the War Eagle army, Ling Xiao, who called himself Tuoba Ling, and Uncle Fu. As soon as he said that, the entire hall fell silent. Pfft. Ha 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 ha. After a while, it was unknown who started it, but everyone began to roar with laughter. Stop joking, seventh brother. You are just a commandery prince. You are not qualified to inherit the throne. That's right, seventh brother. In terms of strength, you are not as good as 14th brother. In terms of strategizing, you are not as good as second brother. What right do you have? Because I want to be a good king. Chen Kangming said in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. He was not afraid of being laughed at because that was what he thought. He was used to seeing the royal family fighting each other and the people being displaced. He really hoped that this country could settle down and change. He did not want to be as heartless as he was now. All right, seventh brother. Stop joking. It is fine if you don't support me. I just hope that you don't object. Ji-hyun of Silla Chen Kanglin felt that Chen Kangming's words were a joke. Second brother, I am not joking. You can use your strength to make the 3 elders submit. You can even take in the 3 experts of Tianqi Mountain. I can do it too. Seventh Prince Chen Kangming said righteously. He did not back down in the face of Chen Kanglin's terrifying strength. Every time he wanted to admit defeat, there was a strong force in his heart that supported him to continue speaking. He did not know where this force came from, but it made him feel at ease. You? Chen Kanglin was a little angry. He did not expect seventh brother to be so unreasonable. Not only him, but also me. Ling Xiao stood in front of Chen Kangming and blocked Chen Kanglin's terrifying murderous aura for him. Who are you? Chen Kanglin frowned and asked. I am the one who assists the Sage King. Ling Xiao said indifferently. This guy is only at the late stage of the 12th floor of Hell in Yin Yang Realm. He is really boasting. Your Highness Ji-hyun of Silla, you don't have to do it yourself. Any one of us can easily kill him. Elder Feng looked coldly at Ling Xiao. Originally, he thought that this gathering would end very smoothly. Who would have thought that such an idiot would suddenly appear? So what if he is at the late stage of the 12th floor of Hell? It is enough to kill an old man like you. Ling Xiao put his hands behind his back and looked at Elder Feng with a faint smile. He shouted sternly, Old man, the five of you are controlling the government, causing chaos in the country, killing the innocent, and framing the loyal. Today, you are colluding with this traitor. I am here to destroy you. Tuoba Ling, you are crazy. When Uncle Fu heard Ling Zhao's words, his face turned pale. I, Tuoba Ling, don't have much cultivation, but it's enough to kill you old dogs. Ling Zhao stood in front of Chen Kangming as he spoke in a cold voice. In that instant, the air in the hall seemed to freeze. The atmosphere turned heavy. Uncle Fu was so frightened that his expression changed as he reprimanded Ling Xiao. However, Chen Kangming stopped him. Tuoba Ling's intentions are this king's intentions. Uncle Fu, just stand to the side. Chen Kangming did not know how strong Ling Xiao was, but for some reason, he had a special trust in this unfamiliar yet familiar middle-aged cultivator. Of course, he was taking a gamble. Rather than letting the throne fall into the hands of Ji-hyun of Silla or Chen Kanglin, he might as well bet on a clear sky. On Chen Kanglin's side, everyone had unsightly expressions. On the surface, Ling Zhao's cultivation seemed to be at the late stage of the 12th layer of Hell. In reality, this was the case. With such a cultivation, he was actually so arrogant. Any one of the Chen nation's 3 elders could easily kill him. Since that is the case, this old man wants to see what kind of ability you have to be so arrogant in the royal palace. Senior Feng stood up, revealing his sharpness. A terrifying killing intent pressed down on Ling Xiao and the other 2. Uncle Fu felt his body tremble slightly, but Chen Kangming discovered that a wall seemed to have appeared in front of him, blocking that terrifying killing intent. He stood there and did not feel any danger. Is it Senior Feng? Old dog, you finally can't hold back anymore? Chen Kanglin and Chen Kangming are both princes of the Chen nation, but you favor one over the other. It's only because you fear Chen Kanglin's strength. Today, I, Tuoba Ling, will show you what true strength is. Ling Xiao looked straight at Senior Feng, not showing any fear. He had come to the Thunder City for revenge, to completely destroy the Chen nation's royal family and obtain the remnant soul of the young god. Since he could use 7th Prince Chen Kangming as a platform to kill the Chen nation's 3 elders, it would naturally be for the best. Brat, if you weren't invited by Little 7, I would kill you right now. Elder Feng said coldly, you're so young, yet you don't know how to respect your elders. Since you want to compete with this old man, why don't we make a bet? What do you want to bet? Ling Xiao asked Elder Feng. Even if Elder Feng hadn't made this request, he would have done it anyway. Letting the other party bring it up now would be more beneficial to his plan. Simple. Elder Feng sneered and said, if I lose, I'll forgive you for your disrespect toward me. If you lose, Little 7 must support Ji-hyun of Silla to ascend the throne. What do you think? Ling Xiao sneered contemptuously. He looked at Elder Feng and said, you old dog, you only know how to plot against others behind their backs. You don't care about the lives of the people. What qualifications do you have to compare yourself with the 7th prince? You want to absolve me of my sin of disrespect, what a joke. Do you have the qualifications to do so? Without waiting for Elder Feng to refute, Ling Xiao continued, moreover, how can the throne be casually used as a bet? This is related to the lives of the people of the world. You can treat the people of the world as ants, but the 7th prince won't. Of course, these words were just an excuse for Ling Xiao. He wasn't that great. He just wanted to propose his bet. Elder Feng, if you really want to bet, then we'll bet our lives. This battle doesn't need to be a spar, It can be a battle of life and death. No matter who kills who, you can't find trouble with the other party after this. Ling Xiao suddenly threw up a round crystal ball and wrapped it with his boundary martial spirit. Everything that happens here can be seen by everyone in the Qin country. If you go back on your word after agreeing, I'm sure you know what the consequences will be. Ling Xiao pointed at the crystal ball and said, "This is a treasure that can transmit images to the depths of everyone's heart. Although it can only be used once, it's enough for today." Ling Xiao's words were not only tyrannical, they were also filled with killing intent. At the same time, it also revealed his determination this time. "Do you dare to bet?" "Old man." Ling Xiao still had his hands behind his back as he coldly looked at Elder Feng. There was a mocking smile between his brows. His words were like a clap of thunder that struck everyone's hearts. At almost the same time, the entire Qin country's people received the same signal. As long as they closed their eyes, they could see everything that happened in the hall. Who is this guy? How can he be so arrogant and tyrannical? Does he really have the confidence to bet life and death with Elder Feng? However, they didn't know that 2 of the 5 elders of the Qin country had already died because of Ling Xiao. As for the remaining 3, other than Elder Tseng, who was ranked first. As for the other 2, Ling Xiao didn't care about them at all. Elder Feng was only slightly stronger than Elder Hua. Ling Xiao's current strength was even stronger than when he killed Elder Hua. Killing him was a piece of cake. As for Elder Jian, he was even stronger. However, Ling Xiao was confident that he could increase his strength in battle. Even if he didn't increase his strength, as long as he used a few trump cards, it wouldn't be difficult to kill Elder Jian. Crazy, he's really crazy. Your Highness, you can't mess around with this madman. Uncle Fu tried his best to persuade Chen Kangming. However, Chen Kangming remained unmoved. Uncle Fu, I believe in him. Can you believe in me? Chen Kangming knew how powerful Elder Feng was. He was betting that Ling Xiao was more terrifying than Elder Feng. The faces of Chen Kanglin's group turned even uglier. They stared coldly at Ling Xiao. Although they didn't know if this guy who called himself Tuoba Ling was his real name, he actually wanted to fight Elder Feng to the death. He really thought too highly of himself. Elder Feng's expression became even more ferocious. He was a top expert at the peak of the 12th level of the Yinyang realm. Elder Feng was ranked 3rd among the 5 elders of the Qin country. To think that a junior dared to provoke him like this. The experts of the Qin country could be counted with one's fingers. Elder Feng did not believe that this Ling Xiao could kill him when his cultivation was lower than his. Elder Feng knew that super geniuses had the ability to challenge those of a higher cultivation level. However, this Tuoba Ling before him did not look like a super genius at all. He was just an arrogant middle-aged cultivator. Thinking of this, Elder Feng's eyes flashed with determination. You want to fight to the death, right? Good, this old man will fulfill your wish. Originally, I was worried that I would be mocked if I killed you here. However, since you made this bet with your life, this old man will go with the flow. Your Highness Jihyun of Silla, this brat is too arrogant. If this old man does not fight with him, it will be a disgrace to the royal clan. Elder Feng looked at Chen Kanglin. I agree to the bet. Chen Kanglin's lips curled up in a strange smile. He was very interested in this middle-aged cultivator called Tuoba Ling. He did not know if this fellow was a true idiot or had other motives. Many thanks to Her Highness Jihyun of Silla for granting my wish. After receiving permission, Elder Feng walked down from his seat and stood at the bottom of the stairs. He said, this place is too small. Let's fight outside. No problem. Ling Xiao nodded and led Chen Kanglin outside. Fubo hesitated for a moment before walking out as well. Regardless of what the other people were thinking, they all walked out of the hall and arrived at the battle arena in the palace. With the protection of the array, even an extremely powerful attack would not be able to destroy the entire Thunder Palace. It was the best place to fight. Kid, this old man admires your courage. However, your ignorance will cause you to lose your pitiful life. Standing on the battle arena, Elder Feng stared coldly at Ling Xiao. His eyes were like 2 sharp blades stabbing at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at Elder Feng and could not help but grin. Since you're about to die, I'll let you speak a few more words. Once you're done, we'll fight. Who is that middle-aged man? Does he want to die? He actually dares to provoke Elder Feng? At this moment, countless people were paying attention to this battle. Ling Xiao used a special Dharma treasure to transmit the scene here into their minds. No matter where they were, they could clearly see it. Except for those who were in seclusion. Yes, I heard that the 7th prince invited a helper. To be honest, I really hope that the 7th prince can win the throne. Unfortunately, this middle-aged man is too reckless. He will cause the 7th prince's death. He's hopeless. Such an idiot will cause everyone's death sooner or later. Can he fight against the 5 elders of the Qin kingdom? Everyone was discussing. However, no one believed that Ling Xiao could defeat Elder Feng. It was no wonder. The name Tuoba Ling was too ordinary. As for this person, he was too unknown. Almost no one had heard of him. Even if they had heard of his name, they would not be able to match his face with his name. Elder Jian stood outside the battle arena and looked at Ling Xiao with contempt. He said, "Kid, don't find excuses. Don't tell me that you're afraid because you proposed a life and death battle with Elder Feng. Could it be that he was just bluffing and boasting shamelessly?" Ling Xiao turned his head and glanced at the Sword Elder. Suddenly, his face bloomed with an indifferent smile and said, "You don't have to worry. After killing him, the next one will be you. I hope you won't refuse my challenge. Of course, don't be so scared that you pee in your pants. Damn it. Third brother, remember this. Teach this guy a lesson for me. Beat him up so badly that even his own mother won't recognize him." Sword Elder was infuriated. Although he couldn't go on stage, he could still let Elder Feng teach Ling Xiao a lesson, and then torture him to death. Hee, don't worry, second brother. I'll definitely let him know the consequences of disrespecting us. It's too late to regret now. Yes, it's too late for regrets. But it's not me, it's you. Suddenly, Ling Xiao stepped onto the stage, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. It raged wildly in the air and then turned into a terrifying sword that shot towards Elder Feng. Oh? No wonder you're so arrogant. Sensing Ling Xiao's powerful sword intent, Elder Feng smiled confidently. Your cultivation is indeed at the late stage of the 12th level of hell, but your aura is stronger than that of an ordinary cultivator at the late stage of the 12th level of hell. But if you think you can defeat me like this, you'll definitely regret it. Because you don't know how terrifying I am. After saying this, Elder Feng's aura rose again, and a crazy and explosive aura soared into the sky. A terrifying chi mass formed around his body. It could be seen with the naked eye. At this moment, the power of the peak of the 12th level of hell was being released. Elder Feng's face was filled with arrogance and disdain. You're only SOSO. Ling Xiao sneered and took a step forward with his right foot. An even more terrifying aura surged out from his body. Then, it merged with the previous aura and pounced towards Elder Feng. At the same time, in the Tyrant universe, the Sun God constellation began to shine. Ling Xiao activated the Sun Divine Beast Soul. In today's battle, he could not expose his identity as Ling Xiao. Otherwise, he would definitely be attacked by the crowd. Secondly, he could not easily expose his identity as a martial artist before the 1st level of hell. Therefore, he could use his previous martial arts, but he had to use them perfectly so that no one would notice. However, this was not a problem for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao still had a trump card that he had not used easily. That was the Seal of Eternity. Although he had not used the Seal of Eternity, its power was constantly increasing. He had only used the Seal of Eternal Life in Yuhua Town and the 8 Immortals County. Moreover, he had created and derived it himself. Even if the people from the Immortal Palace saw it, they might not be able to recognize it. Today, he could use the Seal of Eternity to defeat his opponent. The Sun Divine Beast Soul was activated, but it did not appear. It only gave Ling Xiao greater combat power. That was why his aura had become so powerful. His aura now gave off the feeling of an expert at the peak of the 12th level of hell, which made people sigh with emotion. Who on earth is this guy? Why have I never heard of such a powerful person? At this moment, even Chen Kanglin, who was an enemy, frowned. Ling Xiao's strength had really surprised him. This had already threatened his plan. It seems that I have really underestimated you. Your strength is probably infinitely close to the peak of the 12th level of hell. However, it's a pity that you are only one level away. Your only ending is death. Elder Feng sneered. He took a step forward and a huge ring condensed in his hand. The ring kept on spinning and flashing, emitting a terrifying power of the wind element. It was as if it could cut everything in the world into two. Hee, this strength is more than enough to kill you. Ling Xiao sneered. Suddenly, a three-pointed, double-edged sword appeared in his hand. Seal of Eternity, True Lord Erlang Yang Jian, three-pointed, double-edged sword. As the strange weapon was condensed in his hand, a power that was completely different from this dimension was released from Ling Xiao's body. The terrifying fighting spirit was actually filled with invincibility. It was as if it could destroy everything. Kaboom! Ling Xiao took another step forward, and there was actually terrifying lightning flickering around his body. Heaven and earth seemed to be shaking because of this. Everyone's heart twitched violently at this moment. What a terrifying fighting spirit, what a terrifying energy, what a strange aura. After Ling Xiao took a step forward, although there were no changes to his body, the terrifying lightning continued to flash. It was a crazy roar. The murderous aura surged toward everyone like a crazy tide. It made everyone feel the fear of death in their hearts. At this moment, Ling Xiao seemed to have turned into a god of war. A god of war who was indomitable and powerful. A gale roared behind him. This was Elder Feng's martial soul. A natural-type martial soul could give a cultivator an extremely powerful attack. However, Elder Feng was not relaxed at all. Even though he had summoned his hurricane martial soul, he could still feel the terrifying killing intent coming from Ling Xiao's three-pointed, double-edged sword. That aura suppressed him to the point that he could not move. Fear spread in his heart like the night sky gradually covering the entire sky. How can this guy be so terrifying? Bean-sized beads of sweat dripped down from Elder Feng's forehead. Even though his hurricane martial soul had condensed a powerful defensive storm in front of him, it did not give him any protection. However, this did not give him the slightest sense of security. His body was still trembling. Every cell in his body was filled with fear. Ling Xiao did not seem like a cultivator at the Yin-Yang realm's 12th level of hell. That aura had already surpassed his. He even had the illusion that he had been cut in half by the three-pointed, double-edged sword. Admit defeat. This voice suddenly appeared in Elder Feng's heart. He opened his mouth, wanting to shout it out. However, the three-pointed, double-edged sword had already slashed through the air. The divine weapon was like a ray of death that could take one's life. Not good. Elder Tsang and Elder Jian stood up at the same time, wanting to stop what was happening in the arena. However, their movements were still too slow. The light of death that was strong enough to split the sky blasted the roaring storm shield away. The wind dispersed, the martial arts arena was completely silent. Elder Feng's body was cut in half. The two halves fell to the ground at the same time. Shocking, incomparably shocking, the blood on the two halves of his body seemed to have been burned dry. Only 2 pieces of charred flesh were left. That scene was so unbelievable. Old man, I won't hesitate to take your life. Ling Xiao's voice sounded in the arena. Then, the three-pointed, double-edged sword in his hand disappeared. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at Elder Tsang and Elder Jian mockingly. This is the strength of Elder Feng, who is ranked 3rd among the 5 elders of the state of Qin. I think it's just SOSO. Sarcasm, however, no matter what Ling Xiao said, he said it with confidence. That was because he had defeated Elder Feng with only one move. No one had expected such an outcome. The 7th prince, Chen Kangming, who trusted him, did not expect this. Chen Kanglin, who was hostile to Ji Hyun of Silla, did not expect this. Such an outcome was too unexpected. The strength of this guy who called himself Tuoba Ling had already reached such a terrifying level. He only needed one move to kill Elder Feng, who was at the peak of the 12th level of the Yin-Yang realm, with 30% of his energy. Everyone knew that this was not Ling Xiao's full strength. After all, the calmness that Ling Xiao displayed after killing Elder Feng was enough to prove it. Chen Kanglin. Chen Kanglin's shock was shocked Elder Jian Chen and Elder Jian Jian's. Elder Jians of Silla of Sillas of Silla of Silla of Silla of Silla Illa of Silla. The state of Chen of the state of Aves the final trump card. However, ever since they started participating in external affairs, they were killed one after another. Elder Kong had died in Frosty Town, Elder Hua died in an untouchable place. Today, even Elder Feng had died in the palace. What was going on? Could it be that the strength of the 5 elders of the state of Chen was really so weak? Even they themselves began to doubt their own strength. However, this guy who called himself Tuoba Ling actually dared to kill old Feng. Furthermore, he did it in the palace. Was there something wrong with this guy's head? Killing Elder Feng was equivalent to becoming an enemy of the entire Qin Kingdom's royal family. Elder Tsang and Sword Elder did not understand what Ling Xiao was thinking. Chen Kanglin did not understand either. The 3 masters from the Heavenly Pool Mountain didn't understand either. Unless this Tuoba Ling had the strength to go against all the experts of the Qin Kingdom's royal family, doing so was simply courting death. Old 7, it was just a sparring match. How dare your subordinate kill old Feng? Elder Feng is the pillar of the state of Chen, the most reliable backer of the state of Chen's royal family. Shouldn't you give me an explanation for killing him? Chen Kanglin looked coldly at Chen Kangming and asked. Your Highness Jihyun of Silla, the 7th prince definitely did not have the intention to kill Elder Feng. It was all Tuoba Ling's fault. How despicable. Uncle Fu felt Chen Kanglin's killing intent. He knelt on the ground in fear and said loudly. Uncle Fu, you weren't like this before. You don't have to kneel before him. You are my man. Chen Kangming frowned and said, moreover, it was Elder Feng who proposed to fight with Tuoba Ling. He also agreed to a life and death duel. He said that after death, they would not pursue the matter. The entire nation is watching. I believe that Jihyun of Silla won't be a sore loser, right? Uncle Fu froze. He didn't know if he should stand up or kneel down. He was very conflicted. He was originally a spy that Jihyun of Silla, Chen Kanglin, had planted beside the 7th prince, Chen Kangming. Ever since Jihyun of Silla died, Uncle Fu had thought that he had been abandoned and was prepared to completely rely on the 7th prince. However, news of Jihyun of Silla's revival came. He immediately contacted Jihyun of Silla. Jihyun of Silla's intentions were clear. Stay beside the 7th prince, Chen Kangming, and wait for an opportunity to act. If Chen Kangming was stubborn, he would kill him. The moment he raised his head, he saw Chen Kanglin's eyes. Chen Kanglin was clearly hinting at him to act. Uncle Fu gritted his teeth and stood up. He then walked behind Chen Kangming. A ruthless look flashed across his eyes. That's right. As long as he killed Chen Kangming, so what if Tuoba Ling was powerful? After losing his partner, Tuoba Ling would either have to escape or rely on His Highness Jihyun of Silla. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Die. Uncle Fu suddenly launched an attack. The cold, sharp blade in his hand pierced toward the 7th prince's back. This blade was absolutely steady, accurate, and ruthless. It was the most powerful attack he had ever unleashed in his life. By the time Chen Kangmei realized it, it was already too late. The blade was only 3 inches away from him. He did not even have the chance to dodge. Upon seeing this, a cold grin appeared on Chen Kanglin's face. He had succeeded. As long as Chen Kangmei was dead, no one would stop him from ascending the throne. No one would know that Uncle Fu was one of his men. He only needed to silence him after the deed was done. However, his smile suddenly froze in the next moment. Even the 3 experts from Tianqi Mountain only saw a flash of golden light behind Chen Kangmei's back. Then, Uncle Fu's hands were cut off. His body was slammed heavily onto the ground. He knelt behind Chen Kangmei. Horror, shock, incomprehensible, this was Uncle Fu's current expression. Uncle Fu, why? There's no need to ask him. I already know the answer to this question. On the stage, Ling Xiao looked coldly at Jihyun of Silla and said, that so-called Uncle Fu is just a chess piece that His Highness Jihyun of Silla placed beside you. This chess piece is meant to help him fight for the throne at the most crucial moment. Originally, Jihyun of Silla wanted your War Eagle army to deal with Chen Songxiong's Eagle army. But today, he changed his mind and ordered Uncle Fu to kill you. What a load of nonsense. Jihyun of Silla slammed his chair and stood up. He activated his terrifying soul technique again, attempting to kill Ling Xiao on the spot. Of all the people present, any one of them could die from his soul technique, except for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's soul power was stronger than Ji-hyun of Scylla's. A trace of blood leaked out from the corner of Ji-hyun of Scylla's mouth. His attack had failed and he had injured himself. However, he did not show it. He wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He knew that he was in trouble today. It seemed that he could only rely on the remaining 2 elders from the Chen Kingdom and the 3 experts from the Heavenly Pool Mountain to deal with this person who called himself Tuoba Ling I see. Although you weren't a good person in the past, you were still a virtuous king. But I never expected that Hong Minor would sacrifice her lifespan to save you. Not only did you kill her, but you also stole her soul tablet, infiltrated her clan, and stole their soul technique manual. You're shameless to this extent. The moment their souls touched, Ling Xiao finally knew the secret behind Ji-hyun of Scylla's revival. Hong Minor had sacrificed her lifespan to revive Ji-hyun of Scylla. Unfortunately, that infatuated woman had died in the hands of her beloved man. She had even harmed her own clan. After Ji-hyun of Scylla gained the trust of Hong Minor's clan, he cultivated the Soul Clan's forbidden technique and turned the entire clan into hell overnight. Everyone's soul power and life force were absorbed by him. He became a powerful soul technique expert and had a lifespan of over 1,000 years. After knowing this, in Ling Zhao's eyes, Ji-hyun of Scylla and Chen Kanglin had become people he had to kill. He had no sympathy for Hong Minor. Hong Minor was to blame for everything. However, this did not mean that Chen Kanglin could erase his scumbag behavior. Ling Xiao didn't want to kill him. But he didn't want to kill him to kill Ji-hyun of Scylla to kill him. To say, he was an enemy. Since he had the chance, he had to kill this guy. In any case, sooner or later, they would have to meet on the battlefield. Just like that time, Chen Kanglin actually used a soul technique to try and kill him. If he still sympathized with this guy, wouldn't it be ridiculous? He lifted his foot and walked towards Chen Kanglin. Every step he took tugged at everyone's heartstrings. Every time he walked, it was like a heavy hammer hitting the ground, but it was also like hitting the hearts of these people. What was Ling Xiao trying to do? Everyone who was paying attention to this incident was curious. Why was Ling Xiao walking towards Chen Kanglin? Soon, they would know the answer. Ling Xiao walked in front of Chen Kanglin. He floated in the air and looked down at Chen Kanglin like an emperor. The terrifying pressure made Chen Kanglin unable to move at all. Chen Kanglin's strength had become stronger, but it was only because of his soul technique. Ling Zhao's powerful soul power was Chen Kanglin's nemesis. Chen Kanglin was still as weak as before. No, he might be even weaker than before. Ling Zhao's strength had become stronger, but Chen Kanglin hadn't. Chen Kanglin couldn't bear to lower his head in front of Ling Xiao. He raised his head and looked at Ling Xiao. His eyes were filled with anger and hatred. Of course, there was also a hint of fear. He couldn't help it. This person who called himself Tuoba Ling was too terrifying. Ji-hyun of Scylla, Chen Kanglin? Ling Zhao's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. In the air, he suddenly unleashed a terrifying aura. Crack! The throne that Chen Kanglin was sitting on instantly shattered. This scene caused everyone's hearts to tighten. They couldn't understand where Chen Kangming found such a reckless person. Although he killed Elder Feng. Elder Feng was weaker than Elder Jian and Elder Tsong. Compared to the 3 experts of Heavenly Pool Mountain, he couldn't be compared at all. Chen Kanglin was able to suppress the 3 elders of Chen Country and the 3 experts of Heavenly Pool Mountain. He shouldn't be weak. However, Ling Xiao dared to face Chen Kanglin directly. Was he tired of living? However, some people thought that Ling Zhao's actions were the actions of a domineering king. He had successfully used his own strength to trample on Chen Kanglin's dignity as Ji-hyun of Scylla. Chen Kanglin stared at Ling Xiao. His eyes were filled with a terrifying killing intent. However, there was a lack of confidence in this killing intent. He killed Hong Minor and obtained all the soul power and life force of a small family of the Soul Clan that Hong Minor belonged to. He also cultivated a soul technique manual. He thought that he was qualified to be the king of the Chen country. In fact, before this person called Tuoba Ling appeared, things had indeed developed like this. However, because of this person's appearance, the situation had greatly changed. In front of this person, he couldn't resist at all. Right now, he was definitely no match for this fellow in front of him. Chen Kanglan of Jihyun of Silla started to regret. In the past, he had the opportunity to join forces with Ling Xiao to take over the Qin country. Even if Ling Xiao didn't like some of his actions, he wouldn't stop him. At the very least, he wouldn't kill him. However, he didn't know if he was blinded by lard, but he actually wanted to kill Ling Xiao. He wanted to obtain the Moon Maiden. If Ling Xiao was still by his side, this Tuoba Ling wouldn't be a problem at all. However, looking at Elder Jian and Elder Tsong, those two old things, they were so scared by Tuoba Ling that they didn't dare to move. Looking at the three experts of Heavenly Pool Mountain, they also seemed to be afraid of Tuoba Ling. What was going on? Tuoba Ling, what are you trying to do? Finally, Chen Kanglan spoke. Under Ling Zhao's terrifying pressure, he still opened his mouth to speak. If he was so scared that he couldn't even speak, how could those experts by his side work for him? Don't you understand what I'm trying to do? Ling Xiao sneered and said, what happened to Uncle Fu? How did Hong Minor die? I want you to say it in front of the entire nation's citizens. In order to defeat a person, one had to attack his weakest point. Jihyun of Silla Chen Kanglan wanted to become the king of the Qin country. He couldn't do so without the support of the citizens. However, if the matter of Uncle Fu and Hong Minor was made public, he would be finished. Unless he had enough strength to suppress all the experts in the Qin country, he would have to get lost. Wishful thinking, Chen Kanglan said coldly. Hee, I knew you wouldn't cooperate so easily. However, you will speak the truth soon. The Qin nation's imperial palace will not tolerate your impudence. Seeing the Jihyun of Silla suppressed by Ling Xiao, the Sword Elder could no longer hold himself back. The Sword Elder stood up and roared furiously. Ling Xiao turned his head to look at the Sword Elder. This was the effect that Xiao Chen wanted. Xiao Chen's goal was to defeat his enemies one by one. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to deal with them all at once. I, Tuoba Ling, am just a nameless person. I cannot compare to all of you here, who are famous and awe-inspiring. However, once I set my mind on protecting someone, I will not allow anyone to harm her. Even if I am not strong enough, I will take the risk. Ling Zhao's voice suddenly grew louder. Everyone in the dueling arena heard him clearly. As a friend of the seventh prince, Jin Kangming, I will break this dark imperial court today and smash it into smithereens. Smash it into smithereens. The second-ranked sword elder of the Qin nation, do you want to fight me? This is a battle to the death. Do you dare? Ling Zhao's voice had already spread throughout the entire Qin nation through that special enchanted treasure. If the Qin nation's imperial elder refused to fight Ling Xiao because he feared death, he would lose all face. Furthermore, if a battle really broke out, Ling Xiao was confident of killing him. Almost everyone was paying attention to this man who called himself Tuoba Ling. Since he dared to be so arrogant in the Qin nation's imperial palace, even if he died in the end, it would be something to be proud of. In the past few years, the Qin nation's citizens had suffered a lot from the royal court. Even some of the minor nobles were often exploited by the royal court and the major nobles. The major nobles had long since purchased the Qin nation's royal court's dark rule. They hoped that someone could smash this imperial court and return the Qin nation a clear sky. Today, the person who called himself Tuoba Ling stood here. The Qin nation's citizens looked forward to this person helping them vent their anger. The reason why Ling Xiao wanted to broadcast this live was simple: he wanted to gain popularity for himself. This Qin nation would be his sooner or later. Without sufficient popularity and prestige, it would be difficult for him to control this nation. When the time was right, he would reveal his true identity. The Sword Elder firmly stared at Ling Xiao. His eyes emitted two sharp rays of light that were similar to sword light. However, he still didn't agree to Ling Xiao's request for battle. He was indeed stronger than Elder Feng. But the problem was, even if he was strong, he couldn't be that strong. For Ling Xiao to be able to kill Elder Feng in one move, his strength was definitely above his own. Why would he seek death? The dignified Sword Elder is actually such a coward. Forget it. If you don't dare to fight, then obediently sit there and don't fart. Otherwise, I will mistakenly think that you want to fight. Ling Xiao saw that the Sword Elder was silent and could not help but sneer. The Sword Elder clenched his teeth, his old face flushed red, but in the end, fear overtook his will to fight. He actually sat down obediently. The dignified Sword Elder had become a laughingstock. It can't be, Sword Elder is actually afraid of him? It seems that we have all underestimated this person. Perhaps he really is very strong, strong to the point that even the Sword Elder is afraid to accept his challenge. At the side of the arena, there were some other spectators. They were the remaining princes. Among these people, only the fourth prince supported Xianxia. The rest of the people were actually fence-sitters. Moreover, they had no ambition. They were all looking at the situation. If Qin Kangming had the advantage, then they would naturally choose to follow Qin Kangming. Hearing the Sword Elder's reply, Ling Xiao suddenly laughed. His laughter was carefree and full of sarcasm. From his mouth, he spat out words that could anger the Sword Elder to death. Qin country's 5 elders, in the end, are just a joke. Elder Kong couldn't even kill a 16-year-old youth, Ling Xiao, trash. Elder Hua was even killed by this youth, he is even more trash. As for Elder Feng, he couldn't even block one of my moves, trash among trash, but in the end, they still dared to fight. But the Sword Elder is a real coward, a coward, a coward. He doesn't even dare to fight, he is even more trash than trash. Qin country's 5 elders, 4 of them have already been crippled. Is this the strongest backing of Qin country's royal family? Don't make people laugh their heads off. Hearing these words, the majority of the Qin country's royal family felt very unhappy. Qin country's 5 elders were their faith, their pride. Now that they were being criticized as worthless, how could they be happy, especially the Sword Elder, who stared at Ling Xiao as if he wanted to eat Ling Xiao. Brat, don't go too far. The Sword Elder sitting there emitted an ancient and desolate aura. His martial spirit must be extraordinary. Ling Xiao directly ignored the Sword Elder and looked at the Sword Elder. The eldest of Qin country's 5 elders, Elder Tsang, your strength should be stronger than the 4 of them combined. Since you say that I'm going too far, then let's fight. A battle of life and death, until one of us dies. Do you dare? Ling Xiao looked at the Sword Elder with a mocking smile on his face. The Sword Elder's face became extremely ugly. Of Qin country's 5 elders, only he could still keep up appearances. The 3rd brother, the 4th brother, and the 5th brother were already dead. The 2nd brother was so frightened that he lost his will to fight, as good as crippled. If anything happened to the 2nd brother, Qin country's 5 elders would become complete laughingstocks. This person who called himself Tuoba Ling was clearly trying to pin them, the Qin country's 5 elders, to the pillar of shame. Even if they died, they would die of cowardice. As the last pillar of the royal family, the Sword Elder knew that he could not back down, much less admit defeat. The Sword Elder stood up, his gaze fixed on Ling Xiao. Oh? You want to fight? Ling Xiao's face was filled with excitement. This Sword Elder was definitely strong. He was the key person for Xiaoqian to raise his cultivation. As long as Xiaoqian could advance to the peak of the 12th floor of hell, he would not have to fear the 3 people from the Heavenly Pool Mountain. Li Xiaotian was the strongest of the 3. Xiaoqian did not fear him, so what could the other 2 do? You had better back down. Suddenly, Li Xiaotian stood up and said to the Sword Elder. Li Xiaotian could tell that the Sword Elder was feeling very conflicted. If he fought, he was afraid of dying. If he did not fight, he was afraid that the Qin country's royal family would lose face. Hence, Li Xiaotian had to step forward to help. After all, no matter what, the Qin country's royal family was very obedient. With such an obedient royal family providing many resources to the Heavenly Pool Mountain every year, the Heavenly Pool Mountain needed to protect them. Moreover, Li Xiaotian had come to the Qin nation with such a mission. The Sword Elder was stunned for a while. Then, he heaved a sigh of relief, as if the knot in his heart was gone. Humph. With the Heavenly Pool Mountain's experts dealing with you, this old man will have less trouble. The Sword Elder snorted coldly and sat back down. A coward is a coward. There is no point in finding excuses. In your eyes, they are experts. However, in my eyes, they are nothing. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The Heavenly Pool Mountain's experts were nothing? Wasn't Tuoba Ling's tone a little too arrogant? Among the 3 from the Heavenly Pool Mountain, 2 of them were unrivaled in the 12 layers of hell. Even the old man could not last more than 3 moves against them. As for Li Xiaotian, he was an early-stage Yin-Yang realm cultivator at the 13th layer of hell. This fellow who called himself Tuoba Ling dared to say that he was nothing. This was simply seeking death. This fellow was too arrogant and reckless. He was simply courting death. Li Xiaotian stood up from his seat and looked at Ling Xiao coldly. Anger appeared on his face. In the extreme monarch's secret realm, a brat called Ling Xiao broke one of Li Xiaotian's arms. He had to use a large amount of internal energy to recover. Even now, he still felt that something was amiss. Now, another fellow called Tuoba Ling came to find trouble with him. Did these fellows really think that the cultivators of the Heavenly Pool Mountain were easy to bully? Senior brother, let me fight. There is no need for you to personally deal with such trash. Someone beside Li Xiaotian said. There is no need. I have nowhere to vent my anger. Since he is seeking death, I will grant him his wish. Right after Li Xiaotian spoke, his killing intent blossomed. Then, he charged at Ling Xiao like a ferocious beast. The Heavenly Pool Mountain had best stay out of the Chen nation's matters. Otherwise, you will not be able to return alive. Ling Xiao said as he looked at Li Xiaotian indifferently. Xiao Chen stood with his hands behind his back on the vast dueling ring. A gust of wind blew under the moonlight, causing his robes to flutter and his long black hair to dance wildly behind his head. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen did not show any fear when facing Li Xiaotian. Xiao Chen did not mind exposing his identity to deal with this fellow. As long as Xiao Chen killed this Li Xiaotian, the others would not be a problem. Even if Xiao Chen exposed his identity, it did not matter. A battle of life and death? Ling Xiao asked as he looked at Li Xiaotian. That's right. A battle of life and death. Li Xiaotian nodded. In that case, it would be best to write a written agreement. Otherwise, if the Heavenly Pool Mountain reneges on the debt and comes to find trouble with me, I can take it out for all the heroes of the world to see. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Humph. So be it. Do you really think that you can kill me? Li Xiaotian snorted and wrote his name on the life and death certificate. He did not care about these things. As long as he killed Ling Xiao, nothing else mattered. Ling Xiao smiled and wrote down his name. The 2 of them stood on the stage at the same time. They stood 100 meters away from each other and looked at each other coldly. Phew, a gust of wind raged, and their clothes began to flutter violently. It's windy? The Sword Elder suspiciously looked at the sky, but he didn't see the slightest movement of the wind. It's the strength of those 2 people. The old man looked at the arena and said coldly. Until now, he still couldn't accept being called a coward by Ling Xiao. But he couldn't refute it. After all, he had backed down in the end. In fact, if he was willing to fight, then even Li Xiaotian would not insist on stopping him. In the end, he was still a coward. The fierce wind on the stage came from Ling Xiao and Li Xiaotian's strength. Ferocious and overbearing. Tuoba Ling, I don't care who your true identity is. Since you have met me today, only death awaits you. The reason why the Sword Elder and Old Man didn't accept the challenge was because they wanted to leave you, the prey, to me. Do you really think that they are afraid? Standing there, Li Xiaotian said in a clear voice. At the same time, a long sword appeared in his hand. It is still the mortal Great Emperor weapon. However, Li Xiaotian did not release his martial spirit. Perhaps he felt that there was no need to do so. Are they stronger or are you stronger? Ling Xiao sneered as a 3-pointed double-edged sword appeared in his hand again. Of course I'm stronger. Then, after I kill you, I can prove that what you just said was bullshit. Ling Xiao's aura suddenly became berserk, as if he was an angry war god. You have successfully angered me. Li Xiaotian roared as the long sword in his hand trembled. A resplendent sword light instantly shot towards Ling Xiao. Facing this incomparably gorgeous and terrifying sword light, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a disdainful sneer. Transcendence Seal, War God Yang Jian. As the Transcendence Seal was executed, golden light flickered on Ling Xiao's body. Then, his entire body was covered in battle armor, as if he was a god. His body was wrapped in a layer of golden illusion. It is a man with 3 eyes. The weapon in the man's hand is also a three-pointed double-edged sword. It is majestic and incomparably overbearing. At this moment, the sword light arrived and stabbed the illusion, causing it to be sent flying. Ling Xiao sneered as a ray of light shot out from the illusion's forehead. It was like a sharp sword chi that attacked Li Xiaotian. He actually became stronger again? Li Xiaotian's eyes were filled with shock and fear as he hastily brandished his long sword to block. At this moment, it is impossible to dodge. He can only take it head-on. Bang! When the golden light hit the long sword, it actually refracted and accurately stabbed Li Xiaotian. A circular hole appeared in Li Xiaotian's abdomen. There is no blood, only burnt flesh and a burnt smell. Looking at the hole in his abdomen, Li Xiaotian's face turned red and he was extremely angry. In a moment of carelessness, he was actually injured by Ling Xiao. Moreover, he was injured in such a sorry state. You'd better use your full strength now. Otherwise, when you die, you will regret it. Ling Xiao looked at Li Xiaotian contemptuously and said indifferently. This idiot wants to defeat me without even using his martial spirit. Isn't he looking down on me too much? Li Xiaotian's face was cold as the sword martial spirit appeared behind him. At the moment when the martial spirit was released, his aura obviously became much stronger. I have underestimated you. But if you force me to use my full strength, you will no longer have a chance to live. Li Xiaotian's long sword danced again. The sword light was like a red sun, illuminating the entire battle arena. Bright, gorgeous, powerful. Sun sword, kill. With a roar, Li Xiaotian stabbed out with his long sword. The flashing sword light was like a red sun, forcing everyone's eyes to be unable to see anything. Including Ling Xiao, he had no choice but to close his eyes. This sword was indeed incomparably gorgeous, and it was indeed impossible to guard against. Coupled with Li Xiaotian's powerful cultivation, the power was extremely terrifying. Die, idiot! Li Xiaotian did not shout out loud. This was only what he said in his heart. Now that Ling Xiao had lost his vision, he did not want Ling Xiao to determine his position by hearing. However, Ling Xiao still raised the three-pointed, double-edged sword in his hand. It was pointed at his position. A terrifying killing aura was emitted from the three-pointed, double-edged sword. Between heaven and earth, the killing aura was surging, as if the god of death from hell had arrived. Although he was using Yang Jian's Dharma idol, the user was still Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's strongest battle intent was his killing intent. This was the terrifying killing intent that had been condensed through countless battles. People could feel it. Li Xiaotian's sword skill was gorgeous and powerful, causing people to be afraid. However, Ling Xiao's attack was more simple, but more terrifying and shocking. Li Xiaotian gave people the feeling that he was only strong in sword skill and strength. With his terrifying killing intent, Ling Xiao's aura did not lose. To Li Xiaotian's. Boom! The three-pointed, double-edged blade and the longsword clashed in the air. No matter which direction Li Xiaotian attacked, he could not avoid the strange weapon. The three-pointed, double-edged blade was not an ordinary weapon. He used the Blood Thunder Emperor sword as a foundation and condensed it using the Transcendence Seal. Therefore, it was also a mortal-grade Emperor weapon. However, with Yang Jian's Transcendence Seal, he could unleash its power without using his sword martial spirit. Moreover, it would not backfire on him. As the two mortal-grade Emperor weapons clashed, explosions rang out in the air. The perfectly fine martial arts arena had already been blasted into smithereens. If these two fellows were to fight outside, I'm afraid the entire Thunder City would be destroyed by them. Although he did not want to believe it, Chen Kanglin had to admit that the two of them were experts of the same level. Although Tuoba Ling seemed to be slightly weaker. This clash ended with Tuoba Ling retreating 10 steps and Li Xiaotian not retreating at all. However, Li Xiaotian was unable to feel happy. His cultivation was much higher than Ling Zhao's. Even when he used his full strength, he only had a slight advantage. This was simply a blow to his confidence. Kill. Li Xiaotian could not accept such a situation. He unleashed his potential as an outer sect genius of the Heavenly Pool Mountain. The longsword in his hand gave off an even more dazzling light. Sun Sword Art, Solar Storm. Li Xiaotian could not stand the calm expression on Ling Zhao's face. Ling Xiao should have been frightened and uneasy when fighting with him. However, what Ling Xiao was showing now was excitement and confidence, as if victory was already in his hands. This made him very unhappy. The terrifying sword light turned into a solar storm that engulfed the entire area. Terrifying explosions occurred within the storm. This solar storm did not only have sword light that had terrifying penetrative power. The most terrifying thing was that the sword light could explode and create terrifying explosions that were impossible to defend against. Good. Ling Xiao sneered as he aimed the three-pointed, double-edged blade at the solar storm. Then, a huge black hound appeared beside him. Transcendence Seal, Howling Celestial Hound. Swallow those storms for me. When Ling Xiao saw the solar storm, he was almost excited to the extreme. His cultivation was already close to a breakthrough. That collision just now had increased the energy in his cultivation C by quite a bit. It was already close to 80%. If he could absorb all of this huge solar storm, then not only would he be able to stimulate the eruption of his potential, but he would also be able to fill up his cultivation ocean. The giant black dog rushed out. Along the way, it opened its huge mouth and greedily devoured the terrifying solar storm. After countless explosions, the howling celestial dog was finally destroyed and disappeared. However, the power of the solar storm was greatly reduced as a result. Ling Xiao brandished the three-pointed, double-edged sword in his hand and charged out. The terrifying killing intent completely shattered the remaining solar storm. Ha ha ha, awesome! Ling Xiao could feel it. He could already feel his sea of cultivation boiling. Although the howling celestial dog had been destroyed, it had devoured a lot of energy from the solar storm for him. Currently, the energy in his cultivation sea had already risen to 90%, or even a little more. Although there was still a long way to go before a breakthrough. However, Ling Xiao believed that Li Xiaotian would not let him down. He believed that the terror of a Yinyang realm powerhouse in the 13th level of hell would not be fake. Solar sword flare. Li Xiaotian's attack did not stop. Because Ling Xiao had concealed part of his aura, he did not know that his attack had doubled Ling Xiao's strength. This move was even more ferocious. A huge solar flare fell from the sky. As if a fragment of the sun had fallen into the mystic world, the blazing flames shone in the sky. Rumble. Ling Xiao took a step out of the void, and his soaring battle intent completely erupted. The aura that had been hidden was completely released. His long black hair danced wildly behind his head. The three-pointed, double-edged sword seemed to have turned into a sharp divine sword, pointing at his opponent with the intention of destroying everything. Break for me. A domineering and majestic voice came out of Ling Xiao's mouth. The three-pointed, double-edged sword cut through the void, and the sword light bloomed in the void. Then, it collided with the blazing red solar flare. Destructive gales flew everywhere, and the entire battlefield was in chaos. Such a hot aura. I can feel it so clearly even though I'm standing so far away. What is going on? This guy called Tuoba Ling is too strong. How can he be a nobody? He must be using a fake name. Yeah, he can face Daoist Li of the Heavenly Pool Mountain head-on without retreating. This is too terrifying. Aren't the two of you going to help? Chen Kanglin was a little worried. He looked at the other two experts of the Heavenly Pool Mountain and asked nervously. Senior brother has his pride and dignity. How can we go and help now? Moreover, don't you believe in senior brother's strength? He is a Yinyang realm powerhouse in the 13th level of hell. In your Chen nation, he is an invincible existence. The people of the Heavenly Pool Mountain showed a disdainful expression and said that Tuoba Ling might seem to be on par with senior brother, but he is just an arrow at the end of its flight. After all, his cultivation is not enough, and his internal energy is not enough. Just wait, we will see the results soon. Two idiots. Chen Kanglin cursed in his heart. If they worked together to kill that Tuoba Ling, everything would be settled. How could they still talk about dignity at this moment? Pride, he was a person who would do anything to win, so he really didn't understand the so-called ambition and arrogance of some martial artists. However, he could not say this out loud. Although the three experts of the Heavenly Pool Mountain agreed to help him, they were not under his complete control. They were not like the elders of the Chen nation, who were almost his slaves. As they spoke, the situation changed again. Li Xiaotian saw that the solar flare could not destroy his opponent, and his anger grew. Tuoba Ling, I want you to understand that the Heavenly Pool Mountain is not something a small character like you can fight against. Our martial techniques are not something you can fight against, Sun Sword Art, Day of Destruction. As he roared furiously, something terrifying happened. Then, something terrifying happened. The red sun-like thing that had condensed above his head suddenly cracked. Then, a terrifying energy was released, constantly attacking the surrounding space. In the end, the scarlet sun-like ball of light exploded. It released a terrifying, glaring light. It illuminated everything, but also seemed like it was going to destroy everything. Kill! Ling Xiao did not retreat. The three-pointed, double-edged saber in his hand met this terrifying attack. It was like Quafu competing with the sun. Kacha, a shattering sound was heard. The three-pointed, double-edged saber in Ling Xiao's hand actually shattered. The three-pointed, double-edged swords were destroyed, but Li Xiaotian's attacks continued to pressure Ling Xiao, wanting to destroy him as well. However, at this moment, a smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. It was a strange smile, a smile of victory, a smile of a breakthrough in cultivation. Facing Li Xiaotian's powerful and domineering sword, Ling Xiao finally achieved a crucial breakthrough under the threat of death. He had advanced from the late stage of the 12th level of hell to the peak of the 12th level of hell. This might be a small step for others, but it was definitely a big step for Ling Xiao. From this moment on, he no longer feared anyone in the Qin nation. In that instant, 10 demonic dragon swords appeared at the same time. Ling Xiao's body also entered the demonic Tyrant blood dragon martial soul transformation state. For powerful beast souls, the purple lightning bull, the three-headed lava hound, the nine-headed snake general, and the black eagle, appeared behind him. Together with the sword martial soul, the huge demonic dragon sword in his hand slashed at the sword chi in the air. In that instant, a destructive aura that made people feel as if the end of the world had arrived began to erupt. This terrifying power formed a destructive sword chi. The destructive sword chi wreaked havoc in the air, creating a terrifying destructive storm. When it comes to swords, you are far inferior to me. Ling Xiao said coldly to Li Xiaotian as if he was making a declaration. That guy isn't Tuoba Ling. He is Ling Xiao. Chen Kanglin stood up and looked at the youth in the arena in horror. Ling Xiao had already abandoned his disguise and revealed his true face. Countless people saw this scene at the same time. They were all too familiar with the name Ling Xiao. He came from the small Yuhua town and became the city lord of the 8 Immortals County. Later on, he killed the 8th prince and defeated Ji Hyun of Silla. He killed the 7 generals of the Old and New Heavenly Thunder Legion. Of course, the most terrifying thing was that he killed the Lightning Seigneur and indirectly killed Elder Kong. After coming to the Thunder City, he killed Elder Hua and Elder Feng with his own hands and forced Elder Jian and Elder Tsung to bow their heads and admit defeat. Such a person was actually so young. As the saying goes, seeing once is better than hearing 100 times. Ling Xiao had really broken the imaginations of almost everyone. But the thing that frightened them was still happening. Wherever the true devil sword chi went, the space seemed to be destroyed instantly. Everything was destroyed. Nothing could survive the true devil sword chi. Li Xiaotian's powerful sword light was quickly dissolved, devoured, and shattered by the true devil sword chi. A look of intense fear appeared on his originally arrogant face. How could this Ling Xiao be so terrifying? How could this true devil sword chi be so powerful? When they met at the Yuan Ling tribe, Ling Xiao was able to injure him, but he thought that was because he had underestimated his opponent. In terms of strength, he was definitely above Ling Xiao. However, when they met again this time, Ling Xiao was more than 10 times stronger than before. This was not the first time he had seen this terrifying true devil sword chi. Instead, its power was definitely much stronger than before. Within the true devil sword chi, the shadow of the demonic immortal sword appeared, as though it wanted to kill him completely. Not good, retreat. Although Li Xiaotian was extremely unwilling to admit defeat in front of a guy whose cultivation was inferior to his, and whose background was even more inferior to his. However, at this time, he had no other choice at all. The only thing he could do was to escape. He did not want to die. He knew that he could not resist this powerful attack. Only by dodging this powerful attack might he have a chance to counterattack. After all, such a powerful attack would definitely consume a lot of energy. However, could he dodge it? Could he escape? Ling Xiao, Li Xiaotian, will remember you. I'll spare your dog life today, but I'll definitely take revenge on you in the future. Junior brothers, I'll make a move first, sword light evasion. At the critical moment, Li Xiaotian used his trump card to save his life. This was a unique skill that came from the Heavenly Pool Mountain. Logically speaking, only a few inner sect disciples had the qualifications to cultivate it. However, although this Li Xiaotian was an outer sect disciple, he had a very good relationship with the elders of the Heavenly Pool Mountain. Hence, he got the opportunity to cultivate this unique skill. In the past, when he was carrying out missions outside, even if he encountered a martial artist whose cultivation was 2 minor realms higher than him, he could still successfully escape. No one could catch up with him at all. Hence, he also believed that Ling Xiao would not be able to catch up with him. It was absolutely impossible. Running away after acting tough? Unfortunately, you met me, Earth Golden Light skill, quick. As Ling Xiao's cold voice came from his mouth, he instantly turned into a golden light and completely disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. When he reappeared, he was already more than 1,000 meters away. He happened to be right next to Li Xiaotian. In terms of speed, you're much slower than me. His voice rang in Li Xiaotian's ears. At that moment, Li Xiaotian felt as if he had heard a curse that would end his life. His whole body trembled. Impossible. How could you possibly catch up with my sword light evasion? Not only was he surprised, but the onlookers were also shocked. Li Xiaotian instantly turned into a sword light and escaped. That speed was so fast that their eyes could not catch it. Hence, Chen Kanglin wanted to scold that guy for not being loyal and running away alone without bringing him along. However, in the next moment, they were surprised to find that even with such a terrifying speed, they still could not escape from Ling Xiao's pursuit. A terrifying aura came from Li Xiaotian's side. The demon dragon sword pierced Li Xiaotian's body. Chi, the sound of the sword piercing through the elemental energy shield was heard. Li Xiaotian's frightened expression became even more exaggerated. He could only watch as his body was pierced by the sword, but there was nothing he could do. Spare me, and I can give you the martial arts manual of the Heavenly Pool Mountain. At this critical moment, Li Xiaotian could not care less. He only wanted to live. As for everything else, he didn't care at all. Even if he was asked to betray the Heavenly Pool Mountain, he would not care. It's too late. Ling Xiao's voice rang in his ears. When we were in the Yuanling tribe, you and I were destined to live. Only one of us can live. Li Xiaotian raised his head. His expression was extremely ferocious, but his eyes were filled with despair. However, he saw that Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with coldness and ruthlessness. They did not look like the eyes of a human, but more like the eyes of a demon. Begging a demon to spare him, was that even possible? Who would have thought that I, Li Xiaotian of the Heavenly Pool Mountain, would die in this small Qin nation? I can't accept this. Li Xiaotian's body struggled frantically. He tried to put up a final resistance. He did not want to die, no one wanted to die, Li Xiaotian was even more so. He was a genius among the outer disciples of the Heavenly Pool Mountain. He was recognized by the elders of the Heavenly Pool Mountain's library pavilion. With a chance, he could enter the inner sect and soar into the sky. But now, he was going to die. He was going to die in the hands of someone he once thought was insignificant. The terrifying sword aura had already begun to destroy his body. He could even feel his life force rapidly draining away. Li Xiaotian let out a blood-curdling scream. Despair, anger, regret, all of his emotions exploded at this moment. Everyone stared fixedly at this inconceivable scene. Incomparable shock. 7th Prince Chen Kangmang once again witnessed Ling Xiao's strength. However, compared to the first time they met, the current Ling Xiao was so powerful that he did not dare to recognize him. It was too terrifying. Li Xiaotian was a first revolution Yinyang realm martial artist at the early stage of the 13th level of hell. Yet, he was killed by Ling Xiao just like that. The most shocked people were Ji Hyun of Silla, Chen Kanglin, and the 2 disciples from Tianqi Mountain. Chen Kanglin returned this time to seize the throne and then kill Ling Xiao. However, the strength that Ling Xiao displayed caused him to sink into incomparable despair. With such strength, even Li Xiaotian was no match for him. This was really unbelievable. Ling Zhao's aura kept rising during the battle. His strength kept increasing. This was the most terrifying part about him. As long as he could not be killed, he could become stronger. This person was too terrifying. Chen Kanglin, who can you rely on now? After killing Li Xiaotian, Ling Xiao walked towards Ji Hyun of Silla and asked coldly. Ling Xiao, this is Thunder City. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want after killing Li Xiaotian? Chen Kanglin sat there. His heart was filled with fear, but his mouth was still bluffing. Haha, Li Xiaotian was almost invincible when he came to the Chen nation. Unfortunately, he met me. I am the #1 expert in the Chen nation. You don't have to bluff to scare me. I am not a 3-year-old child. Tell me what you've done to Hong Minor. Otherwise, I'll make you beg for death. Ling Xiao looked at Chen Kanglin indifferently. Will you spare me if I tell you? Chen Kanglin asked. You don't have the qualifications to bargain with me right now. Ling Xiao said indifferently, one more word of nonsense and I'll let you taste the pain of having your heart pierced. The winner takes all. Do it, I have nothing to say. Chen Kanglin knew that there were some things that he couldn't say. Once he said it, he would immediately become the target of public criticism and be spurned by everyone. He would rather be killed by Ling Xiao. It seems like you don't understand what I'm saying. Ling Xiao sneered and transformed into a 9-snake general. The 9-snake head swayed ferociously behind him. As the prince of the Qin kingdom, the favored Ji Hyun of Silla, you have suffered too little. So today, I will let you experience the most basic types of pain. Then, a snake head darted out and bit Chen Kanglin's body. At that moment, the poison flowed through Chen Kanglin's body. Ah! Chen Kanglin let out a shrill scream. His entire body curled up into a ball. His face was extremely pale and he looked like he was about to die. No, I'll tell you. I beg you, please don't torture me. He let out a hysterical cry in fear. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, then a look of disdain appeared on his face. He thought that Chen Kanglin would be able to hold on for a while longer. Who knew that he would be so useless? Just one type of poison was enough to make this guy completely lose his ability to resist. Ling Xiao controlled the snake heads to suck out the poison. Chen Kanglin felt a little better. However, the 9 ferocious snake heads were still staring at him in the air. He didn't dare to disobey. He told Ling Xiao everything that he had done. Just as Ling Xiao had predicted, this guy didn't just return kindness with ingratitude by killing Hong Min'er. He even destroyed Hong Min'er's entire family. Hearing this guy's account of the tragic events, the angry citizens even began to shout. Kill him. Put him to death by 1,000 cuts. This despicable guy is simply unforgivable. Although their voices couldn't be heard in the palace, they still shouted angrily. Give me a quick death. Chen Kanglin lay on the ground like a dead dog. Ling Xiao glanced at him and waved his hand. A sword radiance flew past and Chen Kanglin's head was separated from his body. He didn't like to torture people, unless he wanted to ask about something or if someone had done the same thing to his friends and family. As for Chen Kanglin, he would just kill him. After killing Chen Kanglin, Ling Xiao looked at Elder Jian and Elder Tsong and asked coldly, what about the two of you? Follow him to death? Or declare your allegiance to the new king? Elder Jian and Elder Tsong looked at each other. In the end, they both knelt down and said, greetings to the new king. Hee, I was counting on the two of you to be loyal. I killed Elder Hua and Elder Feng. Don't the two of you hate me? Ling Xiao sneered. That's because they were blind and deserved to die. The two old men spoke in the same tone. Humph, people like you, I can spare your lives. But you must eat these 2 pills. You are too strong, I can't be at ease. Ling Xiao coldly snorted and said, these pills are called soul-absorbing pills. Normally, there won't be any discomfort. But if you want to betray me, it will immediately take effect and scatter your souls. Hearing this, Elder Jian and Elder Tsong looked at each other and revealed an unwilling expression. They originally planned to pretend to surrender and then think of a way to kill Ling Xiao or the new king of Qin country appointed by Ling Xiao. In any case, Ling Xiao can't stay in Qin country forever. They can afford to wait. But now that they have the soul-absorbing pills, they can't carry out their plan. Big brother, quickly go and find Lightning Emperor. I will stop this guy. Elder Jian suddenly roared and charged towards Ling Xiao. As for Elder Tsang, he rushed out of the palace and headed towards the Emperor's forbidden area. That is where Lightning Emperor secluded himself. It is also the most secretive place in Qin country. Aside from Qin country's king, no one else knows what secrets lie there. Those who obey me prosper, those who oppose me perish. Ling Xiao coldly glanced at Elder Jian who was charging towards him. Before he broke through, he might need 3 or 4 moves to deal with this guy. But now, he only needs 1 move. The sinister snake head shot out at a speed hard to see with the naked eye and bit Elder Jian's neck. Elder Jian died on the spot. Little Gold, to Oba Yunxiang, you guys protect 7th Prince. I will be back soon. Ling Xiao can catch up to Elder Tsang. However, he did not go all out. He hopes that Elder Tsang can help him find Lightning Emperor. He really wants to know how strong Lightning Emperor can become after cultivating in the Emperor's forbidden area. Just thinking about it makes him excited. Elder Tsang fled while looking back. He did not see Ling Xiao's figure. However, he feels very uneasy. He keeps feeling that Ling Xiao should be following behind him. However, he still can't find him. When you are running for your life, don't look around, okay? Did you kill him? The old man was naturally referring to the Sword Elder. That's right, I killed him. I wanted to let you live, but you didn't want to, so I had to kill him. Ling Xiao said indifferently. What do you want? I didn't offend you, nor did I attack you. You can't kill the innocent. The old man roared. Innocent? Hee, you didn't do it yourself, but are you going to tell me that the army that attacked the demonic dragon city didn't have the orders of the 5 elders of the Qin kingdom? What a joke. Now you're talking about innocence with me. If I wasn't stronger than you, I would have been killed by you. Ling Xiao mocked. The old man was speechless. At this moment, a gust of wind blew past. The old man felt his body tremble violently. From the outside to the inside, there was a bone-chilling coldness. No, not only bone-chilling, but also heart-chilling. If you want to kill me, why don't you do it? The old man asked with fear. You seem to have reinforcements. I'm not interested in the weak. I only want to deal with the strong. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Humph, kid, if you really have the courage, do you dare to follow me to a place? The old man snorted coldly. In fact, he was most afraid that Ling Xiao would kill him. If that happened, he would have no hope. However, if Ling Xiao didn't kill him, he was confident that he could bring Ling Xiao to his death. Why? Wouldn't I dare? Ling Xiao chuckled and said, what you're relying on is nothing more than the Thunder Emperor. I want to see what kind of high-level martial arts the Thunder Emperor can cultivate in such a short time. Then follow me. After the old man finished speaking, he turned around and rushed out. His speed was extremely fast. He thought that Ling Xiao would rush over as well. However, when he was flying, he realized that there was no sound behind him. It was as if Ling Xiao didn't follow him at all. Humph, this kid is really afraid. He snorted coldly and looked back triumphantly. What he saw gave him a fright. Ling Xiao was standing less than 3 meters away from him, like a ghost. What kind of movement technique did this fellow cultivate? He's actually as terrifying as a ghost. The old man's heart was filled with fear. Forget it, escape is more important. He knew that it was impossible for him to shake off Ling Xiao, so he flew with all his might, hoping to find the Thunder Emperor before Ling Xiao changed his mind. As long as he could see the Thunder Emperor, there would be hope. He believed that the Qin nation's many years of accumulation would not be overturned by an ant. Even though this ant had grown into a terrifying beast, it was still the same. Soon, he flew out of the palace and flew above the outer city. It was hard for most people to imagine that the forbidden land of the emperors was not within the royal city, but outside the city. Perhaps this was the so-called darkness under the lamp. Very soon, Elder Tsang smelled the aura of the mysterious forbidden area. Originally, only emperors could enter this place. However, it was a critical moment now. As the eldest of the 5 elders of the Qin nation, he naturally had the right to enter. Soon, he stepped into an ancient-looking house. This house looked very ordinary, and it seemed that no one had lived in it for many years. It was already abandoned. However, Ling Xiao could sense that there were quite a few experts hidden among them. Of course, such experts were not worth mentioning to him. Elder Tsang finally stopped. He stood above a well in this abandoned house and looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could sense that dozens of auras had arrived around the well at the same time. These people saw Elder Tsang, but they were shocked to find that Elder Tsang, who usually had a lofty aura, was now in a sorry state. Moreover, there was an incomparably terrified expression on his face, as if he was afraid of something. Suddenly, they smelled another aura. It instantly arrived above the house. It was a young man who looked to be 16 or 17 years old. He just stood in the air above the house, looking down at everyone. An enemy attack. They did not know who this young man was, nor did they know what Elder Tsang had encountered. However, since this young man was chasing after Elder Tsang, there was no doubt that he was their enemy. These people had been guarding this forbidden area for many years, and they were all top experts of the Qin nation. Since someone dared to intrude here, they had a reason to chase him away. "Kid, why aren't you leaving? How can someone like you enter the forbidden area of the Emperor as you wish?" One of them looked at Ling Xiao and scolded angrily. However, Ling Xiao did not look at him. Instead, he looked at Elder Tsang and said, "That well under your feet is the entrance to the forbidden area, your hope is in there?" "That's right, so what? Although you are powerful, you can forget about leaving here alive." "Everyone, this person killed Elder Tsang and usurped the throne. He has committed a heinous crime. Quickly, set up the celestial demon capturing formation." Elder Tsang suddenly shouted. These experts did not understand what was going on. However, the celestial demon capturing formation was their most powerful battle formation. Since Elder Tsang asked them to set up this formation, it was enough to show how terrifying their opponent was. Therefore, they did not dare to underestimate their opponent. They started setting up the formation in an instant. A battle formation was easier to set up than an ordinary formation. Furthermore, these people had clearly been trained meticulously on a daily basis. In a short time, the so-called celestial demon capturing formation was set up. "Master, is this the celestial demon capturing formation? Why do I feel that it is different from what you said?" Ling Xiao was shocked when he heard that the other party was going to set up the celestial demon capturing formation. This was because the Yuan Venerate had once said that it was one of the top 10 battle formations of the mystic world and was extremely powerful. If it was set up successfully, it could increase the combat power of all the martialists who set up the formation. Even if they were 10 times stronger than them, they could still be killed. However, it was obvious that the so-called celestial demon capturing formation that these people had set up was not that powerful. The real celestial demon capturing formation is not something that martialists with such cultivation can use. This formation has nothing to do with the celestial demon capturing formation. It is just a more domineering name. Yuan Venerate replied. "Then I am relieved." Ling Xiao smiled and then looked at Elder Tsang. "You know that they are useless. Kid, you are too arrogant. This is the forbidden area of the monarch. It is not a place for you to behave atrociously." One of the experts shouted. "Arrogant?" Ling Xiao smiled contemptuously. "I am arrogant. What can you do about it? One could be arrogant if one had the strength." This was not something he had created. The royal family of the Qin nation could easily destroy a family because of their strength, even if the family had made great contributions to defend their royal authority. They could also decide the life and death of a person or even thousands of people because of their strength. Did they have anyone in their eyes? Ling Zhao's words stunned all the experts present. This kid was so domineering and arrogant. "Elder Tsang, is this kid really that powerful?" Someone asked with a frown after sensing Ling Zhao's insufferably arrogant aura. "He's very powerful. Elder Hua, Elder Feng, and Elder Jian were all killed by him. Even Li Xiaotian of the Heavenly Pool Mountain was killed by him." The old man said coldly, "Therefore, none of you, including me, are a match for him. We can only work together, kill him together. We have 65 Yin Yang First Revolution cultivators here who are at the peak of the 12th level of hell. Even if all of us are weaker than him, we can definitely defeat him with the heavenly demon capturing formation. Work together? Ling Xiao laughed in disdain as he looked at old man Song Lao. His eyes were filled with mockery. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. You'd better find an opponent who can truly excite me. Otherwise, I'll kill you immediately. If it was the real heavenly demon capturing formation, Ling Xiao might be a little worried. However, since it was a fake, although it could provide some enhancement, it was still limited. In his eyes, these people were just a bunch of mobs. 1 or 100, there was no difference. Elder Song still did not understand how powerful he was. That was why he had such a naive and laughable thought. There was no hope even if they worked together. Elder Song's heart twitched. At that moment, he suddenly understood that the Qin nation was finished. It was really finished. Facing such a powerful lineup, Ling Xiao did not have the slightest bit of fear. How could he not feel despair? The Qin nation could not find a single person who could deal with Ling Xiao. It was a complete joke. Sad, lamentable. It's been 2 breaths. Ling Xiao said indifferently. This voice startled Elder Song out of his thoughts. He looked at the well under his feet and clearly sensed that the Thunder Emperor had not come out of seclusion. If he disturbed the Thunder Emperor now, it might cause the Thunder Emperor to fail in his cultivation. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth. He looked at Ling Xiao. If you want to kill me, then kill me. What's the point of talking nonsense? Wanting to die? Isn't that easy? Ling Xiao revealed a mocking cold smile on his face. 3 breaths are up. However, I will not kill you. I will keep your lowly life. Your only hope is for the Thunder Emperor to succeed in cultivating the divine technique and kill me. Then I'll let you see how he'll be destroyed, but as for you, you may be spared from death, but you must be punished. With that, his figure flashed and turned into a demonic dragon phantom that pounced towards Elder Song. Quick, it was inconceivably fast, it was so fast that none of the experts present could react. I will not sit here and wait for my death. The old man roared angrily and used all of his internal energy in an attempt to perish together with Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao's hand pressed on his shoulder. His body trembled fiercely, and the internal energy that he had already mobilized actually completely lost control in an instant, completely extinguished. You can't even self-destruct? Elder Song knelt on the ground, his aged face revealing a look of horror. He wanted to self-destruct to perish together with Ling Xiao. However, in the end, he realized that he could not even self-destruct. The internal energy in his body no longer belonged to him. Just wait here obediently. The show has yet to start. Don't be in a hurry to die. Ling Xiao smiled coldly and directly crippled Elder Song's cultivation. Then, he looked in the direction of the well. At that moment, the guards of the Forbidden Land of the Emperor all reacted and released a violent aura. They could watch as Elder Song was killed, but they definitely could not let Ling Xiao barge into the Forbidden Land and affect the Thunder Emperor's cultivation. To them, this was a great taboo. I'll kill whoever dares to attack me. So, if you're smart, you'd better stay there obediently and not move. A cold voice mixed with a terrifying murderous aura was released, causing those who were about to attack to stop. Even the aura that they released was clearly much weaker. Everyone was afraid of death, and so were they. However, there were still people who were not afraid of death. Listen up, we are the Thunder Emperor's guards. We must protect the Thunder Emperor. Even if we die, we must guard the Forbidden Land. One of the cultivators seemed to be one of the leaders of the guards. His words caused the battle intent that had already subsided to erupt once again. Ling Xiao glanced at that person coldly. His feet moved. No one saw clearly how he moved. In the next moment, the person who had fanned the flames had already fallen to the ground. There was a red mark on his throat. I've said it before. I'll kill whoever dares to attack me. Don't turn a deaf ear to my words. Ling Xiao calmly glanced at the corpse and stared at the well, sensing the aura that was released from it. Humph, looks like the Thunder Emperor hasn't broken through yet. Fine, it's too boring to kill you now. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. Then, he looked at the old man and said, tell the Thunder Emperor that the day he breaks through is the day he dies. I'll give him a fair chance to fight. If I'm not wrong, he will break through in 2 days. In 2 days, I will set up an arena outside the Thunder City. Any cultivator of the Qin nation who is not convinced of me can come and challenge me. However, there is one thing. Once you enter the arena, it will be a battle of life and death. If you die, don't blame me for being ruthless. You are too arrogant. Do you really think that there is no one in the Qin nation who can deal with you? The old man said coldly as he looked at Ling Xiao. I hope that there is. That way, I can have some fun. Ling Xiao had 3 considerations when setting up the arena. The first was, of course, to fight with experts to stimulate the potential in one's body and raise one's strength. The second was naturally to show off one's martial prowess and get the Qin nation's cultivators to submit to him. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, where martial prowess reigned supreme, only one with the strongest martial prowess was qualified to control this nation. Only then would one be qualified to convince others. Xiaoqin did not want to leave behind hidden dangers for the Heavenly Empire. The third was to defeat the Thunder Emperor openly before everyone and get the Thunder Emperor to admit to all the crimes that he had committed in the past, returning justice to Ling Yan's clan. Oh, right. During this period, you'd best not think of running away. Otherwise, I will grind your bones to dust. Ling Xiao turned and left, leaving behind a tyrannical and strong aura. There was not a single person present who did not have complicated feelings. This Ling Xiao actually treated the countless experts of the Qin nation as nothing. He easily crippled the old man and killed the leader of the guards of the Forbidden Land. Such strength was not something that the people present could imagine. Go. Invite all the experts you can invite over. Even if we have to take turns to tire that Ling Xiao out, we have to tire him to death. The old man suddenly looked at the remaining guards of the Forbidden Land and shouted, there is no need to guard this place. Ling Xiao will not make a move at this time. Yes. Everyone nodded. Then, dozens of afterimages flew off in different directions. The Qin nation was not big, but it was not small either. Sung Lao knew that there were some people with a strong sense of justice in the Qin nation. As long as they described Ling Xiao as a heinous person, they would be able to invite these experts to take action. There was also the Heavenly Pool Mountain. Li Xiaotian's death would definitely shake the Heavenly Pool Mountain. Although 2 days was a little tight, Sung Lao believed that the Heavenly Pool Mountain would definitely send experts stronger than Li Xiaotian. Sung Lao did not believe that Ling Xiao would not die. 2 days was neither long nor short. However, Ling Xiao also did a few big things. First, he spread the news of the arena, causing a commotion in the entire Qin nation's martial arts world. Countless martial artists rushed to Thunder City during these 2 days. Second, he removed the Qin nation's authority and sent out the armies of the demonic Dragon City and the 8 Immortals County. Since the Qin nation did not have many experts left, the campaign was very easy. In just 1 day, most of the Qin nation changed their tune and announced their allegiance to the 8 Immortals nation. Of course, these people were all fence-sitters. If Ling Xiao wanted to completely subdue them, he had to defeat the Thunder Emperor in front of everyone. As for the other tasks, he did not need to worry about them. Chen Kangming would help him complete them. He had already appointed Chen Kangming as the king of the 8 Immortals nation. He was in charge of managing the 8 Immortals nation's territory and accepting the factions that surrendered. The last thing was to build a very large and sturdy arena outside Thunder City, waiting for the experts of the world to come. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Outside the Thunder City, a large number of cultivators had already gathered. There were more than 100,000 of them. Some of them were here to watch the show, while others were here to challenge Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stood on the arena and coldly scanned the crowd. He could keenly sense that there were many experts in the crowd. There were even a few who made him feel extremely threatened. This was also because the other party was hiding part of their auras. However, the more it was like this, the more excited he was. Only such a powerhouse was qualified to challenge him and give him the motivation to advance. 4 people stood in the crowd. 2 of them were the 2 Heavenly Pool Mountain disciples who were with Li Xiaotian. Ling Xiao didn't kill them because there was no need to. Those 2 people had no enmity with him and posed no threat to him. As for the matter of going back to ask for reinforcements, it was even less of a concern. Even without them, there would still be people who would report back to the Heavenly Pool Mountain. After all, when Ling Xiao killed Li Xiaotian, it was broadcasted live across the country through special magical equipment. Other than these two, there were two other people. One of them was very unfamiliar, but his appearance was somewhat similar to Li Xiaotian. The other was Chen Songxiong. The current Chen Songxiong had already completely grasped the essence of the King's Sword. Coupled with the nurturing of the Heavenly Pool Mountain, he had made a breakthrough in his cultivation. Although his current cultivation was similar to Li Xiaotian's, his strength was much stronger than Li Xiaotian's. Senior brother, let me take revenge for senior brother Xiaotian. Chen Songxiong no longer feared Ling Xiao like he did in the past. One had to know that he had fled to Heavenly Pool Mountain because he was afraid of Ling Xiao. Now, he believed that his strength had far surpassed Ling Xiao's, so he came back to take revenge. Whether it was Li Xiaotian's revenge or the Chen country's royal family's revenge, he would take it all. And, with your strength, it should be easy to kill him. However, don't underestimate your opponent, understand? The strongest expert of the Heavenly Pool Mountain said indifferently. Understood. Chen Songxiong had to be respectful in front of this person. He cupped his hands and jumped into the arena. Senior brother Xiaofeng, that Ling Xiao is not easy to deal with. To be able to kill senior brother Xiaotian, he must be very strong. You can't just look at his cultivation. The two remaining disciples of the Heavenly Pool Mountain said anxiously. Li Xiaofeng was Li Xiaotian's brother. They were related by blood. Li Xiaotian had been killed, so Li Xiaofeng naturally had to come. He was an inner disciple of the Heavenly Pool Mountain, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the 13th level of hell. Even if Ling Xiao could challenge those of a higher level, it was not worth mentioning in front of him. You must have been scared silly by Ling Xiao. He is a genius, and he can challenge those of a higher level. So can Chen Songxiong. Although Xiaotian is my younger brother, I have to admit that Chen Songxiong is a true genius. He can defeat a warrior of the middle level of the 13th level of hell with his cultivation at the early level of the 13th level of hell. In front of him, Ling Xiao can only be considered a small fry. Li Xiaofeng said disdainfully. There was another group of people in the crowd, led by the Lightning Emperor and Elder Tsong. Seeing Chen Songxiong jump into the arena, the two of them looked at each other with worry. Your Majesty, I'm afraid that little 14th is not that guy's match. Elder Tsong said. You are wrong. Little 14th's aura is comparable to mine. He must have improved greatly in the Heavenly Pool Mountain. Although he is still a little weaker than me, his strength is enough to kill Ling Xiao. Let him kill Ling Xiao so that he can inherit my position. With Ling Xiao's matter, I will have to work harder in my cultivation. I will leave the trivial matters of the imperial court to 14th. The Lightning Emperor's aura was much stronger than before. It was obvious that his strength had improved greatly after his seclusion. There were many familiar figures in the crowd that Ling Xiao was familiar with. For example, Chen Bai, Yichen Formless, Lin Ruoxian, and the others. They were all here to cheer for Ling Xiao. There was also a graceful figure who was far away from the crowd. She sat alone on a tree and wore a bamboo hat that covered her face. Even so, it could not hide her peerless Fenghua. Ling Xiao, I am back. Fortunately, I made it in time. The voice under the bamboo hat belonged to the reincarnation of the Moon Lady, Yu Fenghua. However, Ling Xiao did not pay attention to the people in the distance. This was because Chen Songxiong, who had jumped into the arena, emitted a powerful aura that made him excited. In terms of martial skills, Chen Songxiong was probably not weaker than Ling Xiao. In terms of cultivation, Chen Songxiong was even higher than him. The strength of the two was very close. Chen Songxiong's current cultivation was the same as Li Xiaotian's, at the early stage of the 13th level of the Yin-Yang realm. However, the aura he emitted was clearly much stronger than Li Xiaotian's. What a good opponent, Ling Xiao smiled. He hoped to meet such an opponent, because only then could his cultivation improve faster. At this moment, everyone was watching. Countless people stared fixedly at the two young experts on the stage. Both of their auras were rapidly rising. Around their bodies, there was a visible energy that was constantly expanding. However, it was still revolving around their bodies. However, Ling Xiao's aura seemed to be slightly weaker than Chen Songxiong's. No one knew if it was on purpose or if he really was inferior. In short, in the eyes of the spectators, Ling Xiao was inferior to Xianxia. After all, the auras they were emitting told them so. Humph, you're merely at the peak of the 12th layer of hell, yet you dare to call yourself invincible in the Qin nation and set up an arena here. You saved me the time of searching for you. If you had continued to run like a mouse, you might have been able to keep your life. But today, you will die without a doubt. Xianxia sneered and released a brand new sword martial soul behind him. The blade of the sword was wrapped in purple lightning, making it look very mighty. Xianxia had obtained this martial soul after coming to the Heavenly Pool Mountain. It was called the Lightning Sword Martial Soul. It could perfectly merge the Sword Martial Soul and the Lightning Martial Soul. It was very suitable for Xianxia. The release of the martial soul caused Xianxia's aura to surge. A terrifying wave swept across the entire arena. Even the rocks and dirt outside the arena floated up, as if there was a terrifying suction force pulling them up. This was only the energy that leaked out. Ling Xiao, who bore the brunt of it, felt like a violent storm was about to hit him. He didn't say anything. A blood-red sword martial soul appeared behind him. It was the one he had snatched from Xianxia. At the same time, he entered the Black Eagle Beast soul transformation state. At the beginning of the battle, one naturally had to know oneself and the enemy. The Black Eagle Beast soul had the special skill, Eagle Eye, which could be used for a long time. Ling Xiao planned to use Eagle Eye and Tai Chi Eye to see everything about Xianxia. After that, he would think of a way to defeat him. However, don't think that the Black Eagle Beast soul transformation wasn't strong. It was the opposite. The Black Eagle Beast soul transformation was currently the third strongest among Ling Xiao's beast soul transformations. The first was the Butterfly Martial Soul transformation. Ling Xiao basically didn't use it. He would only use it when he was forced into a dead end. The second was the Purple Lightning Ox Beast soul transformation. Because of the complete Ox God Beast soul transformation, it was even stronger. The third was the Black Eagle Beast soul transformation. Although the God Beast soul transformation wasn't complete, it could still increase his battle strength by a lot. After the transformation, Ling Xiao's body was covered in a layer of black armor. A pair of domineering black eagle wings spread out behind him. The sharp eagle eye had already locked onto Xianxia. His terrifying aura also skyrocketed, intercepting Xianxia's chi wave. The two waves collided with each other on the arena and then exploded. A terrifying storm instantly swept through the surroundings. Many martial artists were unable to open their eyes because of this. Your aura is not bad, but it's a pity that you're still weaker than me. Moreover, you don't seem to understand that the difference between a major realm is not a minor realm. The difference between the two realms is like the difference between heaven and earth. You're no match for me. Xianxia's face remained impassive despite sensing Ling Xiao's soaring aura. Because he had fought Ling Xiao before, he knew that Ling Xiao was capable in this aspect. Therefore, there was no need to be surprised at such a thing. He was calm because he still had absolute confidence that he could kill Ling Xiao. You talk too much. I've already killed one Yinyang realm martial artist at the 13th level of hell. It doesn't matter if I kill one more. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Only he knew why his aura was weaker than Xianxia's. That was because he had not used his full strength. You mean Li Xiaotian? I'm 10 times stronger than him. Xianxia said coldly. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Li Xiaotian was already terrifying enough, but Xianxia was 10 times stronger than Li Xiaotian. Could Ling Xiao really defeat Xianxia? Ling Xiao is an unorthodox martial artist after all. Although he has the martial arts of the dragon cult cannot be compared to the Tianqi mountain. They are not on the same level. It seems that Xianxia will succeed in his revenge this time. There's no need for us to do anything. Below the arena, there were many martial artists who came to challenge Ling Xiao. They gave up after seeing Xianxia jump into the arena. Xianxia was clearly much stronger than them. If even Xianxia was not Ling Xiao's match, then there was no point in them going up. On the other hand, if Xianxia killed Ling Xiao, there was no need for them to do anything. Are you 10 times stronger than him? Let's try first. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao suddenly launched an attack. The Blood Thunder Imperial Sword in his hand burst out a bright blood-red sword chi. Within the sword chi, there was a blood-red lightning. In the void, the eagle eye was still open. Of course, this sword was not to kill Chen Sanxiong, but to test his strength. Facing Ling Zhao's sword chi, Chen Sanxiong smiled coldly. His feet moved and his figure suddenly flashed. A king's sword that was even stronger than the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword appeared. Then, a terrifying sword chi burst out from the king's sword. The king's sword chi is above any sword chi. Ling Xiao, you're going to lose. Boom, the two bursts of sword chi exploded in the void, and the sword chi of blood and lightning was shattered in an instant. The king's sword chi did not stop and continued to attack Ling Xiao at an extremely fast speed. Ling Xiao waved the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword to block. However, a crack sound was heard. The Blood Thunder Imperial Sword was shattered. At this moment, the king's sword chi had not disappeared. It blasted Ling Zhao's body again and forced Ling Xiao back 3 to 4 steps. Beautiful. The old man could not help but shout. Many people who supported the Qin Kingdom's royal family were also shouting. Chen Sanxiong stood there and looked at Ling Xiao coldly. He revealed a mocking smile. Too weak, too weak. You dare to call yourself invincible? Ling Xiao stared at the shattered Blood Thunder Imperial Sword and sighed helplessly. He put away all the fragments and took out the Demon Dragon Sword. Sure enough, Chen Sanxiong was not easy to deal with. He could not underestimate him. The shattering of the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword was a good warning. Weak? I might give you an even bigger surprise. Ling Xiao smiled. Demon Dragon Possession, activate. As the 5 demon dragons entered Ling Zhao's body, Ling Zhao's aura skyrocketed again. Although it was still not comparable to Chen Sanxiong's, it was very close. It's actually the 3rd stage of the Demon Dragon Possession. And you actually obtained the Demon Dragon Sword. Shocking things happened one after another, making Chen Sanxiong's mood a little bad. He originally thought that he could easily take revenge with the king's sword and the nurturing of the Heavenly Pool Mountain. But now, it seemed that easy revenge might have become a fantasy. If he really wanted to defeat Ling Xiao, he would have to go through a bitter battle. Why are you so surprised? You should be proud. Previously, you fled to the Heavenly Pool Mountain because you were afraid of my strength. But now, you can at least stand on this stage with me. You should be happy. From being afraid of me to being confident that you can defeat me. Ling Xiao looked at Chen Sanxiong mockingly. Chen Sanxiong's surprised expression was really funny. You are right. I should be happy. Your arrogance exposed your trump card prematurely. Now, you will definitely die. Chen Sanxiong rejoiced in his heart. If he had met Ling Xiao a little later, he would not know how to defeat this fellow. Perhaps. However, you might be the one to die. Ling Xiao still had a calm expression, as if Chen Sanxiong's strength did not exist. After speaking, Ling Xiao attacked again. This time, he did not use the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword but the Demon Dragon Sword. Rumble. Kill. Chen Sanxiong roared and charged at Ling Xiao. Both of them were extremely fast. In an instant, the shockwaves produced by the explosive chi caused the entire arena to be in chaos. Some of the cultivators closer to the arena were blown away by the strong wind and were sent flying hundreds of meters away. Clang, a deafening sound exploded in the air. 2 of the Qin nation's best weapons clashed. The battle between the King's Sword and the Demon Dragon Sword finally began. After the terrifying explosion, both of them were pushed back at the same time. From the looks of it, Ling Xiao was indeed slightly inferior. However, he was only pushed back a little further than Chen Sanxiong. Neither of them were injured. Furthermore, both of them attacked at almost the same time. Their figures instantly disappeared from their original spot and dashed out. The high-speed battle began. Aside from the constant collisions, most people could not see the 2 of them. What happened? Where are they? I don't know either. I can't keep up at all. The 2 of them are too fast. How fortunate. I originally wanted to go up and challenge them. However, from the looks of it, if I really went up, I would probably be sending myself to my death. the crowd discussed spiritedly. Although they could not see the battle, they could feel the strength of the two young geniuses. However, there were still people who could see the battle. For example, experts like Li Xiaofeng, Lei Di, Yu Fenghua, and Chen Bai. Humph. As I expected, although Ling Xiao is strong, he is not as strong as Chen Xianxia. The victor will be decided within 100 moves. Li Xiaofeng snorted coldly. Senior brother is wise. The other two disciples from the Heavenly Pool Mountain said hurriedly. However, they did not agree with him. Li Xiaofeng said that Chen Xianxia could finish off Ling Xiao in one move. Later, he changed it to 10 moves. Now, it was directly changed to 100 moves. Although they found it funny, they couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Ling Xiao's strength was truly shocking. King Sword Chi. Suddenly, the two figures finally appeared in the sky. Chen Xianxiong held the king's sword in his hand and was only 4 or 5 meters away from Ling Xiao. A terrifying aura was emitted from the body of the sword. Then, this aura was suddenly spat out. Demonic Dragon Phantom. Facing such a close attack, Ling Xiao did not panic. He immediately used the demonic dragon's phantom body technique to avoid the sure kill attack. The king's sword chi brushed past Ling Xiao and struck a mountain in the distance. A moment later, a huge rumbling sound was heard. The mountain that was hundreds of meters tall was actually razed to the ground. What a terrifying power. If it really hits the opponent, I'm afraid he'll be blasted to smithereens. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw the horrifying scene. Take my attack too. True Devil Sword Chi. It would be impolite not to reciprocate. After Ling Xiao dodged Chen Xianxiong's attack, the demonic dragon sword in his hand produced a terrifying sword chi and blasted it towards Chen Xianxiong. This feeling was as terrifying as the king's sword chi from before. Looks like you've really earned Shen Bai's trust. You even obtained the demonic dragon's phantom body technique. Chen Xianxiong's brows tightly knitted together. Originally, he thought that Ling Xiao being able to grasp the demonic dragon's possession in such a short time was already very impressive. However, he didn't expect that not only did Ling Xiao grasp the demonic dragon's possession, but he was also so proficient in the demonic dragon's phantom body technique. This made Chen Xianxiong feel a huge blow. In fact, the dragon cult had the 4 supreme martial arts. The Qin Kingdom's royal family also had 4 secret manuals that were not inferior to the 4 supreme martial arts. Moreover, Chen Xianxiong was fully qualified to learn them. He spent a total of 7 years before he managed to cultivate 3 sets of martial arts. Among them was the king's rampage body technique that corresponded to the demonic dragon's phantom body technique, and the king's glory that corresponded to the demonic dragon's possession. There was also an offensive martial art called the king's sword technique. This offensive martial art was only successfully cultivated after going to the Heavenly Pool Mountain. However, Ling Xiao only used 2 months to complete what he had spent 7 years to do. He really couldn't accept this. Didn't this mean that not only did Ling Xiao's cultivation talent surpass his, but it also far surpassed his? In front of Ling Xiao, his talent wasn't even worth mentioning. One had to know that Chen Xianxiong had always been proud of his potential and talent. He felt that no matter who it was, as long as he had enough time, he would be able to surpass them. However, after meeting Ling Xiao, everything changed. He couldn't tolerate Ling Xiao's existence, he had to eliminate him. Chen Xianxiong. If you can't defeat Ling Xiao within 100 moves, then it's my turn. Seeing Ling Xiao use the demonic dragon's phantom body technique, Li Xiaofeng finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He knew very well that with such a body technique, it was almost impossible for Chen Xianxiong to defeat Ling Xiao in a short period of time. He had to give Chen Xianxiong some pressure. Actually, it wasn't just Li Xiaofeng who was shocked. Everyone who was watching this battle was shocked. Ling Xiao's strength was clearly inferior to Chen Xianxiong's, and he was also weaker than Chen Xianxiong in terms of physical strength. However, there was no sign of him losing. Your Majesty, I'm worried that little 14 won't be able to defeat Ling Xiao. Elder Song couldn't help but say to the Lightning Emperor beside him as he watched the battle. This kid has indeed surprised me. However, you don't have to worry. If I find that the situation isn't right, I will immediately take action. For now, let 14 wear down Ling Xiao. The Lightning Emperor's attitude also became cautious. From the beginning of the battle, he firmly believed that Xianxia could easily defeat Ling Xiao. Now, he had become cautious because of the powerful strength that Ling Xiao gradually displayed. Ha ha ha, now even I am no match for my disciple. Chen Bai couldn't help but sigh with emotion when he saw Ling Xiao's performance. Xiaomuyu also smiled and said, "That's right." Facing Chen Songxiong, the former #1 expert of the younger generation, he didn't fall into a disadvantage at all. He is indeed powerful. Master, today is an arena. It's already so tiring to defeat Chen Songxiong. What if someone else challenges him later? Mu Qing looked at Xiaomuyu with some worry and asked. Don't worry. Let's continue watching. Since Ling Xiao dares to set up an arena here, he must have his own plans. What's more, aren't we all here? Could it be that we're just going to watch him suffer? Chen Bai said with a smile. He always believed that this young warrior who had repeatedly created various miracles would definitely be able to set an even more shocking record today. There was a lot of discussion below the arena, and the battle on the arena was endless. King's Rampage. Facing Ling Xiao's true devil sword chi, Chen Songxiong was like a king. He took a steady step forward, but his body flickered and easily dodged the true devil sword chi attack. Although King's Rampage and Demonic Dragon Phantom had different names, the essence of the movement technique was the same. Not only was the speed extremely fast, but it could also make the body erratic, making it impossible for the enemy to catch the user's figure. It's useless, Ling Xiao. You have Demonic Dragon Phantom, but I also have King's Rampage. You have Demonic Dragon Possession, but I also have King's Glory. Next, how are you going to resist? With a roar, a golden light rose above Chen Songxiong's head. Then, a shining golden godlike thing merged into Chen Songxiong's body. In that instant, Chen Songxiong's strength skyrocketed again. Kill. The use of King's Glory was only a matter of an instant. After his strength skyrocketed, Chen Songxiong waved the King's sword and charged out. His target was Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao waved the demonic dragon sword to resist. With just the first contact, he was sent flying. He almost flew out of the arena. However, he relied on the power of Demonic Dragon Phantom to fly back. He steadily landed on the arena. It's indeed powerful. This attack, coupled with the previous attack, has finally increased the energy of my 12 levels of Hell's Peak Cultivation C to 10%. However, I can't continue like this. If the difference in strength is too great, I'll lose my life. Although Ling Xiao was brave and fierce, he was not reckless. He hid his strength and was generally not much weaker than his opponent. This way, not only could he ensure his own safety, but he could also let his opponent help him continuously improve his cultivation. Ling Xiao can't take it anymore. Once Chen Songxiong uses King's Glory, the difference in strength between Ling Xiao and him will be further widened. I believe that in the next move, Ling Xiao will be killed. Li Xiaofeng said confidently. However, as if he was deliberately going against him, the situation on the field changed again after he finished speaking. Tyrant Martial Spirit, Heavenly Dragon's Power, Divine Phoenix's Power, White Tiger's Power, Release. 3 divine beasts suddenly appeared behind Ling Xiao. The divine beast soared into the sky and then fused into Ling Xiao's body. At that moment, Ling Xiao's battle prowess had clearly soared. The Sky Tyrant Martial Spirit could contain everything and operate the Sky Tyrant Martial Spirit. This universe encompassed the entire profound world. It was a pity that Ling Xiao's Mountain River world only had the Heavenly Dragon continent, the White Tiger continent, and the Divine Phoenix continent. Otherwise, it would be even more powerful. Even so, Ling Xiao, who had fused with the power of 3 continents, once again approached Chen Songxiong, who had used King's Glory. When Chen Songxiong closed in again and launched another attack, Ling Xiao did not shrink back. He waved the demonic dragon sword in his hand and released a brutal sword intent. The 2 swords clashed again in the air. The arena, which was originally made of stone, finally shattered. A deep pit was directly blasted open by the terrifying force. However, this was a battle of life and death anyway. There were no rules. As long as the ground was still underground, the battle could continue. How hateful. This guy, how can he still have such terrifying energy? Li Xiaofeng was slapped in the face and felt that his face was burning. He had just said that Ling Xiao would definitely die in this round, but in the end, Ling Xiao's battle prowess suddenly soared again. Once again, it rose to the same level as Chen Songxiong. He was so angry that he was burning with anger. He shut his mouth and did not dare to speak again. There were too many unexpected things about Ling Xiao. If he was not careful, he would be slapped in the face. The battle continued. Although Ling Xiao was still at a disadvantage. However, some people with good eyesight gradually discovered that as time passed, Ling Xiao seemed to gradually pull back the disadvantage and turned it into an advantage. He gradually gained the upper hand. Impossible, this guy's strength is still rising in the battle. The Thunder Emperor clenched his fists tightly and his entire body was trembling. He had underestimated Ling Xiao. This guy was a terrifying monster that he had never seen in his life. Li Xiaofeng's face was also incomparably gloomy. Ling Xiao's strength continued to rise. Chen Songxiong's road to victory was far away, and he might even be defeated. He was killed. Trash, what are you still waiting for? Use your strongest martial technique and kill him immediately. He's using you to continuously break through. Li Xiaofeng roared at the stage. Bastard, to actually dare to trick me. Hearing Li Xiaofeng's words, Chen Songxiong also instantly understood. He felt that something was not quite right. How could Ling Xiao's strength become stronger and stronger in the battle? It turned out that this guy was simply using him from the beginning to become stronger. Trick you? If you had the strength to kill me in one move, my plan naturally wouldn't have succeeded. But the current you is also useless, you already can't stimulate the potential in my body to continue releasing. Therefore, this battle should end. Ling Xiao's cultivation C energy increased to 20%, but it could not continue to increase. The main reason was that Chen Songxiong's strength had already reached the peak. It was basically impossible to stimulate Ling Xiao's potential to erupt. Yes, it's time to end it. But the one who will die will definitely be you. Chen Songxiong was furious to the extreme. Ling Xiao actually said that he had no value to be used. How could he endure this? A mere ant, a mere lowly person, dared to look down on him. Suddenly, a huge aura completely erupted from his body. This aura frantically integrated into the king's sword in his hand. At that moment, the king's sword in Chen Songxiong's hand seemed to have turned into a huge golden sword. On the huge sword, a golden phantom wearing a crown faintly appeared. Feeling the terrifying energy released from this huge sword, the people around the stage began to flee. They were very clear that if they didn't leave the arena, then the aftershock of Chen Songxiong's sword after killing Ling Xiao would be able to completely annihilate them. King's sword art, my king arrives. Following a fierce roar from Chen Songxiong's mouth. Then, the huge golden sword in his hand that was bursting with energy swung down. Then, the golden king with the crown turned into an unparalleled golden sword aura and attacked Ling Xiao. For a moment, the heavens and earth were moved. As the golden sword aura flew, not only was the stage directly cut open, but even the ground was cut open, as if the huge claws of an ancient beast had torn it open. What a terrifying sword move, this Chen Songxiong is too strong. He really deserves to be the successor chosen by the Thunder Emperor. With him here, the other princes really do not have a chance. When this sword is unleashed, I'm afraid that even Li Xiaotian will be killed in an instant. I heard that this is the sword move of the king's sword. I wonder if Ling Xiao's demon dragon sword has its own sword move. If it does, then it might be able to block it. Otherwise, Ling Xiao will definitely be finished. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao, hoping to see a trace of panic on Ling Xiao's face. But they were disappointed. Fortunately, I didn't learn this move. Although it's powerful, it's only a third heaven immortal grade martial skill. Ling Xiao looked at Chen Songxiong, waved the demon dragon sword in his hand, and pointed at the terrifying golden sword light. True demon, demon immortal sword shadow, great perfection. Ling Xiao said softly. The great perfection demon immortal sword shadow merged with the true demon sword chi, and then turned into a black demon immortal, appearing in the void. The demon immortal and the golden king met in the void. A terrifying explosion sounded again. However, although Chen Songxiong had the king's sword, his third heaven immortal grade martial skill had only been cultivated to great perfection. Ling Zhao's martial skill, on the other hand, was at great perfection. In terms of aura, he had already suppressed his opponent. His martial skill was stronger than his opponent's. The result was obvious. The Golden King was destroyed and exploded in the void, turning into specks of stars and scattered on the ground. Impossible. His strongest move was broken by Ling Xiao with a nameless move. Chen Sanxiong couldn't accept it at all. When he saw that Ling Xiao didn't use the sword skill of the demon dragon sword, he thought that Ling Xiao didn't succeed in cultivating it. Then, he would definitely have the upper hand in this attack, and even kill Ling Xiao directly. But the reality was too cruel. Even if Ling Xiao didn't use the sword skill of the demon dragon sword, he destroyed his Golden King with a sword skill that he had never heard of and broke his most powerful sword move. His heart was filled with despair. You disappoint me too much. You're the #1 genius of the Qin nation, and you've cultivated in the Skypool Mountain. How can you be so weak? Ling Xiao looked at Chen Sanxiong with disdain, revealing a disappointed expression. No. I don't believe it. I don't believe it's true. Chen Sanxiong roared and waved the king's sword in his hand crazily, bombarding Ling Zhao's demon immortal sword shadow. He was like a madman who had lost his mind. Boom! A violent bombardment sent Chen Sanxiong flying out of the arena. He spat out blood and his face was pale. His crazy actions couldn't help him at all. His actions would only hasten the speed of his demise. Chen Sanxiong fell to the ground, despair spreading in his body. He didn't know what to do next. Facing Ling Xiao, he had no way. Trash, since you can't do it, it's my turn. Li Xiaofeng couldn't wait to suppress Ling Zhao's edge. He walked up to Chen Sanxiong, intending to kill him with a single palm strike. Senior brother Xiaofeng's SS Chen Sanxiong was like a pug wagging its tail and begging for mercy as he fearfully begged Li Xiaofeng. Li's its 8 TSSS. It at SSS. Li Xiaofeng snorted coldly and withdrew his palm. Thank you, senior brother Xiaofeng. Chen Sanxiong got up and looked at Ling Xiao. His eyes were full of determination. He was going to go all out. There were 2 moves in the king's sword art. The first move was my king's. He had already cultivated it to the large success stage. The second move was benevolent king's. This move didn't have any maturity. If it was done step by step, after successfully cultivating it, one's combat strength would soar. But there was another way to use it, and that was to use it in extreme despair. In that case, the power would be out of control. After using it, one might even die. But the power was absolutely terrifying. Chen Sanxiong originally didn't want to use this move, but today, he felt that he had no choice but to use it. Facing the powerful Ling Xiao, he had no other way to contend with him. So the only thing he could do was to go all out. Ling Xiao, you forced me to do this. Even if I have to die with you today, I won't hesitate. Chen Sanxiong also understood that instead of being killed by Ling Xiao or Li Xiaofeng, he might as well die with Ling Xiao. This was also the only way. Every time he proudly displayed his unique skill, Ling Xiao could always suppress him with special means. This made him almost crazy and desperate. So now, he could only go all out. Going all out? Unfortunately, in front of me, you don't even have the qualifications to go all out. If it was a one-on-one, Ling Xiao might choose to take Chen Sanxiong's move. But the problem was that there would be many people coming to challenge him. He didn't need to go all out. The corner of his mouth raised a sneer. On his body, lightning flashed. Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards. Along with a cold voice. 32 Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards appeared at Ling Zhao's side at the same time. 31 of them rushed to Chen Sanxiong at an extremely fast speed. Chen Sanxiong tried to escape. But he found that his feet couldn't move. On the ground, 2 pitch-black shadows firmly bound his legs. Although it was only a moment, it was enough for the 31 Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards to completely surround him. Just then, a figure rushed out of the crowd. It was the Thunder Emperor. He couldn't just watch Chen Sanxiong be killed, so he took action. However, his figure was intercepted in midair by one of Ling Zhao's strongest Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards. Get lost. The Thunder Emperor furiously attacked the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard. But it was already too late. On the ground, a terrifying explosion was heard. The crazy hot wind turned into a storm that raged around the arena. Many people were blown so hard that they couldn't open their eyes. A mushroom cloud formed in the sky. Under the mushroom cloud, the 31 heavenly thunder divine guards had already died heroically, and Xianxia had long been blown to pieces. Xianxia, you've never been in my eyes. With your talent, how dare you call yourself a genius? Don't make people laugh their heads off. Looking coldly at the fragments drifting in the air, Ling Xiao's eyes were as cold as frost. There was no sympathy or pity. Xianxia had chased him to the vicinity of the demon dragon city and almost killed him. Today, he had killed Xianxia in front of everyone here. This was just the cycle of karma and retribution. Why should there be sympathy or pity? Moreover, he really didn't take Xianxia seriously. The geniuses he had seen were much more talented than Xianxia. Xianxia had always thought that Ling Xiao was catching up to him and surpassing him, but it was only because he felt good about himself. Shock, numbness, inconceivable, almost everyone was staring at Ling Xiao, staring at this arrogant and domineering youth. Just when everyone thought that Ling Xiao's killing of Xianxia was a very amazing thing, Ling Xiao's expression changed. Ling Xiao himself was dismissive of it. He thought that he had only done a trivial thing and killed an insignificant enemy. Not worth mentioning. Just how strong was this young man? Elder Tsang was so scared that he fell to the ground. He had thought that with Xianxia, whose cultivation had greatly improved, Ling Xiao would be easily captured and killed. But Xianxia was dead. Xianxia was killed. Xianxia's opponent, Ling Xiao, did not even tear his clothes. This matter was too shocking. Originally, there were many people in the crowd who came to challenge Ling Xiao. However, when they saw Xianxia's miserable death, they all gave up on their previous plans. What kind of joke was this? This Ling Xiao could so easily kill a cultivator at the 13-layer first refinement stage. This was no longer something that a human could do. This youth practically single-handedly trampled on the Qin nation's royal court. He killed the Qin nation's prince, he killed the Qin nation's old man, he even killed the Qin nation's king's successor. If it were anyone else, such a person would have been torn to shreds long ago. However, Ling Xiao remained alive. Because of strength, dead silence. After Xianxia died, the battlefield fell deathly silent. Everyone, including the Thunder Emperor, had already stopped attacking. What made the Thunder Emperor depressed was that he could not even defeat the heavenly Thunder Divine Guards that Ling Xiao released. This enraged him greatly. The Thunder Emperor simply could not believe that he could defeat Ling Xiao himself. However, at this moment, the Thunder Emperor could not back down. He had to defeat Ling Xiao before all the cultivators in the world. Otherwise, the Qin nation's royal court would be forgotten, and he would become a thing of the past. Thinking of this, the Thunder Emperor gently touched his forehead. There was a black pattern on his forehead that looked like a black lightning bolt. If I really can't do it, I can only release him. The Thunder Emperor gritted his teeth and stepped onto the arena. Then, he looked at Ling Xiao. You are finally willing to make a move? Actually, if you had worked with Xianxia earlier, I would not have been a match for you. Ling Xiao smiled faintly as he looked at the Thunder Emperor. This king does not need to work with anyone to kill you, you've killed quite a few of my sons. Today, I'm going to settle this blood feud with you. The Thunder Emperor roared furiously as he glared at Ling Xiao. Blood feud? If we really want to talk about blood feuds, does the Thunder Emperor still remember the entire Ling clan that you killed unjustly? The reason why Ling Xiao wanted to have a public duel with the Thunder Emperor was naturally to reveal the grievances of the past. Are you a descendant of the Ling clan? No wonder your surname is also Ling. The Ling clan plotted a rebellion and committed a heinous crime. It was not wrong to kill them, but it's a pity that you escaped. The Thunder Monarch finally understood why Ling Xiao wanted to defeat him in front of everyone. He actually wanted to summon the souls of the dead? What a joke. Hee, it doesn't matter if you're stubborn now. You'll tell me the truth after I defeat you. Ling Xiao did not have any extravagant hopes that the Thunder Emperor would tell him the truth now. This fellow was so stubborn, how could he possibly say it, unless he was scared? In the profound world, martial prowess reigned supreme. Ling Xiao would find a way to make this guy talk. I didn't expect the descendants of the Ling clan to have such achievements. They are indeed back for revenge. That's right. I also heard about what happened back then. That Marquis Ling contributed greatly to the royal family. How could he rebel? If he really wanted to rebel, his entire family would not have been captured so easily. You have to know that the Ling clan's strength back then was not inferior to the Qin nation's royal family at all. I'm afraid this is called having a high merit overshadowing the Lord. Since the king feared them, they naturally had to die. In the end, we are all guessing. If that Ling Xiao can really defeat the Thunder Emperor, perhaps the truth of what happened back then will be revealed to the public. That's right. I'm also a little excited. After all, the army that Marquis Ling led back then successfully defended the capital. My family was also saved by him. The royal family owes the Ling clan the truth. At this moment, Xiao Jin was standing on Ling Zhao's shoulder, looking coldly at the Thunder Monarch. Xiao Jin had not made a move during the battle with Chen Songxiong earlier. That was because Xiao Jin hated the Thunder Monarch the most. Back then, the Thunder Monarch had issued the order to execute the entire clan. If it were not for the Thunder Monarch, the Ling clan could still stand proudly in the Qin nation's capital, even if those rascals slandered them behind their backs. However, the Thunder Monarch had actually issued the most tragic order out of fear of Marquis Ling's father's military merit. If it were not for the young 7th prince, Chen Kangming, who had saved them then, the Ling clan would probably have been exterminated. Even so, less than a tenth of them had survived. Ling Yan's father and mother were dead. His great-grandmother, who had loved him the most, had also been cruelly murdered. He had to take revenge for this. Don't worry, Xiao Jin. I will leave the Thunder Monarch's lowly life to you. However, can you leave the battle to me? I need him to stimulate my potential. Ling Xiao could already feel that with the breakthrough of his ability, the small Qin nation was no longer a place for him. He needed to go to a wider world. Just this piece of land in the west had tens of thousands of countries that belonged to the 9 Supremes. The 9 forces, that was where he, Ling Xiao, should really go. It looked like it was time. However, before he went there, he still had to raise his cultivation base as much as possible. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to deal with his old enemies. Boss, as long as I can kill the Thunder Monarch with my own hands, nothing else matters. Xiao Jin's eyes shone with the flames of hatred. His Ling clan had almost been exterminated. He had to take revenge for such a deep blood feud with his own hands. He did not care if he fought. As long as he had the chance to kill the Thunder Monarch, it was enough. Thank you, brother. Ling Xiao said. Then, he temporarily put Xiao Jin into the beast ring. He did not know what would happen when the battle started later. It was safer for Xiao Jin to stay in the beast ring. Ling Xiao did not know what the Thunder Monarch had obtained in the Emperor's Forbidden Land. However, from the looks of it, this Thunder Monarch did not seem to be much. He was only slightly stronger than Chen Songxiong. He was definitely not Ling Zhao's match. It was enough for Ling Xiao to deal with the Thunder Monarch alone. Furthermore, he had said that he would accept the challenge in the arena. If he let Xiao Jin fight, it would seem like he was going back on his word. As someone who aspired to unify the mystic world, it was not a good thing to break one's promise. At this moment, everyone paid attention to the 2 people in the arena. There was no need to mention the Thunder Monarch. Before entering the Emperor's Forbidden Land, he was already the Qin nation's top expert. Originally, there were rumors that he was not as strong as the Qin nation's 5 elders. However, from the looks of it, he was even stronger than the Qin nation's 5 elders. Naturally, the Thunder Monarch did not become a king for nothing. He relied on his own strength in the end. Clearly, the attention people paid to the Thunder Monarch was not as much as they paid to Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao had just killed Chen Songxiong. Furthermore, he was so young. If he could defeat the Thunder Monarch, he would definitely be the best in the Qin nation. At the age of 16, he was able to kill the Heavenly Pool Mountains Li Xiaotian and Chen Songxiong. No one can compare to his talent. Unfortunately, he is an enemy of our royal family. We cannot let him live. If Ling Xiao won this battle, the fence-sitters of the royal court would naturally submit to Ling Xiao wholeheartedly. However, if Ling Xiao lost, they would naturally kick him while he was down. Furthermore, in their hearts, they naturally supported the Qin nation's Thunder Emperor more. Will Xiao Qin kill the Thunder Emperor as well? After all, this fellow killed all but one of the Qin nation's 5 elders. He even killed the top genius, Qin Xianxia. Stop joking. What kind of existence is the Thunder Emperor? He is someone who is qualified to enter a sovereign's forbidden land. Ling Xiao should have stopped long ago. However, he insisted on becoming enemies with the Thunder Emperor. He is probably going to run out of luck. That might not be the case. The Thunder Emperor is not an undefeatable existence. Why can't Ling Xiao defeat him? There were those who supported the Thunder Emperor in the crowd. Naturally, there were also those who supported Ling Xiao. At this point, the Thunder Emperor's supporters were mostly the royal court and the nobles. The people who supported Ling Xiao were mostly ordinary citizens. Humph. Just a bunch of lowly commoners. After the Thunder Emperor kills that fellow, none of you will be able to escape. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Just a bunch of lazy nobles. What dogs hit Thunder Emperor? Ling Xiao will definitely get rid of him. The two sides argued with each other, brimming with killing chi. They were just short of fighting. Rumble. Just at this moment, 2 golden lightning bolts appeared in the Thunder Emperor's eyes. Then, they struck the arena like exploding thunder. The people who were shouting were so frightened that they stopped in an instant. They looked at the arena in horror. Golden lightning continuously flickered around the Thunder Emperor. Even the sword in the Thunder Emperor's hand had golden lightning dancing about. That sword was the king's sword that Qin Xianxia used before. Now that the Thunder Emperor held the king's sword in his hands, he was clearly more familiar with it. Although Qin Xianxia was a genius, he was not as experienced as the Thunder Emperor. Ling Xiao could feel the entire arena filled with tiny electric arcs. The electric arcs even numbed his skin. This Thunder Emperor is more incredible than I thought. I nearly got fooled by his earlier performance. Ling Xiao raised his guard. He no longer dared to be careless. Disciple, be careful of this person. Master feels that there's an unusual evil aura in his body. It doesn't match the golden lightning at all. The Yuan Venerate seemed to have sensed that something was wrong as well. Thus, he stopped his slumber and specifically warned Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao knew that a Yuan Venerate wouldn't appear if it wasn't a big matter. I understand, Master. Disciple will definitely be careful. Ling Xiao took in a deep breath and then looked at the Thunder Emperor. Hot lava was jumping on his body. He had finally unleashed his volcanic war body. He was useless against Qin Xianxia. The boiling lava and the golden lightning collided in the void. The two of them had yet to exchange blows, but they had already begun to fight. This was a clash of auras, a showdown of energy. You're too arrogant, kid. The Thunder Emperor, who was originally somewhat uneasy, became incomparably calm at this moment. He stared coldly at Ling Xiao and said, I always thought that my opponent would be Qin Bai, however, I never imagined that the one who would ultimately stand in this decisive battle with me would be you, little kid. His disciple. However, I have to admit that you are stronger than him. Even so, you are still not my match. Let's not talk too much. Let's just attack. Ling Xiao said indifferently, if I'm really arrogant, you can just kill me. When I become a ghost, not only will I not hate you, but I will also thank you. Kid, being confident is a good thing, but being complacent is another matter. You are destined to die because of your own arrogance. As the Thunder Monarch spoke, an even more terrifying aura gushed out from his body, each wave stronger than the previous, and they charged toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't say anything else. He just stared coldly at the Thunder Emperor. There was only fighting spirit in his eyes. Since Ling Xiao didn't say anything, the Thunder Emperor didn't say anything either. He took a step forward. Suddenly, a violent storm rumbled towards Ling Xiao like an array formation cannon. That terrifying chi actually sent all the stones on the stage flying into the air. However, regardless of how the flying sand and rocks moved, Ling Xiao still stood there, looking at the Thunder Emperor without a change in expression. He already made all the preparations that needed to be done. Next, there was only a battle. No matter how powerful his opponent was, he would not back down. That Ling Xiao is actually so calm. Looks like he's really very confident in his own strength. Maybe it's just forcefully pretending to be calm. Whether it is or not, we'll know very soon. Quickly look, Ling Xiao moved. On the stage, Ling Xiao indeed moved. The devil dragon sword in his hand danced, easily shattering that array formation cannon-like bombardment. After that, he directly charged towards the Thunder Emperor head-on. His taiji eye was also unable to see through the Thunder Emperor's true strength. But Ling Xiao was not afraid. Even if this Thunder Emperor inherited some terrifying thing. In such a short period of time, he believed that his improvement would be greater than his opponent's. His confidence came from the intuition that he had accumulated through countless battles. It was not just the taiji eye. Even without the taiji eye, he could still feel whether the opponent could pose a threat to his life. Beast soul transformation, devil dragon possession, volcano battle physique, heavenly dragon power, divine phoenix power, white tiger power. Ling Xiao used all the beast souls that could increase his battle strength. He did not underestimate his opponent. I hope you won't disappoint me, true demon, shadow sword demon. Wrapped in the terrifying demonic aura of the devil dragon sword, Ling Xiao used the shadow sword demon to test his opponent's strength. The shadow sword demon's power was naturally not as strong as the black immortal descends and the devil immortal sword's shadow, but it used less internal energy. Moreover, the speed of the move was very fast. It was the best way to test the opponent's strength. Devil dragon sword. So what if it's the devil dragon sword? Back then, Qianbai relied on the devil dragon sword to run amok in the Thunder capital. In the end, he was seriously injured by this king and ended up with the tragic result of being unable to increase his cultivation for the rest of his life. Your ending will not be better than his. The Thunder Emperor held the king's sword in his hand, and the king's qi boiled in his body. The abundant and powerful aura on the sword was not something that Xianxia could compare to. This king's sword originally belonged to the Thunder Emperor. He later passed it down to Xianxia, hoping that Xianxia would become the strongest in the Qin state. However, it was a pity that Ling Xiao's sudden rise had caused him to lose this extremely talented son. He had no choice but to eliminate this threat with his own hands. All the thoughts were completed in an instant, and it did not affect the Thunder Emperor's actions. The king's sword in his hand stabbed out, and a powerful sword light shone with a resplendent light, shooting directly towards Ling Xiao. King's sword qi. The king's sword qi was only the sword qi that came with the king's sword. However, if the warrior was strong enough, the king's sword qi could become even stronger. Previously, Xianxia had also used the king's sword qi. That powerful power had caused Ling Xiao to have no choice but to use the devil dragon phantom movement technique to dodge. This time, when the same move was used by the Thunder Emperor, the power was more than several times stronger. The resplendent sword light was terrifying to the extreme. The Thunder Monarch's attack was too strong. Helpless, he could only use the demonic dragon phantom movement technique to dodge. At the same time, the dark sword demon was shattered by the king's sword qi. After Ling Xiao dodged the attack, he did not wait for death. He turned around and attacked again. However, this time, he used the even more powerful black immortal descends. A black aura wrapped around the demonic dragon sword. The demonic dragon sword spat out a peerless black immortal. It turned into a black sword beam and pierced towards the Thunder Monarch's throat. The sword beam shattered the king's sword qi but did not dissipate. In the end, it struck the Thunder Monarch's body. However, it was blocked by the strange golden lightning and could not hurt the Thunder Monarch at all. In an instant, two exchanges occurred. Although Ling Xiao could not hurt the Thunder Monarch at all, the Thunder Monarch could not even touch the corner of Ling Xiao's clothes. It could be said that they were evenly matched for the time being. Moreover, neither side had the upper hand in terms of weapons. One side was the king's sword, and the other side was the demonic dragon sword. Both were the best mortal great emperor artifacts. Even so, Ling Xiao was still able to fight the Thunder Monarch, who was in his 40s, to a draw. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. When Ling Xiao killed Xianxia, it could be said that it was a battle between young people. Even if Xianxia lost, it would not be too strange. However, when Ling Xiao fought with the Thunder Monarch, one was in his 40s and 16 years old, while the other was in his 40s. The age gap was so big. To think that Ling Xiao was actually able to match him, this was very surprising. Some of the spectators around the arena were people with good eyesight. They had gradually realized a fact. Ling Xiao was not only the #1 genius of the Qin nation, but he could also become the #1 expert of the Qin nation. Interesting, but it is difficult for your strength to surprise me. After some probing, Ling Xiao discovered that although the Thunder Monarch was strong, it was not of much help to his cultivation. In this exchange, he did not gain as much as when he fought with Chen Songxiong. It was probably because his strength had increased. Therefore, he planned to end the battle quickly. Don't brag too much. Although I did not hurt you, you can't hurt me either. The Thunder Monarch sneered. Really? Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. Then, he lightly stomped his foot. Earth Demon Secret Technique, Earth-Rending Corpse. Rumble, suddenly, there was an explosion where the Thunder Emperor was. The Thunder Emperor, who was originally unscathed, was now in tatters from the explosion. Due to his strong defense, he wasn't seriously injured. Only a trace of blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. However, he had been slapped in the face by Ling Xiao. He had just said that Ling Xiao couldn't hurt him, but Ling Xiao had hurt him. This was a little awkward. However, Ling Xiao's attack did not stop there. After the earth-splitting corpse, it was the earth explosion corpse. An even more terrifying explosion occurred. Many wounds appeared on the Thunder Emperor's body. At this moment, the Thunder Emperor flew up and looked at the ground in panic. This attack was too sudden. Even if it was him, he was also somewhat at a loss. How despicable. He actually planted a bomb in advance. That's right. How shameless. We agreed to a duel. How can he do this? Waves of curses came from the crowd. Is there a need to plant a bomb in advance to deal with him? Ling Xiao looked at the crowd in disdain and sneered. Then, he waved the demon dragon sword in his hand. The entire ground was lifted and shattered. You just said that I planted a bomb? May I ask where the bomb is? Ling Xiao stared at the two guys in the crowd who were stirring up trouble and said, if you can't say it, die. Those two people only said that because they supported the Thunder Emperor. How could they find any evidence? They were immediately speechless. Ling Xiao sneered and flicked his hand. Two sword lights tore through the air. Two people were killed on the spot. You have to have evidence to back up your words. If anyone dares to spout nonsense and can't find any evidence, don't blame me for being impolite. Ling Xiao's voice was as cold as frost. When people heard it, they felt their bodies turn cold, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Only now did people realize that the youth who was standing on the stage and suppressing the Thunder Emperor was not a kind person. There was only one result for offending him, and that was bad luck. You actually dare to be distracted when fighting with this king. Go to hell. The Thunder Emperor's voice suddenly came from behind Ling Xiao. Just as Ling Xiao was teaching the two people in the crowd a lesson, the Thunder Emperor had already moved behind him. At this moment, the king's sword was only 3 to 4 meters away from him. With the Thunder Emperor's speed, he could not react at all. However, there was still no panic on Ling Xiao's face. Timed explosion. He spat out 4 words. The Thunder Emperor's expression suddenly became extremely shocked. This time, he did not stand on the ground. However, he was still sent flying by the terrifying explosion. Moreover, the power this time was clearly stronger than the previous 2 times. The injuries on his body became even more serious. He spat out blackened blood clots from his mouth, as if his blood had been burnt. How can this be? The Thunder Emperor was completely stunned. Sorry, it's just a little trick. It won't harm your life. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. However, he suddenly took a step forward and charged toward the Thunder Emperor. Along the way, his body instantly transformed into the Tyrant Blood Demonic Dragon Beast Soul. Then, Tyrant Blood Demonic Dragon Blood Curse. He released it. The Thunder Emperor, who was originally in a state of incomparable shock, suddenly felt that the blood and qi in his body seemed to be flowing uncontrollably. The wound that should have stopped bleeding a long time ago was now gushing blood like a fountain. As Ling Xiao's cultivation increased, the demonic dragon blood curse also became more and more powerful. As long as Ling Zhao's Tyrant blood demonic dragon beast soul was still around, this move could always be used. Moreover, it was a very useful move. Of course, it would be even better if it was paired with the bloodthirsty plague. Of course, Ling Xiao would not let go of this opportunity. After he used the demonic dragon blood curse, he immediately released the bloodthirsty plague. The plague flowed into the Thunder Emperor's body through the wounds. In just an instant, the Thunder Emperor felt fear from the bottom of his heart. Damn it! I knew that this kid was full of tricks. I didn't expect that I would still fall for it. The Thunder Emperor had already heard of every battle that Ling Xiao had fought in the past in detail. Other things did not matter. What left the deepest impression on the Thunder Emperor was naturally Ling Xiao's endless stream of strange moves. From the very beginning of the battle, he had been very careful. However, he still fell for it in the end. Moreover, this terrifying bloodthirsty plague was extremely difficult to destroy after it entered the body. He had to release a large amount of inner energy to suppress it. Otherwise, his body would be completely taken over by the bloodthirsty plague in an instant. He was still vexed. However, Ling Zhao's attack was already coming toward him again. It's over, Thunder Emperor, true demon, demon fairy sword shadow. Ling Xiao used the demon fairy sword shadow to attack the Thunder Emperor. At this moment, the Thunder Emperor was tormented by the bloodthirsty rat plague and could not use his full strength. The crowd stared at the scene with rapt attention. Would the Thunder Emperor be able to escape the same fate as Xianxia? King's dominating movement technique. The Thunder Emperor suddenly roared and tried to dodge Ling Zhao's fatal attack. However, his body was suddenly hugged by someone. It turned out that he had forgotten about Ling Zhao's only remaining Heavenly Thunder Guard, who had been floating in the air and had not attacked. It just so happened that this Heavenly Thunder Guard was the strongest among all of Ling Zhao's Heavenly Thunder Guards. Even the Thunder Emperor could not break free in a short time. At this moment, Ling Zhao's attack was already very close. Compared to the same move that he had used against Xianxia previously, the power of this move had obviously increased. The wind and clouds changed color. Yellow sand filled the sky and sand and rocks flew everywhere. Even the nearby trees were uprooted. Was it going to end? Everyone stared fixedly at the scene in the ring, unable to believe their eyes. The battle had only started for slightly more than 10 minutes, but the Thunder Emperor was already facing the threat of death. He was being pressured and schemed by Ling Xiao step by step. Was he really going to die? Although the spectating martial artists did not expect the Thunder Emperor to kill Ling Xiao easily, most of them felt that the Thunder Emperor's strength was definitely above Ling Zhao's. It was impossible for such a situation to occur. This was really too unexpected. Facing the threat of death, the Thunder Emperor unleashed his terrifying potential. Terrifying golden lightning roared continuously in his body. He did not even try to contain the bloodthirsty rat plague. Instead, he released all of his energy. Rather than being killed by Ling Xiao, he might as well fight to the death. Rumble, the terrifying golden lightning blasted the Heavenly Thunder Guard away. The Thunder Emperor obtained a moment of respite. It was this moment of respite that gave him the ability to resist Ling Zhao's attack. At that moment, he seemed to have turned into a golden god of lightning. Terrifying energy rampaged inside and outside his body. Crumble, Golden Thunder God. As the Thunder Emperor roared, he brandished his king's sword and stabbed forward. The king's sword seemed to have turned into a golden sword of lightning. It was completely enveloped by the golden light. It pierced the charging black fiend immortal. Boom, the terrifying impact once again exploded on the arena. Shockwaves rippled out, and more people were sent flying. As for the Thunder Emperor and Ling Xiao, because of this collision, they were both sent flying. You're just putting up a desperate struggle. Ling Xiao somersaulted in the air and stood still in an instant. Then, he instantly entered the purple lightning thunder bull transformation state. The earth quakes. The moment he transformed, Ling Xiao used the special skill of the purple lightning bull. In that instant, the entire earth began to shake. The spectators around the arena were all dizzy. As for the Thunder Emperor, who bore the brunt of the attack, there was no need to mention it. Even though he was very strong. However, under the brilliance of the bloodthirsty plague, he was already extremely weak. Now that the earthquake was used, he almost instantly fell into a coma. Although this time was very short, it was enough for Ling Xiao to attack. In order to save time, Ling Xiao did not use two powerful moves. Instead, he waved the demon dragon sword and released a true devil sword chi. At this moment, the Thunder Emperor had gradually woken up from his coma, but his body was still unable to move. He looked at the sword chi in horror. If it was any other time, such sword chi would not be able to hurt him at all. But today, he did not even have the ability to dodge. "Move, hurry up and move for me," he shouted desperately in his heart, hoping that he could move and avoid that fatal blow. It had to be said that this guy was indeed strong. With his terrifying willpower and powerful internal strength, he really broke free from the shackles of the earthquake. He tried to escape from his predicament. However, he forgot again. The heavenly thunder god guards that he had just shaken off had not disappeared yet. At this critical moment, the heavenly thunder god guards once again bound him tightly. He tried to shake them off again, but he no longer had the power from before. He was too seriously injured. Although he had shaken off the heavenly thunder god guards just now, it also caused the bloodthirsty plague to run rampant in his body. "Damn it, I don't want to die yet," the Thunder Emperor roared, letting out an unwilling roar. However, that true devil sword chi still struck him without any deviation. Bang, the sword chi blasted the Thunder Emperor's throat. Under everyone's incredulous gazes, the Thunder Emperor's head was cut off. The Thunder Monarch's neck was directly broken, and his head fell from his body. The Thunder Emperor was dead. Even when they saw the head fall to the ground, many people still could not believe it. That arrogant Thunder Emperor of the past had actually died just like that. Wasn't this a little too easy? Elder Tsang had already collapsed to the ground. Chen Sanxiong was dead, the Thunder Emperor was also dead, the Chen nation's royal family was completely finished. Smack, the head fell to the ground. The Thunder Emperor's eyes were still open. He was actually not completely dead. This guy's cultivation had already reached the early stage of the 13th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Even if his head fell to the ground, he could still live for a while. At this moment, his eyes were not bursting with fear, but anger, incomparable anger. He was the Thunder Emperor. The supreme ruler of this country was actually injured by a lowly commoner from a remote town. "Little Gold, it's time for you to take revenge." The Thunder Emperor was not completely dead yet, so Little Gold could still take revenge personally. Little Gold flew out of the beast ring and looked coldly at the Thunder Emperor, who was on the verge of death. The hatred in its eyes was burning. It had been so many years. Every time he thought of his parents' tragic deaths, Ling Yan would still wake up from nightmares at night. He had always wanted to take revenge, but he could not find a chance. Today, with Ling Zhao's hard work, he finally got this chance. He wanted to kill the Thunder Emperor and take revenge for his dead parents and the Ling clan. Kill. Little Gold spat out a golden light from its mouth, instantly turning the Thunder Emperor's body into ashes. Everyone watched this scene in a daze. Even now, they still could not believe it. That Thunder Emperor was actually being tortured by a little golden bird. He didn't even have the chance to fight back. This was too sad. No one noticed that the black lightning bolt on the Thunder Emperor's forehead suddenly flickered. At the same time, the golden light from Little Gold's mouth also wrapped around that head. Like the Thunder Emperor's body, this head also turned to ashes in an instant, vanishing before everyone's eyes. Turned to ashes. Unexpectedly, the Thunder Emperor ended up like this. However, the Ling clan should be able to rest in peace now that they know about this. Their descendants are truly capable. Within the raging flames, black lightning was constantly brewing. No one noticed this strange scene, including Xiao Jin, who was very close. At this moment, he was completely immersed in the joy of revenge. He had waited for this day for too long. When he got what he wanted, he was naturally very excited. This was also human nature. Including Ling Xiao, they were all happy for him. Thinking back, the Thunder Emperor was such a high and mighty figure. It was almost impossible for Ling Yan to take revenge. But now, this impossible thing had become possible. Just as Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin were immersed in joy. Within the flames, a pitch-black figure appeared. Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin did not see the scene because they were too happy. But the others near the arena noticed it. They looked at this scene with their eyes and mouths agape. Everyone's pupils instantly dilated, as if their eyes were about to pop out. What did they see? That figure that appeared from the raging flames. If it was not the Thunder Emperor, who could it be? Moreover, this Thunder Emperor's aura clearly felt more powerful than the previous Thunder Emperor. It also exuded an evil aura that made people very uncomfortable. You're finally willing to let me out. I've already said that you can't do it. I'll deal with this kid. The problem has been solved long ago. The black figure was actually indifferent within the raging flames. He said proudly to the head that was being burned. In the next moment, he looked at Xiao Jin. His cold eyes were filled with killing intent. His feet moved, turning into a black bolt of lightning, and he pounced towards Xiao Jin. At the same time, Ling Xiao had already sensed the existence of this black figure. Although he did not know what was going on, he was sure that this guy who looked exactly like the Thunder Emperor wanted to kill Xiao Jin. Moreover, his strength was even more powerful than the previous Thunder Emperor. At that moment, Ling Xiao turned pale with fright. Although he was surprised, his movements were not slow. He took a step forward, executed the demonic dragon phantom movement technique, and pounced towards the black figure. Although Xiao Jin's strength was not bad, it was simply impossible for him to block this black figure's terrifying attack. Moreover, because his back was facing the enemy, he could not react in time. Therefore, he had to save them. Although this terrifying fellow looked exactly the same as the Thunder Emperor, the lightning that was released from his body was pitch black, like ink. Negative water thunder? Ling Xiao frowned. Although the power of Yin lightning was not as open as Yang lightning, it was much more sinister. Once one came into contact with it, one's body would begin to show signs of abnormality. One mustn't be touched by it. He did not understand. The Thunder Emperor clearly possessed the Golden Lightning martial spirit, which belonged to the Yang lightning category. How could he use Yin lightning? But even if he didn't understand, he didn't have the time to figure it out, because Little Gold's situation was very dangerous. Yin Thunder King's attack was only 10 meters away from Xiao Jin's back. This distance was very far for ordinary people, but for cultivators it was as close as a stone's throw. The onlookers gradually recovered from their shock. This battle was simply too inconceivable. Thunder Emperor had already been killed, but he suddenly revived. Furthermore, he was even stronger than the previous Thunder Emperor. It felt completely different. Perhaps only the appearance was the same. Ling Xiao had expended so much energy to kill Thunder Emperor, but now the stronger Yin Thunder Emperor had revived. Did Ling Xiao still have a way to kill him? The situation had reversed once again. Many cultivators' emotions were stirred up by this strange scene. Haha, it's too late. Your speed is too slow. Yin Thunder Emperor looked coldly at Ling Xiao and laughed crazily. The demonic dragon phantom movement technique was simply unable to compare with his speed. At this time, Little Gold also sensed the danger behind him. Although the time was very short, he still desperately released all the strength in his body in an attempt to block Yin Thunder Emperor's attack. As long as he could buy some time, he should be able to block his opponent. However, it was still too late. Yin Thunder Emperor's hand was less than a foot away from Little Gold. The demonic chi that Little Gold had just circulated was easily dispersed. His defense completely collapsed. He wanted to escape. However, the terrifying Yin Water Thunder had a very strange attribute. It actually released a terrifying suction force that firmly pulled his body, making him unable to move. Boss, don't worry about me. It doesn't matter if I die, but you must help me kill him. Little Gold knew that he was afraid that he would not survive this time. He did not want Ling Xiao to be in danger because of him. As long as Ling Xiao could kill Yin Thunder Emperor, even if he died, he would die without regrets. Bullshit. Ling Xiao's roar came from behind Little Gold. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Little Gold and in front of Yin Thunder Emperor. The demonic dragon phantom movement technique was not good enough, so he used the vertical golden light technique. Seeing Ling Xiao suddenly appear as if he had teleported, Yin Thunder Emperor revealed a look of surprise. However, this surprise was fleeting. Instead, it was replaced by a crazy sneer. Ha 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 ha, idiot, compared to that bastard, I want to kill you more. Since you have delivered yourself to me, then die. Yin Thunder Emperor's attack did not stop. He viciously pressed his palm on Ling Xiao's head. At this moment, Ling Xiao could not block at all. He could only let the opponent's attack hit his head. Then, the Yin Water Thunder exploded. His entire body was surrounded by Yin Thunder and began to weaken and decay rapidly. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, you are still alive this time. Yin Thunder Emperor was worried that Ling Xiao would not die, so he seized the opportunity to continuously punch Ling Xiao more than 10 times. This process took less than a second. Little Gold finally got rid of Yin Thunder Emperor because of Ling Xiao's rescue. After turning around, he shot out a dazzling golden light from his mouth. 9 Underworld Yellow Spring Golden Light. Yin Thunder Emperor did not care about Little Gold at first. However, when he saw the golden light, his expression changed slightly. He could clearly feel that the golden light was filled with terrifying destructive power. If he really dared to resist it, he would definitely die on the spot. Boss. While Yin Thunder Emperor was dodging, Little Gold rescued Ling Xiao's body from the Yin Water Thunder. However, the Yin Water Thunder was like maggots that could not be removed completely. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. It's useless. He is already dead. This is the result of his arrogance. He dared to make an enemy of the Qin Kingdom's royal family and me. He deserved to die. Yin Thunder Emperor laughed crazily. However, he was not in a hurry to attack Little Gold. Instead, he walked towards Sun Thunder Emperor's burnt corpse. Then, he released a bolt of golden lightning from his hand. Immediately after, he fused a wisp of his soul into the golden lightning. If Ling Xiao was present, he would definitely recognize that it was Yushin's remnant soul. In less than 2 seconds, the dead Sun Thunder Emperor came back to life. His aura was as strong as the Shadow Thunder Emperor. Despair. Xiao Jin's heart was filled with despair. It was over. The Shadow Thunder Emperor was not someone he could deal with. Now there was another Sun Thunder Emperor. And he seemed to be as strong as the Shadow Thunder Emperor. What should he do? He did not care that he would die. He might not even be able to take away Ling Xiao's body. Whoosh! While Xiao Jin was in a daze, the Sun Thunder Emperor suddenly flashed and snatched Ling Xiao's body from his back. I'm going to grind this kid to dust. Then, today, all those who support him will die. After dying once, the Sun Thunder Emperor was furious. If not for the fact that the Shadow Thunder Emperor still needed him, he would not have been able to revive him. He hated Ling Xiao to the core. In the crowd, the people of the Dragon Cult and Chen Kangming looked terrible. Ling Xiao's death meant that they had suffered a crushing defeat. Because none of them was a match for the Shadow Thunder Emperor or the Sun Thunder Emperor. Even if we can't win, we have to fight. No matter what, we have to take back Ling Xiao's body. We can't let him die without a complete body. Chen Bai gritted his teeth and walked to the arena. But as soon as he took a step, he was stopped by a girl wearing a bamboo hat. You don't need to do anything. He won't die so easily. It was Yu Fenghua who stopped them. In fact, Yu Fenghua was ready to attack when Ling Xiao was hit by the Shadow Thunder Emperor. But she was stopped by Ling Xiao's soul. It turned out that Ling Xiao had noticed her long ago, but he did not recognize her because of the battle in the arena. Ling Xiao only said one thing to stop her: I won't die. Yu Fenghua had enough reason to believe in Ling Xiao. But when she saw Ling Xiao being killed, she still felt her heart ache. If Ling Xiao couldn't be resurrected, then she would kill all the royals and nobles in the Thunder City. Although that would not help, she would still do it. She needed to help Ling Xiao complete his unfinished business. The reason why she stopped Chen Baiyu was because she felt the throbbing in her soul. She knew that Ling Xiao was indeed not dead. In other words, he could be resurrected. Chen Bai looked at the woman in front of him angrily. He didn't understand why she was stopping him, but he tried to rush out, but to no avail. This woman was too powerful. It was so powerful that he couldn't even move his feet. Grind the bones and scatter the ashes. Someone among the nobles suddenly shouted. Grind that brat's bones to dust. Well done, Thunder Emperor. Those fellows began to speak in unison. They felt that Ling Xiao was dead, so they chose to stand on the Thunder Emperor's side. But these fellows didn't know that their choice this time was equivalent to completely ruining their futures. Ling Xiao originally didn't want to kill them, but after this, if he didn't kill them, how could he face himself? Naturally, there were many people in the crowd who felt that it was a pity. Ling Xiao was a genius who surpassed Xianxia and even defeated the Thunder Emperor. But this strange scene caused all of Ling Xiao's previous efforts to go to waste. The tragic death of such an outstanding genius was truly too regrettable. However, they didn't dare to say anything. With Ling Xiao dead, the Thunder Emperor completely grasped the initiative. The Qin nation was once again under his rule. No matter what Ling Xiao had done before, it could be said that all of his previous efforts had gone to waste. To put it bluntly, the war in the mystic world was just a battle between experts. A single expert could change the situation of a war. Did you hear that? They all want me to grind your bones to dust. The Sun Thunder Emperor held Ling Xiao's body as the internal force in his body continuously surged into his hands. Not only did he want Ling Xiao to die, but he also wanted Ling Xiao to die without a complete corpse. Only then could he be at ease. Many people lamented when they saw the scene, feeling pity for Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao was killed because he tried to save Xiao Jin, not because he was weak. Such a death was truly regrettable. Stop! Xiao Jin roared and pounced at the Sun Thunder Emperor. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Use the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Light. Was that boss's voice? Xiao Jin was stunned for a moment. But soon, he did as he was told. Although he didn't know if it was a hallucination, he still did as he was told out of absolute trust in Ling Xiao. Die. No one noticed that the wounds on Ling Xiao's body and the Yin lightning disappeared in an instant. He recovered to the moment before he was attacked by the Shadow Thunder Emperor. Then, a cold voice came out of his mouth. At that moment, his hand had already penetrated the Sun Thunder Emperor's head. Then, he quickly jumped away. At the same time, the terrifying 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Light gushed out of Xiao Jin's mouth and enveloped the Sun Thunder Emperor's body. Soul of the Unity God, collect. Ling Xiao dragged the soul of the Unity God in his hand and swallowed it into his stomach, merging it with the Unity God's divine tablet. The Unity God's beast soul had been reduced from 1/10 to 1/2. Although it was still not complete, it was much more powerful than before. When this strange scene occurred, everyone was once again dumbfounded, falling into a state of stupefaction. The Thunder Emperor came back to life, and the Yin Thunder Emperor and the Sun Thunder Emperor appeared. And they killed Ling Xiao. They thought the situation had been completely reversed. But now, Ling Xiao came back to life, and the moment he came back to life, he killed the Sun Thunder Emperor. The situation was reversed again. The onlookers couldn't wrap their heads around it for a long time, and their minds were in a mess. Hey, I'm not dreaming, am I? That Ling Xiao just now is clearly dead. It's definitely not a dream. I saw it too. But what's going on? How did this guy come back to life all of a sudden? Even the wounds on his body are gone, and the Yin Thunder water has completely disappeared. It feels like his life has returned to the state before he was attacked by the Shadow Thunder Emperor. This person's imagination was really wild. But his deduction was completely correct. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao chose to take a gamble. He wanted to use the life backtrack skill that he had just obtained to save Xiao Jin. Although it was very dangerous, he succeeded. Seeing Ling Xiao come back to life, Yu Fenghua's hanging heart finally relaxed. She was really afraid that she had made the wrong choice. She was afraid that she would regret it for the rest of her life. Chen Bai, Chen Kangming, and the others were also shocked and overjoyed when they saw Ling Xiao come back to life. Although they didn't understand what had happened, as long as Ling Xiao was alive, they wouldn't despair. You're very surprised, aren't you, Yin Thunder Emperor? Ling Xiao stood there and looked coldly at the Yin Thunder Emperor, revealing a mocking smile. The life backtrack skill had completely changed the situation. From his death to the death of the Sun Thunder Emperor. However, in order to turn the situation around, Ling Xiao also suffered a lot. At the moment of death, it was truly despairing. Including the pain that his body suffered, it was really incomparable to the pain caused by daily cultivation. If possible, Ling Xiao did not want to try it a second time. However, his death this time also brought him an extremely unexpected gain. He had once cultivated the 9 Deaths reincarnation technique. However, the essence of this technique was that every time he died, his cultivation would increase tremendously. Ling Xiao had never died after cultivating it, so he could not verify the actual effect of this technique. However, today, he died once to save little gold. The 9 deaths reincarnation technique also took effect because of that. His cultivation was originally only 20% of the energy of the 12th level of hell in the yin-yang first turn. But now, his cultivation had already broken through, he had perfectly broken through to the early stage of the 13th level of hell in the yin-yang first turn. One must know that in order to achieve such a breakthrough, he had to fight at least 7 or 8 opponents who were much stronger than him and defeat them. However, after dying once, he achieved it in an instant. Ling Xiao could feel the potential in his body exploding at that moment and surging into his cultivation sea. This meant that the 9 deaths reincarnation technique could only stimulate the potential in the body at the moment of resurrection, then allow the warrior to achieve a breakthrough. If the potential was not enough, it would not work. Moreover, Ling Xiao also verified that the 9 deaths reincarnation technique could not resurrect the dead. In other words, if one died and did not have the resurrection skill, they would really die. It feels a little wasteful. Ling Xiao shook his head. The 9 deaths reincarnation technique was obviously more cost-effective to use when one's cultivation was higher. Now, he had only broken through from the 12th level of hell to the 13th level of hell. However, if Ling Xiao's cultivation had already reached the 13th level of hell in the first turn, then he would break through to the 14th level of hell. One must know that the energy required from the 13th to the 14th level was much more than that from the 12th to the 13th level. However, this was also good. At least it proved that the 9 deaths reincarnation technique was effective. Ling Xiao was overjoyed at the breakthrough in his cultivation. He had taken a risk and sacrificed his life for his brother, but he had received such benefits in return. It could be considered very worthwhile. Why? Why aren't you dead? How did you come back to life? The Shadow Thunder Emperor's expression was twisted, ferocious and terrifying. His appearance could not be said to be a resurrection. It was just the soul energy in the Emperor's forbidden land that had condensed into a human form. To put it bluntly, other than the fact that it looked like the Thunder Monarch, it was actually a different person. Even the resurrection of Yang Thunder Emperor was the same. It was a fake body formed by Yang Thunder, not a physical body at all. In comparison, Ling Xiao's resurrection was a true resurrection. Therefore, he was very shocked and even a little anxious. Because I'm immortal. Ling Xiao chuckled. Immortal body. Hearing these words, the people around the arena were shocked once again. Although many people said that they had an immortal body, they could still die. It was not a true immortal body. However, Ling Xiao was different. He was clearly dead, but he suddenly came back to life. Moreover, he came back to life in perfect condition and directly blew up Yang Thunder Emperor's head. Could it be that he really had the legendary immortal body? Humph, do you think I will believe you? The Shadow Thunder Emperor snorted coldly. It's up to you to believe it or not. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Even if his cultivation did not break through, he could still fight with the Shadow Thunder Emperor. Even if it was difficult for him to win, he could at least survive. Now that his cultivation had broken through, the Shadow Thunder Emperor was no longer his opponent. If he was still a little nervous before, then now, his state of mind had become incomparably relaxed. He suddenly turned his head and looked at the royal family and nobles who were clamoring just now. You just asked Yang Thunder Emperor to turn me into ashes, right? The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. When the royal family and nobles saw Ling Xiao come back to life, they were already scared out of their wits. At this moment, when they saw Ling Xiao's murderous eyes, they were so scared that they knelt on the ground one by one. We were wrong. We were wrong. We deserve to die 10,000 times for our sins. Ling Xiao's strength forced them to kneel. You do deserve to die 10,000 times for your sins. I was too merciful before. I mistakenly thought that you would work with me to run the Chen nation, so I forgave you, but now, I want you to die, and I will turn you into ashes. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, his body floated up. He raised his right hand and formed a claw. A terrifying ball of energy spiraled in his palm. Lava storm. With a furious roar, a terrifying lava storm formed in front of him and enveloped all the royal family and nobles. The rest of the people avoided it, afraid that they would be affected. The royal family and nobles also wanted to escape. However, their legs seemed to be filled with lead, and they could not move. The pressure that Ling Xiao gave them was simply too strong. It was so strong that it completely suppressed them, causing them to be unable to breathe. How dare you? The Shadow Thunder Emperor's expression became more and more unsightly. Ling Xiao actually ignored his existence and wanted to destroy the royal family and nobles. To him, his face was probably more important than the lives of those people. Thunder Emperor, save us! The royal family and nobles seemed to have grabbed onto a life-saving straw as they shouted at the Shadow Thunder Emperor, hoping to be saved. The Shadow Thunder Emperor could ignore them, but he absolutely could not tolerate Ling Xiao's disregard for him. He rose into the air and a king's sword appeared in his hand. It was the one that Sun Thunder Emperor had used before. However, at this moment, the king's sword was wrapped in a layer of terrifying water thunder. Die, brat. This is the price you have to pay for underestimating this king. If you can be resurrected once, this king will kill you once. If you can be resurrected 10 times, this king will kill you 10 times, immortal body? This prince wants to see just how big your boasting is today. He did not use any moves. In the Shadow Thunder Emperor's opinion, even if Ling Xiao was resurrected, his strength would not change. Therefore, his sword strike would definitely take Ling Xiao's life. Xiao Jin tried to stop him. However, Ling Xiao indicated that he did not need to make a move. In order to show his strength, Ling Xiao decided to personally kill the Shadow Thunder Emperor, so that the warriors of the Qin country would completely give up on challenging him. Ding! A clear sound rang out in the sky. Ling Xiao actually used a finger on his right hand to block the Shadow Thunder Emperor's brazen attack. At the same time, the lava storm in his left hand was released. Can you save them? Ling Xiao turned around and looked at the Shadow Thunder Emperor. In that instant, the Shadow Thunder Emperor was so scared that he retreated dozens of steps. On the ground, a loud explosion erupted. The dozens of royal family nobles were instantly turned into ashes. They were really turned into ashes by Ling Xiao. You are no longer my match. You don't have the ability to protect them. Ling Xiao coldly looked at Thunder Emperor and said, use all of your methods because I might kill you at any time. Arrogant fellow. Just now I only used the most ordinary attack. Do you really think that this king is so weak? Thunder Emperor was looked down upon by Ling Xiao, a ball of anger accumulated in his chest. He roared, and the water thunder instantly covered the entire arena, and flowed into the space around the arena. Some martial artists who were unable to escape in time were instantly swallowed by the thunder and died instantly. See, this is my true strength. Ling Xiao, you made a mistake just now. You should have sneak attacked me with that evil beast and killed me instead of killing young Thunder Emperor. Compared to me, he is too far away. Thunder Emperor's mood instantly rose. Confidence once again returned to his body. The king's sword had already been fused into the thunder and became even more hidden and dangerous. Everyone listened to Thunder Emperor's words and looked at Thunder Emperor's appearance. Their hearts became nervous again. This battle, with so many twists and turns, had already brought too many surprises to people. Right now, they really wanted to know. After young Thunder Emperor was killed, could Thunder Emperor still reverse the situation? Xiao Jin flew out of the stage and arrived beside Chen Kangming. He knew that the following battle would be even more terrifying. He was afraid that the aftermath would affect Chen Kangming. Therefore, he went to protect Chen Kangming together with Tuoba Yunxiong. As for Ling Xiao, he knew that he did not need to help. Moreover, he could not help much. The current Ling Xiao's strength had already far surpassed his. He could only be considered a burden on the stage. Whether it was Ling Xiao or Thunder Emperor, they were both too heaven-defying. If he wanted to interfere, his strength had to continue to increase. Otherwise, he would only be left behind by these two fellows. You still don't understand. Ling Xiao indifferently looked at the thunder all over the ground. His expression was still the same as before. Seeing Ling Xiao's expression, Thunder Emperor frowned. You know, I hate it when you act as if everything is under your control. In a while, I'll let you know that I'm much stronger than you think. And you are not as powerful as you think you are. After the Yin Thunder Emperor finished speaking, all the Yin water thunder in the area rushed into the sky and attacked Ling Xiao. The king's sword was hidden in the Yin thunder and could stab towards Ling Xiao at any time. However, Ling Xiao still stood there, as if he had no intention of dodging. Bang bang bang, continuous crashing sounds could be heard. The Yin water thunder that pounced towards Ling Xiao was actually continuously shattered and scattered. The sound of explosions was continuous and extremely fast. On average, there would be 2 explosions every 10th of a second. No one could see Ling Xiao moving. Ling Xiao's speed had already surpassed their dynamic vision. Only Yu Fenghua could see that Ling Xiao's hands were in a state of super high speed, continuously striking down the Yin lightning that was rushing over. The Yin water thunder stuck to his hands, but it was unable to cause him the slightest bit of damage. It was almost completely isolated. Ling Xiao's hands were wrapped in a layer of golden light, but it was impossible to see with the naked eye. Just like this, the Yin Thunder Emperor continued to attack. The Yin water thunder almost turned into illusions and attacked Ling Xiao. As for Ling Xiao, he was still standing in the air calmly. His eyes did not even look. His hands seemed to automatically react and easily blocked every attack. It was still faster than the naked eye of most people. In the eyes of most people, it was as if Ling Xiao did not move at all and the Yin water thunder were automatically repelled. What a powerful attack! But Ling Xiao is even stronger. Facing such an attack, he is actually so calm. This guy is too terrifying. If he can become the king of the Qin state, who in the volcano state would dare to bully us in the future? I used to think that the 8 Immortals' kingdom was just a flash in the pan and would soon be destroyed by the Qin kingdom's royal army. But now it seems that I was wrong, and ridiculously wrong. The 8 Immortals' kingdom was not destroyed, but the Qin kingdom's royal family. The 8 Immortals' kingdom will definitely be more prosperous than the Qin state in the future. I originally planned to send my son to the volcano state to cultivate. But now it seems that it might be better for him to stay here. That's right. According to my observation, anyone who has a good relationship with Ling Xiao will suddenly increase their cultivation speed. Don't tell me that there is no relationship between them. The crowd began to discuss again. People looked down on Ling Xiao, despised Ling Xiao, and even hoped that the Thunder Emperor could destroy Ling Xiao. Now, they respected Ling Xiao and feared Ling Xiao. In fact, the only thing that had changed was Ling Xiao's strength, because Ling Xiao was strong enough, it did not matter what his background was. As long as he could defeat the Yin Thunder Emperor, he would be the #1 expert in the Qin state. No one could defeat him. If they did not respect him, who would they respect? However, Ling Xiao has not counterattacked yet. Could it be that he can't find the time to do so? You're right. The Yin Thunder Emperor is too strong and his attack speed is extremely fast. Ling Xiao is still not experienced enough and has been taken advantage of. Right now, he can only defend and can't even attack. If he defends for too long, something will happen sooner or later. Could it be that Ling Xiao will lose? If he loses, he will definitely be killed by the Yin Thunder Emperor. At that time, the Qin state might even fall under the Yin Thunder Emperor's brutal rule. That's right. Ling Xiao's talent is too strong. Once the Yin Thunder Emperor has the advantage, he will definitely not let Ling Xiao go. Once again, everyone became nervous. In fact, they would rather Ling Xiao win. Ling Xiao, this king wants your body. Although I don't know what secrets your body has, there must be something good in it. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to come back from the dead, you also wouldn't have been able to raise your cultivation so quickly in such a short period of time. It's time to end this, Yin Water Thunder King's sword. Suddenly, the Yin Thunder Emperor roared. Amidst the countless terrifying attacks, a wave of energy that was much stronger than the other attacks began to rapidly rise. The king's sword, wrapped in the terrifying power of the Yin Water Thunder, charged towards Ling Xiao with an unstoppable momentum. The Yin Thunder Emperor wanted to end this battle completely. In that instant, all the Yin Water Thunder disappeared. Then, they all merged into the king's sword. A terrifying energy that could destroy the heavens and the earth was released from within. Some cracks actually appeared on the king's sword. The Mortal Great Emperor artifact was actually about to shatter from the terrifying energy. One could tell how terrifying this energy was. At this moment, the attack was less than 10 meters away from Ling Xiao. Was it really going to end? In the crowd, many people were so nervous that they stopped breathing. They did not wish for Ling Xiao to die. In terms of character, Ling Xiao surpassed the Yin Thunder Emperor by far too much. In terms of future, Ling Xiao, who was only 16 years old, far surpassed the Yin Thunder Emperor who only had a soul body. As a citizen of this country, they naturally hoped that Ling Xiao could win. Facing this violent attack from the Yin Thunder Emperor, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped all of his movements. It was as if he had become stupid as he stared blankly at the attack that was approaching him. What the hell is he doing? Run away quickly. What kind of movement technique was that? Wasn't it quite fast? Many people were nervously giving Ling Xiao advice. They thought that Ling Xiao would not be able to withstand this terrifying attack, so they hoped that Ling Xiao could choose to escape. As a result, such an attack would not be able to land on Ling Xiao's body. Despair? Gave up? How could this be? People could not understand Ling Xiao's current actions. They thought that Ling Xiao was frightened by the Yin Thunder Emperor's terrifying attack, so he gave up on struggling. However, these people's discussions did not affect Ling Xiao's battle in the slightest. Facing the approaching attack, Ling Xiao's right hand finally raised gently. The moment his right hand came into contact with the king's sword, the shocking scene came to an abrupt end. The originally chaotic scene of flying sand and rolling pebbles instantly returned to normal. The king's sword in Ling Xiao's hand was like a rabbit trying to escape its shackles. However, even after exhausting all of its strength, it was still unable to escape from Ling Xiao's palm. Almost everyone's jaws were about to fall off at this moment. This feeling was too strange. The Yin Thunder Emperor's attack was so powerful, yet it was so easily destroyed by Ling Xiao. What was going on? Break! Ling Xiao spat out an indifferent voice. The king's sword, along with the Yin Water Thunder, was completely incinerated by the boiling magma. He clapped his hands in disdain and removed the dust on them. Then, he looked at the Yin Thunder Emperor. This is your most powerful attack? It's really too disappointing. If that's all you have, then let me end all of this. As he spoke, Ling Xiao pointed his right hand at the Yin Thunder Emperor. He did not use any weapons. It was just one hand, but it was superior to all of the divine weapons in the state of Chen. In the air, a murderous aura was produced. Between Ling Xiao, a huge vortex began to condense. The energy of the power Upanishad was fusing with it. A sword blade less than 3 inches long appeared at his fingertips. In an instant, his killing intent skyrocketed. It enveloped the entire battlefield. At that moment, the Shadow Thunder Emperor only thought of one thing. And that was to escape, the further the better. They were not existences of the same dimension. Ling Xiao was too strong, so strong that he had lost his courage. No matter how strong the Yin Thunder Emperor was, he was only a peak expert in the early stage of the 13th level of Hell in Yin Yang realm. However, once Ling Xiao's cultivation broke through to this realm, it was equivalent to having the ability to fight with a martial artist at the later stage of the 13th level of Hell. The gap between them was too obvious. Even if he did not use any martial skills, if Ling Xiao wanted to kill the Yin Thunder Emperor, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. The Shadow Thunder Emperor finally felt fear. He turned around and fled into the distance. However, the sharpness behind him was like a thorn in his back. No matter how fast he ran, he could not escape the shadow of death. The Yin Thunder Emperor escaped? Why did he escape? Many people still did not understand what was going on. Die. A cold voice finally burst out from Ling Xiao's mouth. There was only one word. A sharp light flew out from his fingertip, instantly crossing the distance of thousands of meters and hitting the Yin Thunder Emperor who was desperately escaping. At that moment, the Yin Thunder Emperor only felt a terrifying energy rushing into his body. He stopped. The energy rapidly expanded in his body. Then it exploded. It turned into thousands of sword chi, as if to break through his body. No. The Yin Thunder Emperor burst out a hysterical roar, "I don't want to die, I don't want to die." However, no matter whether he was willing or not, everything was a foregone conclusion. Streaks of dazzling sword light shot out from his body. His body was shattered inch by inch in the sword light. People looked at this scene in horror. For a moment, they fell into a dead silence. No one could have imagined. To think that the battle would end in such a manner. They thought that Ling Xiao might be able to win. But it was so easy, so effortless. This was completely beyond their expectations. They watched as the Yin Thunder Emperor's body gradually disappeared under the sword light. Everyone's heart twitched fiercely. A moment later, the explosion finally ended. The Yin Thunder Emperor left in this world was only his unwilling and regretful roar that still echoed. Everyone was looking at Ling Xiao. They wanted to completely remember this person's appearance. A kingdom was buried in this person's hands. The royal family was basically wiped out by him. The powerful Yin Thunder Emperor could not escape death. This guy was really too powerful. He was so powerful that it made people feel that it was unimaginable. They felt that their imagination could no longer control the facts in front of them. Ling Xiao defeated the Yin Thunder Emperor. It could be said that he had completely destroyed the Qin Kingdom's royal family. From now on, the Qin Kingdom would completely cease to exist. This place would become the territory of the Eight Immortals Kingdom and the frontline of the Heavenly Empire. A large number of outstanding warriors of the Heavenly Empire would come here to cultivate. After all, no matter what, the cultivation speed of the Black Tortoise continent was much faster than the previous 3 continents. The resources were also more abundant. 16 years old after entering the world, Ling Xiao became the #1 expert of the Qin Kingdom. He became the legend of the Qin Kingdom. However, his face was still very calm. Because Ling Xiao knew very well that there was always someone better than him. In the small Qin Kingdom, even if he was invincible, outside of the Qin Kingdom, he was probably insignificant. Who else? Ling Xiao suddenly looked at the crowd and asked loudly, "As long as you are a warrior of the Qin Kingdom, anyone who is not convinced of me, Ling Xiao, can come up and challenge me." "Kid, I think your prestige is about to come to an end." Li Xiaofeng could no longer hold it in. Ling Xiao had consecutively killed Chen Songxiong and the Thunder Emperor and stolen the limelight. This was completely different from what he had expected. Therefore, he could only personally kill Ling Xiao. "Who are you?" Ling Xiao asked. "The Heavenly Pool Mountains, Li Xiaofeng." "I'm here to kill you," Li Xiaofeng said coldly. "Scram. The Heavenly Pool Mountain is not within the Qin Kingdom's territory. Otherwise, you will bring a calamity to your sect." Ling Xiao did not have an unresolvable grudge with the Heavenly Pool Mountain, so he did not want to casually kill people. If Li Xiaofeng could leave, that would be the best outcome. "Scram? What big words. Do you really think that you can deal with me after killing the Thunder Emperor? I am an inner disciple of the Heavenly Pool Mountain." Li Xiaofeng laughed coldly. Not only did he have no intention of retreating, but he also raised his hand, and a sword appeared in his hand. "Brat, prepare to die. This Qin nation belongs to the Heavenly Pool Mountain, not you." After saying that, he suddenly raised his sword and charged at Ling Xiao. Before Ling Xiao's cultivation broke through, he would definitely die if he faced Li Xiaofeng. However, although he was not a match for Li Xiaofeng now, he should be able to protect himself. Since Li Xiaofeng wanted to fight, he, Ling Xiao, would accompany him to the end. "You don't know how to feel sorry for yourself. Let me deal with this piece of trash." A clear voice came from the crowd. It sounded like the chirping of an oriole. It was melodious. In the next moment, a figure appeared in the ring. She was wearing a pink dress and a bamboo hat with a veil on her head. She stretched out her slender hand. She easily broke Li Xiaofeng's sword. That was a mortal-grade emperor weapon. Although its quality was not as good as the demon dragon sword or the king's sword, it was unbelievable that someone could break such a weapon with her bare hands. Crack! Then, a cold light flashed and Li Xiaofeng's right arm that was holding the sword was chopped off. "I won't kill you today. I will only cut off one of your arms. When you go back, tell the higher-ups of the Sky Pool Mountain to behave themselves so that they can continue their glory, otherwise, the Sky Pool Mountain will cease to exist." Yu Fenghua's voice was colder than Ling Zhao's. She did not kill Li Xiaofeng because she did not want to cause more trouble for Ling Xiao. However, if the people of the Sky Pool Mountain did not know what was good for them, she did not mind destroying the Sky Pool Mountain herself. "Get lost," Yu Fenghua said coldly. "You dare to hurt me?" Li Xiaofeng looked at Yu Fenghua and his right arm that was chopped off and said eerily. So what if I hurt you? Yu Fenghua said indifferently. Do you know how powerful the forces behind me are? That is the Sky Pool Mountain. So what? Yu Fenghua was still indifferent. Li Xiaofeng gritted his teeth. He knew that it was useless to say anything more. He waved his left hand and took out a jade token from his storage ring. Blood dripped onto the jade token. A figure came out from the jade token. The figure slowly turned into a human shape and revealed a clear face. Xiaofeng, what happened to your arm? The figure that came out of the jade token was surprised to see Li Xiaofeng's arm was chopped off. It's her. She was the one who broke my disciple's right arm. And the man behind her, that guy called Ling Xiao, he's the one who killed Xiao Tian and Chen Sanxiong. Li Xiaofeng said to the figure. The figure turned around and looked at Yu Fenghua and Ling Xiao. His expression was cold and insufferably arrogant. Cripple your own martial arts and follow Li Xiaofeng back to Tianqi Mountain to await your punishment. It's just a trick of consolidating from 1,000 miles away. Your strength is less than 70% of your original body. Even if your original body came, I wouldn't be afraid, let alone a mere consolidating body. Yu Fenghua said indifferently, get lost immediately, or I'll kill him. She was naturally referring to Li Xiaofeng. Demonis. If you don't break the law today, the Heavenly Pool Mountain will wash the Chen nation with blood in the future. That figure's voice was filled with cruelty and indifference. They had done this kind of thing before. There were countries that did not want to submit to Mount Tianqi. Small countries like the Chen country would definitely be massacred. Die. Before Yu Fenghua could make a move, Ling Xiao had already made his move. Li Xiaofeng looked at the black demon dragon sword that pierced through his throat in shock. He could not believe it. Ling Xiao actually dared to make a move. No one can humiliate my woman. No one. Brat, you're courting death. The figure that came out of the jade tablet pounced on Ling Xiao crazily, trying to kill Ling Xiao. However, his body came to a stop midway. A cold aura enveloped his entire body. His body was instantly frozen into an ice cube. His consciousness was also quickly blurring. The Heavenly Pool Mountain will cease to exist. The moment his consciousness completely disappeared, he only heard this one sentence. The person who spoke was naturally Yu Fenghua. Then, the ice cube shattered. At the same time, the jade tablet shattered. The figure completely disappeared. Everyone looked at this scene in horror. Ling Xiao was a lunatic. This woman was also a lunatic. She even dared to offend the Heavenly Pool Mountain. She must be tired of living. Where is the Heavenly Pool Mountain? I'll be back soon. Yu Fenghua suddenly looked at Ling Xiao and asked. Keep heading north. You'll see it soon. Ling Xiao replied, if you don't come back in an hour, I'll go look for you. No need. I'll be back in half an hour. Yu Fenghua rose into the air and instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. Ling Xiao silently picked up Chen Sanxiong, Lei Di, and Li Xiaofeng's storage rings. Chen Sanxiong's storage ring was basically empty. In order to defeat Ling Xiao, this guy had used almost all of his resources on cultivation. However, there were two sets of martial arts manuals. They were King's Glory and King's Roaming. This was a martial art on the same level as the Demonic Dragon Possession and Demonic Dragon Phantom. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao could not use it. He planned to put it in the 8 Immortals Kingdom's armory. In the future, any martial artist with talent could cultivate it. Lady's storage ring contained a large number of spiritual stones. There were at least 100 million low-grade spiritual stones. There were also more than 10 million mid-grade spiritual stones. As expected of the king of a kingdom. Other than the spiritual stones, this guy also had a royal jade seal in his storage ring. Although it was not a treasure, it was a symbol of royalty. There was no harm in keeping it. As for Li Xiaofeng's storage ring, there were also quite a number of spirit stones. However, compared to the Thunder Emperor, who was the ruler of a nation, they paled in comparison. They were not even a fraction of what the Thunder Emperor had. What a pauper. Ling Xiao shook his head. He could only take Li Xiaofeng's sword. This sword was a mortal grade emperor weapon. It was quite powerful. After cleaning up the battlefield, he looked at Chen Kangming and said, "Take the royal jade seal and this sword. From now on, you are the king of the 8 Immortals Kingdom. You killed my father and my brothers. Aren't you afraid that I will betray you?" Chen Kangming asked. "You won't. Even though they were your father and brothers, they killed your mother and wanted to kill you. Moreover, if you betray me, someone will kill you for me, otherwise, do you think that I have no control over this 8 Immortals Kingdom?" Ling Xiao smiled. Then, he looked at Chen Bai and said, "Master, I have wanted to help you get rid of the chronic illness in your body for a long time. However, because my cultivation was not enough, I could not do it. Now, my cultivation has increased greatly and I have obtained a lot of spiritual herbs from the Chen Kingdom's royal family. Take this pill and I will help you circulate your cultivation." Chen Bai had saved Ling Xiao, so Ling Xiao would naturally repay him. Chen Bai's greatest regret was that he had been seriously injured, causing his cultivation to never be able to improve. Then, Ling Xiao would help him solve this regret. Chen Bai did not hesitate to take the pill that Ling Xiao gave him and sat down cross-legged. It only took 5 or 6 minutes to circulate his cultivation. Chen Bai felt the energy that had been accumulating in his body for a long time explode in an instant. His cultivation broke through the shackles and reached the 13th level of hell. "You really did it." Chen Bai was excited and emotional. Back then, he had saved Ling Xiao only because he felt that Ling Xiao was very talented. He had some selfish motives. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Yu Fenghua stepped on the air and returned. There was not a speck of dust on her body. Before she landed, she waved her hand and a person fell out of the beast ring. It was the sect master of Heavenly Pool Mountain. The sect master of Heavenly Pool Mountain was known as the Deadly Sword Demon because he was powerful and cruel. Those who had seen him attack, other than his own people, were all dead. And they were all dismembered. But today, the Deadly Sword Demon was in a sorry state. The hand holding the sword was already broken, and his whole body was no longer as arrogant as before. Many people here had seen him and knew him. But at that time, they were only trembling in fear, afraid of provoking this person. But today, the Deadly Sword Demon who made them tremble in fear was kneeling on the ground, looking at Yu Fenghua who fell from the sky with fear. "Ling Xiao, I've killed a lot of people in the Heavenly Pool Mountain. I've also destroyed the sect. But there were also many who surrendered. Do you have any way to make them loyal? If not, I will kill all of them." Hearing such cruel words coming out of the beautiful woman's mouth, the life-reaping sword demon trembled all over. The other onlooking martial artists were also scared out of their wits. Of course. Let them all out. Ling Zhao's cultivation had broken through, so he strengthened the soul-absorbing pill on the spot. Together with the improved soul-absorbing skill, it should not be a problem to make these people submit to the 8 Immortals Kingdom for a year. A year later, he believed that in the 8 Immortals Kingdom, there would be a large number of warriors who would surpass these people, including the warriors of the Heavenly Empire who were loyal to him. At the current stage, these warriors of Heavenly Pool Mountain were still very useful. Especially this Heavenly Pool Mountain sect master, the Deadly Sword Demon, was actually a warrior who had reached the peak of the 14th level of hell. With such a cultivation, the surrounding small countries, including the volcano country, would definitely not dare to attack the 8 Immortals Kingdom. The 8 Immortals Kingdom could also obtain a period of time to recuperate. "Master, I'll leave these people to you to control. If they don't listen to you, just kill them. The method is very simple. I'll leave you a trace of my soul force. If they don't listen to you, use my soul force to execute them." The position of monarch of the 8 Immortals nation had already been handed over to Chen Bai. Therefore, the strongest fighting force would naturally be in charge of Chen Bai. Balance was still very important. Although he trusted Chen Kangming, once a person's power went out of control, there would definitely be trouble. "Don't worry, I will discipline them well." The moment Chen Bai's chronic illness was cured, he felt like he was in a dream. But at the same time, he became more concerned about Ling Zhao's matter. "That's enough. Chen Kangming, master, and the rest of you, go about your own business." Now that Ling Xiao was free, the thing he wanted to do the most was to have a good chat with Yu Fenghua. Yu Fenghua had left for such a long time and suddenly appeared in Lightning City. He really wanted to know what had happened during this time. In the quiet palace, there were only two people, Ling Xiao and Yu Fenghua. There was a cup of tea on the table. The two drank tea while chatting. Yu Fenghua's face always had an expression of wanting to say something but hesitating. There was even a trace of sorrow. Fenghua, if there's anything, just tell me. Whether you believe me or not, your reincarnation was to save me, and I can do anything for you. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Fenghua, then grabbed Yu Fenghua's shoulders with both hands and asked very seriously. Yu Fenghua actually avoided Ling Xiao's fiery gaze. She seemed a little timid and a little reluctant. Is it really worth it for me? Yu Fenghua sighed. Of course. Let's not talk about my previous life. Just based on today's matter, if you hadn't acted, it would have been almost impossible for me to kill Li Xiaofeng. Ling Xiao nodded. Sigh. Yu Fenghua sighed and said, actually, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that even if I told you about my matter, you wouldn't be able to help me. We can at least share it, right? Ling Xiao said, moreover, when I was still a small and insignificant cultivator in Ascension Town, who would have thought that I would actually be able to kill the Thunder Emperor today? No one can say for sure what will happen in the future. Hearing these words, Yu Fenghua's eyes immediately lit up, but soon dimmed again. How can a mere Qin Kingdom's royal family be mentioned in the same breath as the Eternal Palace? Ling Xiao was about to say something, but Yu Fenghua stopped him and continued, did you know? With your help, I received a lot of inspiration and made a lot of progress. When I returned to the Eternal Palace in the competition, I stood out and successfully entered the top 3 among the younger generation. Do you know what this means? What? This means that I will become the Eternal Palace's most core disciple and receive the most core guidance. Even my marriage and everything about me will have to be arranged by the Eternal Palace. Yu Fenghua was a little agitated when she said this. But I'm not willing to accept this. I escaped and came here. But I know very well in my heart that the Eternal Palace is too powerful. No matter how I escape, it's impossible for me to escape from their grasp. They are the masters of the entire Black Tortoise continent. Even the Western region's 9 supremes have to listen to their orders. Now, I'm starting to regret coming to find you because this might have implicated you in danger. The Eternal Palace will definitely not allow me to fall in love with others. So. What? Ling Xiao's voice was still indifferent. What? Yu Fenghua didn't quite understand what he meant. I'm saying, so what if it's the Eternal Palace? I've already flattened 3 continents. The Black Tortoise continent will be trampled under my feet sooner or later. Although the Eternal Palace is powerful, they should have enemies too. They can't possibly send all their experts to find you. This way, we have a chance. Just give me a little more time and I can protect you even if the Eternal Palace comes knocking on our door. I want to tell them openly that you're Ling Xiao's woman. Ling Xiao said very calmly. He wasn't being arrogant. The Black Tortoise continent was bigger than the previous 3 continents combined. As long as they were careful and didn't directly encounter the Eternal Palace's experts, there was nothing to be afraid of. It's not very likely that the Eternal Palace's experts will come directly, but they will definitely order the 9 supremes to help find my whereabouts. When that time comes, you may become the target of public criticism. Yu Fenghua reminded. Do you think it's appropriate for a man to abandon his woman for his own safety? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. I didn't misjudge you. Yu Fenghua's frown finally revealed a trace of a smile. But at the same time, she had also made up her mind. When the 8 Immortals' Kingdom was established, the capital was set at Thunder City. The most talked about topic on the streets was Ling Xiao killing the Thunder Emperor, wiping out the Qin nation's royal family, and establishing the 8 Immortals' Kingdom. Ling Xiao's name was mentioned by countless people in a single day. Most of the people who mentioned Ling Xiao were in awe or admiration. After all, Ling Xiao was only 16 years old at the first transition. He was young and frivolous, but he already had such great strength. This in itself made it easy for people to regard him as an idol, a role model. Of course, it was inevitable that some people were very unhappy with Ling Xiao. They even wanted to take advantage of the 8 Immortals' Kingdom's unstable situation to destroy it. For example, at this moment, a figure stood proudly outside the royal palace. His eyes were cold, with some disdain and confidence. He was called Huiyu, not a Qin nation cultivator. Instead, he came from the Volcano Nation. Huiyu came to the Qin nation for no other reason than to challenge Chen Songxiong. Chen Songxiong was considered the Qin nation's #1 genius, and Huiyu was also one of the top 3 geniuses of the Volcano Nation. The Volcano Nation's overall strength was stronger than the Qin nation's, so even if he was only in the top 3, he was still qualified to compete with Chen Songxiong. However, the moment he came to the Qin nation, he heard that the Qin nation had already been destroyed and was now called the Volcano Nation. Actually, he did not care whether the Qin nation existed or not. The problem was that the Qin nation was destroyed, and Chen Songxiong was killed. He was very unhappy. Chen Songxiong could only die at his hands. How could he be killed by someone else? The Qin nation could only be destroyed by his Volcano Nation. How could it be destroyed by someone else? He was only 19 years old, but his cultivation had already reached the early stage of the 13th layer of hell. He believed that he had enough ability to kill Chen Songxiong. This #1 genius of the Qin nation was not worthy of fighting with the top 2 of his Volcano Nation. He was on par with him, who was 3rd. Moreover, he had once gone to the mystic snake demon sect of the 9 Supremes to seek knowledge. Although he had only seen the mystic snake demon sect's disciples cultivate, he had already benefited greatly. He came back this time to defeat Chen Songxiong and obtain another chance to go to the mystic snake demon sect to seek knowledge. The mystic snake demon sect was one of the 9 Supremes factions. It was the closest to the Qin nation and Volcano Nation. For the cultivators of these 2 nations, it was a holy land of cultivation. As long as he could go there once, even if it was just to observe from the side for a moment, he would be able to improve immensely. Since Chen Songxiong was already dead, it should be fine to kill Ling Xiao. Fire Rain looked in the direction of the palace. In his opinion, since Ling Xiao was stronger than Chen Songxiong, he could also complete the mission given to him by the Volcano King by killing Ling Xiao. But this kid is really a coward. I've already challenged him in front of the palace, but he doesn't even dare to show his face. Could it be that the rumors are wrong? Chen Songxiong wasn't killed by him? Huiyu was somewhat disdainful of Ling Xiao. At this time, there were already many people standing in front of the palace gate. The leader was Chen Bai. As the experts from Tianqi Mountain had just been recruited and were injured by Yufeng Hua, they were still recovering from their injuries. Therefore, Chen Bai and Xiaomuyu, who were the strongest among them, had to come out and deal with them. Brother Yi, be careful. Although this guy is young, his strength is not ordinary. Xiaomuyu looked at Huiyu and frowned. Young people these days were really scarier than the other. Chen Songxiong had just died, and now Huiyu came out. I know. You be careful too. Chen Bai reminded him. You trash, don't come out and embarrass yourselves. Ask Ling Xiao to come out. I'm not here to collect trash. Huiyu had seen Ling Xiao's arrest warrant, so he knew what Ling Xiao looked like. Obviously, none of the people in front of him was Ling Xiao. Could it be that the coward is hiding in the palace and doesn't even dare to meet me? How dare he establish the 8 Immortals' kingdom? What a joke. Shut up. Ling Xiao is not someone you can humiliate. Chen Bai shouted. You have some strength, but you're no match for me. Huiyu just looked at Chen Bai coldly and said, Go in and tell Ling Xiao to come out and face his death. I'll only wait for 10 minutes. If he doesn't come out after 10 minutes, I'll kill my way into the palace. Don't go too far. Chen Bai frowned. The 8 Immortals' kingdom had just been established, and the situation was not stable yet. Unexpectedly, such a person came to find trouble. If he could not get through this, he was afraid that he would really become a laughingstock. He thought for a moment and stepped out of the palace gate. He walked towards Huiyu. Who are you? Tell me your name. Chen Bai shouted. Huiyu, the son of the Grand Minister of the Volcano Kingdom. Huiyu said indifferently, the time has begun. He did not seem to put Chen Bai in his eyes at all. He just started the time as if there was no one around. At this time, many onlookers had appeared in front of the palace gate. These people also had a lot of doubts about the newly established 8 Immortals' kingdom, so they also wanted to see how Ling Xiao would solve this problem today. This person called Huiyu is really arrogant. He actually dares to come to the palace alone to challenge Ling Xiao. Isn't that so? This Huiyu is said to be stronger than Chen Sanxiong. He even went to the mystic snake demon sect to learn. Ah, the mystic snake demon sect of the Nine Supremes. That's one of the most powerful forces in the western region. But even so, Ling Xiao shouldn't be afraid. He's someone who even killed the Thunder Emperor. And the woman beside him is even more terrifying. Maybe he's delayed by something else. That's true. Everyone was guessing, but guesses could not replace reality. Whether Ling Xiao was stronger or this person called Huiyu was stronger was still an unsolved mystery. Unless the two of them clashed. Do you think my 8 Immortals kingdom has no one? Chen Bai took out his sword and pointed it at Huiyu. Even if he knew that he was no match for him, he still had to face him head-on. Otherwise, others would think that the 8 Immortals kingdom, except for Ling Xiao, were all cowards. He could not let the civilians have such thoughts. Even if he was defeated, he had to fight, otherwise, once Ling Xiao left, who would protect them? Kill. Chen Bai swung his sword and charged at Huiyu. Demonic Dragon Insight, Dragon Roar Sword. Chen Bai directly used a third-layer immortal-grade martial technique. Although the sword in his hand was not the demonic dragon sword, it was still an ordinary emperor-grade demonic sword. Therefore, in terms of power, it was not weak. However, Huiyu just looked at Chen Bai indifferently and said coldly, I said that if Ling Xiao doesn't arrive in 10 minutes, I will kill my way into the palace. But if you want to die, don't blame me for being impolite. He raised his right hand, and a blazing flame covered his fist. Then, he aimed at Chen Bai and blasted it. They had the same cultivation. But the difference between their attacks was like heaven and earth. Chen Bai's body was hit by the blazing fist, and he crashed heavily into the crowd. But Huiyu easily neutralized his sword move. It was just one move. Huiyu was really terrifying. Maybe Ling Xiao was seriously injured during the battle with the Thunder Emperor. I knew it. How could he be unscathed after such an intense battle? I didn't expect that the 8 Immortals kingdom would be destroyed by one person so soon after it was established. Brother Yi, are you alright? Xiaomuyu rushed to Chen Bai's side to check on Chen Bai's injuries. At this time, Chen Bai could no longer stand up. Although his life was not in danger, he was seriously injured. Trash, you're not bad. You're still alive after being hit by my fire meteor. Huiyu looked at Chen Bai mockingly and said. Damn it. Xiaomuyu could not stand her man being humiliated like this. She pulled out her sword and was about to rush forward. Don't go. Chen Bai stopped Xiaomuyu and said, You're no match for her. If Ling Xiao doesn't come after 10 minutes, I'll fight with him. In any case, I won't let him break into the palace. After fighting with Huiyu, Chen Bai understood. He was well aware of how powerful Huiyu was. Unless he wanted to perish together with Huiyu, there was no way he could stop her. It was even more impossible for Xiaomuyu. It's been 3 minutes. Huiyu did not attack again. She was just counting the time coldly. At this time, the situation was very tense. Although there were many martial artists stationed in the palace. However, in front of powerful martial artists, the number of people did not mean much. Even if the tens of thousands of soldiers stationed in the palace died in battle, they would not be able to hurt Huiyu at all. Of course, if there were tens of millions of soldiers, it would be a different story. When the number of people reached a certain level, it was still very terrifying. Time passed by minute by minute. The mocking expression on Huiyu's face became more and more intense. On the other hand, the guards of the palace had a determined look on their faces. Even if they could not win, they had to fight. They were the army that Ling Xiao had brought from the 8 Immortals County. They were the army of the Heavenly Empire. There was no problem with their loyalty. Even if they were not strong enough, they would not retreat. It's been 9 minutes. It seems that the trash Ling Xiao won't come out. How sad. There are so many of you, but you have to sacrifice your lives for that trash. It's really sad. Huiyu's aura slowly began to rise. The atmosphere became even more tense. Everyone knew that this guy was not joking. Once the 10 minutes were up, he would definitely start a massacre and turn the palace into a river of blood. Who are you calling trash? Suddenly, a cold voice from behind the guards. Everyone stepped aside and looked at the owner of the voice at the same time. Calm. Currently, within the Qin nation, there was probably no one who dared to say such a thing. In other words, this person was from another nation. They knew that their backbone had come out. Before the situation in the Eight Immortals County was completely stabilized, Ling Zhao's existence was still irreplaceable. They believed that Ling Zhao's appearance would solve all the problems. To these people, Ling Zhao had become a legend, a symbol. It was extraordinary. Ever since Ling Zhao left Ascension Town, he had killed so many experts and enemies along the way. Now, he had easily killed the Lightning Emperor and seized the Qin Kingdom. These people had seen it with their own eyes. He was an absolute monster. Other than death, nothing could stop him from moving forward. As long as he did not die, sooner or later, he would become the top of the Black Tortoise continent. Even the high and mighty Eternal Life Palace had to bow and scrape in front of him. So he's flirting with his lover. He's not afraid. This Huiyu came at the wrong time. Didn't you just say that Ling Xiao was afraid? Hee, I was wrong, okay? I thought Ling Xiao was injured in the previous arena battle. Who knew that he was so energetic that he could do that kind of thing? Yeah, it turns out that he doesn't care about this bullshit *T Huiyu at all. You guys are underestimating the enemy too much. That Huiyu doesn't seem like someone who's easy to deal with. Some people relaxed, while others still didn't dare to relax. After all, Huiyu had seriously injured Chen Baiyu with one move. His strength was not just for show. He was too strong. Master, eat the healing pill first. Since he's here for me, let me deal with him. Actually, I've long expected this day to come. The volcano country has always coveted the Qin Kingdom. How could they be willing to give up the Qin Kingdom so easily? Ling Xiao stuffed a healing pill into Chen Bai's mouth and said, "You have to be careful. This Huiyu is very strong. He's one of the 3 geniuses of the volcano country. His strength might be above Chen Xianxia. This guy seriously injured me with one move. He also said that if you don't come out in 10 minutes, he'll kill his way into the palace and wash the Thunder Capital with blood." Chen Bai ate the healing pill and felt much better. Only then did he have the strength to say what he wanted to say. What a big tone. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked at Huiyu. You're indeed stronger than Chen Xianxiong, but so what? Isn't it good to stay in the volcano country obediently? Why did you have to come here to die? Die? Ha ha ha, this is probably the biggest joke I've heard since I was born. Huiyu raised his head and laughed. He didn't feel any fear from Ling Xiao. So he was even more arrogant. Then you're really sad. You'll have to live in tragedy until you die. Ling Xiao slowly walked towards Huiyu and said, "You just said that I'm trash. Then I'd like to see if you're qualified to take a punch from me." After saying that, Ling Xiao appeared in front of Huiyu like a ghost. Then, he punched out. You're courting death. Huiyu couldn't help but sneer when he saw that Ling Xiao actually dared to punch him. He, Huiyu, was best at fist techniques. And Ling Xiao, this guy, whose cultivation was only about the same as his, actually dared to use his fist to deal with him. He circulated his internal force and flames immediately lingered on his fist. It was exactly the same as the punch that sent Chen Bai flying. When Ling Zhao's fist approached, he was even angrier. Because he realized that Ling Zhao's fist didn't contain the slightest bit of internal force. In other words, this guy actually punched out with the strength of his physical body. Bastard, you look down on people too much. Watch me smash you into pieces. Huiyu was extremely angry. No one had ever dared to look down on him like this. To deal with you, I really don't need internal force. At the same time Ling Zhao's voice sounded, the fists of the two instantly collided with each other, making a huge roar. Flames shot out in all directions. The scene of Ling Xiao being dismembered as Huiyu imagined did not appear. That was indeed the power of the physical body, but it was so powerful that it terrified him. Huiyu could even hear the sound of his bones shattering. Then, he was sent flying uncontrollably. He crashed heavily into the wall on the opposite side of the street. So terrifying. Ling Zhao's fist was like a towering mountain pressing down on him. It was as if it was harder than the hardest rock in the state of Chen. Ling Xiao did not chase after him. He only looked at Huiyu from afar. Under his cold expression, there was a hint of disdain. Such a trash dared to find trouble with him. It seemed that although his reputation was great in the Eight Immortals country, outside of the Eight Immortals country, it was still not worth mentioning. Huiyu could feel that the bones in his right arm had been completely shattered. Waves of intense pain came from his arm. He got up from the ground in a sorry state and ate a healing pill. The pain in his arm gradually improved. Ling Xiao was even more terrifying than he had imagined. No wonder he could kill Chen Songxiong. It seemed that he absolutely could not hold back. Who is the trash? Ling Xiao looked at Huiyu mockingly. He took a step forward and spat out a cold voice from his mouth. Huiyu said that Ling Xiao was trash, but reality proved that he was the real trash. This kind of disparity made Huiyu feel extremely uncomfortable in her heart. Humph, you're just a little stronger than the trash I imagined. I only used 50% of my strength in that attack just now. Huiyu defended himself. Of course, he was not bluffing. An even more resplendent flame suddenly shone in his hands. Behind him, dozens of strange flames formed. It was like a rain of fire formed by flames. Huiyu Martial Soul. This was of course a variant of the flame Martial Soul, but it was undoubtedly more powerful and domineering. Take my move, Raging Meteor Flame. Huiyu took the initiative to attack again. He did not believe that he was not a match for Ling Xiao because Ling Xiao only used his pure physical strength in that attack. Therefore, in Huiyu's opinion, Ling Xiao was only strong in his physical body. But he had an even more powerful martial skill. It was a unique skill from the volcano country. With the continuous impact of the fire rain, 2 huge meteorites seemed to have condensed on his fists. The flames burned in the streets like a prairie fire. Martial Spirit Barrier. Ling Xiao gently raised his hand. However, it was not an attack. Instead, he controlled the rain of fire to a radius of 10 meters. Humph, you actually still have the heart to care about others. Eat this punch of mine. Fire rain would not be lenient just because Ling Xiao went to save others. On the contrary, taking advantage of this opportunity, he increased the output of his power. 90% of his power was concentrated on this punch. The power of the meteorite was domineering and ferocious, the fire of the meteorite was scorching hot. Boom! Their fists collided once again. The chi ran amok in the enchantment, forming a series of weapons and explosive points. This time, neither Ling Xiao nor Fiery Rain retreated. The two of them seemed to be evenly matched. What? Even 90% of his power was unable to defeat him? I, Huiyu, do not believe it. I am the main character of this era. I can't be defeated. Fiery Rain roared, and the aura in his body was rising crazily. At that moment, he felt that his raging meteorite flame had advanced. Although the previous move had condensed 90% of his power, it was only at the Great Perfection realm after all. However, under the pressure of crisis, his raging meteorite flame had broken through to the Transcendent Realm. The Transcendent Realm was a realm that could only be encountered by chance. Once it broke through, the power of the move would be incomparably terrifying, and even comparable to the power of a 4th-level immortal-grade martial skill. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, Ling Xiao, if you want to blame, you can only blame your bad luck. The raging meteorite flame of the Great Perfection Realm, you can only barely resist it. If it was the raging meteorite flame of the Transcendent Realm, how could you resist it? Originally, the Volcano King was worried about my safety and personally led the army to the 8 Immortals Kingdom. Now it seems that he doesn't need to show up. I have enough power to kill you. The power of the move had advanced. Fiery Rain was overjoyed, and his lost confidence was restored in an instant. Trash, after all, you are still trash, get lost. Fiery Rain was still there clamoring, but Ling Xiao suddenly took a step forward, and his body instantly entered the beast soul transformation state of the purple lightning thunder bull. The power on his arm also increased tenfold in an instant. The terrifying power, through his fist, fiercely slammed into Fiery Rain's fists. The originally evenly matched situation was broken. Fiery Rain was repelled again. Although this time it was not as embarrassing as the first time, it made Fiery Rain even angrier. He was still proud of himself, but in the next moment, he was directly repelled by Ling Xiao. He had already lost all his face. He must kill Ling Xiao. In front of these 8 Immortals Kingdom martial artists, he must kill Ling Xiao. Damn it, you forced me to do this. With this move, I will turn your bones into ashes. A furious roar burst out from Fiery Rain's mouth. It was still the same punch, but the astonishing power that erupted was much stronger than before. The sound of the sky collapsing and the earth cracking constantly came from the 2 fists. It was as if there were dozens of meteorites circling and dancing around his body. The terrifying power left a deep imprint on the street. Raging meteorite flame, transformative state, destroy everything. Destroy everything. Show the fury of the meteorites and flames, kill. Fiery Rain became very crazy. Under his ferocious expression, there was an incomparably terrifying explosive power. His entire body seemed to have turned into a meteorite falling from the sky, and then crashed into Ling Xiao. He wanted to blast Ling Xiao into pieces. Transformative state raging meteorite flame. The power of dozens of meteorites, accompanied by terrifying heavenly fire. It was completely imaginable how violent and powerful it was. In the process of this move, the entire space seemed to be distorted in an instant. The terrifying power caused the ground to collapse. If it were not for the existence of the martial spirit barrier, the surrounding houses and the palace would have been destroyed. This power was really too terrifying. This guy is indeed stronger than Xianxia. However, after the battle with the Thunder Emperor, not only did I have a breakthrough in cultivation, but I also comprehended the second move of the true demon sword essence, the true demon sword formation. It is different from the amplification of the true demon sword chi. The true demon sword formation is a genuine offensive sword move. It was created with the foundation of 10 mother and child demon dragon swords. When it is used, the combination of the mother and child swords can make the enemy fall into despair. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao raised his hand. 10 demon dragon swords appeared at the same time. Internal force gushed out and turned into a terrifying demonic aura that wrapped around the 10 demon dragon swords. The 10 swords, at the same time, emitted a strange sound and a dense murderous aura. What kind of move is this? Why don't I know about it? Chen Bai saw Ling Xiao gradually use this move and was already very surprised. He only knew that the demon dragon swords contained 2 third heaven immortal grade martial arts techniques. However, he did not know that there was a set of true demon sword essence that belonged to the 4th heaven immortal grade martial arts technique. Ling Xiao waved the mother sword in his hand. 9 sub-swords flew out at the same time, arranged in a strange formation, and burst out with amazing energy. The bright sword light seemed to be able to destroy everything, kill everything. True devil sword formation. With Dr. Ling Zhao's shout, the 9 devil dragon sub-swords finally collided with the terrifying raging meteor flame. Boom, boom, the meteor was roaring, the devil dragon sword was roaring, the power of the meteor and the devil dragon were entangled together. Collision, tearing. A strange energy vortex was formed between the 2. Then, crazy energy burst out. A huge pit several meters deep was scraped out on the ground. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, the onlookers wouldn't believe that this huge pit was left behind by the battle between 2 martial artists. Impossible. How is this possible? My raging meteor flame has clearly been promoted to the perfection stage, how can it not kill him, why? Feeling the opponent's strength increasing, Huiyu's face became extremely stiff. Raging meteor flame was an immortal grade 3rd heaven martial skill, the national treasure of the volcano country's royal family. What's more, he had already cultivated this move to the perfection stage, which was enough to destroy all those with the same or lower cultivation as him. Why didn't Ling Xiao die? He didn't understand. This guy's cultivation was the same as his, but his aura was obviously not as strong as his. Why was Ling Xiao able to make him feel the terror of death with just the power of this sword? Break for me, your attack, and your pride. Boom, an even more terrifying sound rang out. The raging meteor flame was completely shattered by the sword light. The remaining pride in Huiyu's heart was completely eliminated in an instant. Ling Xiao is really terrifying. With such a person here, other countries shouldn't dare to bully us anymore. I heard that this Huiyu is only the 3rd expert of the volcano country, and there are two more before him. One is the Volcano King, and the other is the Volcano Crown Prince. I wonder if they will come looking for trouble. So what if they come? Didn't you see how relaxed Ling Xiao was? Those two people will definitely be of no help. That's right. Pride and joy, the people also liked having a powerful protector, and Ling Zhao's existence was enough to make them feel at ease. Wait, I admit defeat. Suddenly, Huiyu shouted while retreating. Ling Xiao put away the demon dragon sword and looked at Fire Rain with contempt. Admit defeat? That's right, I admit defeat. I originally came to the state of Chen to cause trouble for Chen Sanxiong. I only came to find you after you killed him. Now that I know I'm not as good as you, I admit defeat. If you really want the Volcano Kingdom and the 8 Immortals Kingdom to be at peace, then there is only one way, and that is to defeat the Volcano King and the Volcano Crown Prince. They are currently outside Thunder City. Huiyu raised her hands in surrender and said loudly. After hearing this, a smile appeared on Ling Zhao's face. A mocking smile, a mocking smile. Admit defeat? What a pity, we're not sparring. Don't worry, since the Volcano King and the Volcano Crown Prince have come to the 8 Immortals country, they won't be able to return alive, but before that, I'll send you to your death, but don't worry, they'll accompany you soon. I'm only here to challenge you. Why are you so cruel? Leave a way out for others so that we can meet again in the future. Huiyu's face was somewhat pale, revealing an incomparably frightened expression. Only here to challenge you, only here to challenge you, but you seriously injured my master, you even threatened to kill your way into the palace and wash the Thunder City with blood. I'm afraid even you don't believe it. If you were stronger than me, I'm afraid I would be dead by now. Ling Zhao's expression gradually turned cold. This Huiyu had been so strong and domineering before, but when he saw that he couldn't beat him, he actually wanted to admit defeat and beg for mercy. He even said a bunch of nonsense. Was he naive or laughable? In fact, it didn't matter. Because there was only one fate for him today. And that was death. Damn it. Huiyu knew that it was impossible to beg for mercy, so he turned around and tried to escape. However, he directly crashed into the martial soul barrier and was bounced back. If you spare my life, I can guarantee that you won't die. In the future, when the Volcano Kingdom destroys the 8 Immortals Kingdom, you can still be a hero. Huiyu shouted loudly. You still don't understand. The Volcano King, who is incomparably powerful in your eyes, is not worth mentioning at all in my eyes. Ling Zhao's hand finally pressed on Huiyu's head. Terrifying sword chi danced in his palm. A moment later, Huiyu fell into a pool of blood and completely lost his breath. He's dead. That arrogant and despotic Huiyu just died like that. Yeah, it's not that he's too weak, but that Ling Xiao is too strong. Everyone's hearts couldn't stop trembling. The strength that Ling Xiao displayed now was actually even stronger than when he had killed those similar people previously. As soon as he made a move, all the troubles were solved. This insufferably arrogant Huiyu didn't even have the strength to fight back in front of Ling Xiao. Master, I'll leave the aftermath to you. I'll be back soon. Ling Xiao flew into the air and looked into the distance. In that direction. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile as he hurried over. Yu Fenghua also flew into the air. Although she believed in Ling Xiao's strength, as a woman who had entrusted the rest of her life to a man, she definitely didn't want him to die. Therefore, she had to follow Ling Xiao. At the very least, she would help Ling Xiao as much as she could. Although she said that the Immortal Palace wouldn't send people to take her back, that was just to comfort Ling Xiao. In fact, she felt very insecure. Perhaps the time she spent with Ling Xiao was getting shorter and shorter. Where did Ling Xiao go? Xiao Muyu looked at Chen Bai and asked. I don't know, but I seem to have heard Huiyu say that the Volcano King and the Volcano Crown Prince of the Volcano Kingdom had arrived. Could it be that he went to find them? Chen Bai said. Heavens, the Volcano King is much stronger than the Lightning Emperor. Can Ling Xiao do it alone? Xiao Muyu was shocked. Even if he can't, he has to. Little Gold is in seclusion, and those guys from Tianqi Mountain are still healing. The only one who can help him now is that mysterious woman. That woman is strong enough. With her around, Ling Xiao shouldn't have any problems. Let's take care of the scene first. Chen Bai had seen Yu Fenghua fight before. She easily defeated Li Xiaofeng, who was at the peak of the 13th level of hell. This strength was definitely not something that the Volcano King could compare to. 20 miles outside of Thunder City, there was a secluded valley. This used to be a summer retreat for the Qin Kingdom's royal family. The Qin Kingdom's royal family was destroyed, but there were still some who escaped. These people wanted to use the Volcano Kingdom's power to kill Ling Xiao. The Volcano King also wanted to kill Ling Xiao to take over the Eight Immortals Kingdom. The Volcano Kingdom wanted to destroy the Eight Immortals Kingdom before it could establish itself. But the border attack was not going well. King Chen Kangming personally oversaw the battle and routed the Volcano Kingdom's army time and time again. The Volcano King was furious and wanted to assassinate Chen Kangming. But at this time, he received a message from the remnants of the Chen royal family, saying that killing Chen Kangming was meaningless. Only by killing Ling Xiao would the Eight Immortals Kingdom collapse without a fight. The Volcano King had heard of Ling Xiao before, but he had never paid much attention to him. Now that he heard that this kid had replaced the Chen royal family and become the founder of the Eight Immortals Kingdom, he could not help but feel disdain. He could not help but feel a little disdain. At this time, Huiyu had already gone to the Eight Immortals Kingdom to challenge Chen Xianxia. Thus, the Volcano King brought the Volcano Crown Prince and 7 of the Volcano Kingdom's strongest generals. They led 1,000 elites in disguise and infiltrated the Eight Immortals Kingdom. They temporarily rested in the valley. Huiyu must have already killed Ling Xiao. Royal Father, there is no need to worry. In a little while, we just need to lead the army to Lightning Capital. As long as Lightning Capital is destroyed, Chen Kangming will be nothing. He is indeed a talented commander, but his strength is too weak. He can't be brought to the table at all. The Volcano Crown Prince poured a cup of fruit wine for his father, then raised his own cup and smiled. That Ling Xiao was able to kill Chen Xianxiong and the Thunder Emperor. He must have some ability. We must not underestimate him. The Volcano King looked at his most proud son and said. Although this son of his was extremely intelligent and talented, in the end, his life had been too smooth. He had never encountered any setbacks in his cultivation. Even when he entered the cycle of reincarnation, he had been sent to the Volcano Kingdom. The Volcano King had found him, carefully nurtured him, and made him the Crown Prince. This child was flawless in every aspect, except that he was too arrogant and overconfident. The reason he had brought him out this time was to let him see the world so that he would not be a frog at the bottom of a well. Humph, Royal Father, you're overestimating the morale of others and diminishing your own. Ling Xiao is just a lowly commoner. What cultivation resources could he possibly have? Killing those two good-for-nothings, Chen Xianxiong and the Thunder Emperor, was nothing. In front of your son's eyes, those two people were just ants. The Volcano Crown Prince snorted coldly. He was so arrogant that he didn't even give face to his own father. Your mouth is as smelly as that fire rain. I just don't know if he's as useless as him. Suddenly, a voice came from the sky, shattering the silence in the valley like a clap of thunder. Everyone looked up in shock. In the void, a person stood proudly, looking at them coldly. Who are you? The Volcano Crown Prince asked sternly. I am Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao is me. Ling Xiao said indifferently. You're Ling Xiao? He's so young, but his strength doesn't seem to be much. It seems that the rumors can't be trusted. Sensing Ling Xiao's aura, the Volcano Crown Prince said disdainfully. In this world, other than Ling Xiao, there were probably very few people who could freely control and release their aura so perfectly. In fact, most people didn't even know how to restrain their aura. For example, the Volcano Monarch and the Volcano King. They released their auras without any scruples. Even though Ling Xiao didn't have the Taiji eye, he could tell their cultivation levels. One was at the middle stage of the 13th layer of hell, while the other was at the late stage of the 13th layer of hell. They were indeed more powerful than Chen Xianxiong and the Thunder Emperor. No wonder the Volcano Kingdom had always been able to suppress the Chen nation. If not for Marquis Ling risking his life to destroy the Volcano Kingdom's most elite army, the Chen nation would have been destroyed more than a decade ago. Where's Fire Rain? The Volcano King asked cautiously. Unlike the Volcano Crown Prince, the Volcano King had a different personality. He's dead, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Then, with a wave of his hand, he threw Fire Rain's corpse into the valley. Please don't casually bring trash to the Eight Immortals nation. Ah! Suddenly, a painful roar came from the valley. The armored Grand Minister of the Volcano Kingdom rushed out. He hugged his son's corpse and wept bitterly. Your Majesty, please forgive this humble subject for overstepping his bounds. I hope your Majesty will allow this humble subject to kill this bastard and avenge my son. The Grand Minister looked at the Volcano King and pleaded loudly. Yes, but you don't have to kill him personally. 7 generals, listen up. Kill this bastard here by any means. The Volcano King waved his hand, and the 7 generals behind him walked out at the same time. Yes, your Majesty. The 7 generals were all wrapped in metal armor. Even their heads were completely covered, only revealing a pair of eyes. They were all very powerful. 6 of them were warriors at the peak of the 12th layer of Hell, the Yin-Yang realm. One of them was at the early stage of the 13th layer of Hell, the First Revolution. The Grand Minister also joined the battle. His cultivation was the same as that of the strongest general, but judging from the aura he released, he was much more terrifying than the strongest general. The 8 of them released a terrifying aura at the same time, changing the gravity of this area. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt his body suddenly become heavy. Then, he landed. Flying in the sky with a heavier body would consume more internal strength. It was not worth it. Kid, listen up. I must avenge my son, Huiyu. You should be proud to die in our hands, we are the 8 strongest generals of the Volcano Kingdom. The Grand Minister looked at Ling Xiao with an arrogant aura. There was a strong sense of arrogance in his anger. That is to say, after killing the 8 of you, the Volcano Kingdom will basically have no generals to rely on, right? Ling Xiao twisted his neck, producing a crackling sound that sounded like thunder. Then, he chuckled. You can say that, but can you do it? The Grand Minister looked at Ling Xiao disdainfully and said. You will soon know whether I can do it or not. Ling Xiao felt pity for these idiots. They were all arrogant and self-righteous. They couldn't even see the difference in strength between the enemy and himself. They deserved to die. It was a pity for their cultivation. If the 8 Immortals Kingdom had so many powerful warriors and talents as commanders, he would be so happy. But he knew very well that it was almost impossible to subdue these people. Unless he could kill the Volcano King and the Volcano Crown Prince at the same time. But those 2 guys were not easy to deal with. Before killing them, he had to get rid of these small fries first. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if he was sneak attacked by these small fries later. Shameless boasting. The Grand Minister sneered and then said loudly, release your martial souls. Don't care about the rules. Kill him, not only to avenge my son, but also to prepare for the Volcano Kingdom to occupy the 8 Immortals Kingdom. Yes, sir. The 7 generals accepted the order loudly. Then, the 8 of them released powerful auras at the same time. The 7 generals and the Prime Minister all had fire elemental martial souls. Although everyone's martial soul's form was different, the origin of their martial souls was fire, therefore, if they worked together, their combat power would be stronger than ordinary martial artists. Facing Ling Xiao, the Prime Minister and the others didn't dare to underestimate him. Ling Xiao was an existence that could kill Huiyu. Huiyu was stronger than any of the 8 of them. Although she wasn't as strong as the 8 of them working together, Ling Xiao was different. Ling Xiao could kill Huiyu, which was enough to prove that he was stronger than Huiyu. Ferocious flames burned crazily behind the 8 people. Blazing, powerful, the 8 flames had 7 colors, like a rainbow. The 7 generals all had the same martial soul, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. The Prime Minister's martial soul was 7 meteorites of different colors. It was a bit like Huiyu's martial soul, but not quite the same. 7 layers of fiery hell, kill. The Prime Minister waved his hand, and the 7 generals attacked at the same time. 7 balls of flames of different colors suddenly turned into terrifying beasts of hell. There was a bull head, a horse face, and a terrifying 3-headed hellhound. They surrounded Ling Xiao, not giving Ling Xiao any chance to escape. The Prime Minister rose into the air, occupying the advantage in the air to prevent Ling Xiao from breaking through. Isn't this a bit too much? They didn't even do this when they fought with me. The Volcano Crown Prince frowned. Child, don't be jealous. We're just sparring. No one will really be ruthless. But that Ling Xiao is an enemy, we can't show mercy. The roar of a beast came from the flames. Crackling sounds could be heard in the void. Flames shot out in all directions, and the entire valley seemed to have fallen into a sea of fire. In the distance, a few surviving members of the Qin Kingdom's royal family watched this scene nervously. Can they win? Someone asked. Don't worry. Even if those 8 people can't win, they can definitely injure Ling Xiao severely. After that, there's still the Volcano King and the Volcano Crown Prince. Ling Xiao will die today. The leader of the royal family said coldly, how dare a lowly commoner try to turn us into commoners? How abominable. The person leading the group was none other than the Qin nation's former 4th prince. He had always been loyal to the Thunder Emperor and the 14th prince. In the end, both the Thunder Monarch and the 14th prince had been killed by Ling Xiao. Naturally, he was unwilling to let this matter rest. Therefore, they joined forces with the remaining members of the royal family who were unwilling to be stripped of their titles and noble status to plan this rebellion. He knew that he could only succeed this time. Failure was not an option. When he saw the strength of the 7 generals and the prime minister, he was relieved. He did not believe that Ling Xiao would be able to leave this place alive. On the other side, a woman wearing a bamboo hat stood in the darkness. Yu Fenghua did not appear. She did not want Ling Xiao to know that she had followed them. At this moment, flames soared into the sky. Ling Xiao could even feel the scorching flames roasting his body. It made him feel a little hot. But that was all. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He instantly transformed into the beast soul of the 3-headed lava hound. The original warmth also disappeared completely after the transformation was completed. The 3-headed lava hound's flames were demonic flames, which were of the same quality as the flames of the 8 people. However, there was some aura of the divine fire in the demonic flames. Therefore, even though it was 1 against 8, it could still stand proudly. This scene stunned the 7 generals and the Grand Minister of the Prime Minister. They did not expect that their martial souls would be afraid of Ling Xiao's beast soul transformation. Their flames actually bowed their heads in front of Ling Xiao's flames. However, the arrow was already knocked on the bow. It had to be released. The attack had already begun. Even if they were not confident, they had to release the attack. Don't be afraid of him. Kill him. The Prime Minister gave the order. 7 ferocious inferno hell beasts rushed out and pounced on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stood proudly in the same place. He did not move at all. Do you think you can hurt me with just the 7 of you? He suddenly bent his legs and pounced out like a ferocious beast. In the face of the terrifying inferno hell beasts, he did not retreat. Instead, he took the initiative to attack. Bang! One of the inferno hell beasts was smashed into pieces by Ling Xiao's sharp claws. Then, the heads of the 3 lava hounds bit the other 3 inferno hell beasts. Suddenly, only 3 of the 7 inferno hell beasts were left. Ling Xiao did not stop there. He suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a ball of terrifying lava. The 3 inferno hell beasts that had just evolved were all killed. Is that all you've got? Ling Xiao mocked. Hell beast fusion! The 7 generals suddenly shouted. The martial souls behind the 7 generals merged into one. Then, they turned into a ferocious hell beast. This hell beast was not only 7 or 8 times bigger than any of the previous hell beasts, but its combat strength had also increased by 10 times. Hell Beast King! The Prime Minister floated in the air and threw 7 meteorites at the hell beast that had just merged into one. After the meteorites merged into the hell beast's body, its strength increased again. Its strength had surpassed Huiyu's. Kill! The Prime Minister and the 7 generals made a gesture at the same time. The terrifying hell beast king roared and charged toward Ling Xiao. It seemed to have a life of its own. Its pitch-black eyes shone with a bloody red light. It looked at Ling Xiao with a murderous look. Ling Xiao used the demonic dragon phantom to dodge the Hell Beast King's attack. However, the Hell Beast King's attack was too powerful. Just the wind from its attack left a scar on Ling Zhao's face. Ling Xiao touched the faint scar, and his face turned gloomy. What an evil creature. You have some skills. It seems that I have to get serious. Complete beast transformation. Ling Xiao roared, and the soul power of his three-headed lava hound beast soul completely exploded. His entire person turned into a real three-headed lava hound. His soul and consciousness were still his, but his appearance had changed completely. His current size was not inferior to the Hell Beast King's at all. Roar. At this moment, the Hell Beast King let out a terrifying roar. Its huge head swayed for a moment before it bit down on Ling Xiao. Good timing. Ling Xiao did not retreat. He stretched out his head and bit toward the Hell Beast King. At the same time, he scratched at the Hell Beast King with his claws. He had not used this kind of fighting method for a long time, because it was a little indecent. However, there were only enemies here. In the complete beast transformation, the beast soul transformation provided him with the most complete increase in strength. He could freely use all the abilities of the three-headed lava hound. Boom! In the eyes of all the spectators, the two ferocious fire-type demonic beasts collided fiercely. Roar! The two demonic beasts roared at the same time. The three-headed lava hound bit the Hell Beast King's neck. The Hell Beast King slapped one of the three-headed lava hound's heads with its claws. Good heavens! Is this the power of a fusion martial soul? It's really powerful. No wonder these guys dared to come after me, knowing that I killed Hui Yu. They are really confident. Ling Xiao knew this the moment he touched the Hell Beast King. In terms of strength, they were evenly matched. No one was weaker than the other. Therefore, he was a little surprised. However, he didn't know that the Prime Minister was even more surprised. Ling Xiao actually had the ability to fight against the Hell Beast King after becoming a complete beast. This was simply too unexpected. After all, the Hell Beast King was the key to the eight of them defeating Hui Yu. No wonder Hui Yu was killed by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, this is the end of you. You can't move at all now, and I can kill you easily. As the Prime Minister spoke, his figure flashed and he appeared above the three-headed lava hound. A huge sword appeared in his hand, and he was about to stab the three-headed lava hound's head. Idiot, I was just playing with you. You really took it seriously. Ling Zhao's voice burst out from the three-headed lava hound's mouth. Do you think your Hell Beast King is very powerful? Then I'll tear it to pieces for you. Power of the Divine Phoenix, fuse. This time, Ling Xiao only used the power of the Divine Phoenix of the Sky Tyrant martial soul. The Divine Phoenix formed by the flames flew out from the void and fused into Ling Zhao's body. At that moment, Ling Zhao's strength skyrocketed again. However, the Hell Beast King had no more room to grow. This terrifying aura sent the Prime Minister, who was close to Ling Xiao, flying. Go to hell. The three-headed lava hound roared again. The three heads bit down at the same time. The huge claws slapped the Hell Beast King, and then a series of storm-like attacks followed. The Hell Beast King was ravaged in the storm. Finally, it was torn to pieces. The moment the Hell Beast King shattered, the 7 generals collapsed to the ground at the same time. All of them spat out mouthfuls of blood and looked extremely miserable. The martial spirit is a person's second soul. If the martial spirit is damaged, you will naturally be injured. What ability do you have to fight me then? The gigantic three-headed lava hound stood in the middle of the valley. It was more than 10 meters tall, and its terrifying body made the 7 generals feel immense pressure and a strong sense of fear. This person is so scary. The 7 generals looked at the huge lava Cerberus in despair. Terrifying lava continued to drip from the Cerberus's mouth, turning the surroundings into a land of lava. Moreover, the magma was able to maintain its temperature for a long time without solidifying. The boiling temperature continued to rise, and the valley actually showed the scene of hell. You guys have played enough. Next, it's my turn. Since you like to play with fire, I'll let you die in the flames. Ling Zhao's voice came out of the mouths of all 3 heads of the ferocious three-headed lava hound. It was just that it was thicker, more powerful, and more terrifying than usual. Scorching hell. Activate. As the thick voice rang out, the terrifying scorching hell covered the entire battlefield. It covered the 7 generals and the prime minister. Ling Xiao wanted to kill these 8 people. How could he let the Volcano King and the Volcano Crown Prince interfere? Outside the scorching hell, there was a layer of martial soul boundary. On the battlefield, they would fight to the death. Oh no, he wants to trap us. The Prime Minister exclaimed, "You 7, find a way to break the boundary. I'll buy you some time." After the Hell Beast King was destroyed, everyone, including the Prime Minister, lost the will to fight. Because that was already their strongest attack, but in the end, it was easily destroyed by Ling Xiao. The only thing they could do now was to run for their lives. Run? Well said. Just now, you attacked me. Now, it's my turn to attack. Do you think you can escape? The gigantic 3-headed lava hound took a step forward. The flames in the scorching hell surged, and the magma danced. The whole place turned into a sea of fire, a real hell. Your Majesty, help! Finally, even the minister of the Prime Minister felt scared. He had never asked the Volcano King for help. But today, even though he knew it was embarrassing, he had to ask for help. Because he knew that if he didn't ask for help, if the Volcano King and the Volcano Crown Prince didn't intervene, they would be doomed. They would be dead. Ling Xiao, let them go, and I won't hurt your family. The Volcano King didn't intervene. Instead, he said arrogantly to Ling Xiao. However, what he got in response was 2 terrible screams. 2 of the 7 generals were burned alive and turned into dry bones by the boiling magma. Their energy flowed into Ling Xiao's body and slept in his cells, becoming Ling Xiao's potential. The others watched in horror as the 2 people gradually melted in the magma. Their hearts kept twitching. It was too frightening. This magma was clearly not ordinary magma. Otherwise, with their cultivation, they wouldn't have been sucked in and killed so easily. Despicable fellow, how dare you not take this king's words to heart? The Volcano King was furious. His feet trembled, and his body instantly went outside the boundary. Then, he threw a punch at the scorching hell. He thought that with his strength, he could easily destroy the boundary. But he was wrong. And he was very wrong. The boundary wasn't destroyed. Instead, he was sent flying by the force of his punch. Although he wasn't injured, he looked very embarrassed. He had made a fool of himself in front of everyone. Ling Xiao didn't care about the anger of the Volcano King and the Volcano Crown Prince. After killing the 2 people, he still didn't stop. He waved his huge claws and slapped the 3 people directly into the magma. His speed was simply too fast. It was hard to imagine that such a huge body could be so agile. In the blink of an eye, only 2 of the 7 generals were left. Just like before, the energy in the melted corpses entered Ling Xiao's body through the magma and temporarily quieted down. Such energy wasn't pure enough. It could only be stored as potential. Only by slowly transforming it could it truly become Ling Xiao's own energy. There wouldn't be any negative effects. Screams rang out one after another. The Volcano King and the Volcano Crown Prince couldn't do anything. They could only watch helplessly as the 8 experts they brought with them were slaughtered by Ling Xiao. At this time, the Prime Minister finally understood. Ling Xiao didn't use all his strength to kill Huiyu. He might even use less than half of his strength. They were too stupid. They didn't do any careful investigation of Ling Xiao. They just listened to the reports of the remaining members of the royal family and thought that Ling Xiao was at most a little stronger than Huiyu. Now it seemed that this was a grave mistake. Damn it. Since we can't escape, let's fight to the death. The Prime Minister knew that even the Volcano King and the Volcano Crown Prince couldn't help him now. Fight to the death? I'm afraid you're not qualified. Ling Xiao's voice came out of the 3-headed lava hound's mouth again. It was full of confidence and a strong sense of sarcasm. At the same time, the last 2 generals were also killed. They were trampled under the feet of the 3-headed lava hound and turned into meat paste. The Prime Minister, who had just ignited the courage to fight to the death, was instantly scared back to his original state. Why? Why do you have to kill us? The Prime Minister shouted desperately, if you leave us alive, the Volcano Country and the 8 Immortals Country can still coexist peacefully in the future. Otherwise, it will only cause a war between the 2 countries. Although it sounded like a threat, in fact, the Prime Minister's words were more or less showing his weakness. It was because he knew he was no match for the enemy that he used the volcano country as an excuse. There's no need for that, because the volcano country will soon be destroyed. The war between countries is actually just a battle between the strong. As long as I kill you today, the volcano king and the volcano crown prince, the volcano country will collapse without a fight. War, you're not even qualified to start a war. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a disdainful smile. The memory in his mind from another world told him that the strong in the mystic world were basically equivalent to the nuclear bombs in that world. If a country's nuclear bombs were completely destroyed, then they would have already lost. There was no doubt about that. Although nuclear bombs would not be used often, they had a strong deterrent effect. It was the same for the top strong in the mystic world. Without the volcano king and the others, the volcano country could no longer make any waves. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the Prime Minister was stunned. This guy was really crazy. Did he really think he could defeat the volcano king? You'll regret it. You'll die miserably if you underestimate the volcano king. As the Prime Minister roared, he condensed all his internal force on a meteorite. He finally made a decision. Before he died, even if he could not kill Ling Xiao, he had to seriously injure him. Otherwise, he would not be able to avenge his son's death. You won't be able to see whether I can kill the volcano king. Ling Xiao laughed contemptuously. He opened his bloody mouth and swallowed the entire meteorite. You're crazy. The Prime Minister's last attack was swallowed just like that. However, he was not disheartened because he believed that Ling Xiao would definitely explode and die after swallowing his attack. Do you think I will self-destruct? Ling Xiao's voice could be heard once again, as he exhaled a puff of smoke, as if he had just burped. With just your attack, you're not qualified. No, it's impossible, it's absolutely impossible. How can your physical body be so strong? The Prime Minister was in utter despair. Their only flame of hope was completely extinguished at this moment. Time to end this. Ling Xiao said coldly. Then, it opened the huge mouths on its 3 heads and spat out boiling lava. The Grand Minister of the Interior was wrapped in the lava, unable to resist or escape. The only thing that was left was the unresigned screams. Chi, chi, the raging flames and lava engulfed the Prime Minister in an instant, burning his body. The Prime Minister's power was transferred to Ling Xiao through the lava. Most of the energy was stored in his cells, but a part of the pure energy was filled in his cultivation sea. Even so, his cultivation sea was now less than 1/10 of the energy. It was getting more and more difficult to make a breakthrough in cultivation. There was definitely a long way to go. Ling Xiao changed back to his original form, and the scorching hell was also removed. However, the martial soul realm was not removed. Instead, it continued to expand and enveloped the entire valley. Even the remaining members of the royal family were wrapped in it. Ling Xiao did not intend to let go of any of the enemies here today. Rebellion was the last thing he would tolerate. Moreover, these members of the royal family had colluded with the enemy, which was even more heinous. If he did not kill them, it would not be enough to appease his anger. It was not enough to deter everyone. Not far away, the King of Volcano and the Crown Prince of Volcano were both staring at Ling Xiao. The remaining members of the royal family were all trembling. They knew very well that if the King of Volcano and the Crown Prince of Volcano could not kill Ling Xiao, then they would be the next ones to die. I am really surprised that you are so strong that you can even kill the 8 of them. What surprised me even more is that you dare to make an enemy of my volcano kingdom. It seems that you don't want the 8 Immortals' kingdom anymore. The King of Volcano stared at Ling Xiao and said coldly. Ridiculous. You have already killed your way to my 8 Immortals' kingdom's thunder capital city, and you still say that I am your enemy? I originally intended to coexist peacefully with the volcano kingdom. But now, it seems that is impossible. Since you are so heartless, don't blame me, Ling Xiao, for being unjust. I have taken the Chen kingdom, and I want the volcano kingdom too. As Ling Xiao spoke, his figure suddenly flashed and he was less than 10 meters away from the King of Volcano and the Crown Prince of Volcano. A terrifying murderous aura that made one's heart tremble rushed out. It was as if he wanted to completely destroy all living things in front of him. It was cold and merciless. Other than the king of Volcano and the crown prince of Volcano, everyone else felt as if they were about to die. Especially those so-called experts who had followed the king of Volcano here. They were the subordinates of the 7 generals. Although they were not weak, they could only tremble in front of Ling Xiao and did not even have the courage to attack. The murderous aura released by Ling Xiao made them feel as if they were in a hellish killing field. It was really terrifying. They did not doubt that Ling Xiao would definitely kill them as long as he had the chance. The king of Volcano's expression was gloomy. Ling Xiao's talent and strength had shocked him. But this guy was an enemy. If it was his son or someone from the Volcano Nation, how good would that be? Unfortunately, he had to get rid of this guy today. Otherwise, if he was given some more time, even he would not be a match for him. Kid, you are too confident, you are too arrogant. Do you think you are very strong? Unfortunately, no matter how talented you are still young. At least for now, my crown prince and I can kill you. The king of Volcano's roar made his clothes flap. However, there was no wind in the valley. The sound of his clothes was clearly caused by the explosion of his aura. The murderous aura collided with Ling Xiao's aura. A terrifying rumbling sound was actually heard. At that moment, the warrior standing behind the king of Volcano finally felt a lot better. It was as if a big tree had blocked the wind. Father, leave this brat to me. Even if you manage to defeat him, you will still be seen as bullying the weak and having an unfair advantage, Lin Feng said. The crown prince of Volcano stepped forward. He was also confident. His cultivation was only a small realm lower than his father's. But it was a realm higher than Ling Xiao's. Ling Xiao was a genius, and so was he. If Ling Xiao could challenge someone of a higher realm, so could he. The Volcano King hesitated for a moment, but eventually agreed. Although he was not sure if his son could defeat Ling Xiao, he believed that even if his son could not win, he should at least be able to stay alive. After all, his son was much stronger than Hui Yu and the Prime Minister. Let's end this quickly. After all, this is the territory of the 8 Immortals nation. If this drags on, it will be disadvantageous to us. The Volcano King warned. You think too highly of yourselves. I don't need the 8 Immortals nation's army to deal with you. Don't worry. The only one fighting you today is me, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at the Volcano Crown Prince. He could sense that his opponent's aura was much stronger than Hui Yu's. However, he still had a faint smile on his face. His body gradually entered the purple Thunderbolt martial soul transformation. Vigorous lightning danced crazily around his body. Make your move, or you won't have a chance. The Volcano Crown Prince said indifferently. He was unhappy that Hui Yu wanted to challenge Chen Songxiong because he thought that Chen Songxiong was his cup of tea. Fortunately, Chen Songxiong was already dead. He had been killed by Ling Xiao. As for Hui Yu, she had also been killed by Ling Xiao. He did not feel sorry for Hui Yu's death. On the contrary, he was happy that it was Hui Yu who had died, not Ling Xiao. Otherwise, how could he prove his strength? The Volcano Crown Prince was an extremely selfish and crazy person. He had no friends since he was young and focused on martial arts. Other than his father, he did not believe that anyone in the world could be stronger than him. In the end, he was a frog at the bottom of a well. He was not even as knowledgeable as Hui Yu. Not using my martial soul? Ling Xiao looked at the Volcano Crown Prince and said coldly. I don't need my martial soul to deal with you. The Volcano Crown Prince looked at Ling Xiao indifferently. He even looked sleepy, as if he had no interest in him at all. He did not know if he was doing it on purpose or if he really thought that Ling Xiao was no match for him. Regardless of which possibility it was, Ling Xiao would not remind him again. Suddenly, Ling Xiao took a step forward, and the demon dragon sword appeared in his hand. Then, the true demon sword Qi and the demonic immortal sword Shadow pierced toward the Volcano Crown Prince. The Volcano Crown Prince's face paled. All of a sudden, a huge volcano appeared behind him. Boiling magma gushed out of the volcano, shooting straight into the sky. The terrifying lava transformed into a fire dragon that pounced towards Ling Xiao's true devil sword Qi, completely destroying Ling Xiao's sword Qi. This scene stunned the onlookers. Right now, the Volcano Crown Prince was like a god of fire descending to the mortal realm, majestic and insufferably arrogant. His martial soul was also of the fire attribute. However, it was the exclusive martial soul of the Volcano royal family, the Volcano martial soul. Ling Xiao was pushed back by the powerful force, but a mocking expression appeared on his face. You just said that you didn't need to use your martial soul, but you slapped yourself in the face so quickly. The people of the Volcano country are really trash and like to boast. The Volcano Crown Prince's face flushed red, but no one knew if it was the reflection of the lava, or if it was because he felt embarrassed. Die. Perhaps to cover up his embarrassment, the Volcano Crown Prince channeled his inner force in a fit of rage. The lava spewed out by the Volcano martial soul transformed into a ferocious lava beast. It was even bigger than the three-headed lava hound that Ling Xiao had transformed into. The terrifying lava beast pounced on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, stood there calmly. The demonic dragon sword in his hand continued to gather killing intent. Then, dozens of black sword chi shot out at the same time, all of them hitting the huge lava beast. The lava beast was pierced by the true devil sword chi like a hedgehog, its body full of holes. Then, it wobbled and fell to the ground. However, perhaps he had already expected this to happen. The Volcano Crown Prince's follow-up attack had arrived. He flipped his hands, as if forming a seal. When he finished forming the seal, flames shot up from his hands, and the heat became extremely terrifying. Molten fire seal. An angry roar came out of his mouth. The Volcano Crown Prince's eyes widened. Terrifying palm prints smashed through the void and flew toward Ling Xiao. Every palm print was a terrifying killing weapon. Destruction, slaughter, destruction, the palm prints were filled with an aura that made one despair. That terrifying aura made the martial artists standing behind the Volcano Crown Prince retreat. Their hearts trembled violently, as if they were being electrocuted. Only the Volcano King did not retreat. Instead, he seemed to be enjoying the battle. Ling Xiao's expression was still cold. 9 demonic dragon swords appeared. He channeled his inner force and controlled the 9 demonic dragon swords at the same time, performing 9 different moves. All of them were true devil black immortals. This sword move was extremely domineering. All of the black immortals merged in the void, becoming an even more powerful black immortal. This was something that Ling Xiao had learned from the 7 generals, so he had modified it himself. Since those people's martial souls could merge, in theory, sword moves could merge as well. In particular, merging sword moves of the same kind would be easier. He succeeded on his first try. The power of the same move was increased by more than 10 times. It slammed heavily into the molten flame seal, shattering it into pieces. Magma Dragon. Although the Volcano Crown Prince was surprised by Ling Xiao's reaction, he continued with his next move. This was because he wanted to suppress Ling Xiao so that Ling Xiao wouldn't have any chance to make a move in front of him. Ling Xiao would be suppressed to death, his voice rang out. A thick stream of magma rose from the void and turned into a long dragon of magma. Then, the magma dragon wrapped tightly around the black immortal that Ling Xiao had released. It continued to squeeze. Ling Xiao's sword was powerful and domineering. It was filled with the will to kill and destroy. The Volcano Crown Prince's magma dragon was equally domineering and filled with the desire to destroy. Both of their moves were extremely powerful. For a moment, it was difficult to determine the winner. Sky Dragon Power, merge. Previously, he had merged the power of the Divine Phoenix. Now, he had merged the power of the Sky Dragon with the Demon Dragon Sword. It was obvious that his opponent had become stronger. The moment the power of the Sky Dragon merged, Ling Xiao's Demon Dragon Sword suddenly became more powerful. The Lava Dragon was actually shattered by the sword, and the remaining sword aura continued to fly towards the Volcano Crown Prince. Destroy. The Volcano Crown Prince did not panic. He waved his hand, and the raging magma engulfed the remaining sword chi and easily destroyed it. Fire Dragon Possession. After destroying Ling Xiao's sword chi, the Volcano Crown Prince roared. 5 fire dragons merged into his body. At that moment, his combat power increased dramatically. Demonic Dragon Possession. Ling Xiao was not afraid. You have the Fire Dragon Possession, and I have the Demonic Dragon Possession. Let's see who is stronger. Damn it. It looks like you really have a death wish. If that's the case, I'll use all my strength to kill you. The Volcano Crown Prince had only used 70% of his strength so far. He felt that not only did he have to kill Ling Xiao, but he also had to use 70% of his strength. Only then would he be able to prove his strength. It was just like how he did not want to use his martial soul. But now, with the development of the battle, he had no choice but to use his full strength. Otherwise, his battle prowess would be no match for Ling Xiao. 9 Dragon God Fire Shroud. As he unleashed his full strength, 9 fire dragons formed from magma appeared around the Volcano Crown Prince. The fire dragons circled around him, forming an absolute defense. If anyone dared to get close, they would be melted in an instant. Don't you have a strong physical body? Do you dare to fight me in close combat? The Volcano Crown Prince looked at Ling Xiao with a sinister smile. You don't have to provoke me. So what if you want to fight me in close combat? Do you really think I'm afraid of your 9 Dragon God Fire Shroud? Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully. His body flickered as he charged toward the Volcano Crown Prince. Ha ha ha, what an idiot. I just provoked you and you came to your death. Once I use the 9 Dragon God Fire Shroud, no one can get within 1 meter of me and survive. This martial technique can allow my martial soul to become a divine fire in a short time. Your physical body won't be able to resist it. In truth, the Volcano Crown Prince was just trying to provoke Ling Xiao. He did not expect someone as smart as Ling Xiao to fall for it. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would actually charge at him? Was he not courting death? Boom, boom, boom. As Ling Xiao charged at the Volcano Crown Prince, the Volcano Crown Prince's hands were not idle either. The molten seal continued to bombard Ling Xiao. As Ling Xiao charged forward, the molten seal exploded. Now that he had fully unleashed his full strength, his combat strength had soared. Even the power of the molten seal had become much stronger than before. What delicious flames! I want them all. As Ling Xiao flew, 2 black vortexes appeared in his hands. They were like black holes that devoured the flames of the molten seal. After smelting, a small part of it would be absorbed, while the majority of it would be stored in the cells. Does that brat really want to engage in close combat with my son? Volcano King originally thought that Ling Xiao was up to some cunning scheme, but from the looks of it, Ling Xiao did not seem to have that intention at all. It was a close combat. Was this kid really not afraid of the 9 Dragons' Heavenly Fire Shield? That was a divine flame. Under the 9 Dragons' Heavenly Fire Shield, every attack from the Volcano Crown Prince contained the power of divine fire. How could Ling Xiao block it? The Volcano Crown Prince grinned wickedly. He gave up on trying to stop Ling Xiao and focused all his energy on the 9 Dragon God Fire Shield, preparing to fight Ling Xiao. Rumble. Finally, Ling Xiao was within a meter of the volcano air. The terrifying divine fire instantly enveloped Ling Xiao's entire body. Hee hee, that brat is finished. Volcano King sneered. He had never seen a cultivator who could survive being engulfed in divine flames. There were simply too few people who could do that. They either had the divine fire martial soul or the bloodline of the divine fire. Apart from these two, no matter how strong you were, you would not be able to withstand the terrifying burns of the divine fire. However, Ling Xiao was an exception. He did not have the divine fire martial soul. But he had the ancient infernal dragon martial soul. The ancient infernal dragon was the divine fire. All of Ling Xiao's cells had been modified by the ancient infernal dragon and possessed the bloodline of the divine fire. The Volcano Crown Prince was too naive to think that the 9 Dragons' Heavenly Fire Shield could kill him. Before Volcano King's sneer disappeared, Ling Xiao's sword had already emerged from the divine fire and pierced the Volcano Crown Prince's throat. The sword was simply too wide and too big. The Volcano Crown Prince's head was sliced off and rolled to the ground. At the moment of his death, he died with his eyes wide open. In that instant, everyone's eyes froze. They felt as if their hearts had been hammered, and they were all dumbfounded. The Volcano Crown Prince was dead. It wasn't Ling Xiao who was dead, it was the Volcano Crown Prince. Why was Ling Xiao not afraid of the divine fires burning? This incomparably shocking scene caused everyone present to be unable to react for a moment. This scene was really too inconceivable. Everyone had thought that after the Volcano Crown Prince used the 9 Dragons' Heavenly Fire Shield, Ling Xiao would only have a chance of winning if he kept attacking from a distance. Attacking at close range would only lead to death. However, the situation was completely different from what they had imagined. What kind of monster was Ling Xiao? Just what kind of secret did he have on him? Volcano King stared blankly at the rolling head on the ground. The eyes of the head seemed to be moving. It seemed to be venting its inexplicable death. The Volcano Crown Prince, who was at the middle stage of the 13th level of Hell, had been killed. From now on, the Volcano Kingdom had no successor. It would take decades to nurture another one. There were too many variables that could happen between the birth of a martial artist and the first transition. Volcano King raised his head and looked at Ling Xiao. Ah! An infuriated roar came out of his mouth. He could not tolerate this, he could not tolerate this, he could tolerate Ling Xiao killing Huiyu, he could tolerate Ling Xiao killing the 7 generals and the Prime Minister. However, Ling Xiao had killed his only son, and he absolutely could not tolerate it. His gaze was like a cold blade that pierced into everyone's bones. He was angry, but he was not stupid. He had come to a conclusion from the series of battles. Ling Xiao was already stronger than the Volcano Crown Prince. Although the Volcano Crown Prince had indeed been careless, even if he hadn't been careless, the battle had only lasted a little longer than usual. He could confirm that the Volcano Crown Prince was still no match for Ling Xiao. Only he, the Volcano King, had a chance of winning against Ling Xiao. He had to defend the glory of the Volcano Kingdom's martial artists and his royal authority. Ling Xiao took the Volcano Crown Prince's storage ring and was pleasantly surprised to find the 9-dragon heavenly fire shield in it. To the Volcano Crown Prince, this martial art was only a 3rd heaven immortal grade martial art technique that could turn demonic fire into divine fire for a short period of time. However, to Ling Xiao, this was a set of top-grade martial arts secret manuals without any grades. Because of the 9-dragon heavenly fire shield, Ling Xiao could freely control the divine fire in his body. Whether it was the true Samadhi fire, the dark flame of death, or the primordial hellfire, they could all be used. Of course, controlling the divine fire would consume a lot of energy. One attack might cause him to lose the ability to fight again. Therefore, this would become his trump card. He would not use it unless he had no other choice. He took out the items from the Volcano Crown Prince's storage ring and put them into his own storage ring. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the Volcano King. There was a sharpness in his cold eyes, like a blade that would pierce through the Volcano King's body. The Volcano King's eyes were equally cold, as if he wanted to cut Ling Xiao into pieces. It's your turn now. Next, it's your turn. A deep and cold voice came out of Ling Xiao's mouth. He was so confident and arrogant. But it was also full of terrifying pressure. Volcano King, who bore the brunt of this, suddenly felt his entire body tense up because of this sentence. It was as if there was a mountain pressing down on his body. Ling Xiao killed his son, the Volcano King. Now, he wanted to kill him. This guy dared to touch him. He was the Volcano King. But unfortunately, this was not the Volcano Kingdom, but the 8 Immortals Kingdom, Ling Xiao's territory. Come on. The Volcano King would not retreat. He was a king, a high and mighty king. As his voice sounded, his aura suddenly skyrocketed, and a terrifying murderous aura instantly filled the entire valley. 4th Prince, who will win? The remaining members of the Chen Kingdom's royal family asked the leading 4th Prince. They could clearly feel the terrifying aura released by the Volcano King. Murderous aura. Ling Xiao killed the Volcano King's son. How could the Volcano King not hate Ling Xiao? In today's battle, I'm afraid it's either you die or I live. It's best if the 2 of them die together. Although he knew that the possibility was very low, the 4th Prince still looked forward to it. This was because no matter who won, it wouldn't benefit him at all. I didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so powerful. He doesn't even put the Volcano King in his eyes. This guy is really a scourge. Someone sighed helplessly. If they had killed this kid back then, there wouldn't be so many things happening today. But they didn't think that they had used all kinds of methods to kill Ling Xiao. It was just that Ling Xiao was lucky and didn't die. It wasn't that they were merciful. It was because of their actions that they had completely angered Ling Xiao. Your strength really makes this king very surprised. It was completely beyond my expectations. A cold voice came out of the Volcano King's mouth. His voice was filled with a strong murderous aura. In that instant, the flowers and grass around him had withered. But do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're like this? I am the dignified volcano king. How can you humiliate me at will? Today, this king will let you see what a true expert is. In front of this king, you're just drawing water with a bamboo basket. As his voice fell, the volcano king's hands began to condense terrifying energy. Do you know how the volcano royal family was born? Volcano King suddenly asked a question. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He knew that the other party would answer him. About 10,000 years ago, the volcano country was still just a barbarian land, a dense forest where demonic beasts thrived. However, one day, a golden firebird fell into the forest. The fire soared into the sky. This fire burned for a total of 49 days, almost completely burning the entire forest. Almost all the demonic beasts and intelligent creatures were burned alive. They didn't even have time to escape. However, there was one person who managed to survive in the midst of the raging flames. He is the ancestor of our volcano royal family, Patriarch Volcano. Hearing this, Ling Xiao was also a little excited. He could even imagine the scene at that time. Even if the firebird that fell into the forest was not a golden crow, it was probably a very powerful fire-type demonic beast. It seemed that Xiao Jin was blessed. As for Patriarch Volcano, Ling Xiao was not very concerned. However, he was willing to listen to the Volcano King's story. At that time, Patriarch Volcano was only a 10-year-old child with severe burns all over his body. However, he managed to survive with his terrifying willpower. Not only that, his body contained terrifying fire energy. In order to avenge his parents and relatives, he carried a sword and went to the place where the firebird fell. At that time, although the firebird was severely injured, it was still very terrifying. Moreover, it had absorbed so much spiritual energy from the dead that it had already mutated. From a firebird, it became a terrifying undying bird. Black flame surged on the undying bird. Patriarch Volcano was not afraid at all. An earth-shattering battle broke out there. In the end, the undying bird swallowed Patriarch Volcano. However, this was the stupidest thing it had ever done. Patriarch Volcano was still alive. He swallowed the demon core of the undying bird in its body. The undying bird let out a tragic cry and died. Without the demon core, it was impossible for it to be reborn. Patriarch Volcano climbed out of the undying bird's body and ate the undying bird's flesh. He merged all of the undying bird's abilities and achieved supreme martial arts. After the fire was extinguished, he built the original volcano sect there and began to take in disciples and martial artists. It took him 1,000 years to establish the foundation of the Volcano Kingdom, making it extremely powerful. The Volcano Kingdom at that time was not inferior to the 9 Supremes today. What's the point of saying all this? Your ancestors left, but it doesn't mean that you're powerful. Ling Xiao said faintly, after all, you're just an unfilial descendant. Such a powerful volcano kingdom became so weak when it came to you. That's not my fault. It's my seniors' incompetence, they couldn't even awaken 1/10 of their ancestors' bloodline. Otherwise, the volcano kingdom wouldn't have fallen to such a state. The volcano king suddenly roared, "You're lucky to have met me, I've awakened 1/3 of Patriarch Volcano's bloodline power. The ancient firebird's power is calling out to me. You should be proud that you were able to die under such a powerful bloodline." As he spoke, his aura became even more terrifying. His body also began to undergo strange changes. His back suddenly bulged. Then, a pair of wings burning with black flames stretched out from his back. His body began to burn with black flames, just like the legendary undying bird. Ling Xiao's brows gradually furrowed. The Volcano King's trump card was really terrifying. He released the power of his bloodline and had the volcano martial spirit. The combination of the two was really terrifying. Are you afraid? The Volcano King looked at Ling Xiao's expression and his body gradually rose. The blazing energy instantly turned everything around him into ashes, including his son's body. He was no longer the Volcano King now. He was a real monster who had inherited 1/3 of Patriarch Volcano's bloodline. Afraid? Ling Xiao revealed a smile. Since I dared to come here to find you today, I never thought that I would be afraid. Patriarch Volcano, Undying Bird, no matter how powerful your trump card is, you still can't escape death today. Arrogant and ignorant. The Volcano King roared, a lowly commoner dares to look down on this king's noble bloodline. Today, I'll let you know that your arrogance will lead to your destruction. Are you done with your nonsense? We can fight now. 9 demon dragon swords appeared. Everyone stared at the Volcano King, including Ling Xiao. They could clearly feel the surging bloodline power coming from the Volcano King's body. A violent aura was ready to burst out. Boom! Accompanied by a terrifying sound. A suffocating aura burst out of the Volcano King's body. Immediately, the wings of the undying bird burning with black flames on his back became stronger and sturdier. With the appearance of the undying bird wings, the Volcano King's body was wrapped in black flames. The undying bird's undying flame was at the level of divine fire. Ling Xiao frowned. He didn't expect the Volcano King's bloodline power to be so powerful. He had only awakened 1/3 of the Volcano King's bloodline power, but it made people feel an invincible and terrifying aura. How powerful would he be if he fully awakened it? Ling Xiao had to take it seriously. The power of the bloodline and the martial soul were supposed to complement each other. But in modern times, it was already extremely lucky to awaken one of them. In this world, there were many warriors who couldn't even awaken one of the martial soul or the bloodline power. There were even fewer warriors who could awaken the bloodline power and the martial soul at the same time, and all of them were difficult to deal with. At this time, the Volcano King's eyes seemed to have become the eyes of the undying bird. There was a strange and indifferent aura. Was this the undying bird that destroyed the forest and almost wiped out all the creatures in the forest? It was indeed terrifying. Boy, I, who awakened the bloodline power, will have the ability to be reborn. Do you have the ability to kill me? The Volcano King looked at Ling Xiao coldly, and his eyes were full of confidence. If he was a little afraid of Ling Xiao before, then at this moment, Ling Xiao was not worth mentioning at all in his eyes. Reborn from Nirvana? Ling Xiao frowned even more. Fourth Prince, it seems that the Volcano King is going to win this battle. I didn't expect that the Volcano King's strength would be close to the peak of the 13th layer of hell after he fully unleashed his strength. No matter how much of a genius Ling Xiao is, he can't possibly be a match for him. One is a jackal and the other is a tiger and a leopard. Neither of them is good for us. But the Volcano King should be better. At the very least, we can still be his puppets. But Ling Xiao will definitely kill us. If Volcano King wins, then so be it. Even though the fourth prince was unwilling to see such an outcome, it was still better for him to win than for Ling Xiao to win. Ling Xiao, are you regretting it now? If you had chosen to be loyal to me from the start, you wouldn't have ended up like this. But now, you don't have the chance to regret. You killed my most valued son, so you must die. The black flames on Volcano King's body churned even more violently. The surrounding air was also scorched hot, producing a strange mist. His cold voice was also announcing that Ling Xiao was about to enter the countdown to his death. The power of the bloodline and the martial soul are indeed powerful. But do you think that you're the only one who has the power of the bloodline and the martial soul? Ling Xiao smiled contemptuously and said, not only do I have a martial soul, but I have more than one. Not only do I have the power of the bloodline, but I have more than one. With that, the 4 beast souls of the 3-headed lava hound, the 9-snake general, the black eagle, and the tyrant blood demonic dragon suddenly appeared behind him. Beast souls were also a type of martial soul. Using 4 beast souls at the same time, his strength was unparalleled. But this was only the beginning. Immediately after, the blood in his body began to boil. A terrifying aura rushed out of his body. Heavenly Dragon Bloodline, Divine Phoenix Bloodline, White Tiger Bloodline, 3 terrifying bloodline powers erupted at almost the same time. 3 pairs of wings appeared on his back, arranged from top to bottom, like a 6-winged celestial immortal. But the 3 pairs of wings were completely different. They were the transparent heavenly dragon wings, which controlled the power of the wind. Scarlet red, like flames burning, was the divine phoenix wings, which controlled the power of fire. Blue, like lightning, was the white tiger wings, which controlled the power of thunder and lightning. In the past, Ling Xiao used the power of the heavenly dragon, the power of the divine phoenix, and the power of the white tiger as support to increase his combat strength. But this time, he activated the power of the bloodline and had the ability to control wind, fire, and thunder and lightning. He was stronger than before. In fact, he had not activated the most terrifying power of the primordial golden dragon bloodline. Because there was no need for that at the moment. What? You actually have so many bloodline powers and martial souls? What kind of monster are you? Even the king of Volcano was extremely shocked when he saw the scene. The surprise that Ling Xiao brought to him was simply too great. It doesn't matter what kind of monster I am. What's important is that I can defeat you. Ling Xiao said indifferently. You're dreaming. Even if you activate the power of the bloodline and martial soul, you'll at most have the combat strength of the middle stage of the 13th level of hell. But I have the combat strength close to the peak. You're still no match for me. The king of Volcano snorted coldly. As he spoke, he had already made his move. He took a step forward and flapped the wings of the undying bird behind him. He disappeared from where he was and appeared behind Ling Xiao in an instant. Ling Xiao, who was standing there, could feel an incomparably terrifying aura of destruction behind him. Die! The king of Volcano roared. The pitch-black flame in his hand blasted onto Ling Xiao's body and then exploded. Many cracks appeared in the sky, which looked extremely strange. On the ground, scorched earth had been scorched by the flames. The power was really terrifying. Unfortunately, the king of Volcano only hit Ling Xiao's afterimage. Facing the king of Volcano, Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless. The moment his opponent attacked, he had already activated the demonic dragon phantom. However, he was not dodging. He was counterattacking. His figure appeared behind the king of Volcano. He waved the demonic dragon sword in his hand and stabbed at the king of Volcano. You've been tricked. The king of Volcano turned around and looked at Ling Xiao, revealing a sinister smile. He knew that Ling Xiao's movement technique was very strong. If he pursued blindly, he might not be able to hit Ling Xiao. Therefore, he deliberately lured Ling Xiao to attack him. In this way, he could catch Ling Xiao. Do you think you can suppress me in terms of strength? With a roar, the black demonic dragon sword collided with the black undying bird fire. There was a terrible explosion in the sky. Black flames and black sword chi flew in all directions, and a nearby small mountain was directly shaved off its peak. Many of the Volcano Kingdom's martial artists who were closer to the two were directly hit by the sword chi mixed with black flames and died on the spot. However, the two people in the sky did not have the time to pay attention to these. The collision this time sent Ling Xiao flying back dozens of meters. However, the king of Volcano did not retreat at all. Instead, he condensed his attack again. Die! A black light flashed through the Volcano King's eyes. His body instantly traversed dozens of meters of space. There was no longer any obstacle in front of Ling Xiao. If this attack really hit Ling Xiao, even if Ling Xiao didn't die, he would probably lose a layer of skin. Timed explosion. The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth hooked up into a sneer. As long as the enemy touched him, he could attach the soul bomb to the opponent's body. Although this move could only be used 2 or 3 times in a battle. But now was the time to use it, and he would not be stingy. Boom, a terrifying explosion sounded in the sky. The Volcano King was caught off guard and was hit to the ground by the soul bomb. The originally condensed attack was also disintegrated in an instant. Yu Fenghua had been watching the battle from the beginning until now. She already had a judgment of who was stronger and who was weaker. In terms of strength, the Volcano King is stronger than Ling Xiao, and not just by a little bit. But Ling Xiao, this guy, has endless tricks, and it's impossible to guard against. It won't be easy for the Volcano King to win against him. It seems that I don't have to rush to make a move. Yu Fenghua knew when to make a move and when not to. This was Ling Xiao's battle. If it wasn't a situation of certain death, she would never make a move. And she also believed that Ling Xiao would have a way to deal with the Volcano King. Definitely, on the surface, it seemed that Ling Xiao was indeed at a disadvantage. However, if the Volcano King wanted to take down Ling Xiao, it would be impossible for him to do so in a short time. The strength of the opponent, on the contrary, stimulated Ling Xiao's fighting spirit even more. One must know that he had not taken out his biggest trump card yet. Before that, he wanted to further hone his fighting ability. What's more, after fighting with the Volcano King, the energy in his cultivation increased significantly. Previously, he had fought so hard, but in the end, his energy only increased by 1/10. And now, in just a few seconds of fighting, his energy had increased by 1/10. Climbing up from the ground, the Volcano King's face was very ugly. Soul bomb? Boring trick. You're just stalling for time. He looked at Ling Xiao and did not attack immediately. His eyes were full of contempt and disdain. Obviously, in his opinion, Ling Xiao was at his wit's end, which was why he used such a boring trick. This kind of move was still effective against ordinary martial artists. But against him, it did not have any effect at all. Look at how proud you are. You're a late-stage 13th layer martial artist, yet you're unable to gain the upper hand against me, an early-stage 13th layer martial artist. Don't you feel ashamed? How could he still be so complacent? What a joke. Ling Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as a stronger battle intent burst out from him. He felt as if his entire body was about to be ignited by the hot blood in his body. Feeling this terrifying fighting intent, the martial artists of the Volcano Kingdom fled into the distance. Ling Xiao was not someone they could deal with. In the face of such a strong enemy like the Volcano King, Ling Xiao did not show the slightest trace of fear. He was so tenacious and unyielding, neither servile nor overbearing. Who could make him submit, no matter who he faced, since a battle was unavoidable, then no matter how strong the opponent was. He had to fight to the death, and never regret it, never fear. On the road of martial arts, there was no room for fear. Otherwise, even if he spent his whole life, he would not be able to see through the true meaning of martial arts. The Volcano King's eyes were cold. His face was gloomy. Although he knew very well that his strength had the absolute upper hand against Ling Xiao. As long as he hit Ling Xiao once, he could kill him instantly. Just as Ling Xiao had said, there was really nothing to be proud of. The difference in cultivation between the two sides was so great that he should be able to easily kill Ling Xiao. But now, just having the upper hand made him feel very satisfied and proud. Not because of anything else, but because Ling Xiao had displayed a terrifying fighting strength that was completely unequal to his cultivation. Such a guy was even more terrifying. Maybe you're not wrong. Facing trash like you, I actually have a feeling that we're evenly matched. It's really shameful, so, prepare to die. The Volcano King put his palms together. Then he struggled to tear them apart. Between his hands, a giant sword completely condensed from the fire of the phoenix appeared. The flames burned, and the sword chi was everywhere. The whole sky was burned black by the black flames, and the space was torn into pieces by the sword chi released by the black phoenix sword. At that moment, the whole valley seemed to be completely destroyed by this terrifying giant sword. The phoenix sword finally condensed and took shape. It emitted a terrifying energy that could destroy heaven and earth. The Volcano King held the sword with both hands, his cold eyes staring at Ling Xiao, and his killing intent was released uncontrollably. He did not want Ling Xiao to continue to live. Because even he felt that even if Ling Xiao lived for one more minute, he might continue to become stronger. He had to kill Ling Xiao. This sword condensed a terrifying destructive power. As long as it pierced Ling Xiao's body, it could completely destroy Ling Xiao. When that time came, no one would remember Ling Xiao as a prodigy. Whether it was the Volcano Kingdom or the current 8 Immortals Kingdom, there would only be one king, the Volcano King. He wanted to revive the former glory of the Volcano Kingdom, to make the Volcano Kingdom stronger and reach the status of the 9 Supremes. Ling Xiao's eyes were fixed on the phoenix sword, the black flames burned on the giant sword, releasing a terrifying power that made his heart tremble. He took a deep breath. Then he exhaled the turbid breath. His body gradually calmed down. On the 10 demon dragon swords, the black demonic energy was rising and condensing. The 10 sword intents that had only been used once in the past erupted at the same time. One was full of destructive aura, the destructive sword intent. One was full of murderous aura, the slaughter sword intent. One was full of domineering and unparalleled intent, the overbearing will. one was full of indestructible aura, the indestructible sword intent, one was full of blazing aura, the fire sword intent, one was full of the fury of thunder, the thunder sword intent, one was full of the aura of death, the death sword intent, one was full of the aura of the earth sword intent. The last was full of the might of the heavens, the firmament sword intent, and this was not the end. The 18 demon dragon swords released 10 terrifying sword intents. Under the stimulation of the sword intents, Xiao used his most terrifying move, True Demonic Sword Formation. The True Demonic Sword Formation under the stimulation of 10 sword intents was even more terrifying than an ordinary True Demonic Sword Formation. Back then, the fire rain was easily destroyed under the attack of the most ordinary True Demonic Sword Formation. Now, the True Demonic Sword Formation had been enhanced by 10 sword intents, and its power had increased by more than 10 times. Its lethality had reached an unimaginable level. The terrifying sword intent rose to the extreme. The terrifying sword intent pierced through the aura encirclement formed by the Phoenix sword. The two balls of energy collided in the void, not giving way to each other, each occupying their own territory. The fourth prince was shocked when he saw the true demon sword array strengthened by the 10 sword essences. Xiao still had such a terrifying move. If he had used this move in the arena, even Li Xiaofeng might not have been able to resist it. Maybe I didn't have to fight back then. Yu Fenghua smiled. Even she had underestimated Xiao. Xiao's strength was beyond her expectation. Perhaps one day, Xiao would be able to go to the Palace of Eternal Life openly and marry Yu Fenghua. A shy smile bloomed on her face. On the battlefield, the Volcano King frowned. Xiao's move surprised him. But soon after, he revealed a cold smile. I didn't expect you to know a fourth heaven of the immortal grade martial skill, but it should only be at the initial level. Ha 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 ha, what a pity. If your fourth heaven of the immortal grade martial skill was at the advanced level, I might be afraid. But now, this should be your most powerful attack. To be honest, I hate your confident expression. Now, let me destroy it, destroy the confidence and glory you are so proud of. I'll let you die in endless despair and fear. The Volcano King laughed wildly. He did not believe that Xiao's fourth heaven of the immortal grade martial skill at the initial level could resist his undying bird sword. The undying bird sword was not a weapon, but a very powerful move. Naturally, there would be very serious consequences for him to use his cultivation level. But he did not care. As long as he could kill Xiao, he could bear the consequences. Die! The Volcano King roared. The undying bird flapped its wings and flew in front of Xiao at an unimaginable speed. Kill! Xiao did not dodge, nor did he use the so-called boring tricks. He waved the demon dragon sword and faced the attack. The true devil sword formation had already been formed, so he had to attack. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to control it after a long time. Terrifying devil chi surged and formed dreadful devil clouds in the sky. The entire space was filled with terrifying killing intent and crazy sword chi. The ground had been destroyed beyond recognition, and the sky was covered with dark clouds. It was obvious that even the heavens were shocked by this battle. Boom! A terrifying sound exploded in the void. The people standing on the ground felt their bodies begin to shake violently. His heart trembled violently. The true devil sword array and the undying bird sword finally collided. Black flames and evil devil chi instantly filled the entire valley. It was as if doomsday had arrived in the valley. Chi, 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 the sound of energy colliding could be heard continuously. The true devil sword formation and the undying bird sword were in a stalemate. No one was willing to yield to the other, and no one was willing to submit to the other. The terrifying energies were all trying to destroy each other. The ground began to collapse and crack open. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Many martial artists, because they weren't paying attention, actually fell into the cracks in the earth, falling into the bottomless abyss. Monster. 2 monsters. This kind of battle is simply too terrifying. The fourth prince muttered to himself. The others were also dumbfounded. Whether it was the undying bird sword or the true devil sword array, they were both so powerful and so terrifying. Both sides wanted to destroy each other, but neither could destroy the other. On the contrary, everything around them was destroyed. The valley, which used to be like a paradise, was a tourist attraction of the royal family. Now, it was almost a ruin. A ball of energy formed between the two experts, illuminating their faces, making them look somewhat strange. Through this terrifying energy field, the two looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with killing intent and coldness. No matter what, either one of them died, or the other died. In this battle, either one of them was killed, or both of them died. In short, it seemed unlikely that it would end without anyone dying. Xiao, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. A confident and cold voice burst out of the Volcano King's mouth. He believed that he could defeat Xiao and kill Xiao. It's still not certain whose death it is. Xiao's voice was still cold and indifferent. However, it was still difficult to hide the joy in his heart. He could feel that the energy in his cultivation sea had begun to crazily increase in this collision. It had actually increased to 10%. Although it was gradually slowing down, this increase really made him incomparably excited. No, it must be the anniversary of your death. The Volcano King sneered, using such a powerful move, you should have completely exhausted your inner strength. And this king still has 30 to 40% of his inner strength left. This battle has already been decided. No matter what, you can't defeat this king. You're overconfident. Xiao's voice was still indifferent, as if nothing could make him panic. Overconfident? Then this king will show you that this king's strength is far more than this. The Volcano King laughed wildly. The volcano martial spirit behind him spat out a pitch-black magma dragon. It roared and charged towards Xiao. Although this black magma dragon's power was slightly inferior to the undying bird sword, it was not weak at all. At the very least, it was much stronger than the Volcano Crown Prince's magma dragon. It's really going to end. Xiao could challenge those of a higher level, but after all, the gap between his cultivation and the Volcano King's was large, so his inner strength was definitely inferior to the Volcano King's. At this time, the Volcano King could still use other methods to deal with Xiao. Xiao did not have the strength to fight back. As expected, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. The fourth prince revealed an excited expression. Perhaps the final result would be as he had imagined. These two people would perish together. In this way, he could benefit from the fight between the sandpiper and the clam. Looking at the magma dragon, Xiao's eyes revealed a hint of excitement. That's right, it was excitement. Great, continue to become stronger. As long as you continue to become stronger, I can also continue to become stronger. He looked excitedly at the magma dragon. The Cerberus behind him roared and then pounced forward to fight with the magma dragon. However, the Cerberus was obviously not the magma dragon's match. Tyrannical blood demonic dragon, black eagle, 9 snake generals, attacked together. Xiao ordered. The 3 beast souls flew out at the same time and joined forces with the Cerberus to attack the magma dragon. They finally managed to resist. Impossible. How do you still have inner strength to drive your martial spirit? The Volcano King's expression changed drastically. His only hope of victory was that Xiao's inner strength had been exhausted and it was impossible for him to fight against him. However, Xiao did not show any signs of inner strength exhaustion at all. Is your inner strength that bad just because your cultivation is low? The corner of Xiao's mouth curled into a mocking smile. I'm not afraid to tell you that purely in terms of accumulation, my inner strength is not inferior to a martial artist at the early stage of the 14th level of hell in the first transformation yin-yang stage. That's impossible. The Volcano King panicked. Originally, he thought that his plan was perfect, but now, there was a flaw. Xiao's strength was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Nothing is impossible. I see that your strength stops here. It's time for this battle to end. Xiao felt that when the energy in his cultivation sea increased to 20%, it had completely stopped. This meant that the increase brought to him by the Volcano King was basically gone. Therefore, he decided to end this battle. End? Kid, don't be too arrogant. So what if you have more inner strength than me? My undying bird sword is even more powerful than yours. The Volcano King roared. Is that so? Then I'll make him weaker. How about it? Ling Xiao smiled coldly. The four-leaf demonic pupil in his right eye suddenly flashed with a strange light. Soul absorption. At that moment, the Volcano King fell into a momentary daze. However, he instantly returned to normal. Kid, I didn't expect you to use such a trick. But I've already said that this is a boring trick. It's useless against me. The Volcano King roared as he poured the remaining inner strength in his body into the Undying Bird Sword. At that moment, the Undying Bird Sword clearly became stronger. Its power actually had the tendency to suppress the true Devil Sword formation. I know it's useless against you, but it's only used to buy time. Tyrant Blood Demon Dragon Blood Curse, Sun God's Theurgy, Bloodthirsty Plague. During the soul absorption process, Ling Xiao had already prepared his real trump card. After the Demon Dragon Blood Curse was used, the Volcano King's expression changed drastically. The beds on his body became the outlets for his qi and blood to continuously flow out. The Undying Bird Sword in his hand did not seem to be so powerful. The power of Bloodline was most afraid of the qi and blood surging. And the Demon Dragon Blood Curse was aimed at this. Of course, this was not enough. The Bloodthirsty Plague was the most terrifying existence of the Volcano King. Originally, most martial artists would leave a part of their inner strength in their body, just in case. In this way, the Bloodthirsty Plague could be contained and not be able to unleash its full potential. However, just now, in order to quickly defeat Ling Xiao, the Volcano King had completely integrated the remaining internal energy in his body into the Phoenix Sword. In other words, his body was completely defenseless. Die. This time, it's the real end. The Bloodthirsty Plague had broken out, the Volcano King's body completely collapsed in an instant. His meridians had been completely infected by the plague, he couldn't even control the Phoenix Sword. The Undying Bird Sword was gradually extinguished. The true Devil Sword formation finally gained the upper hand. No. No. This is impossible. The Volcano King roared and howled. However, it could not affect the occupation at all. The terrifying true Devil Sword formation completely defeated the weakened Undying Bird Sword and then blasted onto the body of the Volcano King. The Volcano King's body had long been tortured beyond recognition by the Bloodthirsty Plague. After being struck by the true Devil Sword formation, it actually began to fall apart. They turned into pieces of debris that danced in the air in the valley. The warriors of the Volcano Country stared at this scene in a daze. Everyone's face was ashen. The fourth prince also collapsed on the ground. The Volcano King was defeated and Ling Xiao won. This was the worst result. It was over, everything was over. With Ling Xiao's personality, how could he spare him? In the valley, the explosion continued. The aftermath of the attack just now did not stop. Under the cover of the explosion, no one noticed that the black flames on the ground began to extend and actually reached the feet of the thousands of warriors of the Volcano Country. Boom! Finally, the first warrior suddenly burst into flames. He didn't even have time to scream. The second, the third, as the number of warriors burned to death increased, Ling Xiao finally found something wrong. But it was already too late. Thousands of warriors were completely swallowed by the black flames. Then, a huge undying bird appeared on the ground. Nirvana Rebirth, this was the so-called Nirvana Rebirth. This was too evil, wasn't it? It actually used so many people's lives as nourishment. Ling Xiao stared fixedly at the resurrection of the phoenix. Gradually, the phoenix condensed into the appearance of the Volcano King, and then looked coldly at Ling Xiao. You don't know, right? Every time I rebirth, my strength will double. His voice was filled with incomparable madness and coldness. You killed me once, and I can still be reborn. Now, it's your turn to die. Ling Xiao's expression was still cold. Relying on the blood essence of others to be reborn, this is your so-called Nirvana Rebirth, right? Then today, every time you're reborn, I'll kill you once. Facing such scum, Ling Xiao was already too lazy to continue fighting. He wanted to use his most powerful combat power to resolve all disputes. Boom! Behind him, all the martial spirits disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by the vast and desolate universe. He finally used it. He used the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. Although he didn't transform into a beast spirit, nor did he release any other martial spirits, he stood there as if he was above everything. Even Yufenghua couldn't help but want to kneel down. What is this? Yufenghua was extremely shocked. The Volcano King was even more shocked. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the Volcano King, revealing a disdainful smile. Originally, I really disdained to use this trump card to deal with you. But what you did made me feel disgusted. I don't want to fight with you anymore. So, you can go to hell now. As he spoke, Ling Xiao raised his hand, and the demon dragon sword in his hand danced again. But this time, he didn't use the true demon sword array of the fourth heaven of the immortal grade. Instead, he used the first heaven of the immortal grade, Shadow Sword Demon. But now, it was enhanced by the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. Sky Tyrant, Shadow Sword Demon. A cold voice was released from Ling Xiao's mouth. A huge black shadow flew out from the Sky Tyrant universe. With an unstoppable power, it hit the Volcano King in an instant. The Volcano King's body, which had just been condensed, fell apart again. No. I will be back. That's right, he did come back. However, when he resurrected for the second time, Ling Xiao still killed him with a sword. It was just that he used the Descent of the Black Immortal. Different moves, but the effect was the same. The third time, the moment the Volcano King resurrected, he knelt on the ground. I don't want to die again, it's too painful, please, spare me. Although it was said that he could be reborn. But every time he was reborn, he had to experience a pain worse than death. Moreover, he had just absorbed the vitality of thousands of people, and now it had been exhausted. It was impossible for him to be resurrected for the fourth time. So he had to beg for mercy. However, Ling Xiao's face was as cold as before. Can't you resurrect? As he spoke, he slashed down with his sword again. The Volcano King's face was filled with grief. He finally died completely. The dragon talisman absorbed the corpse of the Volcano King and transformed its bloodline into Ling Xiao's body. Regardless of whether it would be useful in the future, the bloodline power of the undying bird had terrifying potential. It was integrated into every cell. It would be of great benefit to Ling Xiao's cultivation in the future. Also, with this bloodline power, Ling Xiao also had the ability to be reborn. This ability was very evil and repulsive. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't use it normally. But if he was surrounded and hunted by thousands of troops, he would rather be evil. Therefore, this Nirvana rebirth was not completely useless. Coupled with the life backtrack ability, it was equivalent to another layer of protection for his life. Since you can't use the bloodline power of the undying bird correctly, then let me have it. Ling Xiao coldly watched the Volcano King being quickly refined by the ancient hellfire in the dragon talisman. In the end, not even a trace of him was left. When the fourth prince and the remaining members of the Qin Kingdom's royal family saw this scene, they were so scared that they couldn't move. Dead, the Volcano King died just like that. After 3 Nirvana rebirths, he still died in the hands of Ling Xiao. This Ling Xiao is a little too scary. The Volcano King, the Volcano Crown Prince, Fire Rain, the Grand Minister, and the 7 generals, these were the top experts of the Volcano Kingdom. They came to the 8 Immortals' Kingdom in high spirits, trying to kill Ling Xiao and gain control of the 8 Immortals' Kingdom. But they didn't expect that they would all die here. You all will be buried with them. Ling Xiao looked into the distance and waved his hand. A bright sword chi hit the mountain top there. All the remaining members of the Qin Kingdom's royal family, including the 4th prince, were killed. He withdrew the Sky Tyrant martial soul and hid his aura again. Then, he looked at a certain place in the dense forest. Fenghua, come out. I know you're there. Ling Xiao believed in his relationship with the Moon Maiden and Fenghua. This was not the kind of shallow relationship that was formed after meeting a few times. The relationship between the two of them had been forged through life and death. Even if Fenghua saw his Sky Tyrant martial spirit, it didn't matter. Moreover, he purposely let Fenghua see it. He could feel Fenghua's anxiety. That was a lack of confidence in him and fear of the Eternal Palace. He released the Sky Tyrant martial spirit to let Fenghua know that as long as he was given enough time, he could definitely become the peak of the Black Tortoise continent and surpass the Eternal Life Palace. The man I fancy is indeed extraordinary. Fenghua walked out with a bitter smile on her face. But you must never expose this kind of thing in front of the Eternal Life Palace's martial artists. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome. Of course I know. Ling Xiao nodded and said, be happy. Even if the people from the Immortal Palace come and I'm not their match now, I'll snatch you back from their hands in the future. You are my, Ling Xiao's, woman, I won't allow anyone else to have you. He is not an arrogant person. On the contrary, he is very clear that with his current strength, it is almost impossible to fight against the Eternal Life Palace. Now, he can only pray that the people from the Eternal Life Palace will not discover them. Otherwise, with his current strength, it is impossible to keep Yufenghua. The two of them returned to Thunder City. The Volcano King's storage ring and the things inside were completely destroyed in the battle, so nothing was left. However, this guy's country is now Ling Zhao's. After returning to Thunder City, Ling Xiao immediately sent people to inform Chen Kangming to dispatch troops to the Volcano Country. Without the Volcano King and other experts, the Volcano Country was simply unable to withstand a single blow. In less than 7 days, those who surrendered and those who were defeated were all killed. The Volcano Country that used to be more powerful than the Chen Country suddenly became the territory of the 8 Immortals Country. Although there are still some people stubbornly resisting, it is only a small problem. There is no need for Ling Xiao to worry about them. During these 7 days, Ling Xiao did not cultivate. Instead, he brought Yufenghua back to the 8 Immortals County City and Ascension Town. He is going to leave and may not return for a long time. When it is time to see his friends and family, he naturally has to see them. He also went to pay respects to his father. At the same time, he also took back the treasure that he buried near Ascension Town before entering the reincarnation cycle. He did not take it before because he was not strong enough. Now that he took it back, it will naturally be useful. The spirit stones he buried there are not a small number. The one who is different is Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin has been in seclusion all this time. After obtaining the Kiln Fire Core, he also obtained the Undying Bird's Flames bestowed upon him by Ling Xiao. Xiao Jin decided to cultivate with all his might. This is because he feels that the gap between him and Ling Xiao has widened. With such a large gap, how can he protect Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao has helped him complete his revenge plan. Next, he will help Ling Xiao complete his plan to unify the Black Tortoise continent. At this time, Ling Xiao and Yufenghua have already returned to Thunder Capital. In the Thunder Capital Palace, Ling Xiao is looking at a map. After leaving the Chen Empire, he will go directly to the most suitable of the 9 Supremes, the Sword Dynasty. The 9 Supremes are Dazzling Palace, Mystic Snake Demon Sect, Heavenly King Gate, 7-Star Sword Palace, Soul Hall, Sword Dynasty, Fire Dynasty, Ice Dynasty, and Myriad Kingdoms. Of these 9 forces, the first 5 all have enmity with him. And of the latter 4, only the Sword Dynasty is most suitable for him. Although it is a little further away than the Mystic Snake Demon Sect, he still plans to go there. At the very least, he can develop there. Otherwise, if he goes to an enemy place, he will probably be destroyed before he can do anything. Ling Xiao, although I believe in your strength, recently I feel more and more danger approaching. Perhaps we really will have to part ways here. Next, I will tell you something very important. You must remember it well. Yufenghua suddenly said. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly so serious? Ling Xiao asked curiously. I don't know. I keep feeling uneasy. I'm afraid that the people who came to find me have already arrived at the 8 Immortals Nation. I can't let you and your 8 Immortals Nation suffer a calamity because of me. After all, the people of the Palace of Immortality have the ability to easily destroy a small nation. Yufenghua said seriously, listen to me now. The place you are now is called the Western region of the Black Tortoise continent. In fact, it has another name, the Land of Exile. This is because resources are scarce and the area is small. It is also the place where the prisoners of the other 4 regions are exiled. After coming here, it is very difficult to return to the other 4 regions. Why? Didn't you go back? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. Yufenghua explained, I can go back because I'm strong enough. As for the martial artists who were exiled here, most of their cultivations have been crippled, and here, it is impossible to reach their former cultivation. Therefore, it is basically impossible to go back. Of course, there are exceptions. Those are some people with extraordinary talent who break through the limits of the region and finally step out of the land of exile, passing through the dangerous and forbidden land of death. Forbidden area of death? I've heard of many such places. Sky Dragon Continent, Divine Phoenix Continent, White Tiger Continent all have similar places. Is the forbidden area of death in Black Tortoise Continent very scary? Ling Xiao asked. That's right, it's very scary. Warriors who haven't reached the 18 levels of hell will die if they enter. Unless there's an expert escorting them. Yu Fenghua reminded, that's why it's also called the Forbidden Area of Life, Warrior's Grave and so on. 18 levels of hell. Ling Xiao frowned. With his cultivation, he was still far from being able to do that. It seemed that he could only go to Sword Dynasty first. After his cultivation had increased to a certain level, he would go to the real Black Tortoise Continent through the Forbidden Area of Death. It was also the so-called Four Great Regions. Ling Xiao had read in books that the Divine Grimoire was located in one of the Four Great Regions. It was also called the Golden Heavenly Country or Golden Heavenly Region. And the place where the Eternal Life Palace was located was the largest of the Four Great Regions, the Eternal Emperor Region. Any one of the Four Great Regions was dozens of times larger than the Western region. So it was not wrong to say that the Western region was only a corner of Black Tortoise Continent. On the map, the Western region was only a small corner. Although Ling Xiao's cultivation speed was already very fast, in reality, in this small corner, he still couldn't be said to be the overlord. They're here. Yu Fenghua's body suddenly trembled. She looked at the sky in horror. A terrifying energy came from afar, as if it was going to destroy the entire Thunder Palace in an instant. Why are they the ones who came? Yu Fenghua cried out in horror. What's wrong, Fenghua? Ling Xiao also felt the seriousness of the situation. That terrifying energy, although still far away, was already pressuring him to the point that he couldn't breathe. It's too unfortunate. The people who came to capture me are from the Wang Quan family. Yu Fenghua's body trembled as she suddenly rushed out of the palace. Ling Xiao also followed. Ling Xiao, go back. Remember, don't come out. I will try my best to lure them to another place. Yu Fenghua shouted. It's useless. I can feel the anger of this power. This time, they didn't come just to take you away. They also want to kill me. Ling Xiao shook his head. In terms of comprehension of power, he might be even better than the people of the Eternal Palace. What should we do? Yu Fenghua panicked. It was Ling Xiao's first time seeing the girl so flustered. Salad. Ling Xiao suddenly chuckled. Don't worry. Thunder City has layers of array formations set up by me and my Yuan Venerate Master. Even if the people from the Eternal Life Palace came, they wouldn't be able to break through them. You underestimate them too much. Yu Fenghua shouted. Maybe. If even our formation can't withstand it, then I'll just let them kill me. Ling Xiao said indifferently. He could still use his life reversal. However, he also knew that doing so would be very dangerous. If the other party didn't leave during the life reversal, then he would really be in trouble. However, he had no other choice now. He couldn't escape. He couldn't fight, so he could only face it calmly. I'll die with you. Yu Fenghua gritted her teeth and said, didn't you say that we were lovers who lived and died together in our previous life? That's right, but I can't promise you that. In your past life, you had no choice but to reincarnate because of me. In this life, I definitely can't let you get killed because of me. Don't worry, I won't die. This was the first time Ling Xiao had lied to Yu Fenghua. In fact, he was very confident in facing any other enemy. Even if he couldn't beat them, he could still escape and he wouldn't die. However, the enemy this time was too strong. He didn't have any confidence that he could survive. Everything could only be left to fate. This was the reality. Since he was destined to die, he wouldn't be afraid. He just had to be calm. Do you know who's coming? Yu Fenghua suddenly asked. You just said it's someone from the Wangquan clan? Ling Xiao thought for a while. That's right. The Wangquan clan is one of the rulers of the Eternal Palace. They are very powerful. Even our Yu clan has to give them face. Of course, this isn't the key point. The key point is that the eldest son of the Wangquan clan, Wangquan Tianming, is already engaged to me. It's my parents' order and matchmaker's words. It's not my choice. However, the Wangquan clan will definitely not allow me to be with other men. Yu Fenghua said miserably. Once you die and I'm still alive, then I'll marry Wangquan Tianming. Are you willing? As long as you can live, you can marry anyone. I'm willing. I'm willing my ass, I'm not that noble, you're the woman that I, Ling Xiao, have set my eyes on. I won't allow you to be forced to marry others, even if you agree, I'm just that domineering, how about it? Hee, you really didn't disappoint me. Now I know that you really care about me and really want to be with me. Since that's the case, you must survive. I'll try my best to stall for time, but at most 3 years, if you still can't appear in the Eternal Palace within 3 years, then I'll commit suicide. Yu Fenghua wiped her tears and said with a smile. At the same time, she took out something from her storage ring. This is the Eternal Blood Jade that only exists in the Eternal Palace. There are only 10 pieces in total. It can increase a martial artist's cultivation speed by 2 times, take it. Perhaps you can come find me sooner. Ling Xiao looked at the Eternal Blood Jade and shook his head. Compared to me, you need it more. His cultivation method was different from ordinary martial artists. He had to constantly stimulate his potential in battle. This Eternal Blood Jade basically had no effect on him. However, Yu Fenghua was different. With this thing, she could better protect herself. Yu Fenghua still wanted to say something. Suddenly, a terrifying aura shrouded the entire Thunder Capital. Dark clouds covered the sky above Thunder Capital and thunder rumbled. The originally clear sky turned gloomy in an instant. 2 people appeared in the sky. One was a middle-aged man in his 40s. The other was a young man who looked no more than 15 or 16 years old. However, both of their auras were extremely powerful. Even with Ling Zhao's Taiji eye, he actually couldn't see through their cultivation bases. It was as if they had completely merged with the sky and earth, which was terrifying. They can actually use their own internal power to change the sky and earth. The people of the Eternal Palace are indeed terrifying. Ling Xiao sucked in a cold breath. He finally understood what kind of powerhouse he was facing. Just as Yu Fenghua had said, the array formation of Thunder Capital wasn't worth mentioning in the eyes of such a powerhouse. After all, a Yuan Venerate was just a spirit body and his cultivation base was still too weak. The terrifying pressure made Ling Xiao almost lose his footing in the void. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him. The strange weather caused many people in Thunder Capital to come out and look up at the sky. Wangquanjing, Wangquan Xianxia, you don't have to show off your strength in this small country of the western regions, right? Yu Fenghua frowned and released a powerful aura from her body that completely enveloped Ling Xiao. Her strength was completely unleashed at this moment. She was indeed much stronger than that young man called Wangquan Tianxia. However, compared to Wangquanjing, there was a huge gap. Ha, niece Fenghua, if you are willing to obediently return with us, then everything will be easy to handle. They are just a bunch of ants. Why would I lower myself to their level? Wangquanjing laughed loudly and had no intention of restraining his aura. Instead, he released an even more terrifying aura. Thunder City's array began to activate and protect everything in Thunder City. Eh? I didn't expect that there would be such an array master in this remote and desolate place. How rare. Wangquanjing was slightly surprised. However, he immediately smiled. It's a pity that although the array was set up well, the cultivation of the person who set it up was too weak and couldn't fully unleash the power of the array. As he spoke, he suddenly waved his palm. As if the heavens were pressing down, it directly blasted on top of the array. The formation shattered like an eggshell, and many of the buildings in the Thunder Capital were destroyed. Many people died in an instant. Stop. I'll go back with you. Seeing this miserable scene, Yu Fenghua shouted loudly. She had no other choice but to go back with Wangquanjing. Ha, that's right. Actually, I don't have the slightest interest in these ants. You should have expressed your stance earlier. If you had done so earlier, these people wouldn't have to die. Wangquanjing laughed out loud. However, I don't care about the other ants, but this man must die. He pointed at Ling Xiao, who was using all his strength to protect Thunder City. Although Ling Xiao had used all his strength in the attack just now, it only reduced the number of casualties. He couldn't protect everyone. Furthermore, even he was seriously injured. Blood was flowing from all over his body. Why? Yu Fenghua asked angrily. Because he dared to stop me from killing those ants. Just based on this point, he must die. Wang Quan said casually. To him, those who stood in his way had committed a heinous crime, and they deserved to die. It sounded unreasonable, but this was the logic of the strong. If you dare to touch him, I will kill myself. Yu Fenghua looked at Wang Quanjingme coldly. That's right, her strength is not as good as Wang Quanjingme, but if she wanted to commit suicide, Wang Quanjingme would not be able to stop her. If he died, not only would Wang Quan be unable to answer to his son, Wang Quan Tianming, he would also be unable to answer to the Palace Lord of the Eternal Life Palace. You actually like this ant? Wang Quanjingwe's expression suddenly became extremely ugly. His background, his strength, they are all so lowly and lowly. Even the lowest servant of the Eternal Life Palace was stronger than him. Yet you like such a lowly piece of trash. Don't you know that your parents have already betrothed you to my son, Wang Quan Tianming? You know Tianming's strength the best. Be it his background, strength, or innate temperament, he far surpasses this ant. Facing such insults, Ling Xiao was not angry. Because the other party was strong, they had the qualifications to insult and humiliate him. If one day, his strength was above this person, he would also use the same method to treat this person. No, 10 times. 100-fold, such insults would only make him stronger and work harder. That's right, he is just an ant. Why do you have to feel sorry for him? I don't like him, it's just that he once saved my life. We, the people of the Eternal Life Palace, never owe favors. Today, I will return this favor, so what if I let him live? Don't tell me that you, the dignified Wang Quanjingme, the patriarch of the Wang Quan clan, will actually be afraid of a small ant. Yu Fenghua looked at Wang Quanjingme and mocked. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, our Wang Quan clan will be afraid of such an insignificant ant, so what if we let him live? A piece of trash like him, I'm afraid he will never be able to leave the western region, the land of exile. Wang Quanjingme laughed loudly, laughing very disdainfully. When Yu Fenghua heard this, she heaved a sigh of relief. She turned around and looked at Ling Xiao. She did not say anything, but the look in her eyes said everything. She was not willing to leave Ling Xiao, but for Ling Xiao to live, she could not be willful. Ling Xiao also stared at her. His heart was in pain, so painful that it made him go crazy. It was more painful than death. But he knew that there was only hope if he was alive. Now, he had to endure. The other party was definitely not an existence that he could fight against. A short separation was the beginning of a reunion. Ling Xiao swore that he would step on the road to the Eternal Life Palace in the shortest time possible, and take back everything that belonged to him from the Eternal Life Palace fair and square. Including his women and the dignity that he had lost. Today, he had lost face because he was not strong enough, so, he had to become stronger. Kid, consider yourself lucky. Xianxia, let's go. Wang Quan looked at Ling Xiao with disdain, then looked at the corpses all over Thunder City, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Then, he took Yu Fenghua and Wang Quan Tianxia and disappeared into the distant sky. Ling Xiao stared at the three of them as they disappeared into the distance. Master, I can't accept this. He had already told himself that he had to endure and wait. However, Ling Xiao, who had always been arrogant, would not allow such an outcome. His women had been taken away, and hundreds of civilians in Thunder City had also been killed. If the people of the Eternal Life Palace did not pay a price, he would definitely not tolerate this. You have to endure even if you can't accept this. The Yuan Venerate said. But I can't. Ling Zhao's previous calmness was gone. He was about to explode when he thought about what had happened today. You have to endure even if you can't. Remember today's pain and return it tenfold when the time comes. The Yuan Venerate knew the pain and anger in Ling Zhao's heart. He was residing in Ling Zhao's spirit realm and was very clear about the changes in Ling Zhao's emotions. Ling Xiao had only been as angry as he was today when the Moon Lady had been forced to reincarnate because of him. At the time, Ling Xiao had been bedeviled. This time, Ling Xiao was showing signs of bedeviling again. However, even if he was bedeviled, he still wouldn't be a match for Wang Quan Jingma or Wang Quan Tianxia. The Yuan Venerate was very clear about this. Therefore, he had asked Ling Xiao to endure and to let Ling Xiao remain calm. Suddenly, Ling Xiao's face stiffened. Oh no! He looked at the sky and saw a figure arrive above Thunder City in an instant. The person who had arrived was Wang Quan Tianxia. It was Wang Quan Jingma's second son. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yu Fenghua had already fainted. Little girl, I'm sorry. I'm a very cautious person. Even if he is an ant, I will still turn him into ashes. Wang Quan revealed a sinister smile on his face. His order to Wang Quan under heaven was, destroy Thunder City and kill Ling Xiao. He waited here with Yu Fenghua. In order to prevent Yu Fenghua from committing suicide, he had already knocked her out. Back at Thunder City, Wang Quan under heaven looked at Ling Xiao coldly and said, you're not even comparable to an ant. You actually dared to snatch my elder brother's woman. Today, the entire Thunder City will be buried with you. You should be satisfied. As he spoke, his aura enveloped the entire Thunder City. The common people trembled in fear and looked at the terrifying expert in the sky in despair. They didn't understand why the people of the Eternal Life Palace wanted to kill them. They didn't do anything wrong. Ling Zhao's heart also sank to the bottom of the valley. Although Wang Quan under heaven wasn't as strong as Wang Quan under heaven and Yu Fenghua, he was still much stronger than him. This gap was something he couldn't determine with his Tai Chi eye. You just want my life, Ling Xiao. Why implicate innocent people? Ling Xiao had life rewind, so he still had a chance to come back to life. But what about the others? In Thunder City, there was his master, Chen Bai, and many of his good friends. His close comrade, Xiao Jin, was also there. He didn't want them to die. It was just convenient. Wang Quan under heaven's expression was extremely cold, as if he didn't treat these creatures on the ground as humans. Convenient? Ling Xiao was furious. Just because it was convenient, they wanted to kill tens of millions of people in Thunder City. The people of the Eternal Life Palace were a bit too overbearing. He, Ling Xiao, was overbearing and never killed innocent people. But Wang Quan under heaven didn't care at all. Ling Xiao suddenly felt that something in his body had awakened. In the universe of Tyrant, something crawled out of a black hole. It was dark, evil, and made people tremble. You're Ling Xiao, right? Before you die, let me tell you a good thing. My brother, Wang Quan Tianming, is a peerless genius who inherited an eternal beast soul. In the future, the position of the palace master of the Eternal Life Palace would belong to him. On the other hand, Yu Fenghua was just a political tool. Of course, this tool was very, very beautiful. It could still be used. You don't know what an eternal beast soul is, do you? This black tortoise continent was once controlled by the 12 beast gods, but later on, all of them were killed. Can you guess what did it? That's right, the eternal beast. The eternal beast is immortal and indestructible, but it was turned into a beast soul by my elder brother, achieving the true eternal body. Yu Fenghua is barely worthy of him. As for you, you will only be an unknown ant that no one knows of, and will die in the western region. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. King of the World laughed crazily. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was even angrier. As the anger continued to accumulate, the pitch-black figure in the Sky Tyrant universe grew larger. The horrifying evil aura actually made the Taotide behemoth feel fear. The Yuan Venerate was also trembling. He remembered very clearly that this evil aura had appeared a long time ago when Ling Xiao had obtained the inheritance of the Imperial Sky Hutu. However, it had been very weak. Today, it was so strong that it was unbearable. The Yuan Venerate felt as if his soul was about to shatter. King of the World was very terrifying. However, it was simply not worth mentioning in the face of this evil power. The Yuan Venerate could not figure out how such a terrifying power could exist in Ling Zhao's body. He could only hope that this power would not destroy Ling Xiao. Alright, I've said enough nonsense. Next, I will let you witness with your own eyes how your so-called subjects will die. King of the World revealed a sinister smile. Then, he raised his right hand gently. A terrifying palm descended from the sky. In just an instant, everything around Xianxia was destroyed in an instant. Thunder Capital was completely turned into ruins. Chen Bai, Mu Qing, and Xiao Jin were dead. Everyone was dead. Ling Zhao's anger had finally reached its peak. In the Sky Tyrant universe, the humanoid shadow had finally crawled out of the black hole. Although his face could not be seen clearly, his eyes were bigger than any galaxy. His entire body was pitch black and exuded an extremely terrifying evil aura. No! Ling Xiao roared furiously. Both of his eyes were completely scarlet. Ha ha ha. That's how it is. Be angry and roar. Then, you will realize that everything you have done is useless. King of the World seemed to be enjoying the expression on Ling Zhao's face. He really enjoyed seeing other people in pain and anger. Is it very fun? A voice so cold that even Ling Xiao himself found it unfamiliar suddenly rang out from his mouth. Around his body, a black light appeared. The entire sky was dyed black by this light. His eyes seemed to be emotionless. They had turned from scarlet to an icy white. They were like two pieces of thousand-year-old ice. Despair and coldness radiated from his body. King of the World was stunned for a moment and then shook his head. Illusion, it must be an illusion. It was only the land of the western regions. What could such an ant do? Well, it's time to send you away. Father will reprimand me for wasting time. He raised his right hand again and gathered the terrifying energy that could destroy heaven and earth. But this time, his target was not Lei Dou but Ling Xiao. Die, ant. You can only blame yourself for falling in love with a woman you shouldn't love. However, the moment his voice fell, the ant in his eyes suddenly appeared in front of him. Their noses were almost touching each other. He had never seen such a terrifying speed. Even his brother could not reach such a terrifying speed. Perhaps the palace master of the Palace of Eternal Life could. But he had never seen it. He hurriedly threw out the attack in his hand. However, the ant in his eyes easily caught the energy in his hand and crushed it. Are you afraid? Ling Zhao's face was expressionless. A cold voice came out from his mouth, pretending to be mysterious. Go to hell. King of the World was really panicking. He came from the Palace of Eternal Life, and the 9 Supremes of the Western region were ants in his eyes. But he did not expect to encounter such a terrifying existence in such a small place. He crazily released his internal force and bombarded his opponent. But such an attack was like a baby's little fist hitting his father's body. It had no effect at all. An expert? Ling Zhao's mouth showed a cold and mocking smile. He suddenly stretched out his right hand. It seemed to be very slow. King of the World desperately tried to dodge. However, it was useless. His head was still caught by Ling Xiao. At that moment, he felt the threat of death. He had never felt like this since the day he was born. But today, he was afraid. Crack, crack. The sound of his skull being crushed could be heard. Wang Quan's world knew that if this continued, his head would definitely be crushed. He struggled in fear and once again burst out with all his strength. But in that pair of emotionless eyes, his actions were all in vain. Bang, 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 bang. Ling Xiao did not crush him to death. Instead, he grabbed his head and crazily slammed his body on the ground. It was as if he was throwing a sandbag. Wang Quan's eyes had already turned white. There was not a single bone in his body that was intact. Damn it, why is it like this? This shouldn't be. He did not understand. He really did not understand how all of this happened. Why did that guy who looked so weak suddenly become so terrifying? Killing you in front of your father, he must be heartbroken, right? Since you guys are so good at torturing people, I will use the same method to torture you guys. Ling Xiao carried the dying Wang Quan's world and flew away. That direction was where Wang Quan's resting place was. Wang Quan's world was waiting in boredom. Everything here annoyed him. Because the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was so scarce, even if he stayed for a minute or a second, he could not stand it. Just killing a piece of trash, why isn't World's world back yet? Suddenly, he stood up and looked not far away in horror. A guy with black light all over his body appeared there. In his hand, he was carrying the dying Wang Quan's world. "Are you looking for him?" Ling Xiao asked coldly. You actually tortured my son to such a state." Wang Quan's world was extremely shocked and furious. He was shocked that this little ant could become so powerful. He was furious that his son, Wang Quan's world, was beaten so badly. "You guys wanted to take Fenghua away. Although I am angry, she is after all a member of the Eternal Palace, I have nothing to say. But you guys destroyed Thunder City and wanted to kill me, cutting off my only hope of reuniting with Fenghua. I can't stand it." Ling Xiao coldly looked at Wang Quan. He raised Wang Quan under the heavens and crushed Wang Quan under the heavens' head like an egg. "How dare you!" Wang Quan's words were still a step too late. He charged at Ling Xiao furiously, but was sent flying by a heavy punch. In that instant, he understood that although he didn't know what was going on with Ling Xiao, he was definitely no match for him. The moment he was sent flying, he grabbed Yu Fenghua and his son's headless corpse and sped away. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't give up. He started to chase. Wang Quan was fleeing as he sent a distress signal to the 9 Supremes. The 9 Supremes had sent experts to intercept Ling Xiao. However, all the experts were killed by Ling Xiao. They had chased and killed all the way. He chased them all the way from the state of Chen to the forbidden land of death. Although Wang Quan was heavily injured, with the 9 Supremes experts stalling for time, he still managed to escape. Ling Xiao didn't manage to step into the forbidden land of death. His sudden increase in strength was already abnormal. It couldn't have lasted for too long. When he felt the power start to fade, Ling Xiao gave up the chase and returned to Thunder City. Before the power faded, he used a large-scale life rewind. With his terrifying strength, the life rewind easily revived all the people in Thunder City who had been killed by Wang Quan under the heavens. This was the ultimate life rewind. Even if they had been dead for more than a day, they could still be revived. Even if there were more than 100 million people, they could still be revived easily. After reviving everyone, Ling Xiao collapsed. All the people who had been revived felt like they had seen an immortal the moment they woke up. They knew that it was Ling Xiao who had saved them. In front of such terrifying power, the fear brought by Wang Quan under the heavens and Wang Quan under the heavens was not worth mentioning. Ling Xiao fainted and was brought to Demon Dragon City by Chen Bai to rest. Since Thunder City had been destroyed, it was necessary to move temporarily. Anyway, as long as he was alive, the same Thunder City would soon be built again. What happened today pushed Ling Xiao's position in the 8 Immortals nation to the extreme. People no longer treated him as an ordinary person, but as an immortal, a god. In his sleep, Ling Xiao's body was undergoing a shocking change. The most mysterious and evil existence that came from the deepest part of the tyrannical universe gave him temporary strength, but also made his body and soul undergo a fundamental change. As a result, his 12 divine beast positions had become even more powerful and of a higher grade than before. Whether it was evil or good, everything of the tyrannical martial spirit already belonged to Ling Xiao. It was just that Ling Xiao was too weak, so he couldn't bear this powerful force at all. Even a trace of it was enough to benefit him immensely. His whole body, from every cell to every soul unit, it was baptized by this trace of power. Even his beast souls and bloodline power were completely cleansed by this trace of power. He was reborn and strengthened terrifyingly. The strengthened cell's ability to store energy was greatly improved. The speed of releasing energy was also greatly improved. This meant that in Ling Xiao's future life as a martial artist, his cultivation speed would continue to accelerate instead of slowing down. No matter what kind of energy it was, it could be stored in his cells and purified. Then it would be turned into potential. In battle, it would be stimulated and burst out, and then his cultivation would increase. His strengthened soul had become incomparably tough. It could be said that no matter what soul technique was used on him, it was basically useless. The power of his soul technique would be dozens of times stronger than that of an ordinary person. His strengthened body had completely absorbed the volcano battle physique. Even now, he couldn't be sure how strong his physical body was. What level of defensive martial technique or battle physique was it equivalent to? When Ling Xiao was sent to Demon Dragon City, he had already woken up. Although his cultivation hadn't increased, he felt that he had become much stronger than before. Originally, the higher the level, the more difficult it was to challenge someone of a higher level, and the lower the possibility. It was already rare for Ling Xiao to be able to challenge someone of a higher level than him. It was estimated that after advancing to the first revolution's 14 levels of hell, it would be very difficult to challenge someone of a higher level. However, after this round of strengthening, it was completely different. Ling Xiao believed that in the first revolution's 13 levels of hell, he could definitely challenge someone of a higher level than him. In other words, he was only at the early stage of cultivation now. Even if he didn't use the tyrannical martial spirit, he could still defeat a martial artist at the peak of cultivation. One had to know that previously, he had to spend a lot of effort to deal with the Volcano King at the late stage of cultivation. As for warriors who were one stage higher than Ling Xiao, he could easily defeat them with his body alone without using his inner strength. This kind of strength made him feel incomparably shocked. "Boss, you're finally awake." When Ling Xiao woke up, Xiao Jin was by his side. "You broke through?" Ling Xiao looked at Xiao Jin and found that Xiao Jin's current strength had reached the peak of the 13th level of hell. The kiln fire core and the remaining energy in his body had been completely transformed. Ling Xiao was not envious of Xiao Jin's breakthrough. Although Xiao Jin broke through quickly, he needed someone to help him find the corresponding cultivation resources. However, he could constantly improve in battle. In fact, he believed that his current combat strength was still superior to Xiao Jin's. "Xiao Jin, use all your strength to attack me. Other than the Netherworld Yellow Spring Golden Light, any other attack will do." Ling Xiao looked at Xiao Jin and suddenly said. Xiao Jin was stunned for a moment and immediately understood Ling Xiao's meaning. No wonder he felt that Ling Xiao's aura had become much stronger. It seemed that Ling Xiao had not been idle while he was unconscious. "Do I really have to use all my strength?" Xiao Jin asked worriedly. "What are you afraid of? Even Wang Quan can't kill me." "Are you stronger than him?" Ling Xiao said loudly. Hearing this, Xiao Jin finally made up his mind. He circulated the demonic energy in his body and used all of his power. Then, he suddenly pounced at Ling Xiao, his sharp claws fiercely striking Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao struggled and was sent flying. This scene made Xiao Jin very nervous. He hurriedly flew over to check on the situation, but he heard Ling Xiao's presumptuous laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, my physical body is at the 6th heaven of the immortal grade under normal conditions. I'm afraid that no one in the western region can hurt me." He stood up. The place where Xiao Jin attacked was not injured at all. Xiao Jin smiled bitterly in his heart. He had originally thought that after his cultivation had increased, he would be able to catch up to Ling Xiao. But who would have thought that although Ling Xiao's cultivation did not break through, his strength had increased by such a large margin. Even his all-out attack was unable to break through such a terrifying defense. This was too ridiculous. Compared to your crazy power from before, this shouldn't be much, right? Yuan Venerate's voice was suddenly heard. "What happened to you previously? I even felt that the power had already surpassed the power of the royal self. Although that power is indeed very strong, it's a pity that I don't know what it is, nor do I know how to use it. Perhaps that power will only awaken when my life is truly threatened. But I don't really want that." Ling Xiao said helplessly. "Why?" Yuan Venerate asked curiously. "Because I can feel that every time that power awakens, my soul will subtly change and become even more evil. I don't want to change at will. Although I'm not great, I don't want to become a heinous bastard." Ling Xiao explained. "Then what you can do is try your best not to suffer the threat of complete despair again." Yuan Venerate completely understood Ling Xiao's thoughts. "Of course I will, although I killed the royal self, I still let the royal self take Feng Hua away in the end. I won't give up just like that. Next, I will use my true power to surpass the Eternal Life Palace. I will make them obediently hand over Feng Hua to me." Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. He had no time to grieve. He could only turn his grief into strength. This time, the appearance of that evil power had changed the course of a tragedy. However, this kind of thing could not accompany him every time. Therefore, he could only make himself stronger. "Boss, I will go with you," Xiao Jin said excitedly. "Okay. Ling Xiao nodded. If it had been anyone else, Ling Xiao might have refused, because no one in the Qin nation could keep up with his cultivation speed. However, Xiao Jin was different. As long as there was enough heat, Xiao Jin could continue to grow stronger and would definitely be his most advantageous helper. What I'm worried about now is whether the Eight Immortals nation will immediately be attacked crazily by the Eternal Life Palace once I leave. Ling Xiao said with a frown. If that's the problem, you don't have to worry. Xiao Jin smiled. Why? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Boss, a lot of things happened in the Black Tortoise continent while you were unconscious. The source of these things was you. Yes, the outside world calls you Black Demon. Xiao Jin shook his head as he spoke. Black Demon? That's right. Boss, didn't you become like that before? You even chased after the royal self to kill him. In the end, you killed many experts of the Nine Supremes and seriously injured the royal self. Black Demon's reputation spread throughout the western region in an instant. Not only that, according to the news from the Sky Dragon Trading Company, the royal self was intercepted by his enemies after he was injured and almost lost his life. The Eternal Life Palace also encountered trouble. They were jointly attacked by the other three regions because the royal self was injured and the royal self was killed. Now, the Eternal Life Palace no longer has the mind to care about this small place. Moreover, they are full of fear for this place. They won't come here to die. So, boss, you have enough time to leave here and continue to become stronger. Xiao Jin said everything in one breath. No one can say for sure how long the butterfly effect caused by Black Demon will last. So, I can only make myself stronger. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. He knew very well that Black Demon was just a cover. Only when he became stronger could he be considered to have truly become strong. Let's go, Xiao Jin. After meeting my master, we will set off for the Sword Dynasty. Ling Xiao got up and walked outside. At this time, he met Chen Bai who came to see him. Xiao Muyu and Mu Qing also followed. Ling Xiao, you're awake. That's great. Seeing that Ling Xiao had awakened, the stone in Chen Bai's heart was also lifted. What happened in Thunder City previously was simply shocking. Fortunately, it was all over. Master, I have to leave. For Fenghua, I must enter the Forbidden Land of Death. Before that, I have to find a way to fight with more experts to improve my strength. Ling Xiao said. I know, so I won't stop you. But there is something that I have to tell you. The Demon Dragon Sword is actually the treasure of the Demon Dragon Sword Court of the Sword Dynasty. The devil who caused trouble in the past was also a disciple of the Demon Dragon Sword Court. Since you have the Demon Dragon Sword, you can try to go to the Demon Dragon Sword Court. The Demon Dragon Sword Court is a big force in the Sword Dynasty. If you can successfully join the Demon Dragon Sword Court, your strength will definitely grow faster. What is the name of that devil? Ling Xiao asked. No matter whether the other party was a devil or not, he had already inherited the Demon Dragon Sword. He naturally wanted to know the other party's name. Boss, the territory of the Sword Dynasty is up ahead. A few days later, Ling Zhao's cultivation broke through to the middle stage of the 13th level of the Yinyang realm. He and Xiao Jin also arrived at the border of the Sword Dynasty. Sword Dynasty, I'm coming. Ling Xiao clenched his fists. This would be a brand new beginning, but he would never forget what he had to do. But if he wanted to find Yu Fenghua and take revenge on the Wang family, he had to become stronger, he had to keep getting stronger. Boss, are you really going to go to the Devil Dragon Sword Court? Xiao Jin suddenly asked. Not necessarily. Master is just suggesting. I won't go there easily before figuring out the situation of the Devil Dragon Sword Court. Although a sect was a stepping stone for Ling Xiao to quickly improve his strength, it didn't mean that he had to join it. So he wasn't in a hurry to make a decision. While talking, the man and beast had already stepped into the border of the Sword Dynasty. Although the border town was small, it was very lively. Ling Xiao planned to rest here and inquire about the situation of the Sword Dynasty. After all, he was completely unfamiliar with this place. Sitting in a tea house, Ling Xiao ordered a few buns and a pot of tea. Then he and Xiao Jin began to eat. The energy in the food was beneficial to the improvement of cultivation. It was also very important for warriors. Although it didn't matter if he didn't eat it, there was no harm in eating it. But as soon as he sat down, he felt a terrifying pressure. A few experts suddenly appeared around him. Although these people were dressed differently, they all had a cloak hanging behind them. On the cloak, there was a big word sword. Ling Xiao found that his cultivation was definitely the worst among these people. The Sword Dynasty was indeed the Sword Dynasty. It was indeed more powerful than a place like the Qin state. It was one of the 9 most powerful forces in the western region. It was not an exaggeration. Bang! A table was suddenly flipped over. For some reason, a warrior wearing a cloak with the word sword on it flipped over a few people who had just arrived at the border town like Ling Xiao. Sir, aren't you going too far? Naturally, those people found it hard to accept that the table was flipped over. One had to know that each of their cultivations were around the middle stage of the 13th level of hell. Such strength was definitely at the top in places like the Qin Nation and the Volcano Nation. Therefore, it was impossible for them to endure such vexation. Moreover, they had the advantage in numbers while the other party was only 1 person. Why would they be afraid? Too much? The worst is yet to come. The person wearing the cloak with the word sword suddenly attacked and pierced the throat of the person who spoke. That person died on the spot. Die. Someone died. The rest of the martial artists were so scared that their faces changed drastically. Do you know how powerful I am now? All martial artists in the Sword Dynasty must register, you newcomers, no matter where you came from, no matter how arrogant you were in the past, when you come here, you are all fledglings, whoever dares to cause trouble will end up like him. The killer was very cold and arrogant. He pointed at the killed warrior and said loudly, "Let me explain the rules to you newcomers. The martial artists in the Sword Dynasty are all under the control of the Heavenly Sword Hall, and the Heavenly Sword Hall is directly under the Sword Emperor. Every martial artist who belongs to the Heavenly Sword Hall can get a cloak like this and a token. Prove that you are willing to swear allegiance to the Sword Dynasty." The killer sneered and then called out, "Those who are eating, put down your food and gather here, we want to check your tokens." Hearing such a domineering voice, Ling Xiao realized that he might have come to a place even crueler than the Qin Nation. All the martial artists in the Sword Dynasty had to register at the Heavenly Sword Hall. This was equivalent to belonging to the imperial court. Perhaps even their identity and freedom would be restricted. "Boss, what should we do?" Xiao Jin asked. "Let's take a look first. Since we are here, let's take things as they come. As long as the request is not too excessive, we can agree." Coming to an unknown place and facing a group of powerful martial artists, Ling Xiao was very cautious. He did not want to die because of his carelessness. If that happened, what would happen to Yu Fenghua? What about his 8 immortals' kingdom? What about his heavenly empire? He followed the others and left the table and walked to the empty space next to them. After the murder incident just now, no one dared to make a fuss. Regardless of whether they were once heroes or cowards, they had to follow the rules of the Heavenly Sword Hall when they came here. The people of the Heavenly Sword Hall looked at them with contempt, as if they were butchers looking at lambs waiting to be slaughtered. "Line up and get your temporary identity token. Everyone has to pay 1 million low-grade spirit stones." A few warriors of the Heavenly Sword Hall quickly set up a table. Then, they took out an iron waist token and placed it on the table. One of them said, 1 million low-grade spirit stones was not a small amount. Although it was nothing to Ling Xiao, it was definitely not cheap to most martial artists. Even a martial artist at the Yin-Yang realm's 13th level of hell would not be able to take out much. Even if they did, they would go bankrupt. They were clearly making things difficult for them. "I know that you are all a bunch of poor people, it's easy to do without money. Put your fingerprint on this contract and use your work to pay off the debt. It's fine as long as you pay it off. Our Sword Dynasty treats martial artists like you very well." The martial artist of the Heavenly Sword Hall said with a smile. "How is this a contract? This is simply a contract to sell my body. What kind of joke is this? I came to the Sword Dynasty to cultivate, not to work for the Heavenly Sword Hall." There was an uproar when he slapped the table. Ling Xiao used his Tai Chi eye to observe. It turned out that the contract said that if one pressed their fingerprint, they would have to work for the Sword Dynasty for 100 years. 100 years, even if a martial artist's lifespan was longer than that of an ordinary person, how many 100 years could they have? Wasn't this just like a slave? You don't want to? Sure, you just have to pay 1 million low-grade spirit stones. The people of the Heavenly Sword Hall had cold smiles on their faces. I don't have money and I won't be your slave. The martial artist shouted angrily, I'm not that trash just now. My cultivation has already reached the peak of the 13th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. Is it very strong? The martial artist of the Heavenly Sword Hall who killed earlier sneered. When Ling Xiao saw this smile, he knew that the person who resisted was finished. Although the martial artists of the Heavenly Sword Hall were basically all at the middle stage of the 13th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. However, this killer had already reached the early stage of the 14th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. Those who couldn't see through his cultivation were definitely going to die. Moreover, Ling Xiao could sense that there were more than these few martial artists of the Heavenly Sword Hall. The stronger ones hadn't shown up yet. These trivial matters were all left to their subordinates to handle. Just in this border town alone, there were more than a dozen martial artists who had reached the 14th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. This was simply terrifying. As expected, just as Ling Xiao expected, the person who resisted was directly pierced through the throat and died on the spot. I hope I won't kill a third person. Those who resisted were killed again without the slightest resistance. This caused the martial artists behind to finally become obedient. These proud sons of heaven who came from other places and had good dreams had to be slaves to Sword Dynasty for 100 years. A warrior who could really take out 1 million low-grade spirit stones had not appeared yet. Ling Xiao was too rich, so he did not think much of it. But in fact, most of the warriors at the 13th level of Hell in Yin-Yang realm only had a few 100,000 at most. Those who had more than 1 million low-grade spirit stones were either royal nobles or young masters of famous sections. Otherwise, they were pharmacists. But such a warrior did not seem to have appeared yet. Ha ha ha, this bunch of poor people, if you don't have money, just be obedient and work for Sword Dynasty for 100 years, that's your glory, don't be shameless. Just like those two who don't know life from death, I don't even remember how many I have killed. So you'd better not provoke me, otherwise, I won't let you live under my sword. The killer did not take human life seriously at all, nor did he take the dignity of the warriors seriously. He even treated it as a joke to others. Captain, you're right, if someone is stupid later, can you let me practice? A guy with a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks said with a grin. Alright, I'll let you have it. The killer laughed. Although this guy with a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks was ugly, his cultivation had reached the late stage of the 13th level of Hell in Yin-Yang realm. Observing his aura, he was even stronger than Volcano King. Sure enough, one could not judge a book by its cover. Ling Xiao just looked at all this indifferently. Since he came to Sword Dynasty, it was necessary to have an identity card. Anyway, he had plenty of spirit stones, so there was no need to have a conflict with the other party here. Little guy, are you here to die? At such a young age, you should be drinking milk in your mother's arms. Why did you come to Sword Dynasty? Get lost. If I see you again, I'll kill you immediately. Ling Xiao originally planned to cooperate, but he did not expect that the other party would scold him as soon as he arrived. Sir, my cultivation has reached the 13th level of Hell in Yin-Yang realm, it doesn't matter how old I am, right? Ling Xiao said with a frown. Since he was already here, it was impossible to make him leave. You? You must be bragging. The Heavenly Sword Hall martial artist said disdainfully. Why are you stopping him? If he wants to die, there are plenty of places in Sword Dynasty. The man who was called the captain and had killed the two warriors glanced at Ling Xiao and said indifferently. Yes, captain. Whatever you say, kid. Tell me your name, your true strength, your place of origin, and what you're good at. The monkey-like man coldly glanced at Ling Xiao and said. Ling Xiao nodded and said, Ling Xiao, cultivation at the middle stage of the 13th level of Hell, origin, Sky Dragon Continent. What I'm good at is alchemy. Sky Dragon Continent? The barren land furthest away from the Immortal Court. The captain of the Heavenly Sword Hall suddenly asked. Yes. Ling Xiao nodded. Bullshit. The martial artist captain suddenly roared, Sky Dragon Continent, a remote place, how can there be a martial artist who has entered the cycle of reincarnation? Where did you come from? Tell me the truth. Ling Xiao said helplessly, I'm from the Sky Dragon Continent, but later on, I took a boat to the Divine Phoenix Continent and the White Tiger Continent, and finally entered the cycle of reincarnation in the Black Tortoise Continent. I walked out of Ascension Town as a martial artist from the former Qin Nation, now the Eight Immortals Nation. He had made it clear enough. If the other party still did not believe him, then he would not have the benefactor law. Lie. Continue lying. The martial artist captain stared at Ling Xiao, revealing a hint of killing intent. Come, tie this kid up and torture him. I don't believe that he won't tell the truth. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He was already very cooperative, but the other party was acting very domineering and unreasonable. What he said was the truth, but the other party did not believe him. Because they did not believe him, they wanted to torture him. Did they really think that he, Ling Xiao, was a pushover? He now understood one thing again, in the mystic world, the more cowardly you were, the more others would think that you were easy to bully. It seemed that today's battle was inevitable. Alright, Sword Dynasty, let me, Ling Xiao, use you as a whetstone first. Back then, when I was chasing after Wang Quan, you also sent experts to stop me. Now, you are making things difficult for me. If I don't kill your people, I, Ling Xiao, would be letting down my cultivation. You'd better understand that everything I said is the truth, making a rash decision will not benefit you in any way. Ling Xiao's tone became cold. Oh, you still dare to threaten us? The martial artist captain sneered, and then said to the guy with a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks, By ho, there's no need to torture him. Just kill him. Let him understand the consequences of offending Sword God Hall and threatening Sword God Hall. You guys are being too unreasonable. Ling Xiao said with a frown. Reason? In the mystic world, the fist is the reason. After coming to Sword Dynasty, you actually dare to reason with our Sword God Hall. How naive and laughable. Bai Ho walked towards Ling Xiao and revealed a sinister smile. In his opinion, killing a martial artist at the middle stage of the 13th level of hell in the Yin-Yang realm was as easy as flipping his hand. If he killed him, so be it. Even if he was really wronged, so what? Who asked Ling Xiao's experience to be too bizarre? If the martial artist captain didn't believe him, he would be in trouble. Ling Xiao withdrew from the crowd. Bai Ho also followed him. The rest of the people from Sword God Hall continued their work. No one cared about a brat like Ling Xiao who was still wet behind the ears. In the eyes of the people from Sword God Hall, Bai Ho definitely wouldn't take more than one move to kill this guy called Ling Xiao. Although the rest of the martial artists who didn't have identity tokens were very angry, none of them dared to stand up for Ling Xiao. Because they knew that if they said anything, they would die. The people from Sword God Hall didn't reason with you. They only believed in their fists. The killing of the first two martial artists had already made them tremble in fear. Now that Ling Xiao, this little fellow, was about to be killed because of a groundless crime, all of them were trembling in fear. Regret kept coming. Many people felt that they really shouldn't have come to Sword Dynasty. Who knew that Sword Dynasty was such a place? Sigh, what a pity. That young man shouldn't have lied. Maybe he really didn't lie. It's just that the people from Sword God Hall don't believe him, so he must die. People spoke in low voices, afraid that the people from Sword God Hall would hear them. His gaze towards Ling Xiao was also filled with pity and sympathy. I, Ling Xiao, don't like to kill people. But if someone wants to die, then don't blame me. Ling Xiao's voice was still incomparably firm, but it was even colder than before. I'll say one last thing. Everything I said before is the truth. Ling Xiao said calmly, I am just a cultivator at the middle stage of the 13th floor of the Yin-Yang realm. I am not much of a threat to you, right? To others, Ling Xiao sounded like he was begging for mercy. However, only Ling Xiao knew that he was giving the other party a chance. If he killed someone as soon as he arrived at the Sword Dynasty, it would probably bring him a lot of trouble. Thus, he hoped to avoid it as much as possible. Ha 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 ha. Investigate? Are you worthy? Investigating you is just a waste of resources. Bai Ho laughed loudly and said, "Stupid brat, you don't understand at all. If you were willing to listen obediently and accept our torture, you might have a slim chance of survival. However, you actually dared to threaten our heavenly sword hall. So, it doesn't matter if what you said is true or not. You are going to die now." As Bai Ho spoke, he already moved. He raised his hand, and a sword appeared in his hand. The Sword Dynasty was called the Sword Dynasty because most of the cultivators here used swords. Almost everyone in the Heavenly Sword Hall was using swords. The sword in Bai Ho's hand was a mortal-grade emperor weapon. Although it was not as good as Ling Zhao's demon dragon sword, it was definitely extraordinary. In the Qin nation or the volcano nation of the past, it would definitely be a peak weapon. Unexpectedly, such an ordinary cultivator in the Sword Dynasty could use such a weapon. The 9 Supremes were indeed the 9 Supremes. They were not something a remote nation could compare to. Ling Xiao did not use the demon dragon sword. Instead, he took out the male and female 8 immortal sword that he had not used for a long time. This was also a mortal-grade emperor weapon. However, it was not as good as the demon dragon sword. Furthermore, it was not easy to expose his identity. The demon dragon sword was very strong and could be used as a trump card. Furthermore, with Bai Ho's strength, Xiaoqin did not need to use the demon dragon sword. The male and female 8 immortal sword already thought highly of him. Ever since his body changed and his cultivation increased, Ling Xiao had only sparred with Xiao Jin. However, Xiao Jin would not fight him to the death. Although it was said to be using its full strength, it was still holding back. This time was different. The other party truly wanted his life. Since the other party wanted his life, there was no need for him to show mercy. "Die, brat." Bai Ho was already in front of Ling Xiao. The cold blade was only a foot away from Ling Xiao's throat. In that instant, a cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. Then, a drop of blood dripped onto the ground. Many martial artists couldn't bear to watch Ling Xiao's tragic death. When they looked up at the drop of blood on the ground. However, he found that the person who was stabbed was not Ling Xiao, but Bai Ho. Ling Xiao's sword pierced Bai Ho's throat and lifted him up. Bai Ho's blood was dripping continuously. His aura was already extremely weak. What? Like Ling Xiao, the other martial artists who didn't have any identity tokens were all dumbfounded as they watched this scene. This young man was so powerful that it didn't match his cultivation at all. The warriors from Heavenly Sword Hall were even more shocked. Even the warrior captain, who had been calm all this while, had a gloomy expression on his face. Bai Ho's throat had been pierced by a sword and he was on the verge of death. This brat had really underestimated him. "If you don't offend me, I won't offend you. If you offend me, I will kill you." Ling Xiao looked coldly at all the Heavenly Sword Hall martial artists, his face gloomy. He still started a massacre. But he had no choice. If he didn't kill, others would kill him. "Captain, save me." A hoarse and weak voice came from Bai Ho. His voice was filled with fear and regret. "Let him go." The warrior captain stood up. The rest of the Heavenly Sword Hall martial art practitioners surrounded Ling Xiao. As for their work, they didn't care anymore. There was actually someone who dared to kill their people. They definitely couldn't let this fire burn. "Let go? Who do you think you are? Do I have to let you go just because you want me to?" Ling Xiao looked at the warrior captain with contempt and allowed Bai Ho's blood to continue flowing. If this continued, Bai Ho would die from excessive blood loss without needing to do anything. "Brat, listen carefully. This is the Sword Dynasty. We are from the Heavenly Sword Hall. Offending the Heavenly Sword Hall is equivalent to humiliating the Sword Dynasty. If you kill him, you will face the pursuit of the Heavenly Sword Hall. No matter where you escape to, it will be the same. Now, put him down and treat his injuries. This way, you still have a chance to live." The warrior captain spoke arrogantly as if he was giving an order. What answered him was a spurt of blood. Ling Xiao cut off Bai Ho's head and then sheathed his sword. "You." The warrior captain's expression became extremely ugly. Although Bai Ho wasn't strong, he was his most loyal follower. Ling Xiao actually dared to kill him. How could he endure it? "What about me? I told you not to provoke me. But you didn't listen. I really don't understand what you have to be proud of. In the entire Black Tortoise continent, the Sword Dynasty is just a small place. You have the face to bully a warrior who wants to join the Sword Dynasty. Why don't you dare to step into the Forbidden Land of Death and go to the 4 major regions? Ling Xiao mocked. Damn it, kill him for me. Attack together. The warrior captain slammed the table and the table was smashed into pieces. He roared and the remaining 6 Heavenly Sword Hall warriors charged towards Ling Xiao. Boss, do you need my help? Not for the time being. I haven't fought for a long time. It's a good time to exercise my muscles and bones. Ling Xiao realized that he was indeed a battle maniac. This was more direct and comfortable. Enduring silently and being a yes man was really not his style. He felt uncomfortable holding it in. Only this way could he walk the path of martial arts. Fight for a future. Alright then. If boss needs help, just let me know. Xiao Jin yawned, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. This kind of battle didn't have much meaning. Other than the warrior captain, the rest of the people really didn't pose any threat to his boss, Ling Xiao. Hee, all of you, come at me. I, Ling Xiao, have also met many trash like you who don't know life from death on my path of martial arts. Since you want to die, I'll send you on your way. Ling Xiao's face no longer had a troubled expression. Instead, it was replaced with excitement and fanaticism. You're courting death. Do you think you're invincible after killing Bai Ho, sword martial spirit? One of them suddenly summoned his martial spirit. The sharp sword martial spirit behind his back released a fierce murderous aura. His battle prowess instantly increased by nearly 2 times. This aura was not inferior to the aura of the Volcano King in the past. As for the Volcano King, he was the ruler of a country. This warrior was just a small pawn of the Heavenly Sword Hall. His strength was only slightly stronger than Bai Ho's. Perhaps in this person's opinion, the reason why Bai Ho was killed was because he didn't release his martial spirit. Do you think you're the only one with a martial spirit? Ling Xiao smiled coldly. His entire body was immediately covered in armor that flickered with purple lightning. The transformation of the purple lightning bull beast spirit had been completed. His combat strength had increased by 10 times. What? This guy is actually a beast warrior. This transformation caused his aura to instantly become so powerful. How could this be? The warrior who was about to make a move began to hesitate. The aura released by Ling Xiao's body made him tremble in fear. Are you afraid? The warriors of the Sword God Hall are only SOSO. Ling Xiao actually put away the 8 immortal swords and crossed his arms in front of him. He looked at that person with disdain and said, I don't use a weapon. I don't even move an inch. It's difficult for you to hurt me. Damn it, you actually dare to look down on the Sword God Hall. What a bluff. I heard that in this world, some people can make their aura become very strong, but in reality, their combat strength is very weak. They even deceived many people. That's right, it must be like this. He's just a commoner from Yuhua town. How could he have the same terrifying aura as our captain? The warriors of the Sword God Hall were quite good at comforting themselves. That martial artist who was originally intimidated by Ling Xiao's aura sneered at this moment and flew out. The long sword in his hand perfectly merged with the sword martial spirit behind him. The terrifying sword chi tore through the void and directly pierced towards Ling Xiao's throat. He wanted to avenge Bai Ho. How Bai Ho died, this guy had to die as well. As expected, Ling Xiao crossed his arms and stood there coldly. He did not move at all. The corner of his mouth curled up into a disdainful sneer. That guy must be crazy. Is he really not going to fight back or dodge? I don't know, but his cultivation isn't strong. Even a warrior at the early stage of the first transition's 14th level of hell wouldn't dare to be so careless. He would directly face the opponent's attack without dodging. You're courting death. This is simply courting death. I've seen such an arrogant youth before. He's just a frog at the bottom of a well. He doesn't know how terrifying the warriors of the outside world are. He only regrets it when he's dead, but it's already too late. The surrounding people were discussing. They all felt that Ling Xiao had gone crazy. Otherwise, with his cultivation, he would not dodge such a powerful attack. If this was not courting death, what was it? Hee, I'll take your life. The Heavenly Sword Hall martial artist sneered. The sharp blade in his hand had already pierced Ling Zhao's throat. Ding! What shocked everyone was that when the long sword pierced Ling Zhao's throat, it actually emitted the sound of metal clashing. It was not the sound of a sharp blade piercing through the throat. People looked at Ling Zhao in surprise. There was still a disdainful sneer on his face. His right hand finally reached out and pinched the tip of the long sword. Even this kind of trash can join the Heavenly Sword Hall. It seems that the Heavenly Sword Hall is only SOSO. Ling Zhao had grabbed the tip of the cultivator's sword, but he was unwilling to abandon the mundane Great Emperor weapon in his hand. For a moment, he could neither advance nor retreat. How could this be? What is this guy's body made of? It's so hard. Could it be related to his beast soul transformation? The captain finally couldn't sit still any longer. He stood up and looked at Ling Zhao in shock. The others were also dumbfounded. They thought that Ling Zhao would be easily killed. However, they didn't expect that after this youth killed the Bai Ho with a single sword strike, he would bring everyone another surprise. Or perhaps it was a shock. I've heard that people who cultivate defensive martial techniques can make their physical bodies extremely strong. However, it's impossible to reach such a level. Yeah, that's a mundane Great Emperor weapon. In addition, it's a powerful strike from a martial artist at the late stage of the 13th level of the Yin-Yang realm. I'm stunned. Could it be that this kid was deliberately sent by one of the 9 Supremes to cause trouble in the Sword Dynasty? He can't be from a small place like the Qin Nation, right? The discussions represented everyone's shock. However, even more shocking things continued to happen. Ling Zhao looked at his opponent coldly. He exerted force in his hand, and the mundane Great Emperor weapon was actually broken by his palm. Then, a cold light flashed. The broken weapon shot out from Ling Zhao's hand. The throat of the Heavenly Sword Hall martial artist holding the sharp sword was directly pierced. Not only that, but the broken blade did not stop. It pierced another Heavenly Sword Hall martial artist's throat before it was sent flying by the martial artist's captain. With a casual strike, he killed 2 Heavenly Sword Hall martial artists. This kind of strength was really monstrous. Everyone could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. In terms of cultivation, this youth was obviously not as good as those people, but his combat strength was so strong. If someone said that he was not a peerless monster, no one would believe it. Who exactly was Ling Zhao? Where did he come from? Why did he have such terrifying strength? This became the question in everyone's heart. Do you still want to continue? Ling Zhao had his hands behind his back. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes as he looked coldly at the remaining 5 Heavenly Sword Hall disciples. Originally, there were 8 people. In the blink of an eye, 3 had died. However, they did not leave any wounds on his body. He felt that it was enough to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Moreover, he really had no interest in killing these weaklings. It was too boring. Kid, you are really too arrogant. Where do you think this place is? Do you think that after killing the Heavenly Sword Hall martial artists, you can be kind? The martial artist captain walked out and looked coldly at Ling Zhao. I have seen so-called geniuses like you before. That's right, you are powerful. You can always take some advantage in the beginning of the battle and kill some of our people. However, you better understand that almost all the martial artists in the Sword Dynasty belong to the Heavenly Sword Hall. Under the orders of the Heavenly Sword Hall, all the martial artists who have identity badges must obey. This town is not big, but there are many martial artists. Let's see how many can you kill? As he spoke, he took out a strange whistle and blew it directly. In just a moment, a total of 400 to 500 martial artists appeared around Ling Zhao. Among these martial artists, the weakest was at the middle stage of the 13th level of hell in the Yin-Yang realm. Although the strongest was not as strong as the martial artist captain, he had already reached the peak of the 13th level of hell. If it was the Ling Zhao before he transformed into the Black Demon, he would have definitely died if he faced these people. However, everything was different now. The appearance of close to 100 martial artists at the peak of the 13th level of hell in the Yin-Yang realm made him extremely excited. This was because these people could stimulate his cultivation to increase. Kid, are you afraid? Ha 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 ha, I don't need to do anything. You will soon be chopped into minced meat. The martial artist captain laughed loudly. Afraid? There was no fear on Ling Zhao's face. There was only excitement. He looked around and said loudly, when I first arrived at this precious place, I offended a villain and had no choice but to kill those who are not involved. It's best for you to leave now. Otherwise, when the battle starts, I will not show mercy. Is that kid stupid? Does he really think that he alone is a match for more than 400 of us? He probably still thinks that he is in some small place. This is the Sword Dynasty, not your hometown. Country bumpkin. No one accepted Ling Zhao's good intentions. Instead, they were all mocking and sarcastic. End of chapter 29-25. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.